Today, jury selection begins in a critical phase of the trial of Andrea Yates, accused of drowning her 5 children. But how will she be able to save her own life? Plus, superstar Michael Jordan in the news. The strongest words yet from Jordan, that he will be back. Good morning, America. I'm Charles Gibson.
I'm Diane Sawyer, and it's Tuesday, September 11th, 2001. Michael may be back. He's saying that tendinitis is the main thing he's thinking about as he makes his final decision. So is 38 too old? Too late?
Yes, it is.
Oh.
But, and he also would come back to a team that's not very good. But none of the regular rules apply to Michael Jordan. I mean, he is the single best person to ever play the game. If Michael wants to play the game, Michael can play the game and will do it very well. It would be terrific to see him back in basketball. And we're going to find out in the next 10 days for certain, although he certainly has given strong indication that he's going to come back. Anyway, we'll have that story in a few moments. Also, the other story I mentioned at the top of the broadcast, there has certainly been great debate over whether Andrea Yates is competent to stand trial. 12 jurors are now going to have the power to spare her a trial or send her to court in what we know is a death penalty case. We now know of 1,000 new pages documenting her mental health history over the years, suicide attempts with pills and scratching a steak knife at her throat. It's a dramatic and complex case, the Andrea Yates case, and this morning we're going to examine it with a prominent jury expert, Joellen Demetrius, who you might remember from the O.J. Simpson case.
And so a woman gets a magazine in the mail, and it has articles in it about a dietary supplement promising to reverse aging, prevent cancer, restore sexual power. But it's not just any woman. Her husband turns out to be Senator John Breaux, chairman of the Senate Aging Committee, and he called for an investigation, hauled everybody in yesterday, and Senator Breaux will be with us this morning to tell us what he found.
And the guy who made all those claims took the 5th in front of the committee. We'll find out why. Also ahead this morning, we'll have a consumer alert on a dishwasher that catches on fire. Sarah, the Duchess of York, is going to be here a little bit later. And this is Fashion Week in New York. There's all these fashion shows going on around in New York. Also sitting next to me, there's a living fashion show. But anyway, Lara Spencer is behind the scenes of one of the fashion shows that's going to start at 9 o'clock this morning. She's going to show you all those models running around, getting ready, hopefully properly dressed for morning television, but we'll find out. But first, the news headlines. Let's go to Washington, where Claire Shipman is in for Antonio Moore.
Good morning, Charlie and Diane. Well, we begin with what is probably the worst-kept secret in sports. Talking to reporters yesterday, Michael Jordan all but confirmed months of speculation he'll rejoin the NBA as a player with the Washington Wizards this season. But clearly trying to keep everyone guessing, Jordan told the Washington Post, quote, "I didn't say that. I have not said that." Fans are, needless to say, ecstatic over the possibility of seeing their hero play again.
I think he'll still be the best player in the league, no question about it.
When he's out there, it may go from worst to worst.
Anytime that he's going to play, it's going to be great. And it's just pure talent. And I don't think that talent just fades.
Jordan will announce his final decision next week. Americans are increasingly concerned about the economy, and the White House is under increasing pressure from Republicans and Democrats to do something about it. According to a new ABC News Washington Post poll, a majority of Americans believe the economy is heading into a recession, and 57% of those surveyed would reduce the president's tax cut to protect the government surplus. Moments ago, I asked Commerce Secretary Don Evans what the administration is doing about the faltering economy. In a new ABC News Washington Post poll, more than half of the people we talked to, 53% in fact, say the country is heading into a recession. What can the White House do about that?
Well, the president has shown leadership on this issue from the first day he took office, Claire. He started talking about the economy he talked about it throughout the campaign. He talked about a tax cut throughout the course of the campaign. The first day he took office, he talked about a tax cut, and now we've passed a tax cut. He talked about a comprehensive national energy plan that Congress needs to pass. We have a comprehensive national energy plan. We can bring energy prices down. That will help stimulate economic growth and create more jobs.
There are a lot of Republicans on Capitol Hill grumbling that the White House hasn't moved fast enough to try to curb the economic downfall.
Well, I'm not hearing that, Claire. I mean, I don't know. He moved as fast as he possibly could from the first day in office. He was talking about tax cuts, and the tax cuts did get passed late in the spring. Those checks, the rebate checks, are going out now. The first day in office, he talked about a national energy plan. He's presented it to Congress. He's waiting on Congress to pass that. He's been talking about trade for the last 6 or 7 months. He's waiting on Congress to present to him trade promotion authority so he can open up markets for American workers and American businesses all around the world.
Meanwhile, President Bush is in Florida for a second day, trying to keep some of the focus on his education package. Congressman Gary Condit is off a legal hook. A California grand jury has rejected an obstruction of justice complaint against him. The complaint was filed by Anne Marie Smith, who claims Condit asked her to lie about an affair. The grand jury says it doesn't have jurisdiction. Elizabeth Dole plans to announce today that she will run for the Senate seat being vacated by Jesse Helms. The former Red Cross president, cabinet member, and presidential candidate recently changed her voter registration to her native North Carolina, where she hasn't lived for decades. And new fuel for the debate over stem cell research. The National Academy of Sciences has concluded that in order to fulfill the potential of stem cell research, those researchers will need more embryonic stem cell lines than President Bush has cleared for funding. Finally, beauty and brains. The next Miss America will have to have both. Knowledge of current events is part of the contest this year, but the contestants may need to hit the books. A reporter quizzed 10 of the women. 4 of them didn't know that December 7th, 1941 is the date Pearl Harbor was bombed, and 2 couldn't name the current vice president. But all of them, when quizzed, could name Tony Perkins and his role here at GMA. So let's go to the weather and hear from Tony this morning.
I'm sure that's true. Thank you, Claire. I'll take that as a compliment. All right. I want to show you a couple of things going on. Hurricane Erin. Now, take a look. If you woke up this morning, you looked at this, you lived in Boston, you'd think, we're in trouble. We don't think so. Hurricane Erin is located only about 400 miles southeast of Boston, but it is beginning to move north. It has decreased in intensity. Take a look. The cold front that moved through that brought thunderstorms to the northeast yesterday, that's pushing off the coast. That's going to help to push it further to the north and east, and we do think it will continue to decrease in intensity. Here are the stats on this storm at this point. Yesterday, it was a Category 3 hurricane. Now it's got 90-mile-per-hour maximum sustained winds, Category 1. No direct threat to land. We will see increased swells along the eastern coast, rough surf and swells from South Carolina to Maine, particularly, I think, from Long Island northward. That's a look at what's happening with the weather around the nation. Now, here's what's happening in your neighborhood.
Good morning. Under mostly clear skies, some cool temperature readings. 64 in Washington, 55 to the west at Dulles, but much less humid this morning on the backside of a cold front that rumbled through with some strong storms yesterday. But today will reap its benefits. Mostly sunny from lunch onward. 81 will be the afternoon high temperature. And take a look at this ABC 7-day forecast. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, 79. We will see a slight shower or thunder shower Thursday afternoon, but behind that, cooler temperatures still with highs only in the low to mid 70s.
And there you go. That's your first look at the weather. It is 8 after the hour now. Diane?
All right, Tony, our thanks to you. New information is emerging from the medical files of Andrea Yates, the Texas woman accused of drowning her 5 young children last June. Few will argue it illustrates a downward spiral of mental illness. For example, years earlier, the young mother told psychiatrists she was overwhelmed by visions and voices of a stabbing, worried she'd hurt someone. Her husband grabbed a steak knife she held at her own throat in search of her main artery, and there were other suicide attempts. At one point, she was reportedly so ill that she was mute. But does all this mean that she is not now competent to stand trial? ABC's Mike Von Fremd is in Houston.
Andrea Yates has responded so well to medication and treatment during her 12 weeks in prison that even her relatives say they fully expect her to be declared competent to stand trial. After Yates confessed to drowning each of her 5 children, she reportedly went into a zombie-like state in prison. More than 1,000 pages of medical records have now been released, many foreshadowing the tragic events. 2 months before the murders, her psychiatrist wrote that her family found the patient with the bathtub filled with water. Her husband, Russell, believed at the time that his wife intended to drown herself. The documents paint a picture of an overstressed mother trying to raise and homeschool many children in this converted Greyhound bus that the family lived in before buying their Houston home. She said her husband, Russell, allowed her just 2 hours a week of personal time. One psychiatrist also warned, apparently patient and husband plan to have as many babies as nature will allow. This will surely guarantee future psychosis and depression. Now that prosecutors have elected to seek the death penalty, the Houston chapter of the National Organization for Women is asking people to donate money to a defense fund.
She's a very sick woman that needs help. So let's give it to her and not exterminate her.
The jury will listen to medical experts. If Yates is to be declared incompetent, all 12 jurors will have to reach a unanimous decision. Mike Von Frimm, ABC News, Dallas.
So, as jury selection begins today in her competency trial, the legal case will boil down to this. Andrea Yates' lawyers will have to prove that she didn't know it was wrong to kill her children, and as we said, the decision will rest in the hands of 12 jurors. So, joining us now, one of the top jury consultants in the country. She's helped select more than 400 juries, including the one that acquitted O.J. Simpson. From Los Angeles, Joellen Demetrius, and it's so good to have you with us, Joellen.
Good morning, Diane. Thank you.
All right, you are defending Andrea Yates, let us say. What kind of jurors do you want impaneled? Who will be more sympathetic toward her? Men, women, those with parents, those without children?
Well, I think, first of all, I would certainly be looking for women who they themselves had gone through a period after children were born where perhaps they went through some sort of postpartum depression. Either that or even men whose wives or significant others had gone through that, because I think anyone that's had that kind of experience will understand, I think, to some degree what she may be going through and understand sort of the physiological reactions that happen as a result of a tremendous depression. I think one of the other things that I would also look at in the courtroom is just seeing the jurors come in and coming between sitting in the back and going up into the jury box. Oftentimes they have to walk right by the defendant, and what I would be looking for is their body language as they either make a wide sweep around her or if they come closer to her, because traditionally people that don't feel that kind of horrendous negative reaction will walk closer to a defendant than those who feel that that this is just the worst thing that they've ever heard of, who will make a wide sweeping path around her.
So it's key to see that first reaction to her in the courtroom.
Oh, most definitely. You know, traditionally the judge will read the charges, and certainly what I've done in the courtroom is to watch the jurors' faces, watch how they either look at her and carefully examine her. Sometimes you'll even hear gasps. Certainly this has been something that's been in the press, so I don't think that you will have the kind of reaction perhaps as a group that wouldn't know what the situation is, but you can very clearly see that, particularly in crimes that involve children.
The average person reading all of this, and we just gave the report, hearing that she heard voices, suicide attempts, all of the things that she had when she was off her medication, would say, what is the question here? How can you find jurors who won't consider that mental illness?
Well, I think that the problem lies wherein you're talking about an insanity defense per se, and certainly all the research that I have done in this regard shows that people just don't view someone as being insane unless literally that person is foaming at the mouth and in some sort of chains. For whatever reason, people believe that that's the only way that someone can be conditioned as insane. So what the true arduous task here for the defense is to find people who are so open to hearing about psychological, psychiatric testimony that they're not going to foreclose hearing that kind of information, because there are a lot of people out there that believe that the mental health realm per se is sort of this distant, nebulous kind of concept, and that's where the task for the defense will be to find those people who do believe in mental health professionals and what they bring to the table.
All right, our thanks to Joellen Demetrius. Glad to have you with us, and thanks for getting up so early out there.
You're welcome. Thank you.
It's now 14 minutes past, Charlie.
Diane, we turn to dietary supplements. Can they help cure dreaded diseases, or are some of them snake oil? That's what Senator John Breaux is set to find out at yesterday's Capitol Hill hearings. Dietary supplements are a $30 billion business in this country. Yesterday, one company's executive blew the whistle on some fake claims while another refused to answer questions. ABC's Linda Douglas has more on what was a dramatic Capitol Hill confrontation.
Glenn Braswell was hauled up to Capitol Hill to explain the astonishing health claims made by his Gerovita dietary supplement empire. His mail-order magazine, the Journal of Longevity, offers products that promise to reverse aging, restore sexual power, improve memory, prevent cancer. Unfortunately for Braswell, one of his magazines was sent to Lois Breaux, the wife of Senator Breaux, chairman of the Aging Committee.
I said, my goodness, this cures everything, and it'll make you young forever. I mean, it's like the key to the fountain of youth.
In other words, too good to be true. Breaux launched an investigation, but when he tried to ask Braswell under oath about his business, Braswell took the Fifth Amendment.
Do you really use any of these products that are advertised in that Journal of Longevity yourself?
On advice of counsel, I assert the privilege.
In 1983, Braswell served prison time for falsifying photos to promote a so-called cure for baldness. In January, he was pardoned by President Clinton. By then, he was already the target of a new investigation for alleged money laundering. One of his former employees testified that Braswell's multi-million-dollar alternative medicine business is a sham aimed at gullible seniors.
One product claims to improve memory, sex drive, and reduces chance of heart attacks by 83%. The product could not possibly deliver what's promised in the advertising.
The supplement business is a $27 billion a year industry, largely unregulated. Government investigators testified some products are useless or dangerous, especially for seniors. The senators did not call for more government regulation of the herbal supplement business, but they did remind the aging baby boom generation that there is no magic cure for getting old. Linda Douglas, ABC News, Capitol Hill.
And joining us from Washington, the chairman of the Senate Special Committee on Aging, Senator John Breaux of Louisiana. Senator, good to have you back with us.
Good morning, Charlie.
Why did this fellow take the Fifth?
Well, I think he didn't want to discuss the concerns that we had as a Committee on Aging. I think he did not want to defend his product. I mean, he had the right to take the Fifth Amendment. That's his constitutional right.
But you're not alleging his products have done any harm to anybody.
Oh, just the opposite. I think that it's clear that when seniors in particular use supplements that don't do anything, instead of using their cholesterol medicine or their diabetes medicine, it can actually cause very serious harm to their bodies by not using what they should.
Sure, if they use these in place of medicines that they ought to be taking, but the products themselves haven't harmed anybody, right?
Well, it's not certain. I think that some of the products, one doctor talked about aloe vera being used actually intravenously and actually causing very serious harm and near death in a number of people. I mean, most of the supplements are very good. Most of us all take vitamins, but there are a lot of supplements that do absolutely nothing, cure nothing, and could possibly do very serious harm.
Well, a lot of people have said, why doesn't the FDA regulate these kinds of things? But a lot of this guy's stuff, this Gerovita company, and he owns a bunch of companies, but a lot of this guy's stuff do appear in more reputable products. But what's interesting to me is why can't his advertising claims be brought under regulation? I mean, he's advertising everything under the sun for this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that's the disturbing thing. I mean, I read the magazine the first time, Charlie, that we got it. I mean, I thought, God, this just sounds great. It looked like the New England Journal of Medicine. I was prepared to order everything in the magazine myself until I woke up, shook my head, and said, my God, it sounds too good to be true. It probably is not. Fortunately, I had a staff to look into it to give me adequate warning about it, but most Americans don't. Congress, I think, made a mistake in 1994 when we passed the Dietary Supplement and Education Act by exempting all food supplements from any kind of FDA regulation. I think that was wrong for those that allege health benefits.
But shouldn't his advertising claims be in some way, I mean, shouldn't laws be toughened to prevent him from making exaggerated health claims for these products?
Yes, I think they should be. The Federal Trade Commission, who testified before our committee, talked about their efforts to bring in people who make these outrageous claims about cures, about adding 26% to your life cycle by just taking something in a little bottle that they sell. They can go after them like that, but unlike pharmaceuticals and over-the-counter drugs that have to prove that they're healthy and not going to harm you before they are sold, the current situation with food supplements is that the government has to prove that they are wrong. They don't have to show that they are safe before they can go into the market.
Yeah, as his former chief financial officer testified yesterday, this fellow has an underlying commitment to deception. That's quite an interesting phrase that he used. Senator Breaux, good to have you with us. Thanks for being here. Good to see you. Diane?
Well, we're going to tell you in our next half hour about a man who was in the water clinging to his kayak for dear life, and his cell phone worked. That's coming up.
The Heartburn Hotel. If you suffer persistent heartburn 2 days a week or more, despite diet change and treatment, it may be acid reflux disease. Prescription Prevacid can mean 24-hour relief from acid reflux disease. Prevacid turns off tiny pumps that produce acid. It has a low occurrence of side effects, such as diarrhea, abdominal pain, and nausea. Ask your doctor if Prevacid is right for you.
So leave your heartburn behind, yeah! At Kmart, our blue lights lower prices every day.
Blue light always lower everyday prices just for you, so you can save a lot of dough at Kmart. Get down the light, always get down the light, always get down, get down, get down, get down the light, always.
Get down to Kmart for low prices. That's Blue Light Always.
Get down. It's been 1 week since you looked at me, 'cause you heard the designers I'm angry. 5 days since you laughed at me, saying, come back and see me. Today, you've forgiven me, but it'll still be today till I say I'm sorry. Like vanilla, it's the finest of the flavors. And it's in the show 'cause I know the vertigo is at my door. And in the banker, it's your life to sign a waiver. I have a tendency to wear my mind up my sleeve. I had this it's been 1 week since you looked at me, dropped your eyes to the sides and said I'm sorry.
Yesterday, allergies took you out of it. Today, Allegra can help bring you back. Only Allegra has fexofenadine for once daily relief for people 12 and older. Side effects include headache, upper respiratory tract infection, and back pain. Call your doctor now for more information. Allegra, enjoy your world.
Coming up, dishwashers that catch on fire. We'll have more news after your local news.
Proud to be on your side, this is an ABC7 News Update.
Good morning to you, Washington. It's 722, 64 humidity-free degrees. I'm Carol Costello. We'll have your full forecast in just a few minutes. The D.C. Police Department is asking for your help to locate two missing girls. 14-year-old Yolanda Beard and her 3-year-old cousin Shantae Adams were last seen Sunday night in the 1200 block of Brentwood Road. Yolanda called Shantae's mother to say she was bringing her home, but the two never arrived. Anyone with information is asked to call D.C. Police. Michael Jordan will put to rest rumors of his return to the court in 9 days. His airness all but confirmed his return to the Associated Press last night, saying he wants to play ball. He's wanted to for years and would return for love of the game. But early this morning, Jordan reportedly denied the report to the Washington Post. Five-time MVP played his last game back in '98. If Jordan does decide to play for the Wizards, he would need to divest himself of his interest in the team. Athletic programs in Prince George's County high schools are downsizing. The county decided to cut the athletic budgets in high schools by 37%. Athletic directors are proposing varsity teams not take part in postseason competition. They may also do away with swimming and cheerleading programs. If they need to cut even more, they could end all junior varsity sports. If you're trying to be better about taking mass transit, tomorrow may be the day to start in earnest. All MTA bus and rail services will be free in Maryland tomorrow. That includes marked trains and commuter bus lines running into the district. The program is part of a Tri-Transit Week. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with the forecast and traffic.
Behind in the polls, Mark Earley's launched false attacks on Mark Warner. The press says Earley's taken the low road. His attacks are absurd, repulsive, ugly. Earley's claims about Mark Warner are dead wrong. Fabrication, a smear. They insult voters. It's typical old-style politics. Mark Earley, no positive plan. Negative ads that don't tell the truth. Virginia deserves better.
Looking for home furnishing of exceptional value and quality? Then come to Gallahan's and see a wide selection of the area's finest furniture, all at 30 to 50% off every day. Discover the unique shopping experience of Gallahan's. And right now, receive up to $1,000 back on Century Savoy. From traditional to transitional, Gallahan's is your complete home furnishing destination. Take I-95 south to Fredericksburg, Virginia. Come for the selection, buy for the discounts.
ABC 7 News, brought to you in part by Gallahan's Home Furnishings.
It's been busy on the roadways this morning. Let's check in again with Mickey Scarlotta. Hey, Mickey.
Good morning, Carol. And we have lots of sunshine out there today, and it is causing backups, especially on the Beltway in Prince George's County near College Park. Let me take you there live and show you what the inner and outer loops of the Beltway look like. As you can see, very heavy volume on both loops of the Beltway. This is due to sunshine. No accidents to report over in this area. Now let me take you to the Beltway over in Virginia, looking near Telegraph Road, making your way towards the Woodrow Wilson Bridge. Not too bad over here. The hot spot is northbound on 95. We have very heavy traffic going on over there from Potomac Mills to Route 1, then again from Newington making your way to Springfield, but over here near Telegraph Road, not too bad. Now let's go to Alexandra with today's weather.
Thanks, Mickey. Under mostly clear skies, 64 in town, 55 to the west at Dulles. So certainly cool behind the cold front that moved through last night and much less humid than days past. We will see northwesterly winds rather light this morning, but they won't pick up this afternoon. A mostly sunny lunchtime, 75. Expect plenty of sunshine with an 81-degree high temperature, so very pleasant this afternoon. Tomorrow, mostly sunny and 79. As we head into Thursday, the next chance for any rain is Thursday afternoon into the evening with a few showers and even a thunderstorm with the passage of a cold front. But behind that, cooler even Canadian air makes its way into Washington. Take a look at these highs on Friday and Saturday, only in the low to mid-70s, Carol.
Oh, sounds good to me, though. Thank you, Alexander. We'll see you again in 25 minutes. ABC 7 is on your side
by making your mornings easier.
And it starts here with our Good Morning Washington promise. From the time you wake up to the time you walk out your door.
You'll get your full weather and traffic updates every 10 minutes on the 7s.
And in between, the latest news from overnight. What happened while you slept?
It's our promise to you.
Weather and traffic every 10 minutes on the 7s.
Plus the news from overnight.
It's the Good Morning Washington promise, and it's only on ABC 7. Proud to be on your side.
November 29, 1999, Helms-Biden becomes law, promising the UN America's overdue bills will be paid if the UN makes changes. It does that and more, even naming an inspector general to cut waste. But we don't pay. Then the Senate votes to pay the bill, and the House too. Now, 2 years after Helms-Biden, congressional gridlock still stops payment. Before President Bush makes his first speech at the UN, Congress should honor our commitment and pay the UN bill. Great nations keep their word.
Most people don't mean to be hurtful, but when you're really overweight, you hear all the comments. So you learn to build a wall around yourself to block out what you don't want to hear. Then I overheard someone talking about Jenny Craig, and I'm glad I listened.
There's never been a better time to join Jenny Craig with their personalized one-on-one counseling. And now, for a limited time, lose 20 pounds for $20 plus the cost of food. Call 1-800-JENNY20.
I was at a party recently, and I overheard this woman say she looks absolutely beautiful. And you know what? She was talking about me.
Want more from a sport utility? Test drive the all-wheel drive Subaru Outback. More ground clearance than a Ford Explorer Sport. More cargo space than a Jeep Cherokee. More miles per gallon than any leading midsize SUV. Add a smooth car-like ride and you have a sport utility with a whole lot more. Outback, the world's first sport utility wagon.
Now you can get an APR as low as 2.9% on all 2002 Outback models.
Thank you for making me smile. been a friend for a long, long while. You make my mouth grin. What is it, mine? Thank you for making me smile.
Our orthodontist can give you a beautiful, confident new smile. To see how easy it is, just call 1-800-4BRACES. In Virginia, Maryland, and our new office in Silver Spring, our orthodontists are making people smile. So call 1-800-4BRACES today.
Joan Rivers and Camet Band on the next Live.
Good things are happening. Good things are.
Don't you like our song? Don't you kind of bounce into the morning? I do. I'm Diane Sawyer, bouncing next to Charlie Gibson.
I've heard it only 26,000 times so far, but it still's okay. I'm Charles Gibson. Good to have you.
Better and better.
Good to have you with us. Greg Hunter's going to be here in this half hour. Has a consumer alert, an important consumer alert. Involves some dishwashers, General Electric dishwashers that can catch fire, or could catch fire, I should say. And he'll be here with that report in a moment.
Also coming up, the always stylish Lara Spencer is behind the scenes this morning, where live they are preparing to put on one of the huge new spring donuts. I'm supposed to believe that models eat donuts. I don't think so, Lara. That's you. That's you, not them. Oh, all right. All right.
Chowing down.
It's just for show. They quickly stashed the lettuce
how can you do that? You
the
can
table,
eat donuts
and now
and
they're
still
eating
weigh
donuts.
91 pounds. How do you do that?
Well, anyway, also coming up in this half hour, as we said, there is a kayaker who turned over in the water, in the ocean, and he was there for an hour, and his cell phone worked. And we're going to tell you the story of how he got rescued, because it's not exactly the way you think. And also, everybody's talking about Mind of the Married Man, and will it be the next Sex and the City? So we're going to let you meet the creator of the male counterpart.
Everybody's talking about the Mind of the Married Man?
Yeah.
What is that?
My ever-hip co-anchor. But let's get to the
I have
weather.
a Mind of the Married Man, but it's the name of a television show. You said it as if it was just a thing.
I think most people have heard of it.
They have?
Somewhat. Yeah.
It's a new television
It's being
show.
promoted everywhere.
Given the ratings, nobody's heard of any new television shows the way they go. Anyway, it's the new television show on one of the networks, and we're going to talk about it.
Tony Perkins is standing by. Mind of the weathered married man. Married weatherman.
I've heard of it. That's all I can tell you. Looks like a good show on HBO. All right, thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Diane. Good morning, everybody. Got a good crowd here. They're happy to be here in New York City. And let me show you why. Take a look at the National Satellite Radar Composite. Hey, it rained on us yesterday, but look at the U.S. this morning. Very few clouds, little precipitation. That cold front has moved off the coast. But take a look in the southeast. This is where we saw some heavy activity yesterday, and I think we're going to see some more significant rains in portions of the southeast again today. As a matter of fact, particularly in Florida, we're concerned. We have some flood watches in effect in Tampa, Naples, and Miami. No flood watches in Orlando, but we could see 1 to 2 inches of rain locally, up to 5 inches of rain in places. This could lead to extensive flooding, particularly where we've seen heavy rain before, and we'll see some strong thunderstorms develop this afternoon and tonight. That's a look at what's happening with the weather around the nation. Now, here's what's happening in your neighborhood.
Good morning. We just have A-plus perfect weather, mostly sunny skies. A chilly start, though, so grab a sweater as you walk out. But we'll warm up. Mostly sunny, 81 today, 79 under sunny skies tomorrow. Could see a slight chance for a shower or a storm on Thursday afternoon, but then smooth sailing again.
Well, thank you very much. This weather report has been brought to you by Sears. Remember, you can get more information on what you see on this morning's program at our website. That is at abcnews.com. Diane, back to you.
All right, Tony. This morning we have an important update on a consumer alert involving General Electric dishwashers made in the 80s and recalled because they can catch fire. GE has been accused of failing to fix the dishwashers and instead tricking customers into spending more money. This is a story consumer correspondent Greg Hunter has followed for 2 years, and now he tells us a judge is ordering GE to pay up.
Okay, we're walking into the
In March, Tom Sweeney's apartment in a condo complex in Niceville, Florida, caught fire.
And the fire started right in the dishwasher area here.
The fire was caused by a recalled GE dishwasher. This is all that was left of it.
Did you know the dishwasher was recalled?
No, I did not.
3 million GE and Hotpoint brand dishwashers, all made by General Electric, were recalled in 1999 because of a faulty switch. The dishwashers have now been involved in 96 incidents of smoke, fire, or melted wiring across the country.
I turned around, I looked at the dishwasher, and the dishwasher was in flames.
I looked over to where I saw flames, and it was clearly
literally coming out of my dishwasher, 4-foot flames.
Tom Sweeney's neighbors at these condos were relieved the fire didn't spread, but they are also still worried because the same dishwasher involved in this fire was also in their homes.
And the next day, I called an electrical contractor. They came out and checked 30 of the units, and all 30 of the units had the same type dishwasher.
As required under the recall, a GE repairman rewired the dishwashers for free, bypassing that slide switch that can melt and catch fire. But the condo manager wishes she'd heard about the recall before the fire.
I don't think they publicized it well enough. I mean, we had no idea.
GE recalled these dishwashers, not once, but twice. First in 1999, and again a year later. Both recalls were fully approved by the Consumer Product Safety Commission, but neither washed with New York Attorney General Eliot Spitzer, claiming that not only the dishwasher, but the recall itself was defective. He sued General Electric last year.
GE has repeatedly, throughout this entire course of conduct, they have repeatedly refused to deal with a very simple reality, which is that they have responsibility for a product. If the product is a fire hazard, they have to repair it.
The first recall was unusual, arguing their 10 to 15-year-old dishwashers were beyond their life expectancy anyway. GE told many consumers repairs were not an option. Instead, the company offered rebates on new dishwashers. However, as we reported last year, repairs were an option General Electric offered only to big commercial customers who owned many dishwashers. For those important customers, General Electric even provided a repair kit and instructional video.
Take your cutting tool and cut the wires close to the switch as possible.
What they did was deceive the public about the magnitude of the problem, deceive the public about the ability to repair the product, and then try to run away from their responsibility at every turn. It's been shameful behavior on their behalf.
Then, last winter, after we reported on questions and lawsuits over that original recall, GE announced a second recall, which was supposed to include free repairs for everyone. You might think that would have satisfied Eliot Spitzer, but it didn't. Because when the case ended up here in New York State Supreme Court in Manhattan, a judge using GE's own figures made an astonishing finding. Even after the second recall, more than half the phone calls from people requesting repairs were lost. The judge ordered General Electric to pay back consumers in New York who were, in Spitzer's words, tricked into buying a new dishwasher. GE declined to be interviewed on camera. In a statement, it says it is asking the judge to reconsider her findings because her factual assumptions are incorrect. And GE says we will continue to implement this successful recall that has resulted in an overwhelming majority of satisfied consumers.
And our consumer correspondent, Greg Hunter, joins us from Denver this morning. So, Greg, what do consumers do now?
Well, first of all, this is a real problem. If you have one of these dishwashers, you need to stop using it immediately. The best way to disable this dishwasher is to simply just unlatch the door. That breaks the circuit and makes it impossible for it to catch on fire. Now, here are some serial numbers that you need to look at. These are GE dishwashers and also Hotpoint dishwashers. They were made from 1983 to about 1989 for about 7 years. Here are the dishwashers up on the screen for you. Also, there's some other thing you need to know. So the letters in the dishwasher also contain certain letters you need to look for as well. I know it all seems kind of complicated. You can always call the company that's General Electric, or you can look it up on abcnews.com and you'll have all the information. But make no mistake, this dishwasher can catch on fire. You need to stop using it and get it taken care of. It was made for about 7 years, from 83 to 89.
Okay, Greg, thanks to you. And when we come back, is a single hair about to solve one of America's longest-running mysteries? We'll tell you.
I didn't expect Beatson to do too well this week. His ball flight wasn't really favored.
Hi, Daddy.
Hi, honey.
Is this hemline working?
I think it looks very nice on you.
And over on the 8th.
Yeah, but is it too preschool?
Clothes are important to kids, and only Sears has the Kidvantage Club, where you get a wear-out guarantee and earn valuable coupons for future purchases. Sears, where else?
There's a different way to look at your money.
What's it say?
ING. It's not an ending. It's a beginning.
I don't want to swim the English Channel. I don't want to take kickboxing. All I want are mornings where arthritis pain doesn't stop me from getting together with my friends for class.
Vioxx is here, a prescription medicine for osteoarthritis pain. With one little pill a day, Vioxx can provide powerful 24-hour relief of pain and stiffness. Vioxx specifically targets only the COX-2 enzyme, a key source of arthritis pain. People with allergic reactions such as asthma to aspirin or other arthritis medicines should not take Vioxx. In rare cases, serious stomach problems such as bleeding can occur without warning. Tell your doctor if you have liver or kidney problems. For more information, talk to your doctor about once daily Vioxx for the relief of osteoarthritis pain, and you may be able to plan your day around your life instead of your pain. Ask your doctor if Vioxx is right for you. Vioxx for everyday victories.
I'm here to demonstrate how Whiskas savory nuggets with crispy outsides and soft centers compare to the typical dry cat food. Observe the difference at impact. Now ours.
Perhaps we should try another building.
Whiskas with savory nuggets. What cats want. Find Chuck and Marvin and you could win $100,000. See specially marked Whiskas packages.
So, Flo, Tums Ultra or Pepsid Complete?
Dose for dose, Tums Ultra neutralizes twice as much acid as Pepsid's antacid. Yet the Pepsid costs much more.
Tums, Harry. You can feel better now and save enough to leave a nice big tip.
Tums.
There have been a lot of headaches in this house, but only one headache medicine, Tylenol, for fast relief of even tough headaches.
Now, an anti-aging breakthrough. New Neutrogena Visibly Firm with active copper. Copper, a collagen-building mineral, is essential for firm skin, but diminishes with age. Neutrogena Visibly Firm replenishes copper. In 2 weeks, skin is firmer. Neutrogena Visibly Firm.
It remains one of the great American unsolved murder mysteries, Jimmy Hoffa. But now, as you may have seen, 26 years after his disappearance, the FBI may have a break that they need to crack the case. ABC's John Miller starts outlining the story.
Who killed Jimmy Hoffa? The FBI now believes more than ever that Hoffa's own adopted son, Charles Chucky O'Brien, knows the answer and helped lure Hoffa to his death. Hoffa was last seen in the parking lot of this Michigan restaurant. He was there to meet Detroit mob boss Anthony Tony Jack Giacalone. That day, O'Brien, Hoffa's protege, said he was driving a car owned by the mob boss's son, Joe Giacalone. O'Brien has always denied picking up Hoffa at the restaurant. William Buffalino is O'Brien's lawyer.
Chuck O'Brien and Mr. Hoffa were never in that car together.
According to O'Brien's alibi, he was using the car that day to deliver a 40-pound salmon to a friend's house. And that, he said, explained traces of blood found in the backseat of the car. But unless that salmon had been wearing Jimmy Hoffa's hat, O'Brien may now have more explaining to do. According to FBI sources, a recent DNA test using technology not available in the 70s proved that a hair found in the backseat of that car matched hairs taken from Jimmy Hoffa's hairbrush. The FBI now wants to question O'Brien again.
He was approached by two agents and he was told that they have some new information and that they would like to talk to him, and he told them not without his attorney being present.
But Hoffa's son, James Jr., says even more than 25 years ago, he was suspicious of O'Brien.
This was on the very day that my father disappeared, or the next day. And I had a major confrontation to him to say, where were you? Explain yourself. And his reaction was to run out of the room, and I haven't seen him since.
But even if it's proven that Hoffa's hair was in the car that Chucky O'Brien was driving, is that enough to make a case? And against whom? The man standing with Hoffa here, Anthony Tony Provenzano, the mob-connected Teamsters rival the FBI believes ordered the hit, is dead. Anthony Tony Jack Giacalone, who set up the meeting with Hoffa at the restaurant, is also dead. Salvatore Briguglio, the alleged hitman imported from New York to kill Hoffa, was shot to death in front of this restaurant in New York's Little Italy in 1978. But Chucky O'Brien, 66, is alive and well in Florida.
I doubt that there'll ever be a prosecution for the murder of Jimmy Hoffa.
Ed McDonald, a former organized crime strike force prosecutor, says even with new DNA evidence, the hair by itself is not enough to go to trial.
It would probably take a live witness coming forward to cooperate with the government and to say that that witness actually witnessed the murder of Jimmy Hoffa.
And John Miller joins us now. Why? I mean, because people have characterized this as a major break, finding that there was one of Jimmy Hoffa's hairs in the back of Chucky O'Brien's car. So why is that such a major break? I mean, they may be able to put him in the car. O'Brien may have lied about it, but that doesn't mean he killed him, does it?
Well, it's the first scientific piece of evidence that that proves that at least Jimmy Hoffa's hair was in that car, and it was a car that O'Brien had borrowed to use only on the day that Hoffa disappeared. There's no other time that Hoffa was likely to have been in that car, so it really puts a little pressure on O'Brien, but it's not enough to make a case because, you know, a good defense lawyer could get O'Brien to say that hair could have come off Jimmy Hoffa when he hugged me, it could have fallen into the car, it could have been on the same coat I wore the last time I saw Hoffa.
So when this evidence came out, people were talking about maybe this will lead to prosecution. You agree with the former prosecutor Ed McDonald that it's not enough to prosecute on?
Certainly the hair is not enough. We don't know everything about what they know. Now, interestingly, federal prosecutors have met twice in the last 2 years with all the investigators to try and cull that old evidence together, including witnesses who saw Hoffa leaving the parking lot in a maroon Mercury Brougham.
Hoffa's son said he thinks it'll take some sort of a deathbed confession from someone before they ever really find out who did this. You agree with that?
And he made that appeal. He's always felt that there are people out there, even now, still alive, who know, and he's called on them to come forward. And as Ed McDonald said, what it really takes is a live witness who can say, I was there.
Right, yeah. After 26 years, it's a case that still fascinates people. Who killed Jimmy Hoffa, the line with which you started that piece. John Miller, thanks very much.
Thank you.
We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kelly, and I'm going to be your instructor today.
She seems nice.
That means you belong to me.
Uh-oh.
Let's go! Pedal, pedal, pedal!
Bring it on, Kelly.
Need energy that lasts? Try Energy Crunch, the new cereal from Wheaties. It's got complex carbs, protein clusters, and B vitamins for that lasting energy you need.
Thanks, Kelly. That was fun.
New Wheaties Energy Crunch. How far does your breakfast go?
Point. Shoot. Create. The HP Pavilion 7970 with the Intel Pentium 4 processor. How will you use it? Save up to $250 by mail on the HP Digital Photography Studio.
Let's talk germs, okay? This is new Dial Complete. It's no ordinary soap. It's antibacterial foaming hand wash. Dial Complete is 10 times more effective at killing germs than ordinary liquid soaps. Rinse is cleaner and it's milder. Huh? You got kids, pets, boyfriends? Then let's review. More germ-killing power, plus rinse is cleaner, plus milder, equals a complete clean of Dial Complete. Can your soap do that?
Aren't you glad you used Dial?
The Heartburn Hotel. If you suffer persistent heartburn 2 days a week or more, despite diet change and treatment, it may be acid reflux disease. Prescription Prevacid can mean 24-hour relief from acid reflux disease. Prevacid turns off tiny pumps that produce acid. It has a low occurrence of side effects, such as diarrhea, abdominal pain, and nausea. Ask your doctor if Prevacid is right for you.
So leave your heartburn behind.
Wednesday, all day, it's Macy's Super One-Day Sale. Use your extra savings coupons. Jewelry 30 to 50% off, plus an extra 15% off selections. Sportswear for her, an extra 30 to 40% off. Men's sweaters and sports shirts, $19.99 to $29.99. Lily and Ashley bed in a bag, $49.99 with coupon. Tools of the Trade 14-piece cook set, $49.99. Macy's Super One-Day Sale, Wednesday. Review Day Tuesday, open 9 a.m.
When it comes to cars, Toyota has it all. Better quality, better value, and all the right choices. Starting with one of the lowest priced cars in America. Toyota, the right one for you.
As we told you yesterday, after Labor Day, traffic patterns returned to normal, and we had a special show on commuting chaos in America. Following our intrepid stock trader, Mike Macchiarola, from New Jersey to work here in Manhattan, 62 miles one way. It usually takes him about 90 minutes. Yesterday, well, not yesterday. As we watched live, Mike Macchiarola said goodbye to his wife and two boys and started his 62-mile commute from Bridgewater, New Jersey, into New York City. Mike told us his 1.5-hour each-way commute is the price he pays for the American dream. Yesterday, we were along for the ride.
Why do you do that? Why do you make the sacrifice and live that far away?
My children love the area. My wife and I love the area. It's quiet.
The average commuter travels 6,000 miles a year. That's twice cross-country. He's getting close. He's getting close. Well, we're going to... For Mike, to add insult to injury, after 95 grueling minutes getting to 44th Street in Manhattan, it took an amazing 11 minutes just to inch along the last 4 blocks to Times Square. Finally, our road warrior arrived.
This has been something else. 1 hour, 47 minutes, 10 seconds.
You think he's lonely without us out there today? And our cameras and our helicopters. I mean, what
we were hoping he'd make it by the end of the show. Didn't happen.
No way, no way.
Slept
This
to the
is
vagaries
another
of commuting.
travel survival story of a different sort. A man is stranded in the ocean off the southern coast of England, left clinging for more than an hour to a kayak that capsized in heavy seas, but his cell phone worked. Can you believe this? Mine doesn't work on dry land. So who do you call? 911 or the British equivalent? No. Dr. Mark Ashton-Smith, who is a lecturer at Cambridge University, panicked and didn't think of it, and in the desperate situation, called his father in the Middle East.
In Dubai.
In Dubai.
3,500 miles away.
911 in England, and he was
Hey, it worked.
rescued.
It worked.
It worked.
We'll be back.
OnStar now offers a safer way to make calls on the road.
Personal calling.
Call Vicky Vale.
Hello?
Things are heating up. I'll be a little late.
How late?
Very late.
There's never a good time to take your eyes off the road. Voice-activated calling from OnStar.
The Ring-A-Mop from Quickie. Go ahead. Make a mess.
Maybe you should give me your phone number.
On October 5th.
Fate's telling us to back off.
You don't have the most incredible night of your life with a perfect stranger and then leave it all to chance, do you?
No name.
I gotta find this girl before I get married.
No address.
I'm thinking about this mystery guy I met 1.5 million hours ago.
Just fate.
Once in your lifetime, someone comes along whom you're meant to be with. For my friend, that person was me.
Serendipity. Rated PG-13. In theaters everywhere Friday, October 5th.
I love sharing my passion for dance with children. Being a dance teacher really takes a toll on your skin, on your body.
Dove knows beautiful skin is healthy skin.
After a long day of dancing, my skin craves nourishment.
With stripes of cleanser and vitamin E lotion, Dove Nutrium replenishes essential nutrients and restores the radiance life takes away.
It's like it feeds my skin, it gives it nourishment. I try to stay physically fit and healthy because your body's your instrument. It makes your skin so soft.
Having just one way to express yourself can be frustrating. That's why Singular Wireless offers a range of airtime options. Choose two and create your own plan. Sign up now and get a deal on a cool Nokia. Singular Wireless. What do you have to say?
What? Did I forget your birthday?
No.
Our anniversary. Did you find that thing I buried? Did I insult your mother?
No.
Well, what did I do wrong?
You live next door, Mr. Oliver.
Haven't been home much? Slow down with Boston Market. And now try our delicious quarter dark chicken meal with not just 2, but 3 sides and cornbread for just $4.99. Boston Market. Slow down.
Good Morning America is brought to you by Dove Nutria.
130,000 American families are going to send college students overseas to study abroad this year. Cautionary tale for all of them next half hour.
And Lara Spencer at the fashion shows with naked models. Well, we want you to watch. That's why I said that.
Rooms provided by Millennium Broadway, just steps away from Good Morning America at the crossroads of the world. Definitely Times Square, definitely New York.
You've heard stories about red tape, but school kids and working families can't get food they're supposed to get? How the government's good intentions have gone wrong on World News Tonight.
Philly premieres next Tuesday at 10/9 Central on ABC. Viewer discretion advised.
Proud to be on your side. This is an ABC7 News Update.
Good morning to you, Washington. I'm Carol Costello at 7:56, 64 humidity-free degrees. We'll have your full forecast in just a minute. In the news this morning, the speculation continues, but it looks like the official announcement on Michael Jordan's return to the hard court is a mere 9 days away. Jordan all but confirmed his return last night, saying he would do it for the love of the game. And tomorrow would be the day to start taking mass transit in Maryland. All MTA bus and rail services will be free tomorrow. That includes the MARC trains and commuter bus lines running into the district. The program is part of Tri-Transit Week. Let's head out to the roadways and Tri-Transit with Mickey Scarlotta.
Yes, please take those buses and trains tomorrow. But right now, let me take you live. We have lots of slow traffic around town, lots of sunshine delays. Let me show you what your ride looks like in Montgomery County coming down southbound 270 near Germantown. As you can see, very heavy volume, but all your lanes are reported open on both the main lanes and the express lanes all the way down the lane divide. Just very slow traffic. Now let me show you what your ride looks like on northbound 95 at that Springfield interchange. It has been a bear all morning coming up from Woodbridge all the way to Newington, then over here at the Springfield interchange. Very slow traffic, but all your earlier accidents are out of the roadway. We did have a car fire at 7100. That has been pushed out of the road. Now let's go to Alexandra with a look at the forecast.
Thanks, Mickey. Well, tonight's forecast will certainly, and the road conditions will be better because we've got smooth sailing with our skies. Mostly sunny, 75 at lunchtime. Expect a comfortable afternoon, high of 81. Clear and chilly tonight, once again in the upper 50s and low 60s. Tomorrow, really repeat performance, mostly sunny and upper 70s. And then Thursday afternoon, an isolated shower or two in the afternoon. And then behind that, clear and even chillier for the weekend ahead. Carol?
Thanks, Alexandra. We'll see you again at 8:25. You make it a great day.
Today, cable companies like AT&T control over 70% of high-speed internet connections because they compete under different rules than phone companies. Unless Congress acts, millions will be left behind or with only one choice, their cable company. Now a study says a delay in high-speed internet rollout could cost our economy $500 billion. Toza & Dingle guarantees access to inner cities and small towns and would add billions to our economy. Don't believe the static from AT&T. Pass Toza & Dingle.
Bring it in, fellas. There we go. Come on, hustle up now. Come on. Here we go. Oh, there you go. There you go. Hit the pad. Hit the pad. There we go. There we go.
For a fast appointment with a great doctor, call 202-877-DOCS.
Welcome to Wardrobe 911. These three friends came to us with a problem. How do you get that designer look without breaking the bank? Wow, great designer. Fortunately, it's Designer Week at Ross. We found some of the top labels at fabulous prices.
At Designer Week, you'll find the latest in career and casual clothing at unbelievable savings.
That looks so expensive. Thank you. Thank Designer Week at Ross. And you can do it too.
Designer Week at Ross. Don't miss it.
Now ABC7 can help you find it all at WJLA.com, where you'll discover exciting new ways to communicate better with your children. Make time to listen. Take time to talk the fun way. Just log on to WJLA.com, keyword 15+. A medical miracle, tonight on ABC7 News at 5.
Good morning, America. How nice to see all of you. I'm Charles Gibson.
I'm Diane Sawyer. It's Tuesday, September 11th, 2001.
And before we get to this half hour, I want you to hold up your left palm.
Oh, come on.
To that camera over there.
You lost me.
Hold up your palm.
What happened
I
to
want to
my...
find out about your hand. Hold it up. Spread your hand.
One for all and all for one.
Now, what is it that you have written on your hand?
These are my things to do for the day list.
Things to do for the day.
Yes, I couldn't get through this. Rick Kaplan, I've all these things. Isaac McSween, I have all these things
Darling,
to do
we
today.
have pads. We have paper that you can write this on. But you have a purse over there. You can take the paper, write it down, put it in the purse.
I'm biodegradable in every sense of the word.
And you wonder about the weirdness I have to deal with every day. Hi, Mom. Anyway, this half hour.
Charlie Gibson.
This half hour, I mentioned a little bit earlier in the broadcast because it's an important story. There's about 130,000 American families that are going to send students off to study abroad this year. It's an extraordinary cultural experience, but it can have a dangerous side as well. A young woman is going to join us in just a few moments with her frightening story of an assault by a stranger and negligence by local authorities who wouldn't do anything about it. And we're going to find out from an expert some tips on how to keep your child safe if he or she is going abroad to study.
And on a lighter note, in this half hour, our Lara Spencer is going behind the scenes for this week's big spring fashion shows here in New York. Boy, is this city abuzz with them. And she's going to show us what it's like as you gear up for the morning event. And this is live, by the way. It's really going to happen at 9 o'clock for all of these models. And also still ahead, everybody is talking about this new show, which could be the revenge to Sex and the City, and it's called The Mind of a Married Man. And in this half hour, or the next half hour, you're going to meet the man who created it. And he says it's time to learn what goes on inside male minds in the same way you do female minds on Sex and the City. So let's see. Claire Shipman, do we want to know that? I didn't know. In Washington for Antonio Mora.
I am not sure about that, but I can tell you what's the news down here in Washington, and it is Michael Jordan, probably the news all over the nation. He's given the biggest hint so far that he may return to the NBA as a player this season. Talking to reporters yesterday, Jordan indicated strongly he'd be back, this time with the Washington Wizards. But then he later told the Washington Post he didn't say he definitely would be returning. Clearly, he wants to keep everybody guessing. In the meantime, fans are ecstatic about his possible return.
If he thinks he's, confident enough to come back into the game and play, then I'm sure he's going to do an excellent job.
Jordan always likes a challenge. He's a competitor. You never lose that competitive nature.
Anytime you got Michael Jordan on the floor, they're going to be the team.
Jordan will announce his final decision next week. Well, the faltering economy is on the minds of many Americans, and the president is coming under increasing pressure from Democrats and Republicans to act. Mr. Bush is in Florida today, where he'll try to keep at least part of his focus on his education agenda. And ABC's John Cochran is traveling with the president. Good morning, John. I understand Mr. Bush has been reluctant to talk about the economy down there and about any support for additional tax cuts.
He sure has. In fact, if you can believe it, this morning, he's already been asked about it. Before dawn this morning, he was out jogging. Reporters said, how about more tax cuts? He said, I'm not going to talk about it now, but he did hit. He might talk about it later today. So far, the best answer we've had came from your interview earlier this morning with Commerce Secretary Don Evans when you asked the Secretary whether the president might support a cut in capital gains taxes.
I don't think you take it off the table. I think you consider all the options that are out there. I think you have to continue to watch the numbers, continue to watch the data. There's some more important data that will be released later on this week. He'll continue to watch the data. His economic advisors will as well. They'll advise him. He'll consider that advice and then make decisions.
The president will be considering not only a cut in the capital gains tax rate, but also a cut in payroll taxes favored by Democrats. Claire?
Okay, John Cochran in Sarasota, Florida, thanks for that. The U.S. has lost another unmanned spy plane over Iraq. Iraqi television says the plane was shot down near the southern city of Basra. If true, that would indicate improving Iraqi ability to target U.S. aircraft. U.S. officials confirmed that they've lost contact with the craft, a Predator drone similar to the one that was lost last month. A jury is being selected today to determine whether Houston mother Andrea Yates is fit to stand trial. Yates drowned her 5 children in a bathtub in June. Her lawyers say she's legally insane. The district attorney says he'll pursue the death penalty. A new report could increase pressure to expand federal funding for stem cell research. The National Academy of Sciences has concluded that to fulfill the potential for disease-fighting results, researchers will need more embryonic stem cell lines than the 64 that President Bush has cleared for funding. Another report from the Academy of Sciences concludes that the EPA has severely underestimated the cancer risk of arsenic in drinking water. An EPA spokeswoman acknowledges the study increases the likelihood of stricter standards for arsenic, something the Bush administration initially resisted. And finally, you're about to meet a man who, at first glance, has a face only a mother could love. But as ABC's Richard Gisbert reports, this face could soon be giving Cindy Crawford and friends a run for their money.
He was a motorcycle courier until he got his big break. He was given a package for delivery to the ugly modeling agency of London.
He came in the office and he had his visor down and just said, I've got this parcel. And he said, can you sign it? And as he pulled it up, there was these protruding teeth that stuck out, and I just thought, wicked. That's why I said, do not move.
This guy stopped me and says, do I want to be a model? Hey, now I'm a part-time jet set superstar.
Superstar might be pushing it, but Del Keynes is certainly making a unique impression on the modeling industry. A-list advertisers like Calvin Klein and Levi's have both used him, and Renault, the car maker, has built an entire campaign around him. And he's not cheap, at up to $14,000 a day.
Hello, Ugly.
Del is the current poster child of the Ugly modeling agency. Ugly has more of what it calls character models on its books than any other agency in the world. Occasionally, one of the Ugly agency ducklings encounters one of the swans of the catwalk.
When I arrive on set with another model, right, and they're on set, they think I'm just something to do with lighting or rigor or something, until they realise that I'm actually the same as them. Then they start going on about, oh, I'm flying off to Milan tomorrow with like blah, 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 and all this. It's like, yeah, been there, done that, and they don't believe me.
With a surplus of conventional beauty out there, there's a demand for character models. On this shoot, Del Keynes is working for an American high-tech company that's just getting started in Europe. In other words, they want this face to launch 1,000 chips.
Okay, Tony Perkins, try to follow that with the weather.
All I can say is sign me up. That is, hey, more power to them. Everybody should have a good job. That's great. Thank you, Claire. We enjoyed that one. We've got a lot to talk about as far as our weather goes. A little bit of ugly weather, as a matter of fact. Take a look at the tropical weather map. There's a lot going on. Let me start with Hurricane Erin, which, as you know, should shift to the north-northeast. It has decreased in intensity. We don't expect it to impact the U.S. except for the heavy swells that we're going to see along the coast. Tropical storm Evo. We have tropical storm warnings in effect for the central western Mexican coast. This storm will strengthen. That's what we expect. It could affect the southwest U.S. eventually. Low pressure area in the Gulf of Mexico will bring strong rains to Florida. Could see some flooding. It could develop tropical characteristics. Tropical depression number 7 could become a tropical storm later. Right now, winds are at 35 miles an hour. That's a look what's happening with the weather around the world. Now, here's what's happening in your neighborhood.
Good morning. Under mostly clear skies, some cool temperatures. 65 in Washington, still holding in the mid to upper 50s to the west of town around Dulles. Certainly less humid than days past, so really a very pleasant morning. Here's the forecast. Mostly sunny, 75 at lunchtime. Expect a comfortable 81 under mostly sunny skies. Just a beautiful day. As we head through tonight, mostly clear and cool once again late tonight. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, 79. Late on Thursday, could see a passing shower or thunderstorm, and behind that, even cooler air moves into Washington.
Thank you very much. That's an update on the weather. It's 9 after the hour now. Charlie, back to you.
All right, Tony, at the beginning of the half hour, I was talking about the fact that over the past decade, the number of college students studying abroad has doubled. It's become the thing to do, and it's very commendable that students be exposed to overseas cultures. But are the more than 100,000 students in these programs and their parents aware that there can be possible dangers? That question is raised by an article in the latest issue of 7 magazine written by a courageous young woman who has decided to go public about how she was raped in Mexico as a college senior. Alison Aguado is joining us now, along with Janet Alperstein, who is Assistant Dean of Studies and Study Abroad Advisor at Barnard College, and it's good to have both of you here. It is always a difficult thing to do, to talk about rape. It's a very hard thing to do. You wrote about it in a very public journal. Why?
I thought that it was important that other young women should know about the possible dangers, not only in Mexico, but in other countries studying abroad.
You were in Mexico.
I was in Mexico.
When you went off there, did it occur to you it can be dangerous?
It had occurred to me. I had attended the study abroad meetings, and Mexico was painted as this town in Mexico was painted as a very quaint and safe town. They said it was not at all like Mexico City, and that we would have a wonderful time there, and the culture was fantastic.
So you went away relatively reassured?
Yes.
Date rape drug. There is a date rape drug, which we have talked a lot about on this broadcast, that somebody can slip into a drink. It's illegal in the United States, not illegal in Mexico.
I found that out when I was in Mexico. I was out with friends, and somebody put the date rape drug, Rohypnol, in my drink. When I later went to the hospital after a sexual assault, they told me they wouldn't test my blood for Rohypnol or roofies.
Because it was legal.
Because it was legal.
And people can use it. And the authorities were not particularly interested in prosecuting, I gather.
No, not at all. Rutgers actually referred me to a psychiatrist who said that this is a common occurrence in Mexico and most victims don't press charges.
Janet Alperstein, how forewarned are students when they go overseas?
What we try and do, like a lot of our colleagues across the country, is that we want to try and make students and their families aware of the resources out there to be able to make an educated and informed decision about studying abroad. There are both risks and benefits to studying abroad, and our job as administrators and educators is to try and minimize the risks and maximize the benefits.
But Alison tells us she goes off relatively assured. She's told this is a wonderful community, she'll have a great time, etc. Do you specifically sit them down and say, look, this can be a dangerous society you're going to, or what?
What we do is, both in printed material on the web, in meetings, both study abroad information sessions as well as pre-departure meetings, is talk to students about the fact that they are going to be going somewhere completely new. We try and, in some ways, compare it to going off to college. You're going to be transitioning into a new place, a place you're unfamiliar with, far from home.
The interesting thing is here, because so many more students are going, as I mentioned, the numbers have doubled, that it's not just language students anymore who have a pretty good knowledge of the culture where they go. There's a lot of people who don't know a whole, I mean, globalization of business and whatever, a lot of different kinds of students want to go, and they're not as fully aware of what the society is like to which they go.
Exactly.
So, is it the college's responsibility, bottom line, to take care of the student, or is it the student's responsibility to inform him or herself?
I think both have responsibilities in this case. Colleges and universities need to make the information accessible both to students and their families so they can make an educated decision. If you look at the websites of study abroad programs at Barnard College and nationwide, you'll see a lot of us have links directly to the U.S. State Department's travel warnings and consular informations. And for international students who want to study abroad, we encourage them to seek out the same information from their home country. And so it's important for students and families to take advantage of the resources and to ask questions of students who've been on study abroad programs through surveys that a lot of us have accessible to our students.
Or alums who may be there as well. Let me ask you, anything that you wish the college had done differently before you left, or anything you wish you'd done differently before you left?
Well, I wish the college had adequately prepared me for going abroad. As far as medical care, which was very substandard compared to the United States, police departments were completely unsupportive. I spent 2 hours at the police station, and there's no record of me having been there. The hospital lost all samples. pertaining to my testing.
We did ask Rutgers for a statement in all this. That was the university that you attended, and they said, we've sent 4,500 students abroad successfully. We ask students to read and take seriously the material we provide and the counsel we give. We advise students to be vigilant.
I, of course, took everything seriously. I don't believe that we were provided with adequate materials. I believe that they were supposed to give us a handbook that was on the order of 50 to 100 pages, which I never received. I also tried contacting 2 previous students in the program who never returned my calls.
Well, it's a very important warning for students who are going abroad. Check, make sure you know what's going on. Janet Alberstein from Barnard College, thanks very much. Allison, thank you for being here. I know it's a tough thing to do. We take a break. When we come back, live in Fashion Week, stay with us. We'll be back.
Introducing new Era Max.
I am a jungle gym. I am a trampoline. I am a brick wall. I am not a washing machine.
Now you don't have to be. New Era Max cuts through your active family stains to brighten whites and colors.
I am a finish line.
New Era Max. This is your era.
With posted pop-up notes in the handy dispenser, you always know where your notes are. So you won't go nuts looking for nuts. And posted pop-up dispensers also come in these cool colors.
I have asthma. I also have 2 brothers and a dog, Max, and friends I hang out with. I don't want to miss out because of my asthma.
Singulair can help you control your child's asthma. Singulair is different from many daily inhaled controllers. It's not a steroid, and it's a once-a-day cherry chewable tablet that can help control your child's asthma for a full 24 hours. Singulair is available for children 2 years and older, and also for adults. Singulair should not be used to treat acute asthma attacks. Your child should continue taking their other asthma medicines unless their doctor tells you to stop or change the dose. If symptoms get worse, contact your child's doctor at once. Side effects are generally mild and vary by age and may include headache, flu, runny nose, and ear infection. For more information about Singulair, ask your child's doctor. And ask about adding once-a-day Singulair. Singulair, asthma control that can help you both breathe easier.
Tropicana Pure Premium Grove Stand is made from only fresh oranges, never from concentrate. It's as close as you can get to the orange. Tropicana Pure Premium.
If you have osteoarthritis, there's reason to celebrate. It's Celebrex.
Celebrate, celebrate, come on and celebrate.
Celebrex specifically targets only the COX-2 enzyme, a key source of arthritis pain. Celebrex relieves arthritis pain plus inflammation and stiffness, too.
Celebrate, celebrate, come on and celebrate.
Celebrex should not be taken if you've had aspirin-sensitive asthma or allergic reactions due to aspirin or other arthritis medicines, or certain drugs called sulfonamides. In rare cases, serious stomach problems, such as bleeding, can occur without warning. Tell your doctor if you have kidney or liver problems.
Celebrate, celebrate.
Powerful 24-hour relief from osteoarthritis pain, inflammation, and stiffness. Ask your doctor about prescription Celebrex.
Celebrate, celebrate, come on and celebrate.
Okay, now I know this question is kind of a toughie, but I bet somebody knows the answer.
Oh, friend, we know how to do this one. We learned it together, remember?
With Disney Learning Software, your child's favorite Disney characters help make learning fun. And when learning's fun, kids love to learn. Disney Learning Software, like having 35 teachers for every kid. Rated E for everyone.
Oh, I just knew we could do it.
You can hear the sound of hair dryers roaring all over New York City, mascara popping, because it's Fashion Week. Spring fashion's being rolled out, many of them in Bryant Park, not far from here, where our very own Lara Spencer is standing by and knows everything that goes on behind the scenes. I've always wondered.
This is so fun. Behind me, you can see gorgeous models getting their hair and makeup. We are getting ready for a 9 o'clock show here at 7th on 6th. And Diane, this is a huge to-do here in New York City twice a year. It's when all of the top designers preview their upcoming collections. So just when you're shaking out your sweaters, the dust, the mothballs out of your fall collection, here's what's happening for spring 2002. Very ruffly, very feminine look. That's Catherine Malandrino. It's very feminine. Taupe is a huge color for next spring, in case you need to know. The one-piece bathing suit is back and better than ever, thank the Lord. And at Diane von Furstenberg, the little black dress is back and better than ever. Black is always in, and they say for spring it's a big look. This is more than about fashion, though. It's really sort of like the Oscars here in New York. It's the hottest ticket in town. Great parties. On any given day here at the tent on 6th Avenue, you'll see celebrities, socialites, supermodels. Only people who really don't want to be here are people like me, who are pregnant and don't really want to see skinny, beautiful models in clothing that we can't get one leg in. Until today, that all changes. A big moment. For the first time, the elite have allowed a maternity designer to show their collection. This is Liz Lang, and you say you are a fashion designer just like everyone else, but with a little more fabric.
Absolutely. This is just a spring collection like all the collections you're seeing here. All the design influences are the same. It's just that the clothes are a little bit bigger, and only a little bit bigger, as you can see.
Talk to us about some of your looks.
Oh, this is so exciting. This is a new group I've just done with Nike. It's activewear for pregnant women. It's so fabulous. It's just like fashion. Anything you'd want to work out in, show your stomach, look great. Black and white is always right for spring. I love a body-bearing look. I think it's so sexy and so chic. Red and a shirt dress. Red is really a new spring basic. It's just always. And shirt dresses continue to be so strong this spring. This is just a collection, just designer clothes.
So it's official. Maternity wear is no longer about muumuus. It actually is trendy. Also really important in fashion is makeup, and Janine Lobel from Stila is doing the makeup here. Real quick, I know it's a clean look. Any advice for pregnant women? How does it change when putting on makeup?
Well, the texture of your skin changes. You have to deal with pregnancy masks sometimes. But the main thing is get into multiple use easy products. So we're using a lot of the Stila Sport, which is eyes, lips, and cheeks all in one.
All right, keep it simple. Really quick, just one difference. You know, at most shows, you'll see models smoking, having champagne. Not this model, not this show. We're snacking here, getting ready for the big show.
That's the donuts.
See you soon. Good morning, America.
Be adventurous. Be plugged in. Be involved. Be powerful. Be yourself. Because it's your choice, your voice, and your attitude. Today's AARP.
Eclipse Gum, now in more powerful winter fresh and spearmint. With Eclipse, it's lights out bad breath.
It's the one material that helps preserve the earth by being recycled more than anything else in the world. But it doesn't always fit in those little recycling bins. Learn more about steel recycling at thenewsteel.com.
This will be an everlasting love. This will be the one I'm waiting for. This will be the first time anyone has loved me.
More women use orthotricycline than any other birth control pill. Taken correctly, it's over 99% effective, so you don't worry about getting pregnant till you want to. And orthotricycline is clinically proven to help clear up moderate acne.
The pill does not protect against HIV or sexually transmitted diseases. Serious risks include blood clot, stroke, and heart attack. Cigarette smoking increases these risks, especially if you're a smoker over 35. Women who use the pill are urged not to smoke. Women who have blood clots, certain cancers, a history of heart attack or stroke, and those who could be pregnant should not use the pill. For more information, talk to your healthcare provider.
If you're going to take the pill, why not take orthotricycline? Clinically proven to help your skin look better. Orthotricycline. Isn't it great to find the one that's right for you?
This will be
Big brother, little brother. Car keys, cartoons. Plays in a band, plays in the sand. 6'3", 3'6". What brings these two to the table? Honey Nut Chex. The taste of golden honey and nuts that's sweet, but not too sweet. So everybody likes it. What'll they agree on next? Maybe girls? Maybe in a couple of years. Honey Nut Chex, bringing families together. For breakfast, anyway.
Beau goes away to college this year. He needs everything for his dorm room. Fortunately, Walmart has everything. The prices are terrific, and we can give him a Walmart shopping card for the things he needs later. Do you like the light or the dark blue? Walmart is just a lifesaver for us. They have everything we need to send them off to college. More importantly, I can afford it. I think I'm more nervous than he is.
Proud to be on your side, this is an ABC7 News Update.
Good morning, Washington. I'm Don Hudson. It's good to be with you. It's now 8:25, 64 degrees. We'll have a look at the forecast and traffic in just a moment. First, the news of the morning. A 12-year-old boy is in critical condition after being struck by a car in Montgomery County. Now, this happened on Beers Mill Road about 7:30 last night. Police say the unidentified boy was actually trying to cross that road to play football at a field that is next to the St. Jude's Church there. The road was closed while the child was flown to Children's Hospital. D.C. Police Department is asking for the public's help locating two missing girls. 14-year-old Yolanda Beard and her 3-year-old cousin Shantae Adams were last seen on Sunday evening in the 1200 block of Brentwood Road. Now, Yolanda called Shantae's mother to say that she was bringing her home, but the two never arrived. Anyone with any information is urged to contact the D.C. Police Department. Also this morning, the search is on for a man who police say exposed himself to 3 girls. Police say it happened Saturday at the Lee District Park on Telegraph Road in Alexandria. The girls say the man approached them, pulled his pants down, and that's when the 10-year-olds ran away. He's described as a 20-year-old Hispanic man, about 6 feet tall, 170 pounds, black curly hair, brown eyes, and a mustache. Again, anyone with information about this should contact the Alexandria Police Department. And the district is cracking down on illegal parking, but critics claim it's just a means to collect more money. Now, in the early 90s, D.C. made $70 million a year on tickets. That's down to about $48 million now. The number of ticket riders is going to increase from 69 to 109. 247 are authorized for this fiscal year. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll check on traffic and we'll take a look at the forecast.
ABC 7 News brought to you in part by Millennium Scan.
Wouldn't it be incredible to be able to clearly detect a serious health problem before it gets worse? Well, forget incredible. It's now a reality. With Millennium Scan, board-certified radiologists use the most advanced technology available to get the most detailed images of every part of your body, so they have a clear picture of the state of your health. There's never been an imaging process so thorough, so clear, and so revealing, and there's never been an easier way to protect your health. Call today or log on at millenniumscan.com.
And welcome back. It is now 8:27. Let's check in with Mickey Scarlotta, who is keeping an eye on traffic out there.
Good morning, Don. Well, our rush hour is in full swing, especially in Montgomery County, southbound 270, all stacked up from 370 all the way to the lane divide. And right now, here's a live picture how we look at Old Georgetown Road. You can see those cars slowing down up ahead. They're going to be on the brakes all the way around on the inner loop to Georgia Avenue. Now let me show you what your ride looks like over in Virginia. Look at this slow traffic near Telegraph Road. Those cars on the right-hand side of your screen are on the outer loop of the Beltway. We have an accident right before you reach Telegraph Road over in the left lane, and it is continued slow all the way around to the Woodrow Wilson Bridge into that sunshine. Now let's go to Alexandria with a look at today's weather.
And there's plenty of sunshine to head into. 67, mostly clear skies. It's 64 now at Dulles, so beginning to warm things up. Here's your forecast. A lot less humid than days past. Really a pleasant morning as you head out the door to go to work or school this morning. As you head through this afternoon, mostly sunny, 75 degrees at lunchtime. Expect a high of 81, so slightly cooler than where we should be, but oh so pleasant. Tomorrow, really a repeat performance of this, mostly sunny and 79. Partly cloudy on Thursday, an isolated shower late in the day with the passage of a cold front that will usher in even cooler air for the weekend ahead. Don?
All right, Alexander, thank you, and thank you for watching. More news, traffic, and weather coming your way at 8:56. We'll see you then.
Why do the 4 giant bell phone monopolies want toes and dingles so badly? How about this? Section 4A states, neither the FCC nor any state shall have authority to regulate the rates, charges, terms, or conditions for any high-speed data service. Toes and Dingle will turn the four bell giants loose on America and then prohibit the FCC and all 50 states from protecting us. So, this is why our parents told us to read the fine print.
Relax. Just listen to my voice. On September 28th, look in my eyes. On this quiet street, a stranger will arrive and pass his power to another. From the author of The Green Mile.
Find the Queen of Hearts.
And the director of Shine.
Tell me what you see.
This one here. Anthony Hopkins. Hearts in Atlantis. Rated PG-13. Sneak preview September 15th. Starts September 28th.
Joan Rivers and Kamet Band on the next Live.
Good morning, America. I'm Diane Sawyer.
And I'm Charles Gibson. Partners in crime, we are right here in our usual post.
Partners in crime. Well, coming up, what are men really thinking? Can we find out from a new show about to
Only
debut
2
on
hours.
television?
The show is only 2 hours. You can't find out what men are thinking.
Oh, I think we got plenty of time before commercial. No. Anyway, Mike Binder has put together a new show, and he hates this, but people do say The Mind of the Married Man, which is its name, is a kind of, well, it's at least a response to Sex in the City, and we're going to find out exactly what he thinks coming up.
Listen, you do a whole show on, hey, what do you think of them Knicks? Is Jordan coming back? Huh? Hey, did you see the giant Bronco game last night? Huh?
Got any beers?
Yeah, okay. Well, that's it. Can you make a half-hour television show out of that? We'll find out. Also, Sarah Ferguson, the Duchess of York, is here to tell us how she's going to help 300,000 people in Wisconsin this coming weekend.
And
all at once, she's going to do that. That's a prodigious task. We'll find out.
That's just for beginners. She can do that before breakfast. Well, we're going to talk about something that is new for your pets. There is a report out that the average life expectancy, as we know, for a cat or a dog is between 10 and 15 years, but that there's a new scientific breakthrough which could give your pet a longer life. And Dr. Carol Hurley, a veterinarian with the Waltham Center for Pet Nutrition in England, has developed what they're calling a kind of superfood. It's an additive, and she's with us this morning from our London bureau. So this is antioxidants, Dr. Hurley, which do what?
Yes, good morning. It's a unique blend of antioxidants that, when added together, they work in combination to help protect the cells at the level of the DNA. So they help to prevent damage to DNA in the cells.
We know that humans can take antioxidant supplements themselves, but you're saying you're actually able to measure the amount of DNA repair or lack of damage?
That's right. We already know that the DNA that exists in every cell is damaged up to 10,000 times a day by what's called free radicals. And this is a normal process. It happens from exposure to sunlight, to pollution, from stress, from routine exercise.
But so what are the implications of DNA in longevity? In other words, if what you're able to measure in longevity, how long can these pets live?
Right. Well, as DNA damage starts to accumulate, we start to see age-related diseases such as arthritis, cancers, cataracts, all the sorts of things that we see in people with aging, our pets can get as well. And so what we've seen is, by being able to test the amount of damage in cells, we've adapted a test from the human field at the Waltham Center. And we've been able to combine these ingredients fed to pets and found that in dogs fed this food for 2 months, there's a 26% decrease in the amount of damage to their DNA.
But you don't know exactly what that
So
means in terms of years achieved, extra years.
Well, yeah, not yet, and that's what we're doing, is following these animals along. The idea is that, for instance, it takes only one cell to be damaged to start the process of a cancer or start the process of an age-related disease. And so what we're looking for is that these animals have the best potential for their lifespan.
All right,
so
well,
they
everybody's
have a slower aging process.
excuse me, I'm sorry. Everybody's going to be following this, of course, not only for animals, but for humans as well coming up. And thanks for telling us about it. I gather it'll be available in about a year. So we'll let everybody out there know. But let's get the weather. Tony Perkins is here.
All right, thank you, Diane. Before we get to the weather, every day our producers survey the crowd to find out interesting things, interesting stories, and we have learned a couple of things this morning. In fact, we're starting a new feature. First of all, we've noticed that for some reason, several people in our audience have worn various shades of purple. Just by coincidence, did you all call each other and plan this?
No.
No. And even Eddie, come here, is on our crew. He's wearing purple as well. And Jeremy is also wearing a shade of purple. Very odd. I'm not sure why that is. All right, get out of here. Now, the other thing that we've noticed, and we're very excited about this, almost everyone in our audience is the same height. Can you pan around? Except for just a few people. You will have to leave. I'm sorry. And this gentleman on the end, sir, with the glasses, you'll have to leave. I'm sorry, you can't be a part of the crowd today. All right, now that looks better. I'm happy. Take a look at what's happening with weather conditions around the nation. We start with the high temperatures for today. It is going to be a warm one in the south, but these temperatures are pretty much seasonable for most of the nation. 70s in the upper Midwest. We'll see some 80s throughout much of the U.S. Desert Southwest, of course, over 100 degrees again. Take a look at the highlights for today. New York City, beautiful day here. 80 degrees today. St. Louis, 83. Albuquerque, you're looking at 87. San Diego, a pleasant 74. Where will we see rain? We'll see some scattered showers in portions of the west. Most of the west will be dry. Look for possible flooding in southern Texas. Central and southern Florida, where the rain will be heavy. That's a look at what's happening with the weather around the nation. Now, here's what's happening in your neighborhood.
Good morning. Certainly no rain here. Nothing but dry skies. Next chance for rain not even until Thursday afternoon with a slight chance of a shower. Today and tomorrow mostly sunny, highs in the upper 70s and low 80s. Thursday could see a slight chance of a shower and then smooth sailing once again.
You have to leave, too. You're a little too tall. Thank you very much. This weather report brought to you by Walmart. If you'd like to be in our studio audience, you have to be 5'8", and just send an email to abcnews.com. Diane, back to you.
Okay, Tony. Well, an ad for the new HBO series, The Mind of the Married Man, says, in marriage, no one can hear you scream. Why am I laughing? Yeah, right. But what would it be like if we could hear inside the man who was married? Thoughts, everything from infidelity to a lot of other things that we can't talk about on morning television. Well, the new series is called, despite what he wants it to be, the male version of Sex and the City. And to hear more about what goes on in the mind of its creator and star, we're joined by Mike Binder, and it's good to have you here.
Thank you. It's good to be here. And I actually don't mind. I think Sex and the City is a great show. So you know, I don't mind. It's just the show. It's such an easy handle to say. It's you know, a male version of Sex and the City. But.
Okay. Where do you start when you say, I'm going to do a series about the mind of a married man? What's the first thing you start doing? Jotting down your own thoughts?
I start preparing for my wife to move out is what that's the first thing. No. Actually, she likes the show. My wife is, but I think the idea was to do a show that tries to capture how men talk when their wives aren't around. And you know, one of the things they talk about the most is sex. So that's really what people have caught on to what we're doing, you know. But I think that there's a lot of things that people talk about, and
what are the principal differences in the way men talk about sex and women do?
I think that men are a little more two-faced about it.
How do you mean?
They talk one way with their friends, and then with their wives, they're a completely different person. And I think that's the truth, and I think that women kind of know that and are more comfortable with it. I really, one thing I think doing this show, you kind of learn that women don't want to hear everything. They kind of assume that we're messed up, that we're a little screwed up. And it's like, just go talk to your friends about that, please.
All right, we have a clip from the show, and it just gives you a little sense of something when, well, he's talking about something his wife found.
I found a file open, one I never leave up. Dad, I found porn on your computer. Yeah. Really? Yeah. Like pornography? Yes. What kind?
What does it matter what kind? There's pictures of naked women, Doug. Naked, not my wife women. What does it matter what kind?
She hadn't said anything yet?
Not Donna. She'll gather her facts first. Find the site I downloaded her from, trace the credit card bill.
That wasn't me, by the way. One of the writers came up with that whole storyline. I have purely work of research on my computer.
Right. You've heard about such things, I'm
Absolutely.
Sure. Do men talk as much about their appearances, or ever about their appearances?
I don't think so. Not in my experience. Some men do.
Do men talk about relationships at all, or do they save that for home?
Yeah, no. They talk about relationships. They do. They talk about their relationships a lot with each other, more than at least the men that I hang out with. You know, you don't know. There's so many men out there. I think there's a good 1,500 of them at last count. But the ones that I know, the 1,400 that I know, seem to talk about, relationships in terms of what isn't working more than what's working.
In all your research for this, what did you learn about the mind of a married man that you didn't know?
What I think is interesting, and where the show's point of view is, men want to be married. Men like to be married. They like to complain about it. But if you see a guy who's married get divorced, you know what he does? He runs out and he gets married again. Men like to be married, and single men dream of finding the right person to be married. They're not single because they want to be single. They always think one day they're going to get married. Men like to be married, and that's the point of view of the show.
And very funny.
Thank you.
It's what I've heard. The word around the shop here is that it's truly funny, and it's called The Mind of the Married Man, and it premieres, you should know, on HBO. When does it premiere?
Tonight. There's a sneak preview tonight, and then Sunday night it starts airing after Band of Brothers.
All right. Coming up, men get their revenge. And we'll be right back.
ABC 7 is on your side
by making your mornings easier.
And it starts here with our Good Morning Washington promise. From the time you wake up to the time you walk out your door.
You'll get your full weather and traffic updates every 10 minutes on the 7s.
And in between, the latest news from overnight. What happened while you slept?
It's our promise to you.
Weather and traffic every 10 minutes on the 7s.
Plus the news from overnight.
It's the Good Morning Washington promise, and it's only on ABC 7. Proud to be on your side.
Behind in the polls, Mark Early's launched false attacks on Mark Warner. The press says Early's taken the low road. His attacks are absurd, repulsive, ugly. Early's claims about Mark Warner are dead wrong. Fabrication, a smear. They insult voters. It's typical old-style politics. Mark Early, no positive plan. Negative ads that don't tell the truth. Virginia deserves better.
Vehicle history report, extensive.
When it comes to buying a used car, do you really know what you're getting? Toyota does, because beyond getting legendary Toyota quality, dependability, and reliability, there's a few other important things you get too.
Like 6.9% APR financing up to 60 months on all certified used Camrys, Solaras, and Corollas. Toyota certified used vehicles. We're good on our words. Available exclusively at your Toyota certified used vehicle dealer.
CarMax.com has a great selection of used cars online. We carry nearly every make and model. Find a car from any of the thousands we sell nationwide and have it transferred to the store nearest you. CarMax, the way car buying should be.
You asked for used cars you can depend on, so we created CarMax, where every used car comes with a 30-day limited warranty and a 5-day money-back guarantee. We even offer extended warranties that protect you for up to 100,000 miles. CarMax, the way car buying should be.
ABC next Tuesday. The season starts here. Dharma and Greg, the episode you've been waiting for.
Dharma, I'm so sorry.
Spin City, the moment you thought would never happen.
I'm back.
And from the creator of NYPD Blue, Tom Everett Scott and Emmy Award winner Kim Delaney.
You want to play hardball with me, I will break your skull.
You already tried that once.
Philly. Dharma and Greg, Spin City, and the series premiere of Philly. ABC next Tuesday. The season starts here.
Sarah, the Duchess of York, is with us. It's always nice to have her back. No stranger to overcoming obstacles in her life, as you probably know, from weight problems to the emotional problems of her darkest days following her divorce from Prince Andrew. This week, she's off to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where, in what is believed to be the first challenge of its kind, she's going to help residents of an entire county overcome their obstacles to losing weight. and she joins us now. Off to Waukesha County in Wisconsin, you are.
Morning, Charlie.
A third of the people there, supposedly overweight. That's about 300,000 people, I guess, in rough terms. Each of them takes off 10 pounds. That's 3 million pounds you're going to help people lose.
Well, I think it's all about support, isn't it? It is a thought, isn't it? But
Yes.
it is about support, and Weight Watchers is really about helping people through group settings. And if you think about it, £3 million, and it's all about people talking and going down to the local library or wherever they sign up, but it's about a joint group getting together saying, yes, we're going to make a difference.
That's not only a whole football team, that's the whole National Football League or the English Soccer League or whatever.
Or
that
something
you're
like that.
Losing in weight. But how do you do that? I mean, do you cajole them? Do you scold them? Do you plead with them? Do you lecture with them? What do you
No,
do?
I think it's about education on what are the side effects of being overweight and what disease, diabetes or what other diseases stem from being obese or being overweight. I mean, it's not just about health and fitness and nutrition. It's about the whole package, the heart problems that stem from it, and various other things.
And emotional problems.
And emotional problems. Well, emotional problems, that was my problem. I ate to compensate for my feelings.
Right.
And a lot of people think, no, I'm fine, I'm all right, and then they go and eat 5 cookies, you know. It's the thing of why do you not want to look at your own problems?
You wrote very frankly in Rosie's magazine about depression, about the fact that you were really down at one point. And is that equated in your mind, eating and depression and tough times?
No question about it. In my case, when I managed to make a complete nonsense of my life, whether it be financial, whether I'd gone through a divorce, I just thought I was worthless. And so what I did was I got very sad and very down, and I ate and ate and ate and got larger and larger and larger and then beat myself up even more, and it's that vicious circle. And you never think you can get off the carousel ride, but you just can, you know. You can with support, and that's what really we're saying in Waukesha County.
That's a great phrase, making a nonsense of my life. I mean, it's a wonderfully light phrase, and yet it really bespeaks of a very tough. I mean, it's a light phrase connected to very tough times that you were going through.
Well, it's just, you know, to publicly self-humiliate yourself is something.
Did you feel that way, really?
Something quite huge to do, isn't it?
Did you really feel that way?
Oh, absolutely. It was
Really?
rock bottom, yeah, rock bottom.
And the weight loss then brought back the self-esteem and was a critical way to reverse that?
No, taking charge of my life, taking charge of my finances, taking charge of the way I was going to go forward, and actually getting forward and not sitting in a corner shaking was kind of an achievement.
So, and weight was just one aspect of
weight
that.
wasn't. Weight was the symptom of how bad I was feeling.
Right.
And so so everyone could see I was getting larger. There must be some problem, you know. And the thing is I then dealt with all my issues, and in dealing with it, I'm sitting here today with a little more confidence.
Yeah, and you're going to do that all for an entire county of people in Waukesha.
Well, we can have a go, can't we?
Let me ask you about something that got a lot of publicity in this country, and I'm sure in England. And I know you're very uncomfortable with questions about the royal family, but it was so publicized in this country. A journal, The Spectator in London, which is thought to have very close ties to Buckingham Palace, said that after the celebration of the Queen's 50th year in the throne in 2002, that she will go ahead and give her approval to a marriage between Prince Charles and Camilla. Your reaction to that article?
I think it's rather wonderful that they were obviously in the room when all this was being discussed.
Doesn't the family, though, sometimes use journals to get out just float a trial balloon, in effect?
Well, the great thing is I don't do that. So whether they do it or not, I have no idea. And it would be very incorrect of me to make a judgment on that. But I always love it when they do front pages and they say, this is what's going to happen, and this is, you know, who's going to do this. But I'd love to know if they're actually sitting in the bedroom or the room or the sitting room.
Well, I
and
doubt
all
they're in
these
the room,
things
but maybe they get a call from somebody who knows what's going on at the palace.
But isn't in America and in politics, isn't spinning? What is spinning, Charlie?
Well, spinning is getting out your point of view, trying to put your interpretation on something.
So do you think there is a lot of spinning done in politics and various other places?
Sure.
Well,
sure. But do you think this one is spun correctly? On that note, we will thank you for being here. It's good to have you here, as always.
Charlie.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
It is now 48 minutes after 8. More from Fashion Week in just a moment. Stay with us.
Trust in me in all you do. Have the faith I have in you. Love will see us through. if only you trust in me. Trust me now.
With Weight Watchers, every food has a points value. And now every point works harder than ever. Introducing Winning Points, the way to stay satisfied. Eat what you like and still stay within your daily points range. So you stick with it and lose.
Now, take it off and show it off. Enter Weight Watchers Take It Off, Show It Off sweepstakes. Win a fabulous new $10,000 wardrobe.
Now's the time to join Weight Watchers. For pricing and location information, call 301-770-4115.
Looking for home furnishing of exceptional value and quality? Then come to Galahad's and see a wide selection of the area's finest furniture, all at 30 to 50% off every day. Discover the unique shopping experience of Galahad's. And right now, receive up to $1,000 back on Century Savoy. From traditional to transitional, Galahad's is your complete home furnishing destination. Take I-95 south to Fredericksburg, Virginia. Come for the selection, buy for the discounts.
Morning. How'd you sleep?
Good.
I slept great. Must be that fresh mountain air, you know? Nothing like it. Oh, man.
Introducing the Jetta wagon, with room for 70 cubic feet of anything.
Ah, the great outdoors.
If a football hero accused of murder is news for months, if every Capitol Hill scandal merits weeks of coverage, how much attention do 2.5 million dead merit? It's a story we should have brought you long ago. This week on Nightline, we'd like to make up for that by finally telling you about the beauty and the tragedy of Congo. 3 years, 2.5 million dead. We thought you should know.
We want to tell you what we know as we know it. We just got a report in that there's been some sort of explosion at the World Trade Center in New York City. One report said, and we can't confirm any of this, that a plane may have hit one of the two towers of the World Trade Center. But again, you're seeing the live pictures here. We have no further details than that. We don't know anything about what they have concluded happened there this morning, but we're going to find out and, of course, make sure that everybody knows on the air.
These are, of course, the two twin Trade Center buildings that are down at the foot of Manhattan, that they really are the beacons of New York. It was there that there was the explosion a couple of years ago, brought about by terrorists. That's all gone through the courts, but this, we don't know anything about. We don't know about anything that has happened here other than the fact that there's obviously been a major incident there, and we're going to go to a special report now from ABC News.
This is an ABC News special report.
Now, by the entire ABC network. Good Morning America was in progress in the East Coast and the Midwest, but we're joined by the entire network just to show you some pictures at the foot of New York City. This is at the World Trade Center. Obviously, a major fire there, and there has been some sort of explosion. We don't fully know the details. There is one report, as of yet unconfirmed, that a plane has hit of the World Trade Center, and you can see that there is smoke there coming out of at least two sides of the building.
And as you said, there are two towers, the tallest structures in Manhattan, on the island of Manhattan. We're trying to get people on the telephone to see what more we can learn. We have no idea if it was a plane. Was it in any sense deliberate? Was it an accident? It does seem to be that there is considerable and truly terrifying damage on some of those floors at the top.
This angle is a little deceptive. As you know, there are two Trade Center towers, and the second tower there is hidden behind the first. This is really almost the picture postcard of New York City. It's that and the Empire State Building, I guess, are the two most recognizable symbols of New York. There you can see the two, well, we had there for just briefly the other angle of the World Trade Center towers, but this is confined to one of the towers on the upper floors. These buildings, I think they're 110 stories each, so this would be in the in the top 15 or 20 floors there.
You mentioned earlier that, of course, as we all know, years ago there was that terrorist attack. It took place down on the ground and in the underground levels and the garage levels. But again, that's not to imply that we have any reason at this point to believe that this is terrorism or not. We simply don't know. And in just a few minutes, Peter Jennings is going to be joining us from the news desk uptown, where he's going to tell us everything that he knows. We also have Don Daler on the phone, and you know he's been with us on Good Morning America for a long time. And Don, where are you and what do you know?
I'm about 4 or 5 blocks just north of the World Trade Center. And at about 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, there was a loud sound that I can only describe as it sounded like a missile, not an airplane. Then there was a loud explosion and immediately lots of screaming out on the streets. And I don't want to cause any speculation, but that's the only way I could describe the sound. And it was definitely not the sound of a prop plane or anything like that.
And am I right? Are you a pilot?
Well, I have flown. I do not have a pilot's license. But I grew up on military bases, and I know the sound of jets, and I've been in war zones and heard those kinds of different sounds. So, again, not to cause any kind of undue speculation, but the sound itself was not of a prop plane. It was perhaps a jet, but it could have been a missile as well.
Can you give me, was it a whining sound, Don, or what?
Yes, it was a how to describe it? It was a high-pitched, but it had a whooshing sound, not like a prop plane.
Huh. And you didn't see anything actually in the air?
No, I wasn't looking out, but we looked out immediately. You can see quite a lot of damage. If it was an airplane, it had to be huge because it hit way up in the World Trade Center. I would say it's probably a good 5-6 of the way up to the top. There's a considerable amount of flame. There's damage on 2 sides that I can see. On the very north-facing side, there's where looks like is the largest amount of damage. There's a gigantic hole that encompasses a number of floors. I would say maybe 10 to 15 floors. And then on the left side, which would be the east side, there's considerable damage as well, and lots of flames and smoke coming out of it.
You know, I don't know that people outside New York realize it, but these 2 buildings are essentially cities in and of themselves. I mean, there's 30 to 40,000 people, if I remember the number, and I'm doing this from memory.
Yes.
Number of people who actually work in these buildings, and this obviously occurred at the time that people were coming to work.
Don, are you saying that this sound was striking enough that you heard it before you saw it?
I noticed it before the explosion. I noticed a sound like something was very low and shrieking across the sky. And then I heard the explosion.
And which of the 2 towers is this? Because, again, we're just seeing an angle that's a little deceptive.
This is the West Tower.
Mm-hmm. Now, we're hearing somewhat faintly in the background, Don, as you talk to us, sirens. Are there a lot of emergency vehicles already on the scene?
Yeah, they're descending. This part of New York City has quite a few emergency stations all over, and I imagine it sounds like they're coming from every one of the stations. In fact, there's one just down the street that sounds like every truck they have is headed that way.
We see, actually, we see 2 faces. I know you can't see the picture that our audience is seeing, but we see 2 faces of that tower. One seems to have a rather gaping large hole in it. The other face seems to have 2 holes in it. It's all somewhat obscured by smoke, one large, one somewhat smaller.
Right.
And, of course, we know there are a variety of offices there. There are financial offices there. There are advertising offices, all kinds. We can only hope that since it is still a little bit early in New York, that maybe on some of those floors, some of the offices were still not open for business.
You can now see there on that one side, well, you can see flames now coming actually out of 2 sides of the building, and I'm minimizing actually the number of openings that are on those 2 faces of the World Trade Center. There's multiple, it looks like, holes
with fire
or openings
still going on.
On both sides of the tower.
As we've heard before, we said earlier that there was at least one speculative report that an airplane had crashed in, whether deliberately or accidentally, we don't know. And there are continuing reports from people who say that they saw an airplane, one woman saying that she saw a jet going in. So again, Don, a jet screaming that low could be consistent with what you heard?
Absolutely. It could be consistent with what I heard. What I know I did not hear was an airplane, any kind of a prop plane. And I think looking at the damage, I don't think there's any way possible that it would have been a prop plane. It's just too much damage to the building. What's deceptive about the World Trade Center is that it is so huge and so tall that the perspective is difficult to get from the ground. But when you look at the size of the hole, and if you look in context at one of the helicopters going around at a lower size, a helicopter is about the size of a regular Cessna, that kind of thing, the body of the plane. The hole is so much larger than that helicopter that it would have to, if it was a jet, I would have to speculate that it would have to be a larger than normal jet. I mean, larger than like a Citation or something like that. It's just such a gigantic hole, and it blew out the other side. And again, these buildings are almost a city block size building. So for it to have blown in this hole on the north side as well as the west side, it had to be a gigantic explosion.
Well, obviously we don't know if this was if it was a plane, and I underline if it was. We don't know if it would have been deliberate or accidental. We know so little now other than what we can see from these pictures. But the interesting point is there are a number of small airports around New York where passenger corporate jets or private jets will land and take off. And it's not uncommon, if you have ever visited the World Trade Center, when you go up to the observation platforms at the top, you can look down on airplanes that are either coming in for landings or taking off from New York airports. But all pilots who fly in this area know very well where the World Trade Center is located. All the routes are very far or comfortably far away from the two towers.
And not just private planes, too, because with some winds in some directions, even out of the big commercial airports, planes are routed quite close to New York. I've flown in from LaGuardia, even into LaGuardia, but having to go right by the World Trade Centers.
But we emphasize this is all speculative at this point. And just to reset for all of you, this is a special report from ABC News, and we are dealing, and we have to underline this, we are dealing purely in the realm of speculation here as to what may have happened at the World Trade Center. Obviously, a major incident occurred here on the upper floors of one of the World Trade Center towers. You can see multiple openings and flames coming out of at least two sides of the tower at the World Trade Center. And
we just got a report that the Associated Press is now reporting that it was an aircraft. So that's one more witness weighing in, or at least one more source weighing in on the fact that it was an aircraft of some kind.
And as Don Daler reported, this occurred about 15 or 20 minutes ago in downtown New York. And New York time, that would have been about 20 minutes or 8:45. This is a time when literally tens of thousands of people are coming to work at the World Trade Center.
Looking at the top of the building, you mentioned there's an observation center, and I don't know what time it opens, but I think it opens fairly early, and people are up there at all hours of the day. Families, tourists coming in to look at the city of New York from atop it. Also there, I don't know if this is the building that has the restaurant on top of it as well, but in those high floors, there are places where tourists teem in the morning, even if the regular workers weren't in. And we remind you again that there was a terrorist bomb that did go off at the World Trade Center years ago. It was down in the garage level, but we have no
obviously
reason,
no indication that this could have been related to that. Right. Now, Don Daler, ABC's Don Daler, who is on the scene. Don, just give me some description again of what you can see now.
What we're seeing, it appears that there is more and more fire and smoke enveloping the very top of the building. And as fire crews are descending on this area, it does not appear that there's any kind of an effort up there yet. Now remember, oh my God.
Oh my God.
That looks like a second plane.
I did not see a plane go in. That just exploded.
We just saw another plane coming in from the side.
You did. That was out of
yes, and that's the second explosion. You could see the plane come in just from the right-hand side of the screen. So this looks like it is some sort of a concerted effort to attack the World Trade Center that is underway in downtown New York.
We will see that scene again just to make sure we saw what we thought.
We're going to give you a replay of what we just saw, and I must admit I thought it was some sort of fire equipment coming in or some sort of observation plane, but it was obviously designed to attack the World Trade Center. We're going to show you that. Here's a replay of the videotape. In a second, that looks like a good-sized plane came in and hit the World Trade Center from the other side. So this is obviously, or would seem to be, and again, I'm dealing in speculation, but it would seem like there is a concerted attack against one of the towers of the World Trade Center underway.
We had seen a plane coming in from the other direction earlier. I'd noticed it. Had you, Charlie? I didn't know if it was that plane that then circled wide and came back from another direction, but we all watched it. And I just assumed.
Don, could you hear that? Could you hear that plane as it came in?
I did not hear that plane, but I had to step inside the window because the fire crews were so loud, the sirens, that I couldn't hear you.
I got you.
I did see the explosion, but the side of the building that the plane entered was just outside of my view. So all I saw was this huge fireball and the explosion.
Well, the shot that we've got is now just from one side of the World Trade Center. But this is the shot again. This is moments ago of this second plane coming in, and this is now in slow motion. Oh, this is terrifying, awful.
To watch powerless is a horror.
They waited for the coverage. They waited for the coverage. All right, we're going to go back to live coverage. Now you're looking at live pictures, and there is the second fire, which was brought about by this second plane that hit the tower. And, Don, from everything I can see, it was the same tower that was hit the first time, right?
No, it's the second tower.
It's the other tower.
It is the other tower that was hit.
My mistake.
They targeted it. From what I'm seeing on the television, from your view, the two towers are in, one is in front of the other one, but it was definitely the second tower that was hit about halfway down, not quite as high. And from my view here, it does not seem to be as big, as much damage as the original. I don't know if that means it was not as big a plane or what. I did not see the plane go in, but it's horrendous damage, but it doesn't seem to be the gaping hole through two sides of the building like on the first one.
Don, from your vantage point, can you see if there are people coming out down below?
I can't see the bottom of the base of the buildings.
There's the wider shot of the two towers. Now, both towers have been hit by planes now in the last half hour. And again, I say we are totally powerless in knowing what's going on here, except that it would obviously appear, it can't be a coincidence like this. It would obviously be some sort of a concerted attack against both towers of the World Trade Center. This is again, we're going to show for the third time this tape of the airplane flying in and hitting the World Trade Center. This is slow motion of the plane coming in and hitting the obscured second tower of the World Trade Center. And you can see flame coming out, and I can't see the plane coming down. You know, if it just
Charlie, that's a commercial-sized jet. That did not look like.
No, that's a good-sized airplane. Yes.
Yeah, that's not a little commuter plane. That was a good-sized jet.
And I can't tell if it actually flew into the building or if it just clipped it with a wing. And if it did, of course, then there's the frightening prospect that the plane would have crashed right on the streets of very busy streets of New York.
Yeah.
It seems, and this is a small hope, that the fire may have gone out from the first site. I don't know if we can get the camera in close or not. It doesn't mean that the smoke isn't still terrifying and deadly.
Diane, I can see from here the orange flames. The fire has not gone out. In fact, it looks as if it's encompassing a part of the building that was not initially part of the original explosion. I can see it moving over to the left side, which would be the east side of the first building, almost all the way over to the edge. The back side is totally enveloped in flames that I can see from here.
Yes, with that kind of smoke, there's got to be an awful lot of flame in there. And I think all of us have thought at one point or another about the fact that these buildings, though they are so majestic as they stand above the skyline of New York, that it's very difficult for emergency workers or firefighters to to fight these. We have a witness who was called in to speak to us. His name is Karim Haroki. Mr. Haroki, did you, as I understand, they're telling me in my ear, is it true that you witnessed the first plane hit the tower?
Yeah.
Could you give me some sort of a description of it?
I was sitting in my car here in Greenwich, you know. I just saw the plane is coming down from the left side and going straight to the building, you know, and going inside.
It actually went inside the building.
Excuse me?
It flew right into the building.
I saw it coming from the left, and I saw the plane coming through to the building. I go inside. It's a small plane.
You say small plane. Was it a jet?
Excuse me?
Was it a jet plane?
No, it was plane, you know, like they teach the people for the plane is like small plane, you know. It's that kind of plane.
You mean like a small single or double engine
yeah,
prop
double
plane?
engine, yeah.
Right, and it actually went into the building there on the upper floors.
Yeah, going into the building. And I never saw that plane before. It's like something, I don't know, it's like they work with the motors. I never saw a plane like that before. Yeah.
All right,
my car, she's nice.
Mr. Haroki, you are down in that area right now, then?
Yeah, I'm in Greenwich here on North Mall Street.
Can you tell if there's a large number of fire equipment and emergency equipment on the scene?
Excuse me?
Can you see fire equipment or emergency equipment on the scene?
I don't know. The fire is upstairs in the building, and the second plane is the other building too.
And did you see the second plane come in?
Yeah, I saw the second plane is go boom. I heard, you know. I just wake up my head like that. I saw it inside too.
And that second plane much larger than the first?
Same. The same. Both same.
They're both the same?
Yeah.
Because the pictures we see, the second plane looks rather large.
No, it's not right. It's going inside too. It's going inside of the building too. And the second hole, it's smaller than the other one.
And it actually also penetrated the building. You could see it go in.
Yeah, it's inside. It's inside. It's inside. No plane is outside. Nothing.
Now, can you see if there are people fleeing the building? We don't have shots yet from street level. Can you see if there are people leaving the building?
No, I can't see because I told you on the North Mall and Greenwich, I just saw up the building. I can't see downstairs.
So you're in Greenwich Village?
Yeah, no, in Greenwich Street and North Mall.
Oh, I see, on Greenwich Street. Okay, yeah. I can. That's just to locate people who don't know New York. That is right in the vicinity, right nearby, but not actually on the site of the World Trade Centers. ABC's Peter Jennings is at the anchor desk uptown here in New York and is now in position. Peter, I suspect you are looking at exactly the same pictures. Well, I know you're looking at the same pictures we are.
We are, Charlie. We've been watching it from the beginning, and we'll be watching this for much of the day. There is chaos in New York at the moment. There have been not one but two incidents, as Charlie and Diane have so ably reported so far. The second one coming at 9:03, when television was on live, and you could see what was clearly a jet aircraft flying into the second trade tower. Both trade towers now, these 110-story high towers, have now been hit. There is chaos here, or there's chaos in the immediate area. There is confusion in Washington, because now everybody is engaged in this. The Pentagon is involved in this. All the intelligence services are engaged at this in the morning. And as we look at those towers, let's just simply keep looking at these towers this morning. And if you have the feed at home, I actually don't have it here, so somebody could please make sure that I have the photo picture of what's going on. The various airports in the area, Newark and LaGuardia particularly, have already suspended operations. The city asked the Federal Aviation Administration for permission to close down airspace in all of New York, lest there be a third aircraft or some other untoward incident involved. And ABC's John Miller is with me here, who's been listening efficiently to all of his police sources. And John, I gather the city is ordering a major evacuation from a number of public buildings and a number of these very high-profile targets.
They're going into what they call an Archangel operation, which is a code name for essentially a major lockdown of the city, evacuating the United Nations building, the municipal building, City Hall, Gracie Mansion, which is the mayor's residence, all things that could be considered potential targets, because obviously, because of the nature of this with two incidents, there is the potential that this is a double act of terrorism, and they are worried about other targets.
All right, let's go back to the building itself. John, you work the police radio, if you would, for just a minute. The FBI is already investigating reports that a plane was actually hijacked before this collision, this incident, this attack occurred at the World Trade Towers. In Washington at the moment, the presumption is that this is a terrorist attack, according to ABC's John McWethy, though it's very difficult at the moment for anybody to get a clear appreciation of what has actually happened because it has happened so quickly. First attack coming just before 9 o'clock Eastern Time, and the second attack, which we could all watch, those of us who are watching television, occurring at 9:03, just 3 minutes after. The president is in Florida, and he has already been told of what is happening. These trade towers have always been, and you may have heard it already this morning, regarded as a prime target for this particular act of terrorism. As you know, there was terrorism at the World Trade Center before 1993. There was a huge bombing attack on the trade centers. These are the two at the southwestern corner of the island of Manhattan, just prime pieces of real estate of interest to anyone who wishes to hit either New York City or the United States in a very, very visible and vulnerable way. We have with us at the moment Lindsey Grimm, a witness who was in the building on the phone. Lindsey, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Can you tell me what you know?
Well, I actually, just to clear things up, I wasn't in the building. I was in the World Financial Center, which is directly behind it.
Okay.
And our part of the building faces the section, the courtyard where the World Trade Center is. So we ran to the window right after we felt this kind of this sonic boom as if it were an earthquake, and something just wasn't right. We ran to the window and somebody yelled, "Oh my God, a plane just flew into the World Trade Center."
Is this what we think of as the first one or the second one, Lindsey?
It was the first one because I was actually outside for the second one.
And the first one appears to have gone into the southern tower, am I correct?
Correct.
And this second one, did you see the second one?
I had my back facing. I was running as fast as well, not running, but walking at a brisk pace away from the two buildings when I heard it, and people just started screaming and running.
Now, you know the area fairly well working down there. Is 9 o'clock in the morning the time when people have gathered in very large number? People get there early or get there later?
Yeah, I actually just happened. I usually get here a little after 9, and I happen to be here early for a meeting this morning. So, yeah, I mean, you see the general amount of traffic about 9 o'clock. Is that when it happened, right at 9?
No, just before and just after 9.
Okay.
In that there have been two. Can you see outside at the moment as to anything that's happening?
I am outside.
And where are you and what are you seeing?
I am west of the two buildings, looking directly at them, and it's difficult to look at. I'll tell you that much.
This is not an area which is easy to reach for emergency services. These two buildings hug the Hudson River. There's only the West Side Drive that comes up there. Is there a large amount of emergency equipment descending on the place?
There sure is. As soon as I got out of the building, obviously the first thing you're surrounded by is siren noise everywhere, and you can hear it coming by now, even still.
Anything else you know that you'd like to add?
Just as I was coming out of the building, I heard somebody sort of ushering people away, and they were saying, "You guys got to get out of here, it's a bomb."
Many thanks, Lindsey Grimm, who saw this occurring, at least the first, hesitate to call it an attack, the first incident, we'll continue to call it for now, and very much the second one now. That's what it looks like. Both of the towers in the Twin Trade Towers are now on fire. We have no idea whatsoever the measure of casualties inside or the measure of damage inside, though you can only imagine it. The New York City Office of Emergency Management said to us a short while ago they do not know what happened yet. I want to check in very quickly with the President of the United States, John Cochrane, who was with the President in Florida. John?
Peter, as you know, the President's down in Florida talking about education. He got up out of his hotel suite this morning, was about to leave. Reporters saw the White House Chief of Staff, Andy Card, whisper into his ear. Then reporters said to the President, "Do you know what's going on in New York?" He said he did, and said he will have something to say about it later. His first event is about a half an hour at an elementary school in Sarasota, Florida.
Thanks, John. John Cochrane with the President. President's in Florida today pushing his education reform. It will get wiped off of the agenda today in view of this extraordinarily serious accident. For those of you who don't know, the Twin Trade Towers, and it's a popular destination for tourists when they come to New York City. It has financial offices in it. It has government offices. It has lots of access on the top, above where this incident actually occurred, where tourists come. It's one of the great views in New York City, and people gather there, certainly at the foot of the building, fairly early in the morning, to be able to go and see it. The two collisions, the two incidents have occurred about 2/3 of the way up. John Miller, we haven't, excuse me, we haven't had aircraft fly into a building in New York, as far as I know, since just after the Second World War, when
the Empire State Building.
When it flew into the Empire State Building.
That's right. A B-52 flew into the Empire State Building then, and this is really the first time there's been anything like that since.
John, I was listening as you and Chris Isham, the head of our investigative unit, wandered up here to the rim just a short while ago to saying, one of you, I think, this is something they've been waiting to happen. Who are you talking about? What are you talking about?
What we were talking about is there's been a great frustration since the bombing of the World Trade Center, which the suspects later told federal authorities were intended to take the building down, that it didn't have a larger effect. And U.S. intelligence, FBI people for years have heard that they've always wanted to try and finish that job off, to take the buildings out, and that it was another viable target. Interestingly, ironically, whatever you want to call it, the World Trade Center just hired 2 weeks ago the head of the FBI's National Security Division for Counterterrorism in New York to augment and take over their security, pretty much aware of the level of threat that this is as a symbolic target.
One of the things that anybody mounting security in the World Trade Center himself will not be able to necessarily appreciate is what has happened at some distance. And there are a couple of reports, speculative at the moment, drifting around, including one on the Associated Press, which says the FBI is investigating reports of a plane hijacking just before the World Trade Center actually crashed. And John McWethy, our national security correspondent, is with us in Washington. John, what do you know?
Peter, we do hear that there was a hijacking. It is not clear where that hijacking occurred at this point, but it is one of the many things that U.S. officials are scrambling to try to get a handle on at this point.
Anything else, John? What happens at the Pentagon at a moment like this? I know everybody springs into action, but what do?
What happens is there is a particular counterterrorism cell within the Joint Chiefs of Staff that goes into an emergency basis at this point. They're investigating all aspects of air traffic in the area, all intelligence that, as they sift through it, may have given them some indication that something was happening. At this point, though, there were no warnings, they say, this morning. As they go back through this information, they may cull through it and find some clue, but at this point they believe there is no warning.
Thank you very much, John. Which would please call us back as soon as you have something which would call into question immediately, of course, the notion of counterterrorism in an incident like this. Now, nobody who was watching television, watching Good Morning America today, for example, saw, at least those of us working on television, saw a first plane crash into the building. Much of the country watching television this morning will have seen the second plane crash into the other tower. And we have, as you can see from a distance there, until we get our cameras on the ground producing material which we can put on the air, a pretty limited view. So we have no idea what the evacuation procedure is in the building. We do know...
We're listening in the background. At this time, all elevators are out in both towers, according to the rescue workers on the scene. They put out an urgent call for Scott air packs because they're climbing smoke-filled stairwells. They've got to go very high up to get to the target locations, and they're talking about people trapped in the smoke there.
And this, of course, is reminiscent of 1993 when the explosions occurred at the trade towers last time.
Exactly.
John, is it standard operating procedure? You mentioned that all of the other principal government buildings in the city, Gracie Mansion, the mayor's official residence, and some of the other buildings will be evacuated. Is that a fairly standard anticipated operation?
It is an existing plan that is on paper, but Peter, I have to say, it's never been put into effect in New York. This is unprecedented, and I think as this develops, you'll see similar plans go into effect in Washington and potential target buildings, because they really have to take the position that they're under some form of attack here, at least as a precaution, until they sort this out.
As we wait to get a better grasp of what now becomes a rescue operation of the people in the trade towers, we're reminded here that the U.S. officials, according to Pentagon sources, have no warnings today of any kind of terrorist attack. And if you listen to the news on a regular basis, you hear the Pentagon warning Americans worldwide of some impending terrorist attack. And here we are in the height of commercial America. with no warning whatsoever, no intelligence whatsoever, as far as we can tell, at least in these first couple of hours.
No, and all of the latest intelligence, at least the basics of which I've been scanning for months, have focused on the high potential for attacks against American targets abroad. Indeed, federal authorities and the intelligence community have reported they've interdicted and interrupted more than a dozen of those attacks by shutting terrorist cells down around the world. They've always been worried since the first attack on the World Trade Center that there would be another bold strike on U.S. soil.
And, of course, there are any number of targets which have been high on counterintelligence's list in New York City: the Lincoln Tunnel, the United Nations, the Holland Tunnel, the FBI headquarters, not to mention all of the city civic buildings which John mentions. President Bush is, by the way, going to speak very shortly to the nation about this, and then he's going to return to Washington. And we have on the phone our principal aviation analyst and expert, John Nance. Good morning, John.
Morning, Peter.
What would you like to contribute to this? Because one knows that it is indeed possible to fly an aircraft into a building if one intends to do so.
If one intends to do so, that's correct. And unfortunately, when you've got something that has been as worrisome a target as the World Trade Center, regardless of the way we've hardened it up on the ground, they have apparently, whoever they is, picked the one vulnerable area. The thing that is most disturbing to me is not only the fact, of course, that there are people more than likely in that building that have been directly affected by this, but that we may have an innocent load of passengers. The flash of that second aircraft across the screen is disturbingly close to what you would call the planform of an Airbus A319 or an Airbus 320, also of a 767 or something of that nature. And that's a large airplane.
John, let me go slowly with you, because, and we'll actually put it on the screen again, very slowly, so that we can see it come across screen. Are you able to identify specifically the type of aircraft by looking at this videotape as it comes across? Can we roll that, please?
I'm watching that right as it comes across the screen, and it is more than likely not a Boeing 737. That profile, Peter, is very close to an Airbus A320, A319.
And who flies the Airbus 320, 318?
We have quite a few airlines.
Okay, so
very few private ones.
All right, and John comports a little bit here with at least these initial reports that the FBI is investigating reports of a hijacking just before the second crash occurred. We had no. John, let me just ask you one other technical question about just flying in the World Trade Centers. When the first incident occurred, it was reasonable for people to suspect that that was an accident. Yes. From a flying point of view, is the World Trade Center always something to worry about if you're taking off from one of New York City's airports?
Not really. And the fact that we have had all these years since that B-25 crashed into the Empire State Building tells you a lot about the flight paths around New York City. You have to be so disastrously out of contact and off course, and so many things would have to go wrong to imperil any of the buildings in Manhattan. The fact that it hasn't happened tells us really how rare a situation it would have to be.
John, the FAA immediately asked for New York City airports to suspend operations. We can confirm that Newark and LaGuardia have closed down.
And Kennedy and Teterboro and Westchester. Yes. They've essentially asked all airports within a 20-mile radius to put a hold on anything taken off.
Teterboro Airport, which is in New Jersey, just on the west side of the Hudson River, and Westchester, which is maybe 40, 50 miles north of New York City. They're all suspended operations. Standard, easy to do, John, quick to do? It seems to have been so.
Fortunately, very, very quick to do, because they're all controlled by air traffic control towers, and they can put a halt to the operations with one phone call.
Okay, John Nance, thanks very much. Call us back, will you, if you learn anything.
Peter, one of the difficulties they're going to face, as you can glean from this picture here, is the people who are trapped and need to be rescued are on the upper floors, but you see the plume of smoke covers the roof. The last explosion was at the bottom of the building and the smoke rose up, but they were able to make a series of daring rescues by landing, and they've trained for this and retrained, landing police helicopters on the roofs of the Twin Towers and pulling people out. It's going to be very difficult, since the roofs are now enveloped in smoke, for the police helicopters, which are arriving at a landing zone now, just below the World Trade Center, to be able to get up there till that smoke dissipates. And that's where they had expected to pull a lot of people out this time because they had so much success the last time.
Similarly, John, if you look at the two buildings, it does appear that at least in the northern tower there, or the left tower as you see it on the screen, below the incident, the building at least looks on the outside to be reasonably secure, and people will have a long, horrendous, terrifying walk down in a darkened building. But we'll at least be able to get out on the ground. By the way, Claire Shipman, ABC's Claire Shipman just called in. She's been checking with the FBI. She also says that the FBI had no warning whatsoever. Their crisis management operation in Washington is in place in conjunction with the Federal Aviation Administration. They are all now, which makes perfect sense, focusing on the recovery of survivors. The New York Stock Exchange has delayed indefinitely its opening today. This will just have not only an extraordinary effect on the national psyche, one surmises, dissimilar perhaps, but from what happened in Oklahoma City, but a very clear reminder to those of us in the United States that terrorism of a huge magnitude with which we're somewhat more accustomed in the Middle East and in Africa, given the attacks on the U.S. embassies a couple of summers ago. But a reminder again that as far as international terrorism is concerned, and people's anger and even desperation on this occasion with the United States is going to find itself manifest here on U.S. soil. John, here's the president now in Florida. I wonder if everybody knows there what's going on. We'll listen to him.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a difficult moment for America. I, unfortunately, will be going back to Washington after my remarks. Secretary of Rod Page and Lieutenant Governor will take the podium and discuss education. I do want to thank the folks here at Booker Elementary School for their hospitality. Today, we've had a national tragedy. Two airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. And now, if you join me in a moment of silence. May God bless the victims, their families, and America. Thank you very much.
President clearly shaken, I think one can say, confirming what we think we all knew, which was that two aircraft in an act of terrorism crashed into the twin trade towers. Nobody was quite certain about the first one at the very outset, but the president absolutely, having talked to the vice president, the governor of New York, the director of the FBI, now believing and confirming that we have two terrorist attacks on the World Trade Center, and the president saying the two things which a president must say at a moment like this: terrorism will not stand, which is an important thing for him to say, but not always necessarily effective, and God bless the victims and their families. John Miller, what are you picking up on the police radio?
There was a bit of a stir a moment ago because LaGuardia Tower reported urgently that there was another aircraft moving fast in the no-fly zone. Now they've contacted that aircraft and they say it's a military aircraft that's rushed to the scene to enforce the no-fly zone and literally be a presence in the area in case there is another plane headed for the building, so that there'll be some at least armed aircraft up to confront it.
Just think for a second, John, how you have drawn an extraordinary parallel. We think of no-fly zones as being in southern and northern Iraq, where the Iraqis are not allowed to fly, and if they do fly, are going to be shot down. Now we have a no-fly zone all around the lower part of New York City, and perhaps on the northern area too, all of the areas airports closed down and armed American aircraft in the air to shoot down anybody else who wants to take a shot at the place.
I mean, those are the reports that are coming across the radio now, and if they're true, it's quite incredible and certainly unprecedented.
Well, it would also suggest, as best you can tell, looking at it from this very sort of antiseptic environment that we are all in our newsrooms, is that the reaction has been fairly quick. New York City has an Office of Emergency Management. It's over here on the west side. It's a great bunker. Which the city,
ironically, it's located in the World Trade Center complex, although not in the Twin Towers.
Just
right next door,
north of the Trade Towers,
right.
in the World Trade Center, in the other northern World Trade Center there. And on an occasion like this is not one they absolutely anticipate when they got going. They're talking very concerned with chemical and biological warfare. They've got extensive plans about that, which they very often demonstrate to the press. I'm going to interrupt myself and everybody else for a second because one of our senior producers, Mark Obenhaus, is on the phone, and he saw the incident. Mark, do you hear me?
I do indeed, Peter.
Go ahead.
Well, I was leaving my house to go to work, and I walked down the street to go to the subway. I was at the corner of Franklin and West Broadway, and as I was approaching the subway, a tremendous roar went over my head, and I looked up immediately, and it was a plane, and much lower than I've ever seen a plane in Lower Manhattan. And it was a large plane. I couldn't identify it as anything specific except that it was a commercial jet, certainly. And then my eyes followed it because this is approximately 15 blocks from the World Trade Center, and it just slammed right into it and was completely engulfed by the building. It was extraordinary. No wings flew off, nothing like that. It just went directly in, creating this sort of cavern-like hole, and suddenly then big flames started protruding from it, and then of course smoke, and then debris started just catapulting. And of course the area that we're in, there's a great deal of foot traffic, and people are just approaching and beginning to just gasp at just the sight of the building itself. Even if they hadn't seen it, the actual incident, the actual impact, just the sight of this huge building engulfed in flame with this massive cavernous hole in the side of it. And we stood there, I can't tell you the amount of time, I would estimate to about 15 minutes. And of course there's all kinds of services coming down, fire department and so forth. And then suddenly from my vantage point, which would be north of the building, the far tower suddenly explodes in flames. Yet again, a similar kind of an event. And I now see, I've run down the street to my home where I have the television on, and I saw that too was another airplane. From our vantage point, you couldn't tell what exactly it was that hit the second tower, but it was a similar, seemingly almost like bomb blast, and with flames and debris protruding wildly from the building.
Mark, let me ask you a couple of more specific questions. You now confirm for us, I think, that it was the first attack on the tower that you saw.
Yes.
What direction was the aircraft coming from?
It was coming from the north.
It was coming from the north down over Manhattan itself?
Yes. It would have been flying roughly over the west side. I'm on, as I say, West Broadway, which is probably a quarter mile from the river. So it was on a direct path north, from the north, into the North Tower.
Do you remember whether it had 2 engines, 3 engines, or 4 engines?
I do not. It was very quick. It struck me, the profile, the body of the plane was of such scale that I immediately identified it as a commercial jet. It happened so quickly I couldn't tell whether it had windows on the side or what. It could very well have been some sort of a transport plane, but it was a large plane. As opposed to occasionally down here you do see smaller prop planes or smaller aviation stuff that flies around here, sometimes doing movies and things like that. But in all my years down here, and I've lived down here for about 20 years, within walking distance easily of the building, I've never heard anything like this, and that's why I just immediately glanced up and just followed the track of this sound and this huge plane that was swooping over my head.
Could you see any markings on it whatsoever?
No, I did not. It was too quick. I can't give you any kind of identifying help on what it was.
Do you remember what color it was?
My impression was that it had a tan coloration to it. However, the sun, it was very low in the horizon, and I think kind of orange. It may have been simply the color of the sun reflecting off a silver exterior. I really am not sure of that.
Okay, Mark. Anything else? What's the mood in the environment down there at the moment? As if it's not hard to imagine.
And everyone who glimpses it close up, it's quite different seeing it from the ground than on these television pictures that I'm now looking at, because it's close to you and you see what the impact must have been like, and you see the kind of devastation that has incurred by the buildings, and it's just frightening is perhaps even too mild a word.
Okay.
It's absolutely just a horrible, horrible sight. It reminds you of the worst kind of effects in movies that, you know, you're reassured watching a movie that it's an effect, but this is not.
Well, Mark, you and I were supposed to have a meeting not long from now. We'd prefer you to go and work the story, if you would, and call us back as soon as you can. I will indeed. Many thanks. Mark Obenhaus, one of our senior producers on the phone, who saw the incident, describes it as a large plane, not sure what the color was, not sure the number of engines it had, which in his mind, he's a very experienced reporter, reflects the speed and surprise with which this aircraft, this is the first one we're talking about now, just before 9 o'clock, approached the World Trade Towers from the north, causing the first huge gap in the building. And Mark describes the plane being engulfed in some respects by the building. Didn't see wings fall off, saw it go absolutely, totally, almost as he described it, into the building itself. And we now have had one of the enormous difficulties about terrorism, everybody knows, is that you almost immediately get a claim of responsibility, and you may get several, and people's suspicions get ramped up given the obvious nature of people who they think are or know are involved in terrorism around the world. There has been a claim of responsibility, according to the Reuters news agency, made to Abu Dhabi television in the Persian Gulf from something called the Palestinian DFLP. The Palestinian DFLP is something called the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine. It has been for many, many years one of the most militant of the Palestinian organizations, has been involved in violence before, has been involved in other actions before, and it is the first organization to claim responsibility for this, though we have to caution you in all the obvious ways that before the day is over, there may be any number of people who claim responsibility. The White House, of course, has leapt to the forefront of people's concern this morning, and there is a plane circling the White House at the moment, and they're clearing the grounds there. That's a report which may be misleading in that it may presume an attack, whereas we just discovered a moment ago that what we had with an additional airplane in New York airspace was a security operation. I think probably most Americans know that there is no building in the country which has heavily defended, I shouldn't say deemed secure, but a battery of anti-aircraft missiles on the top of the White House itself. We've had an incident, as you know, in the past, several years ago, where a small aircraft landed in the White House garden, and the pilot, mentally deranged, as I recall at the time, was killed. But the White House is certainly been very heavily defended, and this plane circling the White House adds to the trauma that people are feeling today, but we have no idea precisely what that means. John Miller, you're listening.
The scene is still in some degree of chaos, but the police have set up a major mobilization point just outside the building, and they've set up a tactical mobilization point. The major mobilization point is for the responding units involved in the rescue. The tactical one is actually an armed mobilization point for security outside the World Trade Center now.
Thanks very much. Let's go to the White House. Claire Shipman is on the phone. Claire, what's that we're looking at?
Well, that's what we're trying to figure out right now. All we know is it's a gigantic plume of smoke coming from behind the old executive office building, and we're told that the White House itself, the West Wing, at the very least, is being evacuated, that our personnel from there are being asked to leave. We've sent people running over there to try to find out what it is, but we don't know yet.
Now, the old executive office building is slightly to the west and a fraction to the south. So we are looking southwest from a camera just across Lafayette Park, which is north of the White House. The White House is to the left side, out of your picture. Maybe even the cameraman could give us some appreciation. But you have no idea. Was that an explosion? Did you hear anything?
We did not hear it. In fact, we were trying to figure out from the White House what security precautions they were taking around the White House in the wake of the apparent attacks on the World Trade Center, and we suddenly just saw the smoke rising from behind the old executive office building. We have people on their way there now, but it's like nothing I've ever seen. I mean, we've never seen that kind of smoke coming from anything that would ordinarily occur here.
I must also tell you, Claire, I think if you think about what's behind the EOB there, you're really down in pretty open area. It doesn't look like a place where a building would be on fire.
No, that's right, although there are a number of buildings just behind the old executive office building on G Street that could potentially be on fire, but nothing you would necessarily think of as a target. Apparently, we're also
Claire, let me interrupt you for a second. We now have fire confirmed at the Pentagon. John McCarthy at the Pentagon can hear me. John, please get in touch immediately if you can and brief us in there. John McCarthy has actually been evacuated from the Pentagon, and parts of the Pentagon are indeed being evacuated. We want to hold our breath here, it just seems to me, for a second, and not get into a mode that the country is under attack. But we now have 2 attacks on the Twin Trade Tower Center. U.S. buildings, city buildings completely evacuated in New York City. We have this mysterious black smoke at the southwest corner of the White House, which is to say there's something going on behind the old executive office building. We now have a report that fire has been confirmed at the Pentagon. ABC's John McCarthy, our Pentagon correspondent, who's been plugging in as quickly to the intelligence and counterintelligence units there this morning, has been temporarily evacuated. But that is as much as we know for sure at the moment. John Miller, go back to what you're hearing on your nets.
Actually, it's interesting. In New York City, they're reporting on what we're seeing here also, essentially trying to tell everybody that heightened security is important now.
John, I apologize. There's a lot of us here. What are we listening to there? Say again. Say again, please. Come here, John.
Constantly reporting that bomb squads are checking out Air Force One before the president.
Good. Try to correct. So we have bomb squads.
I think you're going to see a lot of this, and I think we were talking about this a few minutes ago. In fact, when I was telling you that in New York they were evacuating the municipal building, the United Nations, Gracie Mansion, which is the mayor's residence, all potential targets, I suggested to you that shortly in Washington you'll probably be seeing the same kind of reaction at sensitive symbolic locations. And apparently that's become more than a concern, but perhaps a reality.
Okay, we do know, or at least the Associated Press is now reporting, that an aircraft crashed near the Pentagon, and the West Wing of the White House, as Claire Shipman told us, was evacuated amid these threats of terrorism. I guess first of all, let me go to another eyewitness. ABC's Bill Blakemore, one of our senior reporters, has been an eyewitness to the New York incident. Bill, you on the phone?
Yes, I am, Peter.
Go ahead.
I'm down at 12th Street. It looks like we're more than a mile north of this very surrealistic site, and business has completely come to a stop here. Looks like throughout lower Manhattan, people standing in the streets, cell phones aren't working. A few of these phone booths, such as I'm talking to you from now, are working. One man, just shaking his head, said to me a few moments ago, I was supposed to be at a meeting in the building at 10:30 this morning, and then I saw the second plane hit the tower in this flash of light. There's a complete cessation of regular life. There's one delivery man standing here looking like he doesn't know where to go with this stack of beer crates. So all of lower Manhattan is just standing in the streets on this sunny morning looking at this unrealistic sight in front of us, this gray smoke coming out of the Trade Center.
Okay, Bill, talk to as many people as you can. Call us back when you can.
I want to let you know we're going to get back to ABC's special coverage, but we ourselves, what started in New York is now happening in Washington. We want to get more into that this morning.
That's right. I'm Carol Costello. Don Hudson. We want to go live to Sam Ford right now. He is live at Reagan National Airport with an update on the air crash at the Pentagon. Sam Ford, tell us what you can.
Well, Carol, as you can see, there's this huge cloud of smoke behind me, and that is the location of the Pentagon. We had come here to National Airport to, continue our coverage of the situation in New York because the airports had been shut down. No sooner had we gotten here and stopped the car than we looked up, and there was this cloud of smoke billowing from the Pentagon. There had been a traffic accident here at National, and a number of emergency vehicles were dealing with that. Then suddenly we saw this, and I would say within a couple of minutes, they were all tearing out of here, heading toward the Pentagon. We asked folks here. One of the police officers told me that he had heard a plane had gone into the Pentagon. Obviously, more of the situations in New York. People here are extremely nervous, and some are saying that they wanted us to leave this area. We don't know if they're going to shut down the airport or evacuate this place. If this is a concern, at this point, people are still here, but there is concern about the safety of this place. Obviously, with these bombs going off or planes crashing into buildings all over the place. But that's it here. As you can see the smoke, and you can see, paper flying about. Yes, Carol.
Sam, a question for you. We understand that there is a tail section of a plane sticking out of the Pentagon, and a plane did hit the Pentagon. Is that true?
Well, at this point, Carol, we are at National Airport, so all we can really see is the flames. Now, I understand we have some photographers over at the Pentagon. I cannot tell you exactly, but from our vantage point, we see smoke.
Sam, if I can interrupt, we do have an eyewitness who actually saw this event take place. They're on the phone with us now. Is it Mr. or Ms. Gurman?
Mr. Gurman.
Okay, Mr. Gurman, tell us what happened.
I saw a big explosion, a ball of fire. My window rattled, and I looked at it. It was a big ball of fire and the smoke coming out. But I'm looking at it right now. It's missed the Navy Annex. It missed the Pentagon. It's like missed so many high-rise buildings. It hit probably a parking lot, or there's a cemetery behind the Navy Annex.
Mr. Gurma, did you actually see a plane?
I didn't see a plane. I heard the explosion. I thought it was a flyby because I live next to the airport. My window rattled. I looked out. I saw a bowl of fire and just smoke coming out.
Are you feeling nervous right now, Mr. Gurma?
Oh, very much so. I thought I was hit. I mean, the building shook so much.
Well, you're not the only one, that's for sure. As we keep you on the phone, and Sam as well, we're now getting reports that the White House has been threatened here. We're also getting reports the Capitol has been evacuated. The West Wing of the White House evacuated to go along with all this. What started at 8:40 this morning, New York, is now threatening, of course, our city, our safety, and a lot of folks very concerned.
The pictures you're looking at right now are from our live cameras. You can see smoke pouring near the Pentagon. Mr. Gurma, do you want to add anything? I can hear you're still on the phone with us.
I'm trying to get out of here because I live a few miles from the Pentagon.
Okay, you get going, Mr. Gurma. We understand. Thank you for joining us. Let's go to a White House shot that we have right now. The White House West Wing has been evacuated, as we understand. We know that President Bush is not there, but he is on his way back to Washington. You can see the armed guards on top of the White House keeping watch. But at this point, they, as well as we, don't know exactly what's going to happen, but everyone is on standby, as you might expect.
And as you mentioned, in case people are wondering and didn't see President Bush in Florida for an educational issue down there, he made a brief announcement about this and said he was on his way back here to deal with it, and of course saying that the terrorist acts will not be tolerated and that they will be looking into it. But after he made that comment is when it happened at the Pentagon. At that time, only the two planes had crashed into the Twin Towers, the World Trade Center in New York.
We wish you could tell you more about what's going on in our own backyard at the Pentagon. We don't know if there were any injuries. We do know there was a construction scene on the scene at the time. We do know when they heard something explode, they turned around and they started to run. We do not know if anyone inside the Pentagon or around it was hurt.
Okay, we have another person on the phone. Janet, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
We understand that you witnessed this plane crash into the Pentagon?
Yes, sir, I did.
Tell us exactly what you saw.
Well, I live in a high-rise building just outside of Roslyn, and I was actually glued to the television, and I have an office here, and it's all glassed in, and I saw a plane just coming right in front of my window, flying at a path that the commercial planes do not fly. Not coming into the direction to land at National Airport.
How big was the plane?
It certainly looked larger. Every once in a while there's a flight path difference for smaller private planes that come in. This was not a small private-looking plane. It looked more like sort of a commuter-type plane.
And you said
but it was sizable, yes.
And then you said it was headed directly to the Pentagon.
Yeah, it was heading in the direction of the airport, and I thought, this plane is way too low, and there's no runway that it goes in that direction, and it didn't turn at all. And I just, as soon as I saw it, I knew it was way too low and not on a flight path that I'd ever seen before living here.
Okay, and what did you hear?
I couldn't hear anything from where I am. I just saw the plane just disappear out of my sight beyond the trees, and then I just saw massive billows of smoke. And then a few minutes later, I heard it was, and it basically is obviously right where the Pentagon is. I can't see the Pentagon; it's covered with trees.
Are you in a safe place right now?
As far as I know, I'm in my apartment where I live, so I am on the 13th floor of a high-rise in Roslyn here.
Oh.
We can see on the bottom right-hand corner of our screen, you can see the firefighters spraying at the Pentagon, trying to put out that fire. Jan, were you already aware of what happened in New York when you saw this coming?
Yes, sir, I was. I was glued to the television because I actually am running an event in New York at the end of the week.
Oh, you poor thing. Okay, we're going to go back to our Sam Ford, who's at Reagan National right now. We understand the FAA has taken some action. Sam, can you tell us what it is?
Yes, Carol. Because of this situation, the FAA has shut down all aircraft flights across the country. I think it is a situation where it is too dangerous. Right here at National Airport, you normally would have planes taking off and landing. There are no planes taking off or landing here. The skies are clear, and there is smoke covering the area. This gentleman is named Todd Nelson. You were just picking up what debris. What is it? Some sort of...
It looks like insulation. I was just standing here watching, and all sorts of paper and debris and insulation.
I'm sorry, yeah. This was what?
All sorts of paper and debris and insulation were just flying down, landing on us over here, and it's just amazing.
Yeah, some sort of insulation or some sort of debris that appears to have come from the Pentagon crash coming through the air. You could see papers flying through the air, things like that. So that's the word from here. We're hearing the FAA has shut down air traffic across the country because of this situation.
Understandable. Thank you very much. Sam Ford reporting to us live from Reagan National. We have another eyewitness on the phone right now. His name is Charles Tanner. Mr. Tanner, tell us what you saw.
I was in the, I live at the Overlook Apartments, and I was doing some exercises, jump roping, and this plane came increasingly fast, almost close enough to, if it headed this direction, hit the building that I'm in, which is an 8-story building, but it was aiming for the, in the direction of the Pentagon, and then all of a sudden I see this puff of smoke, and I just ran over to Columbia
so you didn't actually
to get a better view of it.
So, Charles, you didn't actually see it hit. You just saw it to a point, and then you saw the smoke?
I just saw this plane coming very, very fast, going in that direction as I was listening to you guys talk about what happened at the World Trade Center.
And where you live, obviously, it's close enough to Reagan National, but that's not a type of flight path you normally see.
Right. Well, I'm closer to the Pentagon than to Reagan National.
Okay, but obviously planes flying over there on a daily basis.
This is usually not the flight path of any aircraft.
Mr. Tanner, we do have more information about exactly where that plane crashed. We understand right now from the AP that it crashed near a helicopter landing pad near the Pentagon. So as far as we know, it didn't crash directly into the Pentagon. From where you are, Mr. Tanner, are you okay? Are you safe?
Well, unless, of course, the plane decides to hit this building, yes, I think I'm very safe.
Can you believe that this is happening in Washington, D.C., Mr. Tanner?
I want to say yes and no, okay, because of different terrorist activities and things of that nature, and because of what happened at the World Trade Center, I would say that it doesn't surprise me. I'm just a little shaken that it has happened.
And I'm not sure when we talk about that helicopter pad, if it's the one that's on the west side where you drive by all the time on the main street, that you can see if there's another one there as well that a lot of folks go by them on a daily basis.
We quickly want to recap before we return it to ABC News. The State Department has now been evacuated. The White House has been evacuated. The Capitol has been evacuated. There was a credible threat to the mansion, which I'm talking about the White House here, and so the entire White House has now been evacuated.
Of course, this all started in New York about 8:40. We want to go back to ABC News and allow them to continue their coverage of this entire and unbelievable incident that's going on. I'm Don Hudson along with Carol Costello. We send it now back to ABC News.
Just before 9 o'clock, and the second one was after that. And, John Miller, you're listening.
Actually, it's interesting. There's no way to characterize any part of this as fortunate, but if you look at cities who are prepared to handle an incident like this, and as you've seen New York's emergency response to this, it is probably one of the few places that is prepared with the kind of equipment, response, and rescue efforts that could actually address something like this. And Washington is probably the other. Immediately when this happened, the entire emergency service unit, which comprises hundreds of specially trained cops, was mobilized to the scene. Now a triage center for the injured has been set up just around the corner from the World Trade Center. It's an incredible scene down there with a tremendous amount of equipment.
The Federal Aviation Administration has actually gone even further than it did a few minutes ago. It was asking all planes not to take off. Now the FAA has ordered all aircraft currently in the air over the United States to land at the nearest airport. Now you can imagine what may be happening, or what they think might be happening in some part of the country, that there is somebody else on some aircraft coming from somewhere or going somewhere with evil intentions. And so all aircraft currently in the air over the United States have been ordered to land at the nearest airport.
I think what you're going to see...
I just want to check one thing, because one of the very first people the President talked to was the director of the FBI, and Pierre Thomas, who covers the Justice Department and the FBI for us, has been here. They may think they prepare for this kind of thing, Pierre, but man, it must have been a shock.
Stunning shock. The FBI Special Operations Center is now in full alert. The FBI extremely concerned that there would be additional attacks. Normally when you have a situation like this, they immediately get on the line with the CIA, the various intelligence agencies, trying to get a sense of who might have been planning something. But right now, the first order of business is to protect against a second attack, third attack. The feeling is normally when you have this kind of situation, there will be more attacks almost immediately.
Let's go to the trade tower again, because, John, we now have what do we have? We don't...
It looks like a new plume, a new large plume of smoke.
Now, it may be that something fell off the building. It may be that something has fallen. We don't know, to be perfectly honest. But that is what you're looking at, is the current. That's the scene at this moment at the World Trade Center. Dan Daler from ABC's Good Morning America is down in the general vicinity. Dan, can you tell us what has just happened?
Yes, Peter, it's Don Daler down here. I'm 4 blocks north of the World Trade Center. The second building that was hit by the plane has just completely collapsed. The entire building has just collapsed, as if a demolition team set off. When you see the old demolitions of these old buildings, it folded down on itself, and it is not there anymore.
That should be it.
Thanks very much, Dan.
Completely collapsed.
The whole side has collapsed?
The whole building has collapsed.
The whole building has collapsed?
The building has collapsed.
That's the southern tower you're talking about.
Exactly. The second building that we witnessed the airplane enter had been, the top half had been fully involved in flame. It just collapsed. There is panic on the streets. Thousands of people running up Church Street, which is what I'm looking out on, trying to get away. But the entire, at least as far as I can see, the top half of the building, at least half of it, I can't see below that, half of it just started with a gigantic rumble, folded in on itself, and collapsed in a huge plume of smoke and dust.
We're talking about massive casualties here at the moment, and we have, that is extraordinary.
There is panic on the streets. There are people screaming and running from the site. The gigantic plume of smoke has reached me, and I'm probably a quarter of a mile north of there.
Peter.
Now, this is what it looked like moments ago. My God. The southern tower, 10 o'clock Eastern time this morning, just collapsing on itself. This is a place where thousands of people work. We have no idea what caused this. If you wish to bring anybody who's ever watched a building being demolished on purpose knows that if you're going to do this, you have to get at the under infrastructure of a building and bring it down.
Peter?
Yes, Dan.
What appeared to happen from my vantage point, the top part of the building was totally involved in fire, and there appeared to be no effort possible to put that fire out. It looked like the top part of the building was so weakened by the fire that the weight of it collapsed the rest of the building. That's what appeared to happen. I did not see anything happening at the base of the building. It all appeared to start at the top and then just collapse the rest of the building by the sheer weight of the top. There was no explosion or anything at the base part of it, but I did see that the top part of it started to collapse. The walls started to bulge out, bricks, glass things coming out, and then it collapsed in on itself, and it appeared to just fold down from there, from the very top.
Thanks, Don, very much. Just looking at that, I don't know why, but when was the last time the United States was attacked in this fashion? It was Pearl Harbor in 1941. John?
From the scene now, there's obviously massive casualties. Usually during these things, there's a little bit of a high pitch, but basic calm over the police radios among the emergency workers. I can hear them screaming, signal 1013, which is the police code for help, calling for help at the triage center, where other people who are already injured have been injured more, confirming that the building has collapsed. Dozens of officers, more civilians are injured. And we don't know, although I'd have to suggest, given the size of that building, what progress the evacuation was in of the tower that collapsed.
Yes, Pierre Thomas.
One thing I might add is that in recent years, the U.S. government has been preparing for massive attacks, but it's been primarily focused on biological, often bombing attacks. One of the things I have not heard discussed at all in government circles is the notion that someone would hijack a plane and perhaps fly it into a building. So one of the questions that I'm sure that will come out of this, if this indeed is a terrorist attack, is what kind of defenses did the U.S. have in place to deal with an event like this?
Well, we talked about that even, Pierre, just before you came and joined us, because at the Emergency Management Center, which is just literally in the same complex as the trade towers, they talk at great length about their preparations for a biological, a chemical warfare attack, how they closed tunnels. I mean, they've been very efficient, taken it very seriously for many years. I'd be a little surprised if the notion of an airborne attack on a United States target had not been discussed, but the notion of the intelligence services knowing absolutely nothing of what is going on today and saying openly right away they had no warnings whatsoever is, and you say something very important, if this is a terrorist attack. We just keep saying that on a repeated basis. Not having any notion whatsoever of what's going on is to be reminded not only of the efficiency of terrorism, but just reminded the efficiency of terrorism.
It's ironic. There's a chilling story. Lou Shalero of the FBI, who was part of the capture of Ramzi Youssef, who was the mastermind of the last bombing of the World Trade Center, told me this story, that he was flying over the World Trade Center in a helicopter with the suspect Ramzi Youssef next to him after he was captured in Pakistan. And as they passed over, Lou Shalero nudged him and said to Ramzi Youssef, you see, it's still standing. And Ramzi Youssef smiled and said to the FBI's assistant director, it wouldn't be if I'd had more money. This was...
In other words, more money to buy explosives, more money to run a more efficient operation than the one he ran from New Jersey in '93.
Exactly. And I mean, we may have seen the second coming of that plan.
John McWethy is on the phone at the Pentagon. Hold it, let me just... John McWethy, we've now heard reports that 3 planes have been hijacked today. Can you confirm that? Jack McWethy at the Pentagon? Okay, then let me go quickly to someone named Don Wright, who saw the plane crash into the Pentagon. Don, are you there in Washington?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell us what happened?
Yes, it was about 9:35, and I was looking out our 12th floor windows at 1600 Wilson Boulevard in Roswell, Virginia, and I watched this. It looked like a commuter plane, 2-engine, come down from the south, real low, proceed right on and crashed right into the Pentagon.
Went directly into the Pentagon?
That is correct.
Looked like a deliberate act?
A deliberate act, sir.
And can you tell me what direction it came from, Don?
It came from the south.
Came from the south, up along the river, across the land?
It came from the south.
Okay, and did you happen to look at your watch? We thought it was just a little bit before 10 o'clock.
Well, I was watching ABC News, watching the Twin Tower, and about the time I saw the plane, I watched it come in very low over the trees, and it just dipped down, came down right over 395, right into the Pentagon.
And are you fairly sure that it was what we sometimes describe and recognize as a small commuter plane?
Yes, it was.
Good, Don. Thank you very much. Appreciate your help.
You're
Don
very
Wright, an eyewitness to the crash at the Pentagon. Now, we have had, as I said, reports today. There are hundreds of reports flying around, and so we beg your indulgence on us saying as often as we do, these are reports. They're sometimes unconfirmed. They're sometimes confirmed. We'll try to make it absolutely clear what we absolutely know and what we're uncertain about. There are now reports around of 3 aircraft having been hijacked today. So we have at least, because we've now had eyewitnesses to 3 apparently deliberate aerial assaults involving the aircraft themselves, 2 on the trade towers in New York City and 1 on the Pentagon itself, just described by Don Wright as a small 2-engine commuter plane which came up from the south. And we now believe that 3 planes were hijacked, 2 of them from Boston and 1 from somewhere else. We are not yet sure precisely what's happened. John, you're listening. Just to clarify for people, John, who's one of our leading reporters on crime, knows New York City probably better than anybody in many news divisions. I cannot tell you where that happens. That's either U.S. Air Force or Navy aircraft, fighter aircraft, now on patrol in what we've described as the no-fly zone over New York City today, lest there be one more attempt. John, go ahead.
They've continued evacuations in the area now. They're evacuating Battery Park City, which is a large apartment complex taking up many blocks across the street from the World Trade Center. And they've evacuated the federal court buildings where the terrorism trials of Ramzi Youssef and others were held. Anything that could be a symbolic target is now being emptied out in New York. New York is going into kind of a lockdown mode. I think you'll also see in Washington the same kind of air patrols have been scrambled around principal buildings there.
Okay. We have on the phone one of those people who makes his living analyzing terrorism. Kyle Olson, do you hear me?
Yes, I do.
I wonder if on a day like this anybody wants to be thought of as an expert on terrorism. Be that as it may, and assuming that, and knowing that much of the country is shocked at the apparent breadth of this, are you?
Well, you know, this is the kind of attack that has fallen more into Tom Clancy novels than into actual response planning. Having said that, we've been anticipating for a long time. We've wondered why it's been so relatively quiet. The suggestions of Osama bin Laden's involvement. What has he been doing since Cole? Other groups out there with a real or imagined grudge against the United States. The nature of the event is shocking. The fact that it's happened is not.
Thank you very much, Kyle. Really appreciate it. Kyle Olson.
Yeah, one quick thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
One quick thing. The suggestions that are floating around out there right now. There's apparently this claim from the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine.
Right.
Very interesting to note. If this is legitimate, if this claim stands up, this appears to be the first time this group has targeted Americans. This group has primarily steered away from the more extreme end of the violence scale. They focused less on suicide bombings, more on gun attacks and that sort of thing in the territories against Israelis.
Well, if this
holds up, this is a very different tactic.
Well, if it is true, and of course the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine was very much involved in attacking aircraft in the 1970s, which carried Americans. So certainly would accept your notion that it's a recent attack on Americans. Thank you, Kyle, very much.
You bet.
As Mr. Olson makes clear, there has been at least one claim, and those of us who cover this for a very long period of time are always suspicious of claims. People who cover international terrorism. I'm going to interrupt myself. Linda Douglas, our Capitol Hill correspondent, I think is on the phone, and if she's not, she already reports there has been an explosion of some kind at the Capitol. Is Linda Douglas on the telephone? Let's get her on the phone as quickly as we have. She just reported a couple of minutes ago that the leaders of the Congress, Senator Lott, Senator Daschle, the Republican and Democratic leaders in the Senate, had been taken to some undisclosed secure location. Our general assumption is that there's no panic involved in this, that somebody in the Capitol building, as someone in the White House, has a book which says that when these things happen, Kerr Thomas, maybe you can confirm this for me, when these things happen, there are certain modalities which you behave, and as you see the hierarchy of the American political establishment and military establishment being attacked, you want to protect the chain of command.
Absolutely. The first thing they try to do is get everyone in secure positions so they can gather information and make decisions about what to do next. One of the things that law enforcement officials had been planning for is the notion of a multi-tiered attack. An attack occurring in multiple places simultaneously. Because one of the things they've talked about is that terrorists want to project more fear, as much fear as possible. And one of the ways you can do it is to have this notion that attacks are happening on multiple fronts.
Yeah, well, and we've never seen anything like this before in the United States, of course. And in fact, not seen anything like this in my recollection. I've been doing this for 30-some-odd years. I don't recall any multitude of attacks. We've had 2 or 3. We've had 2 suicide bombers in a short period of time in the Middle East. We had the 2 embassies in Africa, in Kenya and in Tanzania, the attack 2 summers ago in the United States. But the notion that that terrorists, either an organization or organizations, plural, should be able to mount a concerted effort against the United States in this way, causing in this instance so many casualties, in the instance of the trade tower certainly so many casualties, is going to astound people in the political and military and intelligence establishment.
Absolutely. The notion that you could have multiple attacks like this, they had been planning for it, they had not seen it. This is an extraordinary escalation, one that they were predicting would happen, but no one would think that would happen this quickly.
Okay. John Miller?
I think...
let me just interrupt. I apologize again. We're now looking at a helicopter over the Pentagon. That makes perfect sense this morning. But given the fact that we're all sensitive to the presence of any aircraft, that was a helicopter that just flew across the screen. That is, and as we had at least one eyewitness said this was an attack on the Pentagon from the south. He described it quite confidently as resembling a commuter aircraft, which is to say smaller than a small private aircraft and not as large as a commercial jet. It may have been a prop jet. It may have been a jet, but it's a smaller version of the jets which so many people in so many middle-sized American cities are now accustomed to seeing.
In terms of the realm of terrorism, this is going to be a real first test, literally by fire, for the Bush administration. You recall, after the embassy bombings in East Africa, the Clinton administration waited about 10 days and launched a missile attack against the camps of Osama bin Laden, who they felt confident at that time they could say was responsible for it, and who's since been charged in it. In this case, I think this ratchets up.
Excuse me. This is the Pentagon we're looking at now, according to my monitor. And again, it is hard to grasp what part of the building. We do not know if they're in the courtyard or outside, but you can see that a fairly considerable amount of damage has been done. We do not know whether these are offices or storage areas. The Pentagon is full of many thousands of people every day. The Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, has been saying only yesterday and today that he wants to reduce the bloatedness, as he put it, as he alluded to it in the military and the bureaucracy. But this is the great home of the military bureaucratic establishment. John, before I come back to you, Dennis Cross is on the phone. Dennis, do you hear me? Dennis Cross, do you hear me?
Yes, I can, Peter.
Dennis, I understand that you were in the World Trade Center when either this or these attacks occurred. Am I correct?
That's correct. It was, I guess it was slightly before 9 o'clock, and I work on the 36th floor in One World Trade Center. I work in the insurance industry. Probably hundreds of people in my industry in both of these 2 buildings.
And what happened?
As I was...
Hey, Dennis, just let me stop for a second. Somebody is trying another telephone on this line. Could they please not do that while we listen to Mr. Cross? Thanks. Go ahead, Mr. Cross. Go ahead, Dennis.
Essentially, I was, sort of at my desk working, general office activity, and felt an enormous... I almost felt like an earthquake. Like I could literally feel and see things in the office moving and the floor moving. Immediately after it was some sort of explosion or something, there was an enormous volume of debris and paper. It almost looked like a dirty parade. All of this material just falling down. I was looking out the south side of the of One World Trade, and everybody in the office was kind of screaming, kind of gathering in the middle, and I went to the window, and I immediately saw one woman who appeared to be motionless, laying on the roof of a lower building next to me. At that point, everybody started to gather their things. They were trying to evacuate people down the stairwell.
Did the electricity go out in the building?
The lights flickered a couple of times, and then it was weird. It was kind of like there was one sort of rush, and then shortly after that there was another one. I don't know if it was maybe the other tower or if it were elevators in the inside. Sort of just dropping to the floor.
Are you aware that one of the Twin Trade Towers has now collapsed on itself?
Yeah, I'm about probably 5 blocks from there on the corner of Greenwich and Warren.
And as we looked at it on the screen here, Dennis, we could see the smoke from this collapse just billow forward through the lower blocks of Manhattan. Did you have a sense of that?
Completely. I was at that point. I'm a little bit northwest. Certainly north, maybe to the west side of Tower 1, and I was trying to get to Broadway. My wife works on the other side of downtown here. I'm still trying to get there, but the smoke, I couldn't see. It was a wall of smoke, and if you were in it, you couldn't see. If you were out of it, you could just see the wall of smoke. It was
How
never
difficult?
seen anything.
I'm sorry for interrupting. How difficult was the evacuation?
I'm sorry, say that again, Peter?
How difficult was it to evacuate the building from, at least from the 30? There were 110 stories in the building.
I would say that it wasn't extremely difficult. It was just slow going down a somewhat narrow stairwell. If there was any sort of people who weren't able to move quickly, then it literally slowed down or stopped everybody. I was on 36, so it wasn't too terrible. When I got down to the 15th or 12th floor or so, there was water coming in from the doors, kind of at our feet level. And then it just was a waterfall down continually down all of the stairs, probably, in some cases 3-4 inches deep. At that point, sirens and alarms were going off, and then people started to get a little frantic there.
Dennis, thank you very much.
Okay,
I really appreciate you calling in.
You're very
Dennis
welcome.
Krause, who works did work on the 36th floor of the World Trade Center in this particular tower, which is still standing. There's only one of the trade towers now standing, the other having collapsed on itself not long ago. All of the federal office buildings in Washington have now been evacuated. All federal buildings in Washington have now been evacuated. All aircraft in the skies over the United States have been ordered to land at the nearest airport. All aircraft on the ground intending to go anywhere have been ordered not to take off. Because the country, this is the Pentagon, because we've just seen a moment ago that at least one portion of one side or building at the Pentagon itself has actually collapsed. And as we warned you, the whole business of responsibility, claiming of and naming responsibility would be complicated. And now we've, from the Middle East, a senior official from the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine has denied any involvement, any connection to a double plane crash on the World Trade Center. It was, in fact, earlier on an anonymous caller who had called Abu Dhabi Television to say that the DFLP was responsible. So for today, we'll put aside as best we can trying to understand who did it, just knowing somebody who did it. Now, one of the planes that crashed into the World Trade Center was as we said some while ago, American Airlines Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles. That has now been confirmed by the airline itself, or at least by their spokesperson, Lori Bassani. It was a Boeing 767. It would, under normal circumstances, if it were full, carry about 160 passengers, including 2 pilots, 9 or 10 crew, but we have no idea yet whether or not the plane was heavily loaded or not.
Peter, big concern now from the scene that the Northwest Tower, the one remaining standing, is leaning and buckling in the northwest corner. They're moving back the mobilization areas, and they're cordoning off the area in a much wider zone now, because obviously they are now concerned about the possibility of a second collapse.
I'm still desperately confused, John, about what may have caused the building to collapse.
As you watch the videotape, it appeared to buckle from the middle, from the point of impact and collapse, which, not, you know, with no background in architecture, I don't know about the structural vulnerability, but as you see, debris starts to
peel
fall,
away.
then it cracks, and then it just goes straight down. And now they say that the other tower is leaning. If you look at some of the pictures, it appears to be on a slight angle to the right.
Yeah,
they say the fire is also spreading downward now through the tower. And I think there's a real decision to make there. I have not been able to hear whether they're keeping people in there to fight that fire or they're just leaving it empty to let the fire burn itself out, because they're going to have a real problem with people in there if it's in jeopardy.
At the same time, New York firefighters have a reputation of staying until the very end, and if there are civilians in that building which need to be rescued, and clearly there are, then there's no way the emergency services, I can imagine, are going to pull out at this point.
And if the elevators are disabled from that height, there's no fast way out.
Precisely. 110 stories down, and this appears to have occurred, this occurred about 2/3 of the way up. ABC's John McWethy now confirms for us, we've had from an eyewitness, or he adds to our eyewitness, saying that a small plane heading north, which is exactly what our eyewitness a little earlier told us, exploded at the base of the Pentagon, at the base of one wing of the Pentagon. They evacuated everyone inside, and there was subsequent concern, which may have led to the FAA decision to ground everything, that there was concern that another plane might be inbound towards the Pentagon. And by grounding everything, of course, by ordering everything to be grounded on all radio channels to all aircraft that are flying in the area, it puts the military, Pierre Thomas confirmed for me, it puts the military in a position to take aggressive action, as the White House did when other aircraft have come close in the past.
Absolutely, absolutely. What it allows them to do is to get a better sense of incoming. If you're ordering everything down, you're essentially clearing the sky so the Pentagon can see what's coming in. Another question that they have to look at here is whether any of these planes might have been laced with explosives to cause the additional collateral damage once the impact occurred.
Yeah, these in every instance, well, I shouldn't say in every instance, certainly in the instance of the Pentagon, it looks more than a single aircraft just exploding on the ground. But again, we don't know precisely the size of the aircraft. We won't speculate on that. But Lisa Stark, who covers aviation for us, confirms that it was American Flight 11 to Los Angeles. There were 90 passengers and crew on board. And there was a second plane. Help me understand this not. So we believe that the two aircraft have flown into the trade towers. Both belonged to American Airlines. And they had both been hijacked, and there were 90 passengers and crew on the first plane and 60 passengers and crew on the second plane. That is if there's any doubt about that, someone please contradict me, but that is the report I am getting from our people who cover the Federal Aviation Administration and air travel in general, that there were two aircraft hijacked for this attack on the twin trade towers, now the single trade tower in New York City. And on the first, they were both flights to the West Coast from Boston, and the first one had 90 people and a crew on board, and the second had 60 passengers and crew on board. I beg your pardon. The second plane was not hijacked from Boston, but from Dulles Airport, we're being told, which of course is outside Washington, and we do not know if that was the... I'm going to make this absolutely clear because this reporting gets muggy. We've now reports of two planes from American Airlines, one from Boston, Flight 11 to Los Angeles, which we believe is one of the aircraft that went to the trade towers. We have a second plane, American Airlines Dulles to Los Angeles, with 60 passengers and crew, and that is certainly bigger than a small commuter aircraft, so it may also have been involved in the... We'll do our best to hand that down as well. Senior law enforcement officials in Washington now tell us that a car bomb has exploded outside the State Department. That's it's a report now from the Associated Press, about to confirm it with our own people at the State Department, though everybody in Washington has been evacuated from their buildings. But a car bomb has now exploded outside the State Department. And John Miller, I see you writing quite frantically on something else.
It's at the scene now at the World Trade Center. Because of the concerns of the structural stability of the remaining tower, a temporary headquarters mobilization point triage center was set up at Stuyvesant High School, which is about 2.5 blocks up and slightly across the street. Now the concern is that if the building falls, if the second building falls, that it will be falling in that direction. So they are now evacuating their own command post and triage center, and they have to find an even further zone to move that to. Something that is striking about this today is that this is indicative of, with a car bomb at the State Department, a plane crash into the Pentagon, 2 planes designated to crash into each tower of the World Trade Center, bringing one down. It connotes the level of planning and sophistication and extreme logistical ability that probably makes this singularly the largest, most well-coordinated act of terrorism, not just in U.S. history, but probably
in modern times.
In modern times.
Yeah,
unprecedented. It's going to be.
And every time you say that, I'm going to go immediately to Washington now, but every time you say that, I keep thinking of how we are told time and time and time again by the Pentagon and by the State Department that they know something's going on in the world today.
They seem to have the problem at the North Tower, Peter.
Let's look at the North Tower quickly.
Seems to be coming down.
Oh my God.
The second tower.
It's hard to put it into words, and maybe one doesn't need to. Both trade towers, where thousands of people work, on this day, Tuesday, have now been attacked and destroyed, with thousands of people either in them or in the immediate area adjacent to them. There is simply no way to accurately describe the emotion this evokes in people all over the world, friends of the United States and enemies of the United States as well. John Miller, very briefly, you said to us just a few minutes ago that this was their concern, that they thought after the first tower went that the second one was vulnerable.
There was constant intelligence that terrorist organizations, and specifically that financed by Osama bin Laden, was trying to mount another series of attacks against the United States. Of course, they thought of the symbolic targets. The most symbolic was the World Trade Center because it had been attacked yet not brought down. And it seems that those concerns that even caused the World Trade Center to hire a senior FBI counterterrorism official just weeks ago to try and beef up security have come home to roost. It's also interesting to say that there is no type of security
which would have prevented against this today. Well, that may not. I was going to say that may not altogether be true, because security operates in waves and concentric circles out around the world. Now we've lost the picture from there, so now we have it again. Well, wherever you are in the United States or in the world today, the landscape of New York City has just been changed. And one has to assume that thousands of lives have been extinguished. And it may be presumptuous to say thousands, but thousands of people work in these buildings, and given the difficulties of evacuating these buildings, where, as we've said several times, the elevators may not have been operating and were not operating in at least one tower, tower number 2, the first one which is to go. That is the second attack on the southern tower, the first higher on this end of the tower, but both those towers have now have now gone. And here's a picture that doesn't exist anymore, because that's not a live picture anymore. Good Lord, it just... Now, can I ask where this picture is from? Do we know where this is? This is
outside the World Trade Center. The sign indicates the approach to the
Brooklyn Bridge. To the Brooklyn Bridge. So we're
on West Street, approximately just north of Vesey Street there.
And you can see the dust and debris. And this is at, I don't know if this is at an early stage or whether this is right now. It's at an early stage, because there in the distance you can see at least one of the towers still standing as people wander, many of them dazed. And look at the cell phones in their ears. This is, in a cell phone society, and this is certainly true in the Middle East, people on their cell phones all the time, seeking and offering reassurance to their families and their friends that something has happened. In Israel, and at least those who have them in the Palestinian territories these days, there's constant traffic on the cell phones, because there is such tension in the region, and such tension here today, which is extraordinary, that people wanting everywhere to reassure or find out about what has happened to those who are near and dear to them.
One thing we should update for people listening, particularly in this area, who may have been worried, there was a concern that if this building...
You mean in the New York City area?
Yes. There was a concern if this building fell that it would land on the center they had set up at Stuyvesant High School, where the students were still there. The reports from Stuyvesant High School now are that everybody there is okay.
Stuyvesant High School, the high school in the adjacent area, which the city and the state authorities set up to deal with the casualties that they could get out of the building or had occurred adjacent to the building. It is just clear that a lot of people, we do not know how many, got out of the building. And it is going to take time. It is going to take time. The New York City Office of Emergency Management, which monitors the city and all its vulnerable points, said when this whole thing began this morning, they could not get an immediate handle on precisely what was happening. And it was only, you've seen this before, this is a recording of precisely what happened when the second tower went down. And this is from a very long distance. This camera is located on the edge of the Hudson River on the West Side Drive, up the western side of Manhattan. And I cannot say this is something that people never believed they would see in the United States, because, of course, Oklahoma City was when we all had that reaction, when Americans experienced terrorism in the heartland for the first time, believing in many cases that it all happened somewhere else. But I just think that millions of Americans will be stunned by the magnitude of this today. I'm trying to track down John McWethy, our correspondent at the Pentagon. He was evacuated. I'm saying this as much to our control room as anybody. He, like everybody else, was evacuated. And I'd also like to talk, if I may, to Claire Shipman at the White House to see what the progression is there, and Linda Douglas at Capitol Hill, because we do know that the leadership of the Senate, at least, Senator Lott, Senator Daschle, were moved to a secure location while much of this was going on, but it is very difficult to get through on anybody's cell phone. And this is, Pierre Thomas, another reminder of, you wonder if this is something that people anticipate. We now live in the age of cell phone. We now rely on cell phones for so much. When there's chaos like this, too many people on the cell phones, they don't work.
Well, one of the things that they had to deal with today, Attorney General Ashcroft was en route to Milwaukee today. And now with the planes grounded, he's going to have to communicate by phone. They have an internal communication system at the Justice Department that they use in situations like this, video monitors. But again, everyone is dispersed, and with the planes grounded, this created a scenario that they had, quite frankly, hadn't seen before.
It is the grounding of the planes which pretty much brings to a halt. I mean, one assumes that Air Force One with the President is already on its way back to Florida. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. ABC's John McWethy is on a cell phone at the moment, and while he cannot hear me, somebody can tell him to start talking, please, and we'll listen. Okay, we'll try that again. Anytime John McWethy begins to talk and tell us what's happening at the Pentagon, or as much as he knows what's happening at the Pentagon, we will simply let him go. But it's just very difficult to get through on cell phones. Thousands of people trying to find out where their friends and their relatives are. Thousands of reporters, news organizations, city organizations, state organizations, federal organizations, trying to understand not only what happened today, which in some respects is secondary, but to get something done. And there's just so much agitation around. You get a report just a couple of moments ago from the security at the Capitol Police saying that they believe a hijacked plane may be bound for the Capitol. There's an intensity in the air and a fear and a trauma in the air at 20 minutes to 11 Eastern Time in the United States, 20 minutes to 8 on the West Coast, or in the western part of the United States. The day has just beginning, and all of this has happened in just under an hour. The first attack on the Trade Tower was just before 10 o'clock. The second one came at 3 minutes after 10. We have a strike on the Pentagon, which came a little after that, and the country is just riddled. 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock, I'm sorry. The country's just overrun, as it's inevitable it would be with rumors. I'm curious, John, in terms of the emergency operation that you monitor, are they in a sense of panic? Are they or just in a sense of chaos?
In a sense of chaos. There was a brief sense of panic, which is understandable when the first tower collapsed. By the time the second tower collapsed, they were prepared for it. There were numerous other injuries. The level of coordination is incredible. The FDR Drive, which is a main artery, has been shut down for the purpose of keeping it clear for ambulances to go to hospitals. They've anticipated that the lower Manhattan hospitals in New York City will fill up, so they have started to arrange helicopter flights to go to hospitals further out in the circle. They've really been pretty well coordinated throughout this. If you can possibly be coordinated during a series of spontaneous events that amount to disaster.
This is war, and war by another definition. We did manage to get Rebecca Cooper, one of our reporters, on the phone from the White House. That's how difficult it is at the moment to communicate. Rebecca, do you hear me? Rebecca Cooper at the White House, do you hear me? All right, the same case with Rebecca as with John McWethy at the Pentagon. If we do hear from them, we'll simply interrupt and let them get on talking. Yeah, Rebecca, do you hear me?
Yes, Peter, I hear you. I'm in the basement of the 815 Connecticut Avenue. It's a building across the block from the White House, across the park. You know where that is, next to the Chamber of Commerce. I had to come down here because, as you said, none of the cell phones are working. I'm in the engineer's office, and they've given us their phones to use. There's a real dichotomy here at the White House, Peter. Tourists who still are not fully aware of what's happening across the nation are standing there watching with curiosity. They keep getting moved back, but those of us who are inside the White House realize the severity of the situation. I was inside the White House this morning trying to gather information for you when we were told by a very nervous White House security staff that they feared a plane was headed to the White House, and we heard planes indeed overhead, and they quickly evacuated all of us out of the White House. Now, I just got off the phone with my own crying mother who was very worried about where I was, and I will tell other mothers and fathers of people who work at the White House and reporters who work at the White House that most of the White House has been evacuated. In fact, in the building where I am now, people have cordoned up other offices to try and coordinate the federal response to this. There are actually phone calls being placed to the legal counsel of the FAA from this building because they don't have cell phone connections. They are out of their offices. They are doing a good job of coordinating the federal response from here, but they are having to take all kinds of emergency measures to coordinate this response. But even the White House chef, who just days ago was preparing a lovely state dinner for President Fox of Mexico, I saw him and I tried to speak to him. And frankly, Peter, he was too rattled. He said he couldn't speak, and he was with his staff, and they were all very anxious and very worried because, of course, they did know what's going on in the country today.
Many thanks, Rebecca Cooper. And if you just see that picture that was going by as Rebecca was talking, you get a real sense of what the urgency was in the White House. First of all, the White House police came walking out, and then people began to run out of the White House. In and of itself, astonishing, because we live with the notion that if there is any place in the United States which is fiercely protected, including an anti-aircraft battery, at least one on the roof of the White House itself, this is the place where the President and the Vice President, of course, are to be secure. Claire Shipman is on the phone from the White House. Claire, we are now looking at what appear to be fairly relaxed security officers on the roof of the White House, looking at in the distance as they always do, talking occasionally to each other. There doesn't seem to be a high level of tension there. What's it like on the ground?
Well, there's considerable tension on the ground, Peter. We are actually looking at a similar picture because we're across the street from the White House now in the Hay Adams Hotel. The entire area around the White House has been completely evacuated. It's very quiet. The police seem tense. They're carrying automatic weapons. We've also seen a couple of what appear to be fighter jets overhead. Everybody in this area has been sent home from all major government offices. It's a reverse commute. The highways, we're told, are just jammed. As you know, President Bush is on his way back to the White House. They've checked his plane considerably before sending him on his way. But as you mentioned, these guys on top of the White House roof are almost always here. And ever since that incident a few years ago when a plane actually landed on the White House lawn, they've upped security measures so that they wouldn't have any other aircraft nearby. And that may be why they seem a little more relaxed than other areas around town. As you know, the AP has been reporting that there was a car bomb that went off at the State Department, and a lot of people are talking about that. And there's also been some report that there were bomb threats on Capitol Hill, but we're still trying to find out more about that, Peter.
Thanks very much, Claire. There are indeed reports from the Federal Aviation Administration that there are possibly 1 or 2 more planes that have been hijacked this morning and are still missing. When you think of the number of aircraft that crisscross the United States, not to mention fly overseas every day, this is the Pentagon. This is the Pentagon. This is live coverage from the Pentagon now, which gives you some sense of the force with which this aircraft, described to us as a small commuter-sized aircraft, flew into a side of the Pentagon coming from the south this morning. And again, the communications in the country are so difficult at the moment, and as you've heard beginning to hear from everybody, the cell phone network is choked for a variety of reasons, that it's hard to get a handle at this point on casualties at the Pentagon or the extent of damage. The one place in which we can be focused, because it is such a small place, Manhattan, 11 miles long, is the Twin Trade Towers. And by some remote chance, if you've just joined us on television, the Twin Trade Towers in New York City have been destroyed, with hundreds, presumably, or perhaps thousands of people in them. Each of the 2 towers was struck today, attacked today, by an aircraft, one of which at least we know was hijacked. And this is the second tower that went just a few minutes ago. A scene of chaos and devastation in the lower part of New York City, right on the edge of the Hudson River. Everybody in the United States is familiar with the Twin Trade Towers, and we have no idea whether there were tourists there who show up every morning to go and stand on the top of the trade towers, because it is one of the most expansive views, south, west, and north of the city and the area itself. Bill Blakemore is down there. Bill, do you hear me?
I do, Peter.
Go ahead.
I'm just north of Canal Street, just a few blocks north of the Trade Tower area. Throngs of people have been, of course, moving north. Some of them silent, most of them looking stunned, just saying we're just trying to get out of the area after both towers have collapsed. We're seeing Delta Wing jet fighters circling overhead, just one at a time. When the first one appeared, the group of people amid which I was standing shrieked and said, "Oh my God, there's another attack," and then they realized that being a Delta Wing jet fighter, it was probably the U.S. military, which of course it seems to be. There's just a couple of helicopters, apparently police helicopters, circling overhead. And on this very clear morning now, the unusual sight is the lack of the trade towers sticking up above the buildings that are normally here. People have now begun to accept, but just barely begun to accept what's happened. All business at a complete standstill, nothing but sirens down here as these throngs move further and further north, just walking away from what they can barely begin to understand. Peter?
Bill, how far north did this, I mean, we looked at some streets which debris had just gone in a huge, wide area.
Right. I seem to be just north of where that hit. I'm just up at Canal, so there seem to have been enough low-lying buildings, that is no more than, say, 20 or 30 stories high, between us and the base of the tower to have protected people here from the debris. But here's another man walking past me, just looking completely dazed, going north. 2 or 3 other women. The crowds are beginning to thin out now, as most of the people who were just standing around and watching or working there. One woman came up just talking a mile a minute with her daughter and her friend and her daughter, describing how they had gone to their school this morning. She was about to go to the trade tower to pick up something from a shop there when her daughter said, "I want a sandwich, Mommy," and so she stayed back. She said, "Otherwise I would have been there." They're still trying to understand how they're so lucky not to have been over there. There must be thousands of such stories here this morning, Peter, of those that were the lucky ones.
Thank you, Bill. Please stay in touch as often as you can. It's now 10 minutes to 11 Eastern Time, 10 minutes to East in 2 minutes to 8 in the West. And I'm just going to add to the chaos and the trauma of the day by saying that a large plane has now crashed just north, or shouldn't I say just, but crashed about 10 o'clock in the last 15 minutes, north of Somerset County Airport, about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. This is reporting from one of the Pittsburgh television stations as a result of a 911 call from the airport itself. There are no other details on this crash yet. And it's not clear whether the crash was related to anything else that has happened in the country today. But the plane, which was believed to be a Boeing 767, crashed about 10 a.m., just about 8 miles east of Jennerston, Pennsylvania. People in the area will undoubtedly be reporting in more clearly to us on that. The New York mayor's race is having a primary today. That has now been canceled. Both on the Republican and the Democratic side, there was I apologize for interruption. Somebody's trying to say something. Go ahead, please. Okay, just stand by just for 1 second.
Fred there?
Yeah, Fred, pick it up.
The New York mayoral primary has been canceled today, and as we said, there's reaction coming in from the Middle East, including a claim of responsibility, then a denied responsibility, now a message from the Palestinian President Yasser Arafat condemning the aircraft attacks on the World Trade Center and sending the condolences of the Palestinian people to those who have been victimized by it. Outside the Pentagon, another member of our ABC News staff, Chris Dreer. Chris, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Peter.
So would you tell us what you can see?
Yes, Peter. I'm standing at the fringe of Arlington Cemetery watching the Pentagon as the top of it caves in. There's a lot of black smoke, a lot of twisted debris. The Pentagon itself has caved in from the top. There is much fire coming out of the windows. It looks like something from World War II, Peter.
Chris, can you tell me, it's a little hard to tell on television, how much of the building has collapsed? How wide is it? How deep is it? Do you have a sense of that?
Yes, I do, Peter. The center portion of the Pentagon appears to be breached. That is, apparently there's a courtyard, and the of that is completely caved in from where I am, from where I see it.
Okay, I think you're on a cell phone, Chris, but just confirm for me that a portion of the building has been breached and the aircraft appears to have pushed its way through into the courtyard?
Yes, indeed it has. I believe, Peter, that that's where the plane is, but I am not sure at this time.
Okay, thank you very much, Chris. Is there any evidence, is there any movement around there at the moment? We're looking at a fairly static picture. Are there people arriving, people disappearing, ambulances coming?
Peter, there's a great deal of glass and wind fire coming out of the windows, but on the other side of the Pentagon is where most of the emergency vehicles are now. I'm going to try and get around to that side to see what I can see.
Okay, thank you very much. I should tell you that all military personnel in the District of Columbia area now, all military personnel in the district are now on something that is called Threat Level Delta, which is the highest state of alert in the military, and all other people, all other military personnel in the country are now on alert status Charlie, which, John Miller, we know is a somewhat lower status of alert, but still a reminder that this disaster has spread like wildfire through all of the political and military establishment in the country. All museums and monuments in Washington are now shut for the day. It's ironic to hear Claire Shipman telling us there that tourists are still standing around waiting to get into the White House today. Not surprisingly, unfamiliar perhaps with what has happened everywhere else, though, as it was, for example, when John F. Kennedy was assassinated, word spread dramatically, mouth to mouth, person to person across the country in a huge wave of information and emotion and confusion. And now...
Good morning, I'm Del Walters in the ABC 7 News Studios. We are interrupting ABC's coverage to bring you up to date on the developments that are happening here in Washington. I'm joined by Carol Costello. Safe to say that Washington is in a state of high alert. We are receiving a report that, as you heard Peter Jennings say, that all of the government buildings in Washington, all of the employees in the government buildings in Washington have been told to go home. All of the museums have been closed.
Including the National Zoo.
Including the National Zoo. And as you can hear, basically, we don't know at this point what buildings may or may not have been targeted by these terrorists, and that is the reason for this extraordinary activities. We have a reporter on the phone right now from the Capitol, Horace Holmes. Horace, bring us up to date as to what's going on there.
The area, Del, around the Capitol has been totally sealed off. We're standing on the corner of Independence and Washington Avenue. About a 4 or 5 block area around the Capitol has been sealed off. Police just not letting any, even people walking on the streets get anywhere near the Capitol building. We have been hearing, and you can probably hear in the background, sirens going. A lot of police activity, police cruisers and paddy wagons and even ambulances traveling at high rates of speed up Independence Avenue. When we arrived on the scene, there were just people everywhere in the streets. All the buildings around the Capitol building have been evacuated, so there are workers at HHS and the FDA and Department of Education all out in the streets just kind of wandering around asking police officers, where do I go and what do I do, asking them, can I get to Union Station, asking them if the subways are operating. A lot of panic out here in the streets, quite frankly, and a lot of confusion.
Of course, we understand the airports have been closed down in our area. The D.C. Fire Department, Prince George's Fire Department, Alexandria Fire Department, all personnel have been asked to come into work no matter what their shifts. Horace, what about people who just live in the area? They must be afraid, too.
Yes, as a matter of fact, they can't, people who live just in Capitol Hill can't get to their homes right now because police have just totally sealed off this area. We've seen a number of people who say, well, I just live right down the street there, and police are saying, I'm sorry, but we can't let you into the area around the Capitol.
We understand from also the State Department, there were initial reports that a car bomb had exploded there. We understand now that no car bomb has exploded at the State Department, although it has been evacuated. Although at the Pentagon, the plane did hit the Pentagon. Part of the roof has fallen in, but we don't know the extent of injuries there. We don't know if anyone's been terribly hurt because, of course, in these situations, it's very hard to get information. Horace, do you have any information about injuries?
No, have not heard anything about that at all.
Horace, what about with regards to the members of Congress? Have you seen any of them coming, going, or extraordinary measures to evacuate the members of the House and the Senate?
I talked to one gentleman who was in a House Judiciary subcommittee meeting that had just begun when he said there were members of the House in that meeting, and police came in and told them to evacuate. What we've seen, we were over there by the garage at one of the office buildings, and police were escorting members of Congress out of the area at very high rates of speed, obviously.
We want to take a shot of the 14th Street Bridge because it's an odd sight, because usually there's a lot of traffic on the 14th Street Bridge. There was a lot of outbound traffic a little bit earlier. As you can see, people are actually walking across the bridge to get out of the district. Everybody wants to get out of the city for very obvious reasons. That is an eerie sight.
That picture itself is actually a testament to how quickly the District of Columbia was evacuated. This entire tragedy has been unfolding now for about the last 2 hours. About 20 minutes ago, that bridge was packed. Obviously, the last time anybody in the Washington area can remember seeing the city itself clearing out has been one of the snowstorms that we had, the most recent being 1996 when there was gridlock on the streets. But everybody appears to have decided to go home to collect their loved ones. I've talked to people that were in high-ranking government positions who simply said, I have to go home.
A lot of things have been closed down, too, for obvious reasons. We want to join Greta Cruz, who is in our newsroom. She has the list for us. Greta.
Okay, well, Carol and Del, the list keeps changing as we speak. This is what we know. You did mention that all federal government offices are shut down, that all of the monuments are closed, the Smithsonian closed, including the zoo, which is farther north in the city. At this point, as far as, let's start with the schools. D.C. public schools are still open. They are meeting right now, officials, to decide whether or not they will be closing D.C. public schools early. At this point, everything is still on. Howard University is closing at noon today. American University in Northwest is canceling all classes this afternoon and this evening. Arlington Public Schools, we are told they're getting lots of calls, obviously. They are going to keep the kids in school. If parents do want to go to the school and pick their children up, they may do so. However, they are not letting the children out early. The University of Virginia, the Northern Virginia Center, will be closing at noon today. And the Corcoran College of Art and Design is now closed. A few other things I will pass along. We were told earlier that BWI Airport is still allowing incoming flights because planes obviously do have to land, although the FAA nationwide is shutting down airports, but some of them will remain open to allow flights to land. Metro is still open, folks. We are told, however, that the Pentagon station has shut down because of the fire and the problems out there. But for the rest of the system, the subway system is open. It is crowded, obviously. We are in pretty much a reverse commute in the city of Washington right now. The streets are open, the bridges are open, except for those secured areas we told you, Horace Holmes, around the Capitol. Many of those streets will be shut down because the police have cordoned them off as a safety measure. The stretch of 395 Shirley Highway by the Pentagon is also shut down because of the fire out at the Pentagon. We understand that D.C. Mayor Tony Williams is at the Reeves Center downtown. That is the command center. He is fine. Everything is in control there. The White House and all the other buildings downtown have been evacuated. And right now we do not have any word on any casualties locally as a result of all of these incidents, but we will keep you posted as more becomes available.
Yeah, Greta.
Back to you.
Greta, we just got off the phone with an Air Force spokesperson. He says he has no idea if anyone was killed inside of the Pentagon. Of course, we will be trying to effort that information.
I also want to add, too, we did get a request, and I don't know if you mentioned this or not, that D.C., Prince George's, and Alexandria are all asking their fire department personnel and their EMS. Everyone needs to report to work today immediately, regardless of their schedules. They're going to need every man and woman possible today.
And Greta, I think it's safe to say that even though no state of emergency has been declared, we are in a state of crisis. And if you are out there listening and you are a nurse, you are a doctor, you are a member of an EMS squad, a firefighter, or a police officer, it stands to reason logic. Phone your commander, your base, and simply report in for duty. We still don't know whether or not we have seen the worst. Like the rest of the nation, we here in Washington are bracing ourselves. We are hoping, we are praying that we have. But we are going to return right now to ABC News, where they continue to cover not only the events here in Washington, but also the events that are unfolding around the nation, because we are fearing now that this may have escalated even further. We join ABC and Peter Jennings right now.
Certainly have focused on bin Laden as the bête noire and as the architect of terrorism against U.S. officials, U.S. citizens. But in this case, the resources and the coordination and the direction to do these kinds of events requires capabilities beyond any one single group. In other words, there had to be cooperation, possibly with some state support, to do this kind of thing.
Okay.
I mean, we've been hearing for the last 2 months that bin Laden was getting ready to do something, but I don't think anyone was looking here as the object of his next event.
Okay, Vince, I much appreciate it, and I hope you go work the beat for us and you check back with us through the day. I'm, by the way, this is not for an immediate discussion, but I'm sitting next to John Miller of ABC News, who you've heard often this morning is one of the only reporters in the world to have gone to see Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan. And as the day goes on, we'll clearly deal with this in even greater depth, John, than at the moment. But what we are now dealing with is a devastating human tragedy as the result of terrorism in New York City and in Washington, D.C. And just before I talk to John Cox, well, I'm more than happy to listen to these people on the street if we can possibly hear from them. But just in case, by some remote possibility, at 8 o'clock Pacific time, along the West Coast, you've just turned on your television or you're continuing to watch it, let me just review for you where we think we are at the moment. Because it is both a tragedy that has revealed itself before the eyes of millions of people in the country watching on television, and a complete mystery as to how, as we heard from Vince Canistraro just a moment ago, how this could have happened in such a coordinated way without any of the intelligence service of the United States having much a clue about it. So just before 9 o'clock this morning, just at about 8:50, an aircraft, which we now believe had been hijacked and flew into a building, hit a building. And then shortly after that, that was at 9 o'clock, or just after it showed up on the wire services about 9:04. We could see it happen live on television as a second aircraft hit the other tower of the twin trade towers in New York City. Thousands of people had just arrived at work. As time passed, we understood that these aircraft had been, we believed, hijacked in both instances. Perhaps certainly one, an American Airlines aircraft which was destined for Los Angeles, had been hijacked and flown. Pilot either forced to fly, very hard to believe, and of course we'll never know unless they find the black boxes from these aircraft, or somebody on board that aircraft killed or got rid of the pilot and went to the controls and flew the plane into the building themselves. And then as much of the country began to connect and try to grapple with this, then we had this horrifying circumstances of first one of the towers, this is the second aircraft flying in, then first one of the towers and then the other tower collapsing on itself with, at the very least, hundreds and probably thousands of people who did not manage to get out of the building after the two initial collisions. And the country, the political and military establishment of the country just began to lock down very quickly. First of all, there was concern at the White House because outside the west side of the White House, behind the Executive Office building, we then began to see that there was fire, and that was what appears now to have been an attack on the Pentagon just shortly thereafter. This was this other tower of the Pentagon, the first tower of the Pentagon, which began to fall down upon itself. The World Trade Centers, of course, is what I mean. Thank you. Just stay out of my ear for a second. I'm just trying to bring people up to date on the order of which things happened. So we then had New York City's airspace all around locked down. The airports closed down at LaGuardia and Newark and John F. Kennedy. Nobody was allowed to take off. And then shortly after that, the Federal Aviation Administration became involved and told aircraft nowhere in the country to take off. And then all aircraft flying anywhere in the country, because there was so much concern, and there is still some, that there is an aircraft somewhere out in the country which has been unaccounted for. All aircraft in the country were ordered to land immediately at the nearest airport. And then, of course, the second devastating thing at the trade towers themselves, when the second trade tower collapsed on itself. The president was in Florida, and the president down in Florida today to talk about education came very quickly to the cameras, clearly as shocked as any of us in the rest of the country. He talked to the FBI and others. He immediately canceled his education trip to Washington today, to Florida today, and said he was going to come back to Washington, which is exactly what the country expects of him. And he said very briefly on camera that this terrorism against the United States will not stand. As we've said before, the kind of thing he had to say. And John Cochran went to Florida with him. And John, I think you're still in Florida and the president came home. Is that my understanding?
That's right. We're grounded like all other Americans. The airport here is close to us. The president is on his way back, but we don't know where he's going to land. You know, normally, Peter, the president would land at Andrews Air Force Base, Maryland, a military base, a secure base just outside of Washington, D.C. However, network camera crews have been barred from going to Andrews Air Force Base. It apparently has been roped off and barred to news media. We do not know if the president is going there, and the White House is being very close-mouthed about it. And you can understand why they would want to create the question in some people's minds as to where the president will land. We've been told that when the president returns, he will have a National Security Council meeting. But where will that happen? Will it be in Washington? I can't help but think back to November 22nd, 1963, the assassination of John Kennedy. At that time, the Secret Service was in a great hurry to get the new president, Lyndon Johnson, back to Washington, D.C., a safe place. It's no longer clear today that Washington, D.C. is such a safe place, Peter.
Thank you very much, John. Please stay in touch and let us know when you can make your way to Washington. The uncertainty in Washington has led authorities to ask the political leadership in the Congress, we know at least in the Senate, to go to a safe location. Earlier reports about a bomb outside the State Department, we believe, are now not correct. But there was this attack on the Pentagon, and there's this mixture in Washington of deep, profound tension and almost and alertness. You certainly get a quick glimpse there of the security force, which is a constant presence on the roof of the White House, on guard there. But there is a natural instinct, not only for the president to go to Washington, not merely for the security, because it's the nation's capital, and it's where all of us in the country will look to the president for leadership and response in the hours and the days ahead, and it'll be maybe a couple of hours yet before the president gets to Washington. Meanwhile, on the ground, we have people of all persuasion, eyewitnesses, journalists on the ground, who have been party to seeing this thing and are beginning to piece together for us the human dimension of how horrendous this is. And this, of course, is Times Square, in which you can imagine that people have stopped, and this happens to be the ABC News screen in Times Square, which at a time like this, as Times Square has always been for more than a century, it's always been a place where people gather to see the news. But Drew Milhon, ABC News' Drew Milhon, actually saw this happen, and I believe, Drew, you're on the phone at the moment, am I correct?
Yes, Peter, I'm here.
Would you go ahead?
Sure. I was at the corner of Varick and Canal, which is about 10 to 12 blocks north of the World Trade Center, where roughly 300 to 400 people were gathered watching the flames and the smoke from both World Trade Centers going through the air. And I began to cross the street, and I heard a collective scream from this group of people. And I looked up, and the first World Trade Center that collapsed was falling down. The shriek lasted for quite a long time, and then many of these people fell into tears, just crying and sobbing. I don't know where my mother is. I don't know where my friends are. That sort of thing was heard all around this crowd.
Okay, Drew, where are you at the moment? You're in the same location?
Yes, I am. I'm at Varick. I'm just north of that now. I'm at Varick and Canal.
And people are not familiar, people from outside New York are not familiar, but you're at the lower west corner of the island of Manhattan. And is that whole lower part of Manhattan being either evacuated or people just leaving it en masse?
It is being evacuated. No cars are allowed south of Canal, which is basically the last major thoroughfare that goes east to west on Manhattan. After the first Trade Center went down, I tried to get closer to the scene, and police and FBI agents were telling everyone, both plainclothes policemen and uniformed policemen were telling everyone they had to go north of Canal. They were pushing everyone back.
Okay, thank you very much, Drew Milhon. Please check in with developments. I can tell you that the reports that we now get from a variety of places, let me just stay with the map of New York City, because the New York City Emergency Management Center is, if you're looking at that map, is just like on the tip of the building there to the north. Both those buildings have gone, and at a moment like this, they and the political establishment in the city, as well as the state and federal authorities, would coordinate operations from in there. And there are other, as you look around that, Manhattan itself, as far up as the Williamsburg Bridge and beyond, of course, is the United Nations. People have always been concerned that these at least two of the tunnels, the Holland Tunnel for one, the Lincoln Tunnel is not on that map, but these are the tunnels that go across the Hudson River to New Jersey and out onto the west, and that even perhaps the bridges. But elsewhere in the city, City Hall would be vulnerable as well. The United Nations, the tunnels, and of course FBI headquarters, which is about in the middle of Manhattan, not too far from the New York Stock Exchange, which you cannot see on that map at the moment. But there was nothing, John Miller's with me still, thank you very much, and I'm glad you are, nothing more patently, obviously vulnerable than the trade towers.
Or no larger set of symbolic targets. It's what they mean. They stand for American commerce. They stand for the American establishment, and in some way, just by their size and profile, American might. And the fact that they were an earlier target and that they withstood that, I think, made them even a more attractive target the second time around.
You can see people, and again, I'm not quite sure what we're looking at here, and I wish somebody would put pictures up. Okay, this is clearly a New York fire rig, and communications are extremely, extremely difficult, as you can imagine, in a circumstance like this.
One of the things
sometimes what you get is a picture that is either taken from a different angle or of a different thing.
One of the things they're grappling with here is what is the crime scene. They've been talking about that today. The crime scene unit responded expecting that they'd have a massive crime scene, the World Trade Center tower, then two towers. Then the two towers collapsed, making their crime scene not only much more difficult to process, but massive. Consider the prospect of sifting for evidence, trying to find the black boxes, the in-flight recorders, evidence of other explosives there.
Let me stop for just a sec, John. We'll come back to the notion of crime. But ABC's John McWethy is at the Pentagon. John, can you hear me? Jack, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you, Peter.
John McWethy, just go ahead and tell us what you know, what you've seen, how much information have you been able to put together?
Peter, this is one of those things that you dream of in your worst nightmares. It appears that a large jet aircraft, perhaps the size of a large passenger plane, came very low, clipping off light poles as it approached the Pentagon. It slammed into the side of the Pentagon, and it drove itself from the outer ring all the way to the inner ring. The area of the building that it went into burst into flames. There are many, many floors of destruction deep into the heart of the Pentagon. That area has now collapsed. The firemen have been there trying to put out the flames. There are obviously heavy casualties at the Pentagon. There have been ambulances and helicopters coming and going for the last hour. The area has been cordoned off. The skies above the Pentagon, there have been F-16s circling. The entire area has been evacuated. More than 20,000 people work in the Pentagon, Peter, and this is a disaster.
John, at ground level, for example, in the side of the building where the plane penetrated from the outer ring to the inner ring, Do you know precisely what goes on in that section of the building?
I do not, Peter. That is not where the highest-ranking people are. The Secretary of Defense and most of the chiefs of the services are on a different side of the building. But in a way, it almost doesn't matter. There are going to be many high-ranking people from the Defense Department who are going to be either injured or killed in this attack.
And, John, is this something which the Pentagon is trying to take care of wholly itself? I mean, are we talking to you about a circumscribed military operation to emerge from this chaos?
It's very difficult, Peter. The FBI is here, local police are here, everyone is here trying to deal with the casualties initially and trying to make sure there isn't a second strike of any kind. That's the first inclination. That's all I can tell you at this point.
All right, let me ask you, John, because you cover intelligence and counterintelligence a lot of the time, trying to see that a second strike doesn't occur. How is the Pentagon defended in any way, and in any way similar to, for example, the anti-aircraft battery on top of the White House?
No, Peter. This Washington, D.C., because it is a democracy, has made a lot of decisions about how it is going to posture itself. And local law enforcement, FBI, and CIA have relied on intelligence as a way to defend the United States, and they're going to have to add some measures as a result of this.
And John, as it may be too chaotic at the moment to be talking to people about what is an intelligence failure this morning, and the intelligence services are going to have an enormous amount to answer for, clearly, at least in the public arena. Are you picking up anything that suggests anybody has the vaguest idea of who may have done this?
They are going back over every strand of intelligence, looking for either groups in the Middle East or anywhere else in the country. They learned a painful lesson after Oklahoma City, not to jump to conclusions. They're trying not to do this. But, Peter, there are very few organizations on the planet that could put together the kind of coordinated attack that we have seen today. That points most initial fingers at Osama bin Laden's organization that has the money and the sophistication to do this.
Okay, John, thank you very much. I don't think we should be at all surprised that Osama bin Laden moves to the top of everybody's list in this. But John McCarthy makes a very interesting point, which we should talk to John Miller about this for a moment, which we should consider throughout the day. I remember sitting in this exact same chair at the time of the Oklahoma City bombing, and we all thought it was a Middle East attack. We all thought it was the Arabs attacking the United States, and that's where much of the violence is these days, but it was a sort of knee-jerk reaction, then it turned out to be one of our own.
That's right, and it was a conclusion that was jumped to by the law enforcement establishment because it seemed to fit the pattern of conduct, a massive truck bomb. The difference was it was stateside, yet they were certainly surprised when they learned within days, actually with a car stop of Timothy McVeigh, that it was a homegrown plot. These are bellwether events. When the World Trade Center blew up in New York City in 1993, everybody sighed and said, well, we said it couldn't happen here, and it finally has. When Oklahoma City blew up, they said, we knew it could happen here, but we never thought it would be brought on by our own. This event certainly transcends either of those events by several fold. And, of course, as you pointed out, people are already jumping to speculative conclusions. But whoever is behind this put together an incredibly sophisticated program. Just the idea that you would have multiple operators in multiple cities with the ability to get onto a plane with either the weaponry or false weaponry or explosives to be able to pull off a hijacking, again, probably with a locked cockpit.
Three of them, maybe.
Again, a hijacking and another hijacking and another, and maybe one that's still aloft, that you would be able to, and this is the part that has confounded me, and you touched on this, how do you make a pilot in a plane full of passengers into a suicide pilot, a kamikaze to slam into a building? And if you do not, how do you, as the terrorist, have the level of sophistication to take over the controls of a sophisticated airliner jet plane to be able to fly accurately into targets like hitting dead center into the Pentagon, which is a low below building.
You heard John McCarthy saying knocking down telephone poles as it came along.
Dead hits into the World Trade Center, one at the center, one near the top. As you pointed out, there's a lot of mystery to this, confounding mystery, an incredible scope.
Let's listen to this woman quickly. Well, we try to listen to this woman, not able to get her sound. Could somebody please turn up her sound if that's possible? We are looking at, in some cases here, because of the communications difficulties, but also the communication benefits we get from our ABC affiliate here in New York City. We're getting coverage which comes from a variety of sources.
What you're seeing is West Street there, a block north of the World Trade Center. That was an emergency service police officer collapsing on the street.
Let's listen to this man. Okay. Can I just ask our director to come to us for just a second then? I think it... Mr. Goodman? Thank you very much. Let's just continue to review. There's a hard issue here for an enormous number of people. What you've seen on television this morning, those twin trade towers first being hit and then collapsing before our A's has an almost distant, we talked to both Pierre and John, it has one distant quality to it because we're watching on television. We're so accustomed to violence on television. So accustomed, I mean, when the plane flew into one of the two towers which we saw before our eyes, you thought, well, you know, it's like the graphic artist, isn't it? So what we haven't had here yet is an appreciation of the suffering that's occurring on the streets and in those buildings.
Well, what the widening scope of the injuries, they have now notified hospitals in the outlying boroughs outside Manhattan, and they have cleared routes through the streets, covering miles for caravans of ambulances to bring the injured out as they do the triage. The lower Manhattan and central Manhattan hospitals like Bellevue quickly filled up very early on. They have now set up a system of helicopters, which they have to be very careful with because of the ban on air traffic, that everybody knows who everybody is who's flying and that there's communications between all of them to shuttle people out. The military has offered military aircraft for that kind of transport, and military surgeons have been brought to the scene. One thing unfolding right now is they've asked for gas to be shut off in that area for blocks and blocks because after the two collapses, gas mains were opened up and there's a gas leak in the air which only fosters the danger of yet more explosions.
Exactly. Pierre?
Well, one of the things that they've been very concerned about in recent years is the notion that could hospitals deal with massive amounts of casualties like this. And now they're going to...
Let me just interrupt you for a second so we hear it as it's happening.
Just come out, we're walking.
It's just come down. The second everyone's being asked to get down, come down. The people are now panicking again.
Give him here. You can watch. You can film it. Okay. Make a hole. Make a fucking hole. Make a fucking hole. Make a fucking hole. Fuck off.
Well, a scene that's been repeated hundreds and hundreds of, as far as we know, thousands of times. The reports in John Miller was talking about the number of hospitals and the military making its medical staff available to the citizen, to the layman hierarchy here. We've had reports from various hospitals saying that hundreds of people are burned from head to toe. One doctor at St. Vincent's Hospital in Lower Manhattan just simply said the place was crowding up very quickly by people who had been burned. And the horrifying magnitude of all this is to be reminded. I think I'm going to try to get this right, Nancy, but I think maybe as many as 50,000 people work in the immediate area of the Trade Center, of the World Trade Center, in which there are these two twin towers. Am I right on that as many as 50,000 people work at?
I don't know the figure, but the World Trade Center complex, not just the two towers, which are, you know, over 100 stories each, but they're flanked by the World Financial Center. So there are clearly tens of thousands of people within a 2-block radius.
And John McWethy, who called in just a short while from the Pentagon, talking about the aircraft that had penetrated the outer ring of the Pentagon to the inner ring, we're talking about the Pentagon now, had many floors of destruction and heavy casualties. It's just impossible at the moment to grasp, other than to try to aggregate the normal circumstances of how many people live and work in the immediate area. And thousands of people work in the Pentagon every day, which has now been overrun by local police and by state authorities and by the military itself trying to take care of its own. Tony Cordesman, who's one of our military analysts, is on the phone from Washington. Tony, what can you add to all this?
Yes. Peter, can you hear me?
Yes, Tony, I can.
I think one of the things we need to understand is we've been preparing for this kind of event for nearly a decade. We've had presidential directives. It's a project called Homeland Defense, but quite frankly, what people were most worried about was the use of weapons of mass destruction, chemical, biological, or nuclear weapons. Well, we looked at this scenario, hijacked aircraft flying into buildings back in the 60s. It wasn't the focus of Homeland Defense activity. It wasn't something brought up on the screen of the Vice President's office, which formally is in charge with coordinating this effort.
But Tony, you, I know, been party to a lot of these. Is that speaker I hear behind you?
Yes,
Could you just turn around and ask somebody to turn it down?
Hold on, please. I'm on to Peter. Could you turn it down?
Thanks very much. Sorry to interrupt them because they're all doing a job. But your involvement here is important because you've been involved in so much of planning and study of this operation. I don't get it. In the 1960s, yes, we looked at the possibility that people would hijack airplanes and fly into buildings. How did it get off the radar?
I think the problem, Peter, is literally we have tens of thousands of points of vulnerability. As Jack McWethy pointed earlier, it's the Pentagon. It's symbols of our national heritage, like the National Archives. It's major utilities, nuclear power plants, targets like ABC News and the networks. The problem is that anticipating all these points of vulnerability in a democratic society and defending them is almost impossible. There's always been this area of vulnerability, and we've always put civil liberties and civil rights before trying to deal with a comprehensive defense. This may change those priorities. It certainly is something short, if not actually at the level of an act of war.
And Tony, you have seen us this morning, or heard us this morning, go through the ritual of reciting that somebody had claimed responsibility, someone had denied responsibility. The Palestinian Authority in the person of Yasser Arafat was very quick to come along and offer condolences to the people of the United States, to put as much distance between himself, because he gets blamed for a lot in the Middle East, certainly by the Israelis. Do you have any feel for how complicated an operation this is and who might be able to mount it, or are we just blowing in the wind at the moment?
You're not blowing in the wind at all, Peter. This is so complicated an operation that one reason we weren't ready is that no one believed there was an organization with either the intention or the capability to execute something like this. People talk about bin Laden's group, but it's an umbrella group. It is the elements under it that would have had to do it, not bin Laden himself. We have talked about Iraq, but Iraq's operations have never been particularly sophisticated. We've talked about Iran, but while we can identify that the Iranian leadership was involved in Al-Khobar, we've never seen anything this ambitious. And groups outside the Middle East, like the Japanese Red Brigades, have never come close to this level of operation. I think it's also important to note that we talked earlier about bin Laden being Arab. Bin Laden's operations now have many elements that are not Arab. They are Islamist extremists. They involve groups from countries like Pakistan and other elements. And what we've never seen is a level of coordination among all of these different groups that would lead us to prepare.
Okay, Tony, thank you very much. Very, very grateful to have you here and to remind us all that what has been happening to us all, you know, in terms of being witnesses today to this, and everybody's now gets deeply emotionally involved, the people who've been involved. Again, remind you that many thousands of people work in the Twin Trade Towers in New York City, many thousands of people at the work in the Pentagon. There have been 2 aircraft at least today which have gone down with passenger loads on board. And in fact, there has been a 3rd crash in Pennsylvania, which I shall bring you up to date on in just a moment. But we've had a written statement from American Airlines this morning, and let me just read it to you, or parts of it as it come. American Airlines confirms it lost 2 aircraft in what it describes as tragic incidents this morning. There was Flight 11, which was a Boeing 767 en route from Boston to Los Angeles with 81 passengers, 9 flight attendants, and 2 pilots on board. That aircraft was hijacked, to the best of our knowledge, and flown into the trade towers in New York. And Flight 77, a Boeing 757, offering from Washington Dulles to Los Angeles with 58 passengers and 4 flight attendants and 2 pilots. That aircraft is a little more uncertain. That is not a huge, it's a big aircraft, 757, but we're not certain whether that's the one that went into the Pentagon or whether it's one of the other aircraft that went into the Twin Trade Towers. But the government has now shut down the entire air traffic system in the United States. And we learned just a while ago, for example, that all international flights heading to Canada we're now going to be, for the United States, we're going to be diverted to Canada. And the Canadians have now shut down their entire air traffic system as well. A reminder of how close the 2 nations live together, and how Canadian airports from one end of the country to the other are within an hour's flight or less in some cases of major American targets. So now let's get involved with one more crash to start with. ABC's Lisa Stark, who covers aviation, is on the phone with us from Washington, or at least I believe in our bureau. Lisa, can you hear me?
Actually, Peter, I'm in Seattle today, ironically, for an aviation conference.
Okay, well
can you hear me, Peter?
I can indeed, Lisa, and tell me what you know.
Well, what I know is that the flight that went down outside Philadelphia, I believe, in Pittsburgh, was United Airlines Flight 93. It was a Boeing 757. It was en route from Newark to San Francisco. I do not know how many people were on board that plane. United is also saying now that they are concerned about a further flight that apparently is still missing. Flight 175, it is a Boeing 767. It was scheduled from Boston to Los Angeles. That flight apparently is still unaccounted for, according to officials from United. So at least we believe there's at least one more plane that may still be flying around, in U.S. airspace. Obviously, Peter, I've also learned that one of the planes that went into the World Trade Tower was tracked by the FAA. They knew, I don't know if they knew it was hijacked or if they just knew something was wrong. Obviously, it had deviated from its flight path. They were able to track it on radar, and they did track it to lower Manhattan. That is the latest we know about the flight.
Lisa, this may seem an awfully dumb question, but given the fact that the airlines, the major airlines, operate in such an intensely coordinated way, at least with their own operation centers, how is United Flight 175, a 767 from Boston to Los Angeles, thought to be missing and unaccounted for?
Well, all United is saying is that they are, quote, concerned about that flight. What I believe is that probably that flight was hijacked as well. Where it is right now, I'm sure perhaps the FAA, the FBI, and those folks know where it is. We are not being told, but there may still be another plane flying out there that has not yet crashed or landed or whatever will happen to it. But that flight is apparently at least unaccounted for at this time as far as public release. I'm sure someone knows where that flight is.
Yeah, okay, thanks very much then. Lisa Stark in Seattle today. I thought she was in Washington, covers aviation for us. Barbara Starr, one of our principal reporters at the Pentagon, I think is on the line as well. Barbara? Barbara, do you hear me? Barbara Starr?
Yes, Peter, I'm standing outside the Pentagon. About 10 or 15 minutes ago, we saw 50 to 75 military personnel move onto the helipad. They are stretcher-bearer volunteers.
they've been assembled to go in and recover any potentially dead or wounded. And we have talked to an eyewitness who was down on the helipad earlier this morning, where the fire is, of course, still ongoing. He reported seeing more than a dozen wounded personnel earlier this morning. We have seen ambulances carry people off. About an hour ago, we saw emergency medical personnel bringing out a woman and a small child in their arms. So the situation here remains quite unsettled.
Can you describe a little more generally what unsettled mean? Is it calm? Is there chaos?
We have had periods of what can only be described as chaos. About 15 minutes ago, security personnel came through again and told us to start running, to move back, that there was another aircraft moving up the Potomac River from the south at a high rate of speed. Well, that apparently did not occur, and we have now moved back to our original camera position. So the police are quite at a point of quite high tension here this morning, and any little ripple is having them move people back to stay away from the building. They are extremely concerned about another attack and a potential additional explosion. They are taking every precaution.
Understandable. Barbara, the portion of the building that was breached when the aircraft crashed into it, do you know what happens in that part of the building?
Well, we're looking at it right now. Fire trucks are still pouring water more than an hour or better after the explosion onto the flames. This has occurred where the helipad is, a helicopter pad with a small control tower where military helicopters, and including Air Force One helicopters, take off and land regularly. A very senior military official told us he heard an explosion on the 5th floor of the Pentagon, and he believes that that's where the impact was. But looking at the side of the building, you can see smoke and flames, and the building is singed, literally top to bottom. Water is continuing to be poured on the flames by fire companies.
Thank you, Barbara Starr, very much. We've just seen a helicopter flying over the center portion of the District of Columbia. Maybe we can get another glimpse at that. It's gone out of frame now. I am wondering now whether or not we are not possibly looking at the president returning to the White House. Claire Shipman, you've got a pretty decent vantage point over the White House. Is that possibly what we're looking at? Okay, Claire Shipman will get to us when she's got a very good vantage point over the White House. It does not by any means look like the traditional arrival of the president from Andrews Air Force Base in a Marine helicopter on the south lawn of the White House, and quite frankly, everybody on the roof, with a few remaining people on the roof of the building now. This is a permanent guard. I think we're all in the country familiar with the fact that this is a permanent military installation on the top of the White House, as there is one of the really intense perimeters around that. But I think they would not have been quite so relaxed if the president was returning to the White House. And you heard John Cochran report from Florida a while ago that there is nobody's told him where the president is going to land on his way back. In fact, he does traditionally land at Andrews Air Force Base, and we have no idea precisely where he is going to land. And but there is no doubt at the moment that authorities are on alert from coast to coast still. All air traffic halted. All high-profile buildings in New York City, certainly in the District of Columbia, all of the national buildings have been evacuated. It's certainly been true in Chicago. The Sears Tower of Chicago was evacuated. So were the tallest skyscrapers in Boston, Cleveland, and Minneapolis, and the Space Needle as well in Seattle was closed. Military bases all across the country went on alert, on a variety of stages alert. In Washington, military personnel were put on what's called alert level Delta, which is the highest possible alert status, and military personnel throughout the country were put on Charlie threat level. For people who follow those things, we say them often without knowing what they mean, but they're both pretty high states of alert. There was extra security put in place at the Department of Energy's nuclear weapons and research complex in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. They put in extra security at the Los Alamos National Lab in New Mexico, and among the other places at Fort Detrick in Frederick, Maryland. this is to give you some sense of the magnitude. We're looking at a limited amount of picture of New York City and Washington, but let me just go on with this list of what people did across the country today. In Louisiana, the state police urged all petrochemical and pipeline companies to be on alert. In this particular tension, a target which people who study terrorism believed which was vulnerable. In Los Angeles, all of the police in Los Angeles went on tactical alert and mobilized their anti-terrorist division. You recall before the World Trade Fair, the World Trade meeting that was held up in Seattle, one of the last times the system really worked and everybody efficiently was when they caught a guy coming across the border from British Columbia and Canada with a view to blowing up the Space Needle, I think it was at the time, in the Space Needle in Seattle.
That's what they originally suspected, and then later updated it.
Turned it into something in Los Angeles.
When he began to cooperate, he admitted his plan was to set off a massive bomb inside the terminal of LAX, Los Angeles Airport.
That's right. And what I remember at the time about that, John, which is why everybody in the country is so on edge today, is, you know, here was a guy who was picked up by one agent at one border crossing in the country because he was sweating.
One alert agent who didn't like the fact that he was panicking.
Yeah, okay.
Under questioning.
Let me go back now to the World Trade Center. Just to finish this very quickly. Under orders from the FAA, airports nationwide are now closed all across the country. Anybody's just connecting with the world today and you're planning to go anywhere on an aircraft from one place to another, you can just forget it. So let's go back to the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan on the west side and talk to Don Daler. Don.
For New York yet. As you know, this is one of the most densely constructed pieces of real estate in the world, and when the Twin Towers collapsed, it appears that they ignited fires on surrounding buildings. I'm seeing a huge amount of smoke. Just about 15 minutes ago, there was a phalanx of firemen, I would say probably about 50 firemen, moving deliberately into this black cloud of smoke. They disappeared completely into it. Then about 5 minutes ago, there was quite a bit of activity as a number of police officers started moving back individuals as well as firemen who were with their fire trucks away. So they moved the line of demarcation back away from that area. And I can see at least two buildings look to be partially involved. Just from my vantage point, I'm about 4 blocks away from where the Twin Towers once stood. Right before the second tower collapsed, when you and John were talking about the concerns over that possibility, Mayor Rudolph Giuliani walked right past me here on Church Street and Duane Street, again about 4 blocks from that area, moving his entourage out of that region. And then just moments later was when the collapse happened. There was a complete cessation of ambulances and any kind of emergency traffic in this area for about 5 minutes. And then slowly I saw 1 or 2 ambulances trickling out of this incredible cloud of dust with debris on top of them. Some of them had broken windshields. There was a police car that came by that looked like the top had been almost completely stove in. And that's one of the most disconcerting aspects this morning has been on this avenue that has been opened up, Church Street. There's just been a trickling of emergency vehicles coming out of that scene and towards the hospitals. I'm not sure how much they've been trapped down in that area or whether they moved away and are going to some of the other area hospitals that don't come by here. But I have not seen anywhere near the number of ambulances leaving the site that one would expect.
Don, let me ask you this. Do you have, and I realize this is a tough one to ask you to speculate about, after the attack occurred on the aircraft, the first aircraft attack on one tower and then the second one, how many people managed to get out of that place before they collapsed? Have you any idea? Would you see a large number, small
I saw a river of people at first running when the first attack happened. There were screams. A lot of people were looking up in shock. And then about, I would say, a minute and a half later, there was a steady stream of people moving from closer to that area, running up the streets. Then, of course, as I guess is human nature, a lot of people stopped, feeling that they were maybe far enough away that it was safe, started looking up, talking, pointing, and then the second plane hit. And that, again, caused another stream of panic. As the police started to respond and started to try to clear the streets, there was a very calm, organized evacuation of the southern part of Manhattan. I saw no panic whatsoever. It was very calm. The police were directing traffic, getting all the cars out of this area, getting all the people north. But when the first tower, the one that actually was that you saw, was the second tower hit, but the first tower to collapse fell, then it was mass chaos. And there were thousands of people running up the streets. This billowing cloud of dust and debris came washing up over here, four blocks away, which only exacerbated the chaos of the moment. And then from then on, from the time that the first tower collapsed, there was just the street here, Church Street, was just full of people covered in dust, holding their handkerchiefs or papers over their mouths to try to breathe, moving northward away from this area. That stream trickled out, and then when the second building collapsed, once again there were more people, but this time when the second building collapsed, I witnessed firemen who were helping one another, struggling up the street, covered in debris. There was a police officer who was being carried by two other police officers, trying to get out of that area. So there was obviously a lot of collateral damage with the people around that area. I would say even not just at the base of it, but for them to have gotten to my point that quickly, they would have been injured probably 2.5 blocks away from where the towers fell.
Don, thanks very much. Don't go away, because you've helped us appreciate at ground level what, as I said before, seems almost surrealistic when you look at it on television. In terms of people getting out of the trade towers, you have any sense at all, have you heard anything even anecdotally from the cops about how many people managed to get out of the building before they collapsed?
No, absolutely not. But you can imagine that the World Trade Centers, I'm not sure how many elevators exactly they have, but I have been in those buildings, and I think there are around 20 elevators in each. If they shut down immediately, you can imagine the people who would be streaming down the fire escapes and the stairwells. There's also, I don't know if it was the case now, but I do know that one of the towers had a major elevator that went all the way to the top that was malfunctioning and has been malfunctioning for at least a month. They've been having a lot of trouble with that. Not that that would have made any kind of difference, of course, once those elevators shut down. As soon as I imagine the fire alarms go on and that kind of thing, it's de rigueur that the elevators are not to be used in that situation. If the elevators go all the way to the top, and that's where the extent of the damage was at the very top of these, there's probably no way that anyone on the lower floors was able to use elevators. So they were all going down the stairwells, and one can only hope that there was quick enough reaction that they did get clear away, that they did not stop at the base.
Thank you, Don, very much. You know, somebody said, looking at the Pentagon this morning, that it reminded them of World War II. Clearly a person too young to remember World War II. But as you look at these scenes, you can feel absolutely clear that you're looking at the results of the United States at war with angry and vicious people who will do in the future, as they have in the past, whatever they can to get at the United States, this huge presence in the world, with any number of enemies in the world, with any number of people who feel the United States has messed up their lives or their countries or their movements or impeded them from something. And so, in fairness, without being too carried away with it, we are looking at pictures from a war zone this morning. Not a picture, something that looks like a war zone, looked like an old war zone, but is a picture of a current war zone in this endless battle between the United States and its enemies. Usually small groups of enemies. We're talking into countries to some extent here, but we're talking about the most unconventional form of warfare that man engages in, which is terrorism. Designed to cause terror, designed to have an impact on the psychology of Americans, designed to show that the United States is vulnerable. What better expresses American vulnerability than to watch these two symbols of American commerce and government and pride at the lower end of Manhattan collapsing in upon themselves after having been attacked by two hijacked aircraft. That is what it looks like at the moment. Looking out, this from the top of the ABC building, and we're like 60, 70 blocks, 60 blocks north, more than 60 blocks north of the trade centers, and as we look down, that's what they look like under normal circumstances. We can see them from almost anywhere in the city, and people go to the top of them on a regular basis so that they can see the huge surrounding area, including, I might add, right in their face, the Statue of Liberty on a day like today. And they are both gone. Now, just to deal with the possibility of the missing United Airlines flight, the mayor of Cleveland, Michael White, says that a Boeing 767 out of Boston has made an emergency landing at Cleveland Hopkins International Airport because of concerns that it may have a bomb aboard. There is some possibility that may be the missing United flight, but we do not know. But anybody who's in an aircraft this morning and made an emergency landing safely is probably one hugely relieved person at the moment. I want to go back to Washington. Claire Shipman is just across Lafayette Park from the White House. It's a traditional place in which we broadcast from when we're covering White House and Washington affairs. Claire, do we know where the president is at the moment?
Well, Peter, that's what we've been trying to figure out. I've been told by sources that Air Force One hasn't landed yet. What we're trying to figure out is, as you were talking about earlier, where that plane will land and where the president will go. The Secret Service have essentially told me, we have an emergency plan in place for exactly this sort of thing. And of course, we're not going to tell you where we take our protectees, including the president. And there was some question about whether he would even land, as he normally does, at Andrews Air Force Base. Now, there is a small press pool traveling with him on Air Force One. I've been told they may stick fairly close with him once he does land, so we may learn something more. But in addition, the entire staff of the White House and the old Executive Office building, State Department, has been scattered around town. There's no reaching anybody from the NSC, the press office. They're all trying to set up temporary offices, and at some point they may have them up and running. But right now, there's very little information about how this government is running and from where it's being run.
And of course, Claire, these are all really, truly important psychological factors in the war between the United States and those people who would harm it. Because if the government is seen to be in, I don't mean to suggest disarray, but seen to be uncertain, then this is going to simply make America's enemies happier.
Oh, absolutely. This is exactly the sort of response they would like to have. And of course, this government doesn't make this sort of evacuation decision lightly. Remember, you were talking earlier about the Oklahoma City bombing. They didn't evacuate at that point. We all stayed in the White House because they didn't feel it was necessary, and they don't want to do it unless they believe it is absolutely necessary.
I have been saying, perhaps you will think too blithely, that the president is no safer than he is in the White House. Is that the conventional wisdom among the current White House press corps?
You mean
that the president wants to be in the safest place? He's in the White House, unless he's in a bunker somewhere.
Well, I think that is normally true. But again, in a situation like this, where it's obvious that they're just not sure what's going to happen, they believe there are safer places for him. The Secret Service told us absolutely they have places they believe are safer for their protectees than the White House. Remember, we talked about this earlier, but just a couple of years ago, a plane landed on the White House lawn.
Right.
So mistakes do happen in terms of the protection of the president, and they don't want to take any chances at this point.
Thanks very much, Claire. But one more question. We try to track the political leadership in the city generally, and I realize this is in large measure a serious effort, but also something of an academic exercise. Where are the leaders of the Senate and the House at the moment?
Well, we've been told that the leaders of the Senate, at least, have also been, according to a plan, taken to safe destinations, and we can't find out where. Colin Powell, we're told, is on his way back from Peru. He would also be taken to that sort of safe destination, presumably with the president.
Okay, thanks very much, Claire. People at home, I think, know by now that we get information from a variety of ways, and here's a piece of information about the president's advisors that Claire may or may not be party to, that they're preparing a list of options, including closing the nation's borders. Now, we all know, as the struggle over legal and illegal immigration and the desire that people have to come to the United States, how difficult that is. But the notion, we've now got all the airports in the country is closed down. We've got all the Canadian authorities pretty much mounting the same kind of operation there, at least temporarily, to see that nobody uses a Canadian airport in order to get an aircraft off the ground to come in this direction. Customs, U.S. Customs, has moved to something they call Threat Level 1, which is the highest state of alert that the Customs Department has, the Department of Treasury, of course, has. All air and marine assets are now on alert. We covered that before in terms of the state of the military. The borders are not closed, And we are told by immigration and by customs at this point there have been no unusual incidents at any of the border crossings, either between the United States and Mexico or between the United States and Canada. And several, it seems like it's not very long ago, it's only been 3 hours, almost to the minute, since this actually happened. And early on, we made the observation that in some respects this was not in some respects, this is the most serious attack on the U.S. mainland since Pearl Harbor. And I notice now that at least one senator in Washington, Senator Chuck Hagel of Nebraska, referring to that attack 60 years ago, which so surprised the nation, has now called this the second Pearl Harbor. And so much, of course, is different in the world, and yet one should not be surprised if this comes to be referred to that in the days and in the weeks ahead. We've managed to put together a couple of pieces of information on tape, and one of them is, I believe, a quick comment and a quick comment only from Mayor Giuliani of New York. Can we just roll that, please?
Hold on. Yes, it is. Hands right this way. Get up. Put your mask on. Put your mask on. Put your mask on. Now put it down.
Mayor, what's the situation right now?
The situation is that 2 airplanes have attacked, apparently. Can't go to city. Why? They should not go to city. All right, well then let's go north then.
You know basically what happened? 2 airplanes?
Stop it. Come with us. Come with us. Well, let's talk a little later, okay?
Okay. City Hall. Okay.
You could never ever underestimate how important the political leaders are and their respective communities are to the country at this moment. Mayor Giuliani, who's coming to the end of his term in office, down there, a very characteristic fashion of him, John Miller, to go immediately to the scene. Some mayors have not, and it has cost them politically, but you see in that early picture, maybe that's an hour or so ago, in which he's just caught above as much guard as anybody else.
And he's covered with dust. He's walking with his principal bodyguards. The other man wearing the mask, who stopped him from speaking, obviously for security reasons, wanting to get him further out of the area, was his police commissioner, Bernard Carrick, who, as the mayor was about to stop and give a briefing, said, no, we have to go further out, concerned for, other damage and his safety.
Okay, Senator Schumer of New York is, I believe, on the phone. Senator, are you there, and can I ask where you are?
Yeah, I am in Washington, Peter.
Good. Obviously, you, sir, have something to say, and here's the space.
Well, I just, we're all just totally shocked here. I mean, probably there are millions of New Yorkers who are in my position. My wife works. I'm in Washington, but my wife works a quarter of a mile from the World Trade Center. My daughter goes to high school within the shadow of the World Trade Center.
Have you spoken to them both?
I did speak finally to my daughter. I spoke to my wife earlier this morning, and I spoke to my daughter about a half hour ago. Both were obviously extremely shaken by what's happened here.
Senator, you know precisely that 50,000 people work in the World Trade Center. There are 155 businesses in there, and 80,000 people visit the World Trade Center every day. How can you give us some sense of your feeling about the magnitude of this, your knowledge of the magnitude of this?
It leaves you almost speechless. I was going through each floor, and I know people on almost every other floor, and I'm sure that's true of so many people here. This is such a dastardly act aimed at the heart of America and the heart of New York, and it is... You don't even know what to think. It is just so awful.
Senator, I apologize for interrupting.
We're going to have to
Senator,
redouble our efforts because terrorism leaves nobody.
Senator, I apologize for interrupting you. I really do. But this is an American Airlines news conference, which we do want to have. We'll come back to you.
Not that I'm aware. We've been in business here 26 years, I guess. Have we ever done this, closed the air side to all the terminal buildings? This is unprecedented.
Yes, sir. We have not done it. It is this level of security has not happened before.
We hear from the aviation community that there is a rumor that military jets are escorting a commercial aircraft to this airport right now. Can either of you comment about that?
I have no earthly idea, sir.
Mr. Jim, do you know anything about that?
I would assume that since all of the aircraft that are due into DFW have landed, there are no military escorts. Now, whether there was a military escort provided to them or not, we're unaware of that.
We can take about 2 more questions, and we're going to have...
Considerations for the implosion, what are you going to carry on with that?
We have canceled the implosion party set for this Saturday, and we will look at where we go from here.
On the flights that were diverted, where did they go?
Well, they could have gone a variety of places. We don't have all that specific information. Typically, when a plane is diverted, it's diverted to the Category X airport, the largest airport that is closest to where they're going, but we don't have specific information.
Planes on the ground right now that are sitting there on the runway, any indication that perhaps terrorists could be in one of those planes?
Have no idea whatsoever.
Now, when you say shutting down the airside, can you just articulate that a little more?
Certainly.
Is this the... just tell us what you mean by that.
Right. What that means is when you go through your security checkpoint for those customers who are used to going to the airport, anything on the opposite side of that is called that secure side of the airport. And those are the areas that are being closed to the public. They are still keeping open those areas in front of that. They call that the ATO area, or where you can check your bags, that sort of thing, to accommodate any customers' questions and things that might find their way to the airport.
So all folks who are stranded are being moved out, essentially?
Indeed, and being accommodated, those based upon what the plans are by their respective air carriers, be accommodated in local hotels and things of that nature.
That's all. I'm sorry. One more question, and we're going to have to get back to our business.
I talked with passengers out in the terminal. They said that people who are coming off the planes are having their bags searched or their luggage searched. Comes out of the airport.
That's possible.
That is possible on the part of the air carrier.
Okay, thank you. We'll be back to you. I think the most important thing to take away is that there is no specific threat to this airport, and rest assured that our DPS folks will keep you alerted if anything else is to occur. Thank you.
What time should we expect another?
Well, there you hear the comments from 2 officials. I have to be perfectly honest, not sure who they are, whether they work for American Airlines or they work for the airport in Dallas, but they were in Dallas today, and they say at the end of that news conference there is no specific threat to that airport, which will be reassuring to people who are around the airport, but anybody who's wanting to fly anywhere in the country at the moment is unable to do so anyway. But the conditions in the country are of such a confusing nature at the moment that stuff just comes in all the time. We've had authorities in Lexington.
I'm Del Walters inside the ABC7 News Studios, joined with Carol Costello. We want to update you on the events that are occurring here locally. There are 2 major things we must deal with at this time. We know now, and we have been reporting throughout the morning, that one of the planes involved was Flight 77, that was a Boeing 757 operating out of Dulles Airport to Los Angeles. 58 passengers on board. We're trying to get information regarding that. Also, there is a situation on the Pentagon.
We should mention the number right now. If you believe you have loved ones on board that American Airlines flight, that is number 77. American Airlines has provided us a number. It is 1-800-245-0999. Another note, American Airlines has shut down its operations. Do not go to the airport. Do not try to call the airline. They will not answer you.
We want to now bring you up to date on the situation at the Pentagon. If we could take that shot that we just saw a second ago. There is still smoke pouring from within inside the Pentagon. We know that the plane that crashed into the Pentagon penetrated the outer wall and crashed into the inner wall. We have received so far reports from one hospital, the Virginia Hospital Center, that as many as 22 people have been brought there. No other reports of injuries or casualties at this point.
Although we do hear from ABC News that there is extensive damage at the Pentagon, we also understand that the highest-ranking officials were not on that side of the building, but there were high-ranking officials located where that plane went through the building. Again, we do believe there have been deaths. We just don't know yet, and of course we'll keep you posted on that.
ABC 7 News reporter Sam Ford is standing by live at Gravelly Point. Sam, can you bring us up to date as to what the situation is there? I understand a plane actually just landed at National.
Yes, Del. Well, as you can say, over 2 hours now, we've been looking at this plume of smoke from across those trees. That is the area of the Pentagon. And as you said, there was a plane that landed here. The National Airport has been shut down. One plane came down, a small plane there. It looks like some sort of a Learjet. And it was escorted by a fighter jet, I guess, to make sure that it wasn't shot down. The speculation is that it is some VIP who had reason to be here, and therefore the plane was brought in, although the airport itself is shut down. And we'll just give you a live picture there of the National Airport. If you can just, that is the take picture, and that is the live picture. That is the live picture of National Airport. All the planes there at National are shut down at this point. And we've been here sort of watching refugees, you might say, who have been moving along the George Washington Parkway past the airport because so many of the roadways are closed down. Here are some of the people we talked to today. Tell us what happened.
My friend sent me an email saying that what's up with their airlines. We were like, what are you talking about? And all I know is heard a big old boom, like the ground was shaking, and then he hasn't sent anything else. And one of my friends went down to the concourse, so I think like she's hurt.
Did you all hear the noise and then?
Yes, sir. Immediately they evacuated us. We left the Pentagon. We passed most of the kids in the nursery and they were fine. They were keeping them together. We got on this path and we were trying to walk down to Old Town, but they just closed the path by National Airport. So they told us to wait here for about 30 minutes.
And of course, those are people there who are evacuating, walking away from the Pentagon. What the colonel that we spoke to said that he walked 2.5 miles. They're being blocked. People can't get from here to there, so they're just having to walk around trying to find a way out of this place because of all the road blockages, because of the emergency situation over here on this side of the river. And of course, it's a situation where Metro is still running, but airports are closed, all airports around the country. And also there has been a considerable rush hour as much of the government has shut down and people have left the city.
Sam, we have breaking news, though. We want to interrupt you for just a minute. The National Guard, Troop 372 out of the district, please report to duty. Your services are sorely needed. We also have information about a United flight that has been missing. We understand it has now crashed. We do not know where, rather. United has just confirmed that for us, though.
And we understand that obviously thousands of you in the area are waiting for your loved ones to come home. We want to bring you up to date on what's going on with the transportation situation. First of all train service in and out of Union Station has been suspended until further notice. Also, we are receiving reports that people are making their way out of the district. And at this point, it's safe to say that all of the roads leading out, we're in one of those situations where it's sort of like the rush hour during one of the winter snows, where all of the lanes are being directed out of the city. Sometimes at some intersections, police are ordering the traffic to continue on, but at other intersections, we are telling you to remain calm because that is about the only way that everyone will get to and from. We want to check in right now with ABC 7 News' Nancy Weiner with more on the transportation situation. Nancy?
Good morning, Del. Well, we have been here at the corner of Independence Avenue at the Ellipse for many hours now, and for most of the time, the traffic has looked like this, basically at a standstill in both directions. Right now, you do see a little bit of traffic moving in the westbound direction, but traffic been very, very heavy for hours. I want to take you on a little tour of our location. The Ellipse has been closed for about the past hour and a half. When Secret Service showed up, we saw a number of officers showed up. They donned flak jackets, and they told everyone who was standing on the Ellipse to get off of it. Past us, you can see the White House, and I don't know if you'll be able to see it from our cameras, but there has been a vastly noted increase in security on the White House grounds, both on the South Lawn and on the roof of the White House. Now, when this all first happened, hundreds of people began gathering on the Ellipse, both tourists and people who had been evacuated from their buildings. They were coming up to us, asking us if we knew what was going on, and at times, dozens of people were actually gathered around our monitors. As you can imagine, a lot of tourists here on the mall, a number of people we spoke to who are from New York City who wanted to know what was going on with their loved ones there. Now, as far as traffic is concerned, we do have some information to tell you about if you are trying to get out of town. Right now, the 14th Street Bridge is closed, and afternoon traffic patterns have all inbound bridges are closed and outbound are open. That is the latest information that we are getting right now. Of course, there is quite a lot of people trying to get out of the district right now. What we can also tell you is that there is an afternoon traffic pattern in effect on the Rock Creek Parkway, which means that all lanes are going northbound. DC police right now are suggesting that people who want to get out of town take the southeast-southwest freeway. Canal Road also one way outbound right now, and as I said, the inbound lanes on bridges are closed, outbound is open, and as you mentioned, Union Station is closed as well, and of course 395 near the Pentagon closed also. That's the latest from here. Reporting live from the Ellipse, I'm Nancy Weiner, ABC 7 News.
Nancy, we also want to, thank you very much, but we also want to remind our audience that there is something you can do. We have received word from several area hospitals now, and indeed the Red Cross, that they are concerned now about blood shortages. So if you want to do something, if you feel like you're helpless at home and you want to know what can I do besides watch television, you can go out and you can donate blood at this point, because obviously based on the simple numbers alone, there are 20,000 people who work inside the Pentagon. Casualties could be, and I emphasize once again at this point, could be large.
And another breaking news event to tell you about. All federal offices are now closed. Federal courthouses, rather, are closed, and offices in Virginia, in Delaware, in Maryland, in Pennsylvania, and West Virginia. Also, a word from D.C. police: do not call 911 in the city. Do not call 911. They are overloaded. The number to call right now, 311. Number of schools also closed down in our area. Let's go to Greta Cruz in our newsroom now.
Okay, thank you very much, Carol and Del. Before we get to the schools, I just want to mention something. Nancy Weiner was talking about transportation. As far as Metro goes, we are told the subways are running. However, the following stations are closed. Pentagon Station, Union Station, and the National Airport stations are closed. The trains are running through, but they're not stopping. Also, the Yellow Line from Huntington is switching routes to run through Arlington Cemetery out to the Stadium Armory. As for the bus service on Metro, we are told it is running, but of course traffic is clogged as people try to get out of the city, so there are delays and it is a mess. Let's get on to the schools now. These keep changing. We do have them that we can run down for you. Here we go. Arlington County Public Schools are open. However, if parents want to pick their kids up early, they may go to the school and do so. Prince George's County Public Schools will be closing 2 hours early today. D.C. Public Schools are open. However, the officials have asked parents to please try and go pick up your children as soon as possible. Montgomery County Schools closing 1.5 hours early. Edison Friendship Public Charter School closing at 12:30. Charles County Public Schools are open, closing normal times. Loudoun County the same, and Alexandria Schools also open as well. As moving on now to university closings, American University is closed. The University of Maryland College Park is open. However, the University College campus is closed. George Washington University is closed. Catholic University is closed. UDC is closed. Georgetown Law School, we are told, is now closed. And that is it as far as we have. These things will be changing throughout the day. A number of the schools, I should mention, even though they are still open, the public schools, they have canceled evening and afternoon activities, so you will want to check with that.
Yeah, and I can imagine many parents want their kids out of schools, but
absolutely,
calm is the word of the day right now. Right. Thank you, Greta.
And we want to also bring you up to date and to give you that number again from American Airlines. Undoubtedly, many of you are at home, you're watching, and you're wondering about the loved ones who may have been on one of those flights. This is the information number that American Airlines has given out. It is 1-800-245-0999. We know of 4 planes that appear to have been involved at this point in this terrorist attack. One was an American Airlines Flight 11, a Boeing 767 from Boston to L.A. The flight had 81 passengers on board, 9 flight attendants, and 2 pilots. Also involved was Flight 77, that is a Boeing 757 that operated here out of Washington Dulles to Los Angeles with 58 passengers on board, 4 flight attendants, and 2 pilots. That's 156 people on board those 2 planes.
Yeah, the others involved are United flights, United Flight 43 going from Newark to San Francisco, also United Flight 175. Boston to L.A., we believe that that has now crashed, but we do not know where. And, of course, there's a 5th plane involved that crashed into the Pentagon, a smaller plane.
We have ABC 7 news crews out throughout the region. We are efforting information on the situation at local hospitals. We are efforting the information that is unfolding at the Pentagon, and also with regards to the national security of Washington, D.C. itself. As that information becomes available, we will re-interrupt ABC News. But right now, back to ABC News and Peter.
Chairman of the Palestine Liberation Organization, Yasser Arafat, who, as I think everybody who watches the news or reads the news these days understands, is in a very, very bitter war with the Israelis, and in which terrorism has been a factor. Palestinians see what the Israelis do to them as terrorism, and certainly the Israelis and much of the world see the Palestinian and other suicide bombers who've attacked inside Israel to be terrorism of the most gruesome order, no question about that. And so we should not be surprised, as on previous circumstances, to see Chairman Arafat expressing his condolences, but other Palestinians who believe the United States is responsible for what Israel is doing to the Palestinians, or at least complicit and is certainly supplying the Israelis arms, will be happy to see this attack on the United States today. So take a look at a scene from Jerusalem not too long ago, in which there is some celebration that the powerful United States has been harmed, has been seen to be vulnerable, has been hurt, I suppose, in the broadest sense of the word. And the people who go off to do this sort of thing, both in the Middle East now, you must remember that a vast majority of the population of the Middle East now, in all countries, is under 21, much of it under 15, certainly under 17, and the kind of tensity and intention, if one presumes this terrorism, one shouldn't, this terrorism has had its genesis or had its roots somewhere in the Middle East, or at least in people who are opposed, are just filled, brimming with anger at the United States. And we are now becoming more experienced with the notion that there are young men, for the most part, who are prepared to blow themselves up along with everybody else in terms, if they can be a service to the cause. And they believe, as do some people believe about Islam, that they will, by sacrificing themselves, go on to another place. It's an unfair comment on Islam in some respects, but it is certainly a motivating factor. The hatred of the United States, and the hatred of the United States is a patron of Israel. Whether you're from Afghanistan, or whether you're from Iran, Iraq, or inside the Palestinian territories, is so intense at some levels, and has become more intense in recent months, that very many people will not be surprised at this attack today, though, like everybody else, will be amazed at the magnitude and success of it. John McWethy at the Pentagon. John.
Peter, we are standing outside the Pentagon at this point. It has been already a long morning for rescue workers and police here. One eyewitness I talked to, who was on this busy highway outside the Pentagon this morning, said he saw an airplane coming directly over his head. It was an American Airlines plane. He could see the number on the plane. He could almost see the passengers inside as it went along the highway, started clipping off the high wires and the different light poles along the highway, and slammed directly into the side of the Pentagon. As we said earlier, Peter, the aircraft penetrated deep inside the Pentagon. It is organized in rings from the E-ring on the outside. It penetrated all the way into the A-ring in the inner part of the Pentagon. After it burned for a number of minutes, a part of the building collapsed. By the time rescue workers could get in there, the destruction was just terrific.
So John, do you have any sense of the casualties?
We don't have any sense, Peter, except the size of the medical operation that has been set up here is enormous. They are anticipating the casualties. Certainly the injured will be in the hundreds. I certainly don't want to speculate on those killed.
And John, it's a little hard to get a sense of the size sometimes for the picture. Can you describe, maybe in feet or in yards, how big a penetration this is?
The roof is collapsed, Peter. There is a chasm in the side of the Pentagon that is probably 200 or 300 feet across. From the roof of the Pentagon, there is this huge V shape that has collapsed. You can see deep inside the Pentagon from the street now.
This is into the inner courtyard of the Pentagon itself.
It's into the innermost ring of the Pentagon, Peter. I have not been able to get into the courtyard, but I was told that the penetration was all the way into the deepest ring of the Pentagon.
And John, the office building, the Pentagon, is about, what, 6 stories high?
It's 5 stories above ground, Peter, and several stories below. Clearly the damage is primarily above ground, but also some of those in the lower offices. I was sitting in the Pentagon when the attack happened. I was on the opposite side of the building. It shook the entire building. It was very clear that something terrible had happened. There was chaos immediately after the attack, Peter. Secretary of Defense, I walked out with the Deputy Secretary of Defense. The Marine Corps Commandant couldn't get out the door because security had locked it. It was chaos.
Okay, John, and the fires are still burning at the moment, we believe?
They are still burning. They are mostly oil fires, it appears, Peter. The fire hoses have been on the various fires for the last several hours, so they're beginning to put them out. But obviously there is still heavy gray smoke coming out of that portion of the Pentagon that was so terribly damaged.
John, there are a couple of aircraft at least around the country today which are still unaccounted for. You gave a very clear description earlier of how this aircraft had approached the Pentagon, but did anybody able to identify it as an aircraft associated with an airline?
Absolutely, Peter. The eyewitness I talked to looked up and said it was an American Airlines plane. I saw it clear as could be. It went right over the top of my car and clipped a pole right in front of where my car was.
Thank you very much, John McCarthy. I actually think that you may have said that earlier, and I simply lost it in terms, just lost it. And so we now know that it was, from at least one eyewitness there, it was an American Airlines aircraft which crashed into the Pentagon. So let me just try to get some grasp on the airplane. We have two United flights, a 757, which was on its way from New York to San Francisco, which crashed near Pittsburgh. We have a United flight which crashed from Boston to Los Angeles, United 175, and we do not know where that aircraft has crashed or been crashed as of now. And we have these two American flights, one from Boston to Los Angeles, which is a 767 with 81 passengers and 11 crew on board. We're talking about almost 100 people on American Flight 11. And American Flight 77, which was scheduled from Washington to Los Angeles, with 58 passengers and 6 crew members on board. And John Miller and I have been sitting here looking at each other about where these flights were going. And there's several ways to speculate about it, but you came up with one very interesting on already.
From a forensic standpoint, if you look operationally to crash these flights, it would have been just as simple to get on the Washington shuttle or the New York shuttle and crash one into the Trade Center and the other in the Pentagon. The choice of flights here, Newark to San Francisco, Boston to L.A., Dulles to L.A.
Excuse me, John, I apologize. Let me come back just because we have the New York governor here.
Sure.
Governor George Pataki, the governor of New York, I believe, is on the telephone or somewhere. Governor Pataki, do you hear me?
Yes, Peter, I hear you fine.
Well, why don't you first start off, sir, and give us your appraisal of the day so far.
It's just a horrific scene, and everybody's pulling together. We're activating the state emergency forces, but our hearts and prayers are with the victims and the families of those victims, and we have to, at this point, just focus on trying to help as many people whose lives are at risk as possible and dealing with those who have been injured.
Do you have some sense of the magnitude of casualties?
We don't want to quantify a number, but obviously it's a horrific incident that really is just an incredible outrage against the people of New York and the people of America. But at this point, our focus is on trying to make sure that those whose lives are still at risk are as protected, and those who have been injured are treated as quickly and as well as possible.
Governor, do you believe that thousands of people have been killed?
I don't want to use a number, Peter. At this point, the goal is simply to try to help as many people as possible. We're working closely with the city, with our National Guard forces coming in to help relieve the city police and fire. Obviously, it's a situation that just cries out for people to be horrified, but what we have to do at this point is focus on helping those who are at risk, helping those who have been injured, making sure there's an orderly removal from Lower Manhattan, and that is our focus at this point.
Governor, are you in a position to go to the scene? Are you in a position to go to Lower Manhattan? Do you think you should? Would you like to? Or are you locked down?
No, I'm in the city, but the important thing is to be able to stay in contact with the White House, with City Hall, with our statewide emergency services. We've gotten offers of support from all the surrounding states with their emergency services, and the critical thing right now is to be able to coordinate to make sure that the response is the strongest and the most compassionate it can be for the people whose lives are still at risk. And we're mobilizing National Guard units from across the state. We're getting help from the surrounding states and coordinating with the city, and that's what we have to do at this point.
Governor, what have you done about the other so-called high-profile potential targets in New York City, like the UN and the bridges and things like this? Are they all evacuated and locked down now?
UN's evacuated. The tunnels have been closed. The George Washington Bridge is open under security for emergency services coming in and people going out. We've shut down most of the mass transit. Grand Central is open under very tight security, but people who pass through the security have limited service to the northern suburbs, and we're doing the same thing on Long Island. But the important thing now is to provide as much help as quickly and as effectively to those whose lives are at risk or those who've been injured, and we're working with the city and federal officials to make sure that happens.
Do you believe that New York City is now under control?
New York City has been under attack, and until we get through this, we just have to continue to respond as strongly as we can.
And are you in a profile now? Are you in a position where you actually think there's a potential for more?
We just don't know. That's why we have to not only help those who have been injured, but also take every security step we can to try to prevent further incidents. We just don't know, Peter.
Okay. Governor Pataki, thank you very much. Governor George Pataki of New York, who is in New York City, which of course is where he probably belongs at a moment like this. Downtown Manhattan is saying simply that the National Guard has been called in, the tunnels are closed, the George Washington Bridge, which is across, which goes across the Hudson River from the west side of Manhattan into New Jersey. Just remember, a large segment of the, many thousands of people from New Jersey work in New York, and there's tremendous commerce back and forth on a daily basis. That has all been brought to a help. It's interesting to recall, John Miller, that the attack on the trade towers in '93 was launched from New Jersey, or at least the operational headquarters of the people who attacked the Trade Center were in New Jersey.
Correct. And the building of the bomb and the original conspiracy was all carried out in towns right across the river. In fact, the conspirators later admitted that they watched from New Jersey to see if the buildings would in fact fall, and they didn't. This time they did.
They did today. And Governor Pataki trying, as politicians again must on occasions like this, trying to express the horror and the commitment that the political establishment feels to those people who've died and those people who need to be rescued. You know, it's an answer to every question about whether or not something was locked down or something. He came back every time that their priority now is to try to help those people who are in deep and, in some cases, still desperate trouble. George Stephanopoulos, one of our senior reporters, is downtown. Hey, George, where have you been? What have you seen? What do you think?
Well, Peter, I'm going to give you kind of a pool report from several of our correspondents down here of basically what happened down here in downtown New York between 9:45 and 10:45 when the two explosions and the collapse of the World Trade Center happened. At the time, I was actually in the subway heading towards the World Trade Center right around Franklin Street, and after the first explosion, the subway station started to fill with smoke. The subway cars started to fill with smoke, and the subways actually stopped. They then diverted us around the World Trade Center to Park Place, which is one stop beyond the World Trade Center. We got to that train station at around 10:35, Peter, and it was a scene unlike I've ever seen before in my entire life. As we tried to get out of the subway station and walk up into the street, it was pitch black, midnight black, snowing soot all down through downtown Manhattan. This was about 2 blocks from the World Trade Center. You couldn't see a foot in front of your face at that time. We then worked our way back uptown. All of the firefighters and police officials and National Guard are now evacuating everyone out of lower Manhattan. They're going east towards Brooklyn and north, which is where we are now, up on Canal Street. I should add as well, Peter, we had one of our reporters was downtown and had a sight line of the World Trade Center at around 9:48, which is around the time I believe the first tower collapsed, Gloria Rivera, and she saw 2, then 3, then 4 people jump out of the top floors of the World Trade Center. She was with a firefighter who said, they're not falling, they're jumping. Watch their arms waving, and they counted a dozen people jump off the top floors.
Do you want to continue, George?
Well, right now, as I said, they are evacuating everyone else out. But just to give you another sense, Peter, all over lower Manhattan, the sidewalks, the streets are covered with about 1/4 to 1/2 inch of dust, of soot, as if it were Pompeii. Most people are pretty calm right now. They're evacuating slowly as the firefighters come in. But it really was one of the most frightening, horrific scenes I've ever seen in my life.
Thanks, George, very much. Come back anytime with a report. As you were concluding there, watching these guys go up that escalator, and if it's in the World Trade Center, we know that their cameraman got out, but we don't know about anybody else because, you know, within an hour and something of the time these 2 attacks had occurred, these 2 buildings had completely disappeared, and you begin increasingly to see more dramatic footage. George Stephanopoulos made a reference to Pompeii on the near Naples on the west coast of Italy, which was, buried by a volcano. And you get exactly that same sense of freezing stuff in soot and dirt as might have occurred by a volcano. Jim Kallstrom, with whom we're long familiar, former official of the FBI in the New York office, is on the air, very deeply involved in the Flight TWA 800 investigation. Jim, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
What do you think?
Peter?
I'm listening, Jim. I
Yes.
just say, what do you think? I mean, just start and I'll...
Well, my first thought is with the tremendous casualties, and the death toll is just overwhelming. It's a day that 50 years from now, our children, if we're still teaching history, will be taught about when we went to war on American soil with terrorism.
Jim, if you had a chance to talk to your more active colleagues in the FBI at the moment about what they're doing at the moment, whether they're able to, I mean, it seems the hardest thing at the moment is to make an appraisal of all this. It just happened, and it's just, in some respects, it's happened and it's happening, right?
Peter, you're right. I mean, it happened. It's shocking, but in some ways it isn't shocking. I mean, we've had, the hatred of America played out at the Trade Center in '93. They tried to take the Trade Center down. We've had the hatred played out in the USS Cole, the bombings of our embassies in Africa, the bombings of the barracks in Saudi Arabia. So now it's being played out big time here in the United States.
Jim, what is the principal goal of the FBI at a moment like this, when all of the emergency services are brought to bear in all of these locations? What's the FBI actually doing at the moment?
I think the first concern of the FBI right now, right this second, is there going to be something else happening in the next 5 minutes, 30 minutes, hour, 12 hours? Simultaneous with that, who did it? Where are they? What do we know? What's the intelligence base? Tell us. Why didn't we see this coming? Where do we go from here? What kind of articulate, defined information can we give the National Command Authority so that we can bring the necessary massive retaliation necessary without a lot of collateral damage?
Well, Jim, thank you very much for checking in with us, and please do at any time if you have news. That photo, as Jim was talking, Jim Kallstrom, the former director of the FBI here, and a major force in the investigation of TWA 800, which blew up off the south coast of Long Island.
And the principal operator in the first World Trade Center bombing. Key investigator.
Right. But it's interesting, forgive me, no offense intended him, he doesn't have much to say either today, because in some respects there isn't much to say except the horror of it. But as we were looking at just a moment ago, listening to George Stephanopoulos talking to our reporters who witnessed the horrifying jump of some people from the top of the trade towers, you just saw a hint of the just ahead of this little piece of video here before, you saw a hint of what people were enduring at the top of the trade towers before they collapsed as a result of the intensity of the fire. And we've seen it before in other places around the world. Fire starts in a place, people often, ironically, not that it would have made any difference today, do the wrong thing, they get trapped in an open window by fire coming into their room, and finally they just jump, simply because if they don't jump, they're probably going to be burned alive. But as we have heard from, it's interesting that Governor Pataki is so nervous, and I don't blame him for a second, wanting to stay away from the magnitude of the casualties here today. But as John McKenzie reported from the fire department downtown, we got 200 fire department officials, 200 firefighters missing. I don't know whether or not this is a firefighter who's been brought, but you see in every case people getting oxygen because if it isn't collapse that kills in some cases like this, it is the deadly smoke. Anybody who's been involved in a fire knows the deadly smoke which suffocates people in a circumstance like this. But we are only getting touches, and it doesn't even have the chaos associated with it in many cases. We're just getting touches now of what has happened in these variety of places. The Pentagon are being kept, quite logically, I think, back at some distance. And in downtown, what's happened is that camera crews were downtown. I fear, to be perfectly honest, for some of the camera crews who work nothing braver than a cameraman either, who goes right in when something has happened and may indeed have been at some of those places. And it certainly takes time for video to get back from a location like this so that we get a widening appreciation of what has happened. But as I said, it's very hard to try to get some grasp now on the number of casualties. So we can do, in some cases, not more than just tell you how this is in terms of the whole country. The North American Air Defense Command, NORAD, is on the highest state of alert. And you had made references earlier in the morning how the United States and Canada have cooperated in trying to keep the airports locked down, lest there was another aircraft on the air. But John, talk to me about this for a second, and then we'll come to this business about fuel. Sure. You know, the North American Air Defense Command was a great factor in our lives in the 1960s.
In the Cold War, yes.
Exactly. And during the Cold War, it's up along the Northwest Territories and some of the independent areas of the North. Nobody thinks about it anymore, and here it is on a state of alert today.
No, but you factor that in, and evincing so many images that Americans are uncomfortable with. The idea that there's a no-fly zone in New York City, in Manhattan, being patrolled by F-16s with instructions to shoot down any errant aircraft, that the same is true in Washington, D.C., our nation's capital, that military people and doctors and military vehicles are coming to aid, that the National Guard is on alert. You know, the kind of images that used to only exist in the fantasies of 7 days in May, where, you know, the Army would take to the streets, which has not happened yet. They've offered assistance and military logistical assistance, but that kind of thing that Americans are so uncomfortable with unfolding here.
And I realize, by the way, just as you mentioned it, something else is very important at the moment. And again, I don't mean to say this in melodramatic terms. Where is the President of the United States? The President of the United States led, I know we don't know where he is, but pretty soon the country needs to know where he is. And it seems to, I think, for me anyway, I apologize, the President needs to talk to us. He left Florida a couple of hours ago. Our people in Washington are clearly listening and checking this as best they can. But one of the important factors at the moment is that the political leadership in the country be present, as Governor Pataki was. Mayor Giuliani of New York made an appearance on the street and was caught unawares like everybody else, but Governor Pataki came out and basically told the citizenry of New York in a variety of different ways, I assume, just exactly what they're trying to do. Now, here's a bulletin about the President's whereabouts. The President is about to make a statement at Barksdale Air Force Base shortly. Barksdale Air Force Base is in Louisiana. So if this is accurate, and we'll check with Claire Shipman and our other reporters at the White House and John Cochran, if he can, in Florida at the moment, who's with the President today. The President's not coming back to Washington at the moment. We'll leave that for just a second. We'll talk a little more about this business of the aircraft and the fuel. We're trying to figure out why would a plane going from New York to San Francisco, Boston to Los Angeles be involved in this? It could have been any plane, though, right?
It could have been, but when you consider the advantage to a terrorist, here you have a transnational flight. That's going to be a larger aircraft in each case. But, and this is the key, because we had speculated earlier, was there some additional explosives laden in these planes to cause these incredibly large explosions? It appears who's ever planned this has picked cross-country flights that would have the maximum amount of fuel you could carry on a domestic flight. Flights going from one end of the country to the other. The kind of jet that if you slammed into a building would ensure the maximum fire and explosion possible from any flight that you could have chosen. Again, Newark to San Francisco, Boston to L.A., Dulles to Los Angeles, Washington to L.A., Boston to L.A. The planes that are being looked at in this attack today were apparently, or you could speculate, chosen to give the terrorists the very biggest bang for their effort.
And it's a very interesting point you make, because again, our assumptions tend to go when we see huge explosions like this. None of us understanding visually the power of explosives, that there were explosives on board, and so you're quite right, it may indeed have been the aircraft exploding.
I mean, John Nance could help us with this, but when you hear the amount of fuel, very flammable aeronautical fuel that's loaded onto a plane for a 3,000-mile trip or something, that's going to give you quite an explosion. Flight 800, which was an international flight, to those who saw it, was an incredible explosion.
John, if you'd sit at your station for a second, I'm just going to go and try to check one piece of information, and in that period of time, we're going to try to give you a little better sense of the disaster at the trade towers today. Here's something we've compiled, and we compile it as we go along.
I was standing next to One World Trade Center, and then all of a sudden I heard rumbling, and we all started running away from it. The glass like blew out and threw me onto the sidewalk, and I couldn't see for like 20 seconds. And then I started seeing vaguely the street, and I just started walking, and my eyesight came back.
I see you're bloody. You have dust all over you.
Yeah, it was bad. It was like a dust storm or something. Like I couldn't see anything.
How badly are you hurt?
I have no idea.
As soon as she got hit, I was thrown to a window. So I was very lucky to get out. There's a lot of people that didn't get out. There's a lot of people coming down the stairs burnt up. It's bad.
We just come out of Tower 1. We're walking towards Broadway. They're saying, move along, move along, move along. I looked up as soon as we got across the street. I looked up, I saw the building the tower start to buckle. I just turned and ran, ducked down, put a jacket over my head. 3 or 4 of us huddled together, and it was just black everywhere.
Were you covered? Were you hit with debris?
No. But I mean, I was ducked behind a subway cover, so I put with the jacket over. The 3 of us, all of us huddled together. There was, dust and whatnot everywhere, but it was.
The second building has just come down. The second, everyone's being asked to get down. Come down.
Can't even look at it. Because all I can see are people. I don't see a building, I see people. People hurt. Children without mothers and fathers tonight.
If you're just joining us, you probably already know the World Trade Center towers, the Twin Towers, the New York landmarks have collapsed and are gone. The Pentagon has been hit by an airplane, a series of hijackings apparently today at the root of this. What we know is hundreds, if not thousands, are injured, no count on the deceased yet, and that the investigation, a massive investigation, is just beginning to unfold.
But John, I stepped aside there, among other things, the moment to try to get some sort of sense from people who talk to, because as soon as this happens, people begin to think about a response. And we don't expect a response to come in the immediate future by any means. But I was just talking to Charlie Gibson from Good Morning America, and he'd been thinking about the same thing, that the response to this from the United States is going to have to be massive. They have to accomplish something in some way, because so much of the response to terrorism before by a large nation such as this, which is not impotent but very limited in its capacity to operate at this kind of level. You were mentioning earlier the attacks against Osama bin Laden's training camps in Afghanistan. In retrospect, they spent, as you pointed out, more than $1 million per cruise missile. I've forgotten how many they sent. They didn't get anything. They didn't get anything. They didn't do anything. So it's an enormous challenge for a powerful nation to respond in an effective way. And the Pentagon is still burning, and today the World Trade Center towers have gone. Diane Sawyer is down in Times Square at the moment, and among other things, I think has been trying to get some grasp of the number of casualties involved. And it must be very difficult, Diane.
It's impossible, Peter, no matter how many people you call. And of course, no matter what the facts we get now, one can only imagine what the facts will be later. I want to give you a sense of what it's like here in Times Square right now. Because if you look outside, we have hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of people standing outside, just stopping still, a kind of respectful witness, looking up at the screens where we're broadcasting the pictures. They can't hear the sound. They are simply looking at the wordless horror and standing to show, in a way, respect. And I want to show you something else, because people have been sent home from Times Square, and across the way, the construction workers who were building the Toys R Us building next door to us just hung their signs outside. God bless America, and pray for families and victims. And we can only, of course, add to that as crisply as we try to report what's happening here today, we join them. And this is not just another story, even for reporters who've been trained to do this for so long. A few things to add since this morning. We were on the air, of course, live when suddenly we get word of that first explosion at the World Trade Center, the first building. And initially, of course, we didn't know if it was an accident. We didn't know what had happened. And then we were on the air live when the second plane came in and the second plane hit. And I want to show you now. This is what we were seeing live on the air. And as you've expressed before, Peter, the combination of disbelief and horror and simple prayer for somebody to save the people who were inside that building is all anybody can do, as an entire network is broadcasting live something so unimaginable. I have talked, as you all have, and as George Stephanopoulos reported, to the people who were inside as these scenes were taking place. We now see the first collapse, which of course took place about 10 a.m. Eastern time, and then it would be about 28 minutes later that we would see the second collapse of the second building. And while we're watching the scene, each person desperate to stop this tape and go and do something. All we can do is relive the horror each time we see it. I have talked to people who are inside the building, one of them, Fran Martin, who is the aunt of someone who works here at ABC, and she was saying that the first experience inside the building was that earthquake-like feeling a number of people have mentioned, and then something else in an eerie, silent, kind of mournful foliage. You saw paper just wafting out in all directions, and it was so mysterious to everyone. They couldn't imagine what had happened. The paper was scattering, and we've now read some 3 miles out, way across the river, the paper from those floors. As they came down the stairs, we're told that people were remarkably calm, were remarkably respectful of each other as they were making their way down, even though a number of them had lived through that bombing 8 years ago. A number of them remembered what it was when the bomb went off in the basement of the World Trade Center. And of course, as we now know, if the cyanide gas had not vaporized in those bombs, that it would have been a cataclysm even beyond what was experienced then. So they could all relive it as they were making their way down. Now we're watching the scenes as the building is collapsing and people are running from it. People are covered with this kind of spectral suit from the building's collapse itself. I want to point out again, and you've talked about it too, Peter, all the firefighters were immediately called on duty. All the firefighters immediately raced in from wherever they were to help out, all the emergency medical service personnel. This was a great display of human concern and human consideration. And you've mentioned before, we have this report that 200 firefighters are now missing, and yet they have done everything they can. Every hospital is open, every hand is on deck, every doctor is standing by in the city of New York with all this courage and struggle and still heartbreak out there in the streets right now. So that's it from Times Square, Peter.
Thank you very much, Diane. I remember working with Diane on the Millennium broadcast on New Year's Eve 2000. Diane had such a joyful time in Times Square. It is, whatever you think of New York in general, it is a place where people from around the world gather to express themselves. And so we'll go back there on occasion to get some, you can really get some sense of the world in Times Square. And President Bush has been on the phone today to a variety of world leaders, clearly discussing this with them at the highest possible level. And perhaps they're all as confused as the rest of us are as to what has happened, who perpetrated these acts of terrorism in the United States, and what is to be done in response. Though this is perhaps, we're only 4 hours since this actually happened, and perhaps it is not quite the time to begin to think about the precision of a response, but a response will be required of some magnitude that will mean something from the United States if one is ever able to pin down exactly who the perpetrators were. We told you that the president was in Florida this morning, where he'd intended to talk about education today and was coming back to Washington. He's made it as far as Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, where he landed about an hour and a bit ago, just before noon Eastern time, where he's made a statement to the cameras, which we haven't got our hands on yet. But the president said that freedom had been attacked, but freedom will be defended. And the president is in touch with his national security team. Ann Compton, ABC's Ann Compton, who covers the White House for us for many years from us, tells us that jet fighters accompanied Air Force One, and that as best we can tell, the Air Force One was flying at a particularly high altitude. There are no planes taking off or landing or taking off in the United States at the moment, with the exception of Air Force One, though the Federal Aviation Administration says at the moment that 50 known aircraft, this is actually a few minutes old, 50 known aircraft are all in the sky within approximately 50 miles of their destination. So you can feel across the country that aircraft that were in flight are beginning to settle down. They were ordered to settle down by the FAA and to land at the nearest possible airport. And so that has begun to work out. Now, in Washington, I think Claire Shipman at the White House or near it has some further information about the president. Yes, Claire.
Well, that's right, Peter. Essentially, what we've learned is what he told the pool cameras a few minutes ago, and we're hopefully going to see in just a few minutes, but he said that he and this government have taken steps to ensure the functioning of the United States government, that the U.S. military is on high alert at home and abroad. He said he has taken all appropriate security measures to protect Americans. He says freedom itself has been attacked and freedom will be protected. And finally, he also said he will hunt down and punish those responsible for this. Again, we're hoping to see him in person, but as you mentioned, it looks as though this may be the secure place that they've decided on for the president, at least temporarily, Barksdale Air Force Base in Shreveport, Louisiana.
I'd be really curious, Claire, and I realize how difficult it is at the moment, whether or not there's not pressure, political pressure in Washington from the members of the president's own staff and cabinet for him to show up soon in front of the country and assure them, beyond his statement, that freedom has been attacked and freedom will be defended, of course, because it wasn't defended this morning.
Well, I think
whether or not the president to be seen in command in a more vigorous way.
I think you're absolutely right, and I'm sure it's a delicate balance right now between the Secret Service and those who are trying to protect the president, keeping him out of sight and someplace secure, and his political advisors who would clearly like to see him make a statement. You saw how quickly he did it this morning, as brief as it was, and certainly a piece of tape that we're going to see in a few minutes, we hope, is not what they would like to see the president doing right now. They would like to see him making something of a more formal statement. But again, it could be a number of hours before the president is back in Washington and prepared to talk to us from that forum.
Okay, thanks very much, Claire. We'll come back to you anytime you want. And again, none of us should be surprised at what's happening. First of all, Secret Service is a huge, powerful, authoritative organization which takes the president's safety and other members of the senior political leadership with deep and profound seriousness, but they have enormous power. And so if you're talking between a senior political official, the president, a Secret Service official of equal stature at the moment, who's going to win that argument at the moment? And this is particularly true in a situation which continues to unfold, because while the devastation, perhaps the greatest devastation has occurred in New York City this morning, it's also occurred outside Washington at the Pentagon, and the tension is there all across the country, because not only were the United Nations and various government buildings evacuated here in New York City, but the Sears Tower in Chicago, the tallest skyscrapers in Boston and Cleveland and Minneapolis, and the Space Needle in Seattle. So the psychological effect on people in the country is huge. It may indeed be settling down after several hours, but the president and his response to this is also part of the psychological package, because the country looks to the president on occasions like this to be reassuring to the nation. Some presidents do it well, and some presidents don't. But ABC's Ann Compton is with the president at the moment, and we have her on the telephone. Annie.
Peter, it has been a frightening couple of hours for President Bush. We took off in Air Force One from Florida, where he first got word of this, and we literally, Peter, have been flying at well over 40,000 feet west, the White House unable to tell us where we were headed or how long it would take. There were jet fighters off the wing just out of our sight until we landed. And the president has spent the time on board the aircraft talking not only to world leaders but to the vice president, to his cabinet. He even checked in with Mrs. Bush, trying to get more information. We were high enough so that the Air Force was actually able to catch some television signal. We don't know much about what's gone on the ground, but he has been able to see some of it on a very fuzzy television picture. We landed here at Barksdale Air Force Base. This is near Shreveport, Louisiana, at about 11:45 Eastern Time. We were not allowed to use cell phones or give you any indication of where we were until local people noticed the plane on the ground. The president has just made a statement, Peter, a very emotional one, saying that freedom has been attacked, but freedom will be defended, saying that America's military is on its highest state of alert. World leaders have been assured that the U.S. will do whatever it takes to protect America and Americans. Frankly, Peter, I thought the president not only looked grim, very solemn, but his eyes looked somewhat red.
Annie, let me ask you a couple of questions, if I may. First of all, the president was on a education trip, ostensibly, in Florida today. How much of the national security team was with him?
This is actually a skeleton team with him on a short, it was a trip that lasted only about 24 hours. He was just making his last appearance before returning to Washington. And Karl Rove, one of his senior counselors, is with him, and his press secretary, Ari Fleischer, but none of the national security apparatus, such as Condoleezza Rice, who would ordinarily travel with the president on a more substantive trip. But on Air Force One, of course, he has the full resources of communications. But he does not have the full team with him.
Well, let's talk about this for a second, because when the president took off from Florida and went immediately to 40,000 feet, and I believe actually got a fighter escort for part of the way, it reminds one a little bit of what it was like in the Cold War, because the Cold War, there was always a provision that the senior members of the government, president included, could in fact run the country from a command center in the sky. Is that basically what's happening this morning?
Absolutely. In fact, the U.S. used to have 5 aircraft, now Air Force One. Let me know if we're being taken out of here. We may be scrambled out of here.
Okay.
Are we leaving? Okay, Peter, we are leaving. And
where are you going, Annie?
Peter, I have no idea. They have not told us. They have kept us. We don't even know whether we'll be able to see the president or travel with him, but we are told that he's been traveling. He will continue. They are still quite worried about his own security.
Off you go, and Ann, thanks very much for a very, very full report on the state of, and perhaps even a little bit of the mental condition of the president at the moment. And we cannot state it often enough. The country looks to him, and so he may have stopped at Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, which is just where Arkansas and Texas and Louisiana all come together at an Air Force base out of the way, and he may be safe at 40,000 feet in Air Force One, but before long the country is going to expect him to be back in Washington to send, if not only a message, not just a message to those of us in the nation who look to the president for some sense of political national stability, but also to the other parts of the world where these enemies of the United States, with whom we've talked quite a lot about today, at the moment must surely think they have the United States on the run to some extent. And while the Taliban, the political leadership, political, military, religious leadership in Afghanistan said this morning that they condemned this and had nothing to do with it, and it could not have been Osama bin Laden, because he wasn't sophisticated enough to do it. It had to be a country or a government, certainly. And while the chairman of the Palestinian Authority, Yasser Arafat, came out and put as much distance as they could between them and the Palestinian people, this acted in the Palestinian people, the president needs to be on station to talk it. As does the mayor of New York, and Mayor Giuliani is with us at the moment. Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
I can, Peter.
Mr. Mayor, I saw you several times on the street today, and it looked like you were deeply sharing the horror that all of us feel. But I'd really appreciate, aside from, on top of your sentiments about all this, give us some sense of what's going on.
What is going on now is a massive rescue effort. We have thousands of police officers and firefighters in all of Manhattan. trying to rescue as many people as we possibly can. There are still a lot of people there that are injured, hurt, dazed, and we're trying to get them out, and we're mobilizing all of our fire, police, and emergency resources to do that. The governor has alerted the National Guard, and they're being deployed to come and relieve us early to later this afternoon. And the urban search and rescue teams are coming here from around the country to also assist us. But until then, which means until probably 2, 3, 4 o'clock this afternoon, our police department, our fire department, and our emergency people are being stretched to the limit. And I'm sure we've also lost a significant number of them.
Now, you're reluctant, I assume, to put any other name attached to the casualties except significant. Do you believe it's hundreds or thousands?
I really don't. I really don't want to say right now, Peter. I think it's going to be a horrible number. I saw people jumping out of the World Trade Center. I saw some of the firefighters who I know going into the building. And we were in a building in which we were trapped for about 10, 15 minutes.
Are you talking about did you go immediately to the Office of Emergency Management?
No, I went down to the scene, and we set up headquarters at 75 Barclay Street, which was right there with the police commissioner, the fire commissioner, the head of emergency management. And we were operating out of there when we were told that the World Trade Center was going to collapse. And it did collapse before we could actually get out of the building. So we were trapped in the building for 10, 15 minutes and finally found an exit and got out, walked north, and took a lot of people with us.
My question is, the Office of Emergency Management headquarters, into which you put enormous effort for coordination in a disaster like this, has it been damaged? Is it still operating? It's gone?
It's been damaged. I don't know how badly. And right now, that whole area of Manhattan, including the police department, which is another area we would operate from, City Hall, is another area we would operate from, have been closed off. So we've moved to a secure location in Midtown Manhattan where we're operating city government.
Is it fair to say, do you think, that all of your drills for dealing with terrorism and disaster are going according to plan, or has this been of such of magnitude that we've just all been caught totally off balance?
Oh, there's no question we were all caught totally off balance. No one could possibly expect large airplanes to crash into the World Trade Center the way this happened. I think, having said that, as I watched what the police officers and the firefighters were doing, I think they're going to save the maximum number of lives you could possibly save in a situation like this. I mean, the emergency efforts that they've been going through over the last 2.5 hours are nothing short of inspiring.
And when the National Guard comes in to say, did you say to take over or offer some relief, what can the National Guard do that you cannot do at a city level?
Oh, at this point, what they can do is relieve men who are going to be exhausted physically and emotionally.
Now, just if you would, because I know how busy you are, just give us some sense of what you thought at the time about all this.
I thought that I would never live to see anything like this. I didn't think anything like this was possible. When I first arrived there, I rushed down there from Midtown Manhattan, and I saw the first building that had been crashed open. And when you look at it, it takes you a minute to really comprehend that this is actually happening. And to see people jumping from the top of the World Trade Center. I mean, I don't think I've ever had a nightmare that's worse than this.
And we want to break in locally here in Washington to also bring you up to date on what's been going on here in the nation's capital as a result of this horrific sequence of events here in the United States. I'm Kathleen Matthews.
And I'm Del Walters. We are receiving some numbers right now of the number of injuries that are taking place as a result of what happened at the Pentagon this morning. You're looking at videotape right now. It happened at approximately 10 o'clock this morning, and then at about 11:15, the facade of the Pentagon collapsed. We know now that 26 people have been admitted to Virginia Hospital Center. We do not know the nature of their injuries or the severity of their injuries. In addition, we are being told another 7 people have been taken to Washington Hospital Center with burns.
That's right. We want to give you a phone number because I think there are a lot of folks who are very concerned that maybe they know passengers who were on board any one of these flights that has been crashed into a building as a result of these terrorist attacks. American Airlines actually has put out this number that you can call 1-800 1-800-245-0999. I guess that's a general number for any of the airlines that might have been involved in this. 1-800-245-0999. Feel very difficult still to get information out of places like the Pentagon because, of course, most federal buildings, all federal buildings in the area, including the Pentagon, have been evacuated as a result of this. There have been reports of people who died in that Pentagon attack, but we have no confirmation of that at this point.
And we also know that one of the planes involved was a flight that originated out of Dulles. It was an American Airlines Flight 77, a Boeing 757. There were 58 passengers on board. We don't have information yet as to the names of those passengers, but you saw the American Airlines number. That is the number that you call if you are seeking information with regards to that particular plane. We believe that that was one of the planes that crashed into the World Trade Center in New York. It originated out of Dulles.
Now, all of the airports across the country have been shut down. You saw National Airport there. They were shut down right away. Dulles, we understand, will remain closed until 11 o'clock tomorrow. There is no air transport going on at all in the United States or Canada. We want to bring you up to date now on some closings that have been going on, obviously, because this has really shut down the Washington area.
It is a long list. We're going to read them for you in case you're listening, but they are on your screen as well. Arlington County schools will be open. Prince George's County schools closing 2 hours early, so you need to make arrangements to pick up your loved ones. D.C. public schools at this hour, even though we understand it is still being debated, remain open. Montgomery County schools will be closing an hour and a half early. Edison Friendship Public Charter School closing at 12:30.
Okay, we want to move now to Charles County, Loudoun County, and Alexandria. These further out, of course, from the nation's capital, and all of those remain open. In terms of private schools throughout the area, we understand many have been closed, and you need to check with your local school. Generally, they do follow a specific policy that coordinates with the public schools. Now, here are the university closings. American University is closed. The University of Maryland in College Park is open. The University College campus is closed. George Washington University is closed. Catholic University is closed. And UDC is closed.
And this perhaps goes without mention, but D.C. schools, and I'm sure this goes for the other school systems as well, are saying that if you are concerned about the safety of your loved ones, by all means go and pick them up. My wife picked up our children, so it's understandable that everybody is shaken by what has happened today. It has never happened before. You saw the other closings there. Also, we have some metro closings. The metro station at Union Station, at the Pentagon, understandably, and at National Airport are all closed. The yellow line will be switching routes to necessitate and to facilitate the evacuation of the district that is taking place, as all federal government buildings have been ordered closed by order of the president himself.
This is an incident that's been compared to Pearl Harbor already. I was talking to a congressman on Capitol Hill who said Washington will never be the same. Obviously, this is of great concern also to families and to children, and something that families need to talk about and try to calm their families and their children about. The mayor is actually going to be holding a press conference. It was scheduled for 1 o'clock, but because of all the gridlock downtown, it's been postponed a bit. As soon as that news conference, which will bring us up to date on what's happening in the city itself, comes about, we will bring that to you, if we can, live.
And understand, as we continue our coverage, we are going to break in and out of coverage of ABC. But just a reminder, we survived Oklahoma City, we survived Columbine, we will survive this as well, and we will try and help you through it.
Thanks very much for joining us. We'll join you probably every half hour. Meantime, we go back to Peter Jennings.
To try to appraise the number of casualties that have been that have occurred in the World Trade Centers in their related area. But bear in mind that, what, about 50,000, what did I say, Nancy, 50,000 people work in the trade towers, 80,000 people perhaps work in the adjoining areas. We've seen them in flight, and we have seen not one but two towers absolutely collapse upon themselves. And elsewhere in the country, we're still uncertain. There's still an unknown number of aircraft who've been ordered to land that haven't managed to get down to the ground. We're not absolutely certain that there are any aircraft on missions, if you will, which are unaccounted for, despite the fact there was a report some time ago that the aircraft which crashed outside Pittsburgh may have been on its way to Camp David. I emphasize that that's reporting of which we're absolutely not very sure at all. But ABC's Barry Serafin is at the Capitol at the moment, and we've been told for some time that the Senate leadership there was going to be sent to a secure location. Do you have a current status report, Barry?
Well, Peter, we're not sure exactly what we're seeing here, but a few minutes ago, about 10 minutes ago, a military helicopter landed here behind me on the west lawn of the White House. And then a large group of people were seen to walk out to it, get on board, and fly right above us, over the mall in the direction of the Pentagon, perhaps. My guess, and it's only a guess at this point, is that these were members of the Senate leadership and the House leadership, and perhaps members of the intelligence committees on their way to a briefing to try to figure out what in the world is going on today.
Were you able to walk up around the hill?
No, Peter, we, like everybody else, have been kind of pushed off of the hill. They've got a cordon for blocks now around the Capitol. In effect, they've sanitized that area. So we're about 4 blocks from the foot of the hill here.
And do you have any sense was there a sense of anticipation there? People sort of waiting for something to happen at the Capitol?
Well, there is. Every time any kind of aircraft shows itself, and there haven't been many, there have been a few government helicopters moving around, all eyes turn to the sky, as you might imagine.
Precisely, Barry. Thanks very much. Barry Seraphin, who's up at the Capitol. One of the things that is absolutely certain at the moment, which is to say that the chain of command in the country is very much in place. So you can just imagine yourself in some other country at the moment trying to anticipate, maybe even exhilarating at what's happening in the United States at the moment, and having some belief that you've disrupted everything. President's at 40,000 feet, just about to take off from Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. We don't know where he's going, but I have to assume he's going to go to Washington. Cannot have the president being seen to be running around the country. By the way, the baseball games have all been postponed today. The entire Major League Baseball schedule has been postponed for today, as much as a mark of mourning and sadness for what happened in a variety of locations today. U.S. Earlier on evacuated embassies around the world. They're all quite familiar with that, because on any number of occasions in the course of a year, you hear us say on the news that the State Department or the Pentagon has ordered a worldwide alert because something is going to happen, or potentially going to happen. There's some kind of terrorist attack that's going to occur in some part of the world. The most recent terrorist alert, ironically, was in Asia over last weekend. In Japan and in South Korea, American embassies were put on alert because somebody somewhere in the in the intelligence establishment believed there was some potential for an attack. And it's something government has to do. It's something government has to do. Government has no choice, it argues. A lot of times you'll hear people saying, well, they've put up a state of alert again and nothing happened, and so they just do it all the time. It's very hard on Americans traveling overseas to be somewhere where there's a state of alert. But as John McWethy, who covers the military establishment for us, points out, is something government is obliged to do, lest something ever happened and there had not been an alert. John, are you there? John McKenzie? John McWethy?
John McWethy's here.
Yeah, John, I'm sorry. It was you I was obviously talking about, not John McKenzie. This is I guess what one notices more than anything else today. This was a place where there was no terrorism alert. Nobody, I gather, that you've talked today seemed to know anything.
One of the things that they have been studying so scrupulously over the last several months is how Osama bin Laden and other terrorist groups operate, Peter. They felt that they had some ability to monitor critical communications from these groups. I think it's going to be proved that the groups have learned some very important and deadly lessons from past terrorist events and the way the U.S. has been able to monitor them. It seems quite clear in this instance that they bypassed the normal methods of communicating and were able to organize this very complex operation in a way that basically escaped American detection.
But John, I'm sorry, but I think a lot of Americans will hear you talking and be reminded that how often the government tells us how much more sophisticated it is and how much better able they are to monitor all this.
They are able to better monitor it, Peter, but every time, and you and I know this because we have had conversations with high-ranking government officials about how much detail we put on the air. Every time the news media puts on these details, it helps the terrorists to understand the way that our government goes about monitoring their communications. Oftentimes, those communications intercepts are very sophisticated, but the terrorists are clearly adjusting.
John, I wonder, by the way, on a slightly different subject in terms of today's disaster, whether you picked up reports of U.S. aircraft carriers being sent to New York Harbor to help in some way, maybe even to be floating platforms?
I have not picked that up, Peter, but basically I'm standing on a highway at this point, so I'm not exactly plugged in.
I appreciate that, John, and we benefit tremendously from your knowledge, so thanks very much. Come back at us when you think of something else you'd like to contribute. We talk about, the United States and Canada cooperated today in closing down the airports. A reminder to us that all Canadian airports, or most Canadian airports, at least major Canadian airports, are very close to the U.S. border. We learned just a short while ago that Israel today, the United States and Israeli relationships, so very close, closed all of its airspace to foreign aircraft today and evacuated many of its embassies and missions overseas. In terms of the war against terrorism, the United States and Israel are seen by the terrorists and the potential terrorists and the people who would do one harm as partners in this, and so it's perfectly natural for the Israelis to be doubly and trebly on a state of alert today. We've now managed to get the tape of President Bush speaking at Barksdale Air Force in Louisiana on his way from Florida to, as you heard Ann Compton say, somewhere. We assume Washington. And here's what the president had to say when he was in Louisiana.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward. And freedom will be defended. I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. I've been in regular contact with the Vice President, Secretary of Defense, the National Security Team, and my cabinet. We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status, and we have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America and Americans. I ask the American people to join me in saying a thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested, but make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
Well, the president could not have spoken more accurately in that final remark there. A great nation is being tested. And the president reassures the nation and anybody else in the world who will hear this that the nation will pass the test. And there is no doubt about that, I think. In the United States of America, as horrible as these incidents are and as tragic as Oklahoma City was, the great strength of the nation, is always there. I recognize that's one man's opinion and doesn't account for the individual shock of individual families or intelligence or military establishments, which have all suffered a grievous blow today in one way or the other. But it does say, I think, what people in most parts of the world believe, that as horrible as this is for the United States and its citizens, the United States continues to be unquestionably the leadership of the world and the example in the world of freedom and democracy. However much one may criticize it, ourselves included, on any given occasion or incident. It's interesting that in Oklahoma today, Governor Keating ordered all state office buildings closed, and the Oklahoma City Police created a one-block perimeter around the jail where Terry Nichols is housed. So again, you have an example of how people's minds work immediately. Was somebody going to try to spring Terry Nichols from jail, or was someone going to attack the jail in which Terry Nichols is housed? But in the wake of Oklahoma City, and based on what's happened this morning, nobody should be surprised. And the Associated Press has done a really good service here by checking with every state in the country so far. As you watch this on the East Coast of the United States, think about that in California, all airports were closed. Places like Knott's Berry Farm were closed today. The Museum of Tolerance in Los Angeles was closed. The Library Tower, all closed. And the State Emergency Committee convened, naturally under Governor Davis, to see that there was heightened security to all of the state buildings. In Florida, you know what happened. Walt Disney World was evacuated, closed its parks and shopping and entertainment complex. You're talking about the effect that this incident has all across the country. Airports were closed everywhere across the country, as we know, including in Georgia and Illinois, where the Sears Tower was also shut down, in Chicago, and all state government buildings in Chicago and in Springfield, the capital, were closed down. Indiana, all the federal offices were put on alert. In Kentucky, where the southern governors were about to have their full scope of their annual fall conference, it was canceled. And obviously the governors of Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, Louisiana, Mississippi all went home to their respective capitals because of this. In Louisiana, where the president has just left, the upper floors of the Capitol building were closed. The offshore oil port, which handles the super tankers in the Gulf of Mexico, suspended operations. And we've said several times this morning that when you think about terrorism, you think about oil supplies, and so that was fairly natural. In Michigan, the tunnel between Detroit and Windsor, Ontario, was closed to car traffic, and we do know from other reporting that security was increased at all of the border crossings between U.S. and Canada and between the U.S. and Mexico. But in all the states where there are military bases, including North Carolina, all of the military bases prepared for a possible change in status. And you heard Governor Pataki of New York say a short while ago that the National Guard from various surrounding states will be brought in here to give some sense of relief for the New York City Fire and Police Department, who must just be going through a hellish experience at the moment. John Miller, first of all, you've been on the phone for a little while. Tell me what you got.
Well, as things have developed at the scene, there have been a number of things that have happened. First of all, nobody in city government can right now put a number, even a ballpark estimate on the number of injured and dead. What they've done to try and deal with the large numbers they have is literally brought in students from NYU Medical School to help in the massive triage effort down there. The nearest hospital, Beekman Downtown Hospital, has lost steam power as a result of the explosion, which means they can't sterilize anything. So they've essentially become a MASH center and are feeding people out to other area hospitals.
Another reason to get the National Guard in here quickly, because they come equipped.
Right. Another thing, as New York City hospitals became overwhelmed, ferry boats began to shuttle victims across the river to New Jersey, to hospitals in Jersey City and Bayonne.
We saw, by the way, some ferry boats on the Hudson River a little while ago. So that was them ferrying casualties across to New Jersey on the other side.
I spoke to some police officers that I know, police officers who used to work for me in the police department, who were at the scene, who gave the most incredible descriptions. First of all, police headquarters has been evacuated. There's a tiny skeleton crew there. It's considered a possible secondary target. They've moved police operations to another location, which we've been asked not to disclose, so that that doesn't become a possible target. The police commissioner is there now trying to get together enough information with the mayor and his people to actually brief us. Police precincts, and this is something eerie, Peter. We touched on this before about a city, an American city in a free country going into lockdown. The 75 police precincts in New York have been sealed off in a one-block radius to traffic and pedestrians.
All of which, I have to tell you, is alarming, but seems common sense.
Yeah, it does. I mean, on a day like today, when nothing seems normal, such incredible things actually seem prudent. One of the officers I spoke to on the telephone, who was there when the first building collapsed, said he was standing across the street He was assigned to find a senior FBI official to get a briefing for the top command, and that the building fell. He said, I ducked behind a truck, and I closed my eyes and hit the deck. He said, I waited 30 seconds thinking that was enough. Then I opened my eyes, and it was night. It was complete blackness. He said, I began to crawl, and crawl for more than a block. And then I picked myself up off the street, but I still couldn't see. He said, a kid who was outside the major dust actually saw him struggling for sight, went in there and pulled him out and brought him into the church at Barclay Street, where he washed his eyes out with holy water to try and regain his vision. He was covered with dust and soot. These are the kind of human descriptions of the stories of people who were there at Ground Zero when the first building fell. Pressing for some kind of numbers, they said, all we have is preliminaries, and they're too small. He said the Port Authority believes they may have between 10 and 20 cops involved in the building, in the rescues that are unaccounted for. The fire department, and this may be a lowball number also, between 80 and 100 firefighters.
An earlier report said there were 200 firefighters unaccounted for.
Unaccounted for at this time, and between 12 and 20 New York City police officers. Again, soft numbers, but unfortunately, the estimates are that rather than going down, they may go up. That's the fear.
This is the occasion, not one of those occasions. This is the occasion when a member of the police department, the fire department, or the military has got to respond only to the training. You just go into automatic, and you do what you're trained to do.
It was amazing to me listening to the police radio traffic today, even as momentous disasters unfolded. I mean, the unspeakable. The collapsing of the Twin Towers, one after another, that while there was a high pitch to a lot of the voices and a little screaming and yelling, the rapidity with which calm was restored on the radio, and they went back to sending orders and continuing operations and acting in a logical manner, you really do revert to your training as a second nature.
As you look at this and you listen to John Miller, and I thank you, John, for that. No one is better plugged into the police and firefighting apparatus in New York City than John Miller. He not only been a reporter for most of his adult life, but he worked for the police department in New York for a while before he had the good sense to come back to journalism, and he is totally plugged in. But even and when he talks about soft numbers here, it's because as you look at this disaster scene, and that's a live picture. That is a live picture 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 4.5 hours after this actually occurred, and you're looking at the smoke and the dust still emerging from the edges of these canyons in lower Manhattan, and the magnitude of trying to deal with these people, extends to moving them across the Hudson River in ferry boats, the ubiquitous ferry boat in New York harbors, not as necessary as they were in the days of greater ship travel, to the New Jersey side. And the Canadian television network, our partner, one of our partner television networks in Canada, is now reporting that American burn victims from here, I'm not sure whether it's the Pentagon or here, but I suspect it's from here, are being transported as far away as Canada to Canadian hospitals there. And there you get some sense of how difficult it is to get a real grasp of how enormous this is, other than to say, as the mayor of New York and the governor of New York State both said to us a short while ago, I just don't want to touch the casualty figures as of now. Pierre Thomas, who's been with us for much of the morning, also reports from the FBI. And we may never know much more about one of the aircraft than this, that at least one of the planes this morning, we haven't got no more details on that, was able to communicate that it had been hijacked. In some cockpits, in some of the aircraft now being used in commercial service, there's a button you can hit that sends a code to your headquarters that says you've been hijacked, so you don't have to try to tell the hijacker that you're actually talking to headquarters. But that's as much as we know about one of the several aircraft today which were involved in attacks on the United States. Now, Diane Sawyer at Times Square has been trying, I know as best she can, to get some handle on casualties vis-a-vis the people who are pouring into hospitals. Diane?
Right, Peter, here's all I know, and it's kind of postscript to what John Miller was saying earlier. With Beekman Hospital, the closest hospital, as he said, has been relatively out of commission. But St. Vincent's Hospital, which is one of those in the next perimeter, 25 major hospitals in New York, this is one of the next closest, told us just minutes ago they had 184 hospitalized, 2 dead. Now, again, we know that these figures are going to be changing almost minute by minute, so this is very early. But at this time, and by now we're talking just minutes ago, 184 hospitalized, 2 dead. They said to us again, though, remember that where the World Trade Centers used to be, there is now a mountain of rubble. We are talking 200,000 tons of steel, 425,000 cubic yards of concrete, and 43,600 windows with all the glass in them now just lying on the ground. So the excavation has only begun, but 184 right now from St. Vincent's.
Thanks, Diane, very much. And I must tell you, I feel a little embarrassed about trying to focus on casualties in numerical terms, only because it will ultimately give us some sense of the magnitude of this attack on top of the buildings themselves being brought to the ground, and similarly true at the Pentagon. So nobody feels gruesome, or it's not about the gruesomeness of the casualty figures. It is simply trying to get some sense of the magnitude in human terms rather than the physical terms, which so much of us in the country saw just before our eyes. Before I talked to John and to Diane, I was just running there briefly through various different parts of the country where the ripple effect of these attacks were felt. In Las Vegas, for example, this is back to the Associated Press report, which they did a really good job pulling the country together. Security was increased at all of casinos on the Strip in Las Vegas, because if you think about it, for enemies of the United States, that kind of excess is seen as a symbol of the United States as well. The only place we could find all of the federal buildings open so far was in Vermont, where the federal buildings in Montpelier and Burlington were both open. And, you know, they have an atomic energy plant up there, and it was placed on a state of heightened security as well. Whereas in Nebraska, you'll see the first of probably many examples of this in the hours and days ahead. State employees were asked if they would give blood, because blood will be needed. There is a blood shortage in the United States, as we've heard time and again from the Red Cross. It's almost at a state of crisis in terms of blood collection in the United States at the moment. And so, and what do you need in a time like this? You need blood, and you need plasma for all the people who have been hurt and damaged. And so that's important. And in Nebraska, state employees were responding to requests for blood donations, and at the Air Force bases out there, and then the security was heightened. And at churches all over the country, they're beginning to have these services, which will become part of the national fabric in the next couple of days, as people pray for the victims and those we hope are survivors of this. Terry Moran is at the White House, which is his normal beat. He didn't go with the president to Florida today. It's often the case that the president's doing a purely political trip. We ask him to stay home to give us a broader sense of things. Well, Terry, what's the state of the White House as of now?
Well, Peter, the White House has pretty much been evacuated altogether. Just before it was evacuated, we are told that the National Security Team was taken to the secure situation room in there, but they are the only people in there. White House staff, most of the White House staff was told to go home. And the president, as you've heard, flew to Louisiana and is now en route, we don't know where. As he said, he is trying to make sure that the country knows that the government is still running. We've seen around town motorcades assembling outside the various cabinet departments, and we've just seen recently some traffic into the White House. So there is some government activity, but without the president at the moment.
Terry, there's a very small collection of reporters and camera team on board the President and Air Force One at the moment. I think the only reporter on board is Ann Compton, am I correct? Or certainly the only television reporter on board?
Well, actually, Ann is in the radio seat today. The pool, as it's called, is flying with the president. Today, CBS News is the pool. It alternates every day.
Right.
This pool will travel with him wherever he goes, and he made that statement that we saw earlier to the pool. The rest of the press who was accompanying the president to Florida, we are told, is now on a bus because of the air traffic shutdown from Florida back to Washington.
Terry, I wondered if, from your perspective of our White House correspondent, whether you agree with me, and certainly our political director, I think, who says that how the president now spends his time today, what he is seen to do, is absolutely vital, not just to the country, but to him.
Well, it's critical time for him. He said that the nation is being tested. The new president is being tested as well. But he has other restrictions on what he can do. That political mission he has to reassure the country and to show that he is leading it is actually secondary or even tertiary. The first thing is he has to keep himself safe. The Secret Service is going to insist that he be secured, and then second, he must remain in efficient strategic communication with United States forces around the world. That's undoubtedly why they took him to Barksdale Air Force Base in Shreveport. But you're absolutely right. The main thing he has to do for most Americans is communicate to them that he's in charge, that he intends to take control of this situation, and as he said, hunt down the people who are responsible for it and punish them.
Terry, I know you want to go back to your reporting. Is there anything else you want to add at the moment?
Well, Peter, it's just that this whole complex, which is usually abuzz with activity, which is really an office for hundreds of people, is now silent for the most part and an armed camp. And that is a very striking thing for all of us who go to work there every day.
And what I notice is you're to the south of the South Lawn. You're on the southern side of the White House. We very often see you broadcasting from the other side of the White House. Why are you way down where you are?
Well, we've been cleared out of the North Lawn, which is where we normally broadcast from, and we are now, as you can see, south of the south ellipse of the White House. I can tell you that the evacuation of the White House itself, which has happened before with bomb threats and suspicious cars and packages, today did not proceed as orderly as it has. I was told by one of the White House staffers that their security official came in and said everybody should leave in an orderly fashion, and about a minute later an agent ran in and said, just run, get out.
Okay, thanks very much, Terry. We'll come back to you, but you get some sense from Terry Moran standing there, locked dramatically out of the area with which he is so familiar. We saw some pictures earlier today. I'm sure we get them up again for people who have just joined us, of people leaving the White House early on. First, the White House police walking out fairly casually, and then as the tension began to build and the awareness of what was going on began to be heightened, people began to run outside of the White House. This is a place supposed to be, you know, quite extraordinarily secure. And he was, I think, more than anything else, this concern that...
I'm Del Walters, live in the ABC 7 newsroom. You're looking at live pictures right now of the Pentagon, and as of 7 minutes ago at 1:37, D.C. Mayor Anthony Williams, actually around 1:30 Eastern Time, declared a state of emergency in the District of Columbia. He indicated that 100 police officers will be manning key intersections and that the National Guard is being mobilized at this point.
We want to bring you up to date right now on what's happening in the nation's capital. Of course, all of this comes after an attack on the Pentagon at about 10 o'clock this morning. We have pictures of that earlier today. The Pentagon evacuated after a plane flew into the heliport entrance of the Pentagon, landing in the central courtyard there. Major damage at the Pentagon. As a result, very quickly, not only the Pentagon was evacuated, but also our U.S. Capitol building, the White House, as you heard Terry Moran saying earlier, all federal buildings, including the State Department, now all monuments and museums have closed, culminating now in the mayor talking about this being a state of emergency here in the nation's capital.
This is the injury update. At this hour, the efforts to fight the fire at the Pentagon continue. The Virginia Hospital Center is reporting that there are 26 people that have been taken there with injuries. No word yet on the severity of the injuries. The Washington Hospital Center says that 7 people have been injured there. They say that most of those who have been brought to the Washington Hospital Center were burned. George Washington Hospital Center says they have 2 patients in the emergency room. Both of them are said not to have life-threatening injuries.
Well, this attack has obviously precipitated a certain level of chaos downtown, as not only federal buildings have closed, but also a lot of private office buildings and schools closing around the area. And so we want to show the mayor earlier when he was speaking about why he thinks Washington should be in a state of emergency. Here's the mayor.
The heinous terrorist acts committed this morning are the acts of cowards. Like all of you, all of us in the district are saddened by the loss of lives these acts have caused. Let us keep all the victims and their families in our thoughts and in our prayers. I'd like to reassure the citizens of the District of Columbia that all of our emergency agencies are fully deployed to meet any emergencies that might arise. I ask your cooperation and full support during this critical period. Our first priority is to be able to respond effectively to the emergency situations as they arise. To that end, and to ensure that we have the highest level of preparedness, I have declared a state of emergency in the District of Columbia so that emergency vehicles can move throughout our neighborhoods and so that in the event of an incident here in the district, we are fully prepared. I'm also communicating regularly with the White House and have the full support of our federal emergency agencies as well as the cooperation of the D.C. National Guard.
We want to bring you up to date on the situation. One of the emergencies here involves the donation of blood. The Red Cross says that the donations and the blood supplies are low. The number you can call if you wish to give blood is there on the screen. It is 1-800-GIVE-LIFE. Again, 1-800-GIVE-LIFE. And also, you're being told not to call 911 in the district. Instead, use the number 311.
The mayor also said stay out of the city if you can. If you have to come to pick up family members or children, do that. But if you are able to, you should stay out of the city.
We'll be back.
We have to be on a war footing. Senator Hagel has said that we've got to start securing our borders, locking down our airports, revisiting the way we protect our public institutions. What about that?
I hope that's not true. I would say it another way. I would say we've come face to face with a new reality, a reality that we knew existed and we knew was possible, a reality that has happened in varying degrees in other countries. But if, in fact, in order to respond to that reality, we have to alter our civil liberties, change the way we function, then we have truly lost the war. The war is one that allows us the way to conduct the war is to demonstrate our institutions are functioning, that your civil liberties, your civil rights, your ability to be free and walk and move around, in fact, are not fundamentally altered. Anybody who's willing to strap dynamite to their body or have a suicide kamikaze mission, you'll never fundamentally be able to stop. It doesn't matter what you do. There are a lot of things we can do, though, to diminish significantly the possibility of this happening again without changing our character as a nation.
Well, it's an amazing scene here, Peter. The skies are clear. There are usually planes in the sky. The skies are clear over the Capitol. The streets are completely empty. There is still smoke rising up from the Pentagon where the plane hit the Pentagon earlier. And as you can see, the members of Congress are all trying to grapple with what to do next. Senator Biden, of course, is going to be receiving all kinds of security briefings.
Linda, I have a question, if I may.
Yes, Peter. Go ahead.
I have a question for the Senator. I apologize via you. The Senator is the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, so he is party to all of the information in the intelligence community. Was the intelligence community so taken up with the idea of chemical and biological warfare against the United States that they didn't pay enough attention to this possibility?
Well, they clearly understood this was a possibility. The problem has been we have been focusing, in my view, I don't want to second-guess anybody here. Look, the prospect of a chemical, biological, pathogen probability is real. Some of us, literally as recently as yesterday, I spoke to the National Press Club and talked about the fact that it's just as easy to fly from National Airport into the White House as it is to, do the same thing in New York. I mean, look, we know all these possibilities exist. And one of the things we have to do is we have to get our priorities straight in terms of what the real threats are that face us and use the assets we have to begin to deal with those threats. What I don't want everybody to think is this is some worldwide conspiracy where there's tens of thousands of people who are part of this army that attacked us. This is a group of people who are very well organized, obviously are relatively well funded, and we have to figure out how their network has worked, but we have to penetrate it. But it's not, this is not, we can't, Peter, just say we're going to focus only on this kind of incident and not on chemical and not on biological and not on pathogens, not on anthrax. This, in a sense, is the most god-awful wake-up call we've ever had.
Senator, let me
to
ask
how
you one,
we have to redirect our resources.
Let me ask you one more question, then. I didn't realize you could hear me. At the Pentagon and the State Department, you'll already hear people doing what they almost always do in an instance like this. This is so sophisticated it must be Osama bin Laden. Maybe so, but is the United States too focused on one man?
The tendency in these circumstances is to be too focused on one man, one idea, one prospect. I think that we should be calm, those of us who hold high public office, just calm down a little bit, collect our thoughts, collect the information, and in a methodical way analyze what we know happened and what we can derive from that. I think it's much too early for us to make those kinds of judgments. The first thing is what the president is doing. He called for calm, he's getting in the airplane, he's coming back to Washington, D.C., and I applaud him for that. And we should be back up and running as quickly as we can. And I think we should do this. This cannot be dealt with overnight. It's an incredible tragedy. But it's the new threat of the 21st century that we are now facing, and we're going to find a way to deal with it. This nation is too big, too strong, too united, too much a power in terms of our cohesion and our values to let this break us apart, and it won't happen. It won't happen.
Many thanks, Senator. And Linda, do you want to add something? Linda Douglas?
Well, I just want to say that this is the beginning of what will clearly be an enormous, a profound debate here in the Capitol. The dynamics of the debate in this country, as I've discovered in talking to members of Congress, have been fundamentally altered now. And here you're hearing a discussion of whether we should lock down, open up, and how we tackle this, and what our priorities are, and how we protect ourselves. So I've had just astonishing conversations with members of Congress, Peter, and there's a very grave feeling here right now in the Capitol.
Linda, thank you very much, and thank you, Senator Biden, as well. We'll have Linda Douglas available to us all the time, thank goodness, and Senator Biden says one of the most profound things about all this, which we've said several times this morning, which the terrorist wins when he or she manages to alter the behavior of a people, or infringes on the way of life in a country, that the country, a democratic country particularly, alters its way of life, because that's a step up for the terrorist in question, because it raises the whole question of civil liberties and access and freedom of movement. And Pierre Thomas has just come back to join us. You've had this tremendous argument, covers the Justice Department for us. You had this tremendous argument in Washington as to whether or not that street outside Pennsylvania Avenue outside the White House should be open again to vehicular traffic or kept closed. I mean, terrorists is already winning in that one regard.
Absolutely. And members of Congress and members of the D.C. delegation in particular have been arguing to reopen Pennsylvania Avenue. The Secret Service has been adamant. You cannot reopen it. Oklahoma City showed the nation what can happen with a car bomb. Peter, I just got off the phone with a very senior FBI official, and he talked about the feeling of people being stunned at the FBI. The FBI Director, Robert Mueller, the Deputy Director, Tom Picard, are at the Special Operations Center. They are communicating with the various field offices. And two bits of information. One, they said that there was communication from one of the planes noting that they had been hijacked. And I had a rather interesting conversation about that. He said, the problem is that there's no system in place once the plane notifies that it has been hijacked. No system in place to stop an ongoing attack. He said, think about it. If we had time to notify the military would have had to make a decision. Do we shoot the plane out of the sky?
Well, both of you have to help me. You and John Miller have to help me on this, because they put this device in cockpits so that notably airlines would know if one of the aircraft had been hijacked. But nobody really, I mean, I'm sure people did think, but not many people thought hijacks were going to lead to using these aircraft as full-scale kamikaze flights against public buildings and the other. I don't remember either one of you the last, if ever before, there's been the use of a civilian aircraft to attack a public installation in any country in the world. I may be wrong on that.
You know, it's certainly something so rare that I can't conjure one up. Two things come to mind. One, in or about 1980 or 81, a man with a gripe flew a plane in circles around the United Nations building, threatening to crash it into the building if his demands weren't met. And police helicopters went up, police hostage negotiators began to talk with him, and they literally talked him and his plane down in LaGuardia Airport. Two, in 1994 or 5, on the day of the signing of the crime bill, ironically, a man crashed his plane into the White House. And I remember as a police official attending the signing of the crime bill with this plane sticking out of the White House's doorway under a shroud. So you've had those, but certainly nothing approaching this scale, and certainly nothing approaching this scale with passengers involved. I mean, you have the crash of Egypt Air Flight 990, where U.S. officials believe that the co-pilot intentionally crashed into the ocean, but again, not into a target.
On the phone with us at the moment is the former National Security Advisor in the Clinton administration, Sandy Berger, who's now an independent consultant with a company that consults between the U.S. and foreign countries. Mr. Berger, do you hear me?
Yes, I do, Peter.
Hey, Sandy. I have one question for you, because it isn't so long ago that you were in and or adjacent to the White House. This could have been on the Clinton watch as well as it could have been on the Bush watch. What would be the first thing you would have done?
Well, you know, the first responsibility here, obviously, is to the people who are trapped in these buildings. This is first and foremost an undertaking here of relief and rescue.
But that's not the job of the National Security Advisor.
Well,
what is the National Security Advisor?
This may involve the National Guard. It may involve other elements, and you have to. That obviously has to be our first priority. Second, securing, as clearly the government has done, other facilities that may be targets, and then looking at.
Can I just interrupt you again? Is there a book for this? Is there a book of rules, or do you just have to think, oh boy, we better lock down this, we better lock down that?
Well, you know, we have suffered a massive and coordinated attack here, Peter, beyond the scale of anything we have seen before, and be qualitatively different than anything we have seen before. And the United States, we will determine who is responsible for this. The footprint here, so to speak, is large enough that we will know who is responsible, and America will respond. But we need to do it with determination and also with steadiness. We have to determine who is responsible, why this could happen without detection from so many different locations within the United States, and then respond accordingly.
All right, let me ask you this, because you've raised the issue. With all of the resources available to American intelligence agencies, not to mention your cooperation with foreign intelligence agencies, you've just said the footprint is large enough, we're going to find somebody. What on earth do you mean?
Well, we're talking about a number of planes. We've obviously had this operation happen relatively simultaneously. It's a sophisticated operation, and there's no question in my mind that we will determine who is responsible, and we will respond in a substantial and firm way. This has been a brutal attack against the United States.
Mr. Berger, you know better than I do that in the past we sometimes assign blame to people because it's important, but we don't always know who to blame. So can I ask you if you just see any clue this morning, if in your job as National Security Advisor, you see any clue, you would have done anything to begin to try to find out who might be responsible for this?
Well, I think it is. We have to be careful here not to jump to firm conclusions. We did that after Oklahoma City. We did that after the World Trade Center bombing. They were both wrong, but there are certain elements here, suicide bombings, which do have the character of radical militants from abroad. I think that's certainly where I know. The intelligence community is focused intensely.
I have one last question for you, and it's really just a feeling question. You are now an independent consultant helping American businesses do business overseas, or helping other, get through the American bureaucracy. When you talk to your friends and contacts overseas, will they see the United States as weakened by this?
Well, I think it depends very much, Peter, on how we react as a country. We have suffered a grievous attack. But if America here has to respond with steely determination, but also with steadiness, and that means, first of all, dealing with the victims, dealing with security, finding out who's responsible, and taking whatever action is necessary and appropriate. It also means continuing to expect and demand the highest level of cooperation from the rest of the world in going after this kind of terrorist threat. This is not just an attack on the United States. It's an attack on the civilized world. And it ought to be seen as an attack on our European friends, on our Middle East friends, and on others. And the response here cannot simply be an American
airstrike
response.
Somewhere. In other words, you can't just mount an airstrike against somebody. It won't be satisfying, right? It may be satisfying, won't be satisfactory.
I wouldn't certainly, you don't rule out a military component of this, but you also have to get to the root of this.
Okay, Sandy Berger, thank you very much. Former National Security Advisor in the Clinton administration, one of the most important members of the foreign policy establishment in the Clinton administration, now an independent consultant, as people in government tend to do when they leave government. It's been hard this morning as we continue to look at the smoke and the dust drift up from a crime scene, as John Miller called it, which we cannot feel in any intimate way on television, only through our reporters and through getting closer in and talking to the cops and the firefighters and the survivors. But we will in time get in there. But in the meantime, we've been trying very hard to figure out all of these airplanes. Because we have a couple of we've got 4 significant aircraft today which have been involved in disasters. And we've asked Lynn Scher, one of our reporters, to try to nail down what we know and what we don't know. Lynn, are you there?
I am, Peter. As you point out, it was airplanes that were the weapons of destruction today, not bombs, passenger planes. We actually know very little for sure about what happened, but we do have some details. And bear with me because the information keeps changing. But I want to start with the only one that horribly we actually did see happen. And this, of course, was the plane that crashed into World Trade Center number 2. That, of course, was the South Tower. That's it on the right. Now, and there's the flame from it. What you're seeing is the North Tower. Behind it, there's a second identical tower. As you know, that plane crashed right into it. All morning, we have been told by American Airlines, among others, that that flight, that airplane, was actually American Airlines Flight 77 going out of Dulles to Los Angeles. We were told 58 passengers, 4 flight attendants, 2 pilots on that plane. It was hijacked at 9:03. I'm sorry, it was hijacked right after takeoff, crashed into the tower at 9:03 a.m.
Let me stop you right there, Lynn, because I've had different information, so I'm going to rely on you here. You now believe that American Airlines Flight 77, which took off for Dulles on its way to Los Angeles, crashed into the trade towers, not into the Pentagon.
We were told that originally. What I'm about to tell you is that the FBI is now saying that that's the one that went into the Pentagon. The FBI spokesperson is saying that the flight that went into World Trade Center Tower number 2, that South Tower, was in fact the United Airlines 175, a Boeing 767 that left Boston for LAX, departed at 7:58 a.m. this morning. 56 passengers, 2 pilots, 7 flight attendants. This is confusing. I apologize. We are getting 2 different answers to our questions. What I can tell you that appears to be accurate is that the plane that crashed into the North Tower of the World Trade Center at 8:45 a.m. was, in fact, American Airlines Flight 11, American 11, going from Boston to LAX, 7:59 a.m. departure, hijacked right after takeoff, 81 passengers, 9 flight attendants, 2 pilots. We know of 1 other aircraft involved in today's episode, Peter, United Airlines Flight number 93. This was another Boeing 757, left Newark at 8:01 this morning en route to San Francisco. 38 passengers, 2 pilots, 5 flight attendants. It went down in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, which is near Johnstown, which is just southeast of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I believe we have some video of that crash site right there, and that's where this flight went down. We are waiting for a press conference from the airlines to try to make some of this clear to us, but right now that is all the information we have on those 4 planes.
Can I just absolutely confirm, because it would try to make it even clearer for people, or you did a much better job than I did. This is from the FBI spokesperson you're talking about, right?
What I'm telling you is that the FBI spokesperson has said United Airlines 175 from Boston to LAX is the one that went into the World Trade Tower number 2, the South Tower. The FBI is also telling us that it is American 77 from Dulles to LAX and to Los Angeles Airport that went into the Pentagon.
Okay, thanks very much. So what we have now in terms of the trade towers, we have one American Airlines aircraft, one United Airlines aircraft, which hit the 2 trade towers. We have a second American Airlines aircraft, which goes into the Pentagon. And we have a third aircraft, United Airlines, which we have no idea about either whether it was on a mission or for what reason it crashing southeast of Pittsburgh today. But 3 major aircraft today carrying considerable numbers of passengers and crew on board are all down, at least three of which appear to have been involved in a coordinated attack on the United States. I should also tell you that abcnews.com plays an important role in our life all the time, but it's very important at a moment like this, and has a good many offerings up at the moment, including a continuous reporting of the work we're doing here on television and they're doing on their own. There's a reader messenger board up there, as always, and that very often provides information. It has a lot of reporting on the status of air travel and the FAA response, most of which I think we've reported here, but if you want to get it locked into your mind, you can go to abcnews.com. And then there is a lot of reporting, as there always is at abcnews.com, about the ramifications of this to individuals, to communities, and to the country as a whole. Tony Cordesman is in Washington at the moment. And Tony, since I talked to you last, I'm not sure how...
We break into Peter Jennings right now as you're looking at a live picture of the Pentagon, which is still burning. And we want to bring you up to date on the local situation here in Washington after this terrorist attack hits our nation's capital. Good afternoon. I'm Kathleen Matthews.
And I'm Maureen Bunyan. And here is what we have, the latest that we have for you. Just a few minutes ago, Mayor Anthony Williams of the district declared that the district is in a state of emergency. He said he did this in order to prepare the city for any possible future terrorist attacks. Let's go to his press conference to hear what he had to say.
We're declaring a state of emergency in order to put everyone on alert, in order to ensure that we have the highest level of preparedness. Obviously, if something were to happen, God forbid, and we pray that it won't, we will be fully prepared to then execute the necessary contingency plans.
Mayor Williams declaring a state of emergency in the city. Also, he told us that 100 police and National Guardsmen have been dispatched for traffic control at major intersections throughout the city. And he said people should stay out of our city. If you don't have to come into Washington, D.C. today, it is not the day to do so.
Now, this attack on the Pentagon obviously comes in a sequence of horrible terrorist attacks. And we want to bring you up to date on the planes that are believed to be involved in both the attacks on the Twin Towers up in New York City and here in Washington at the Pentagon. First of all, the FBI is apparently confirming that it was an American Airlines Flight 77, a Boeing 7057, en route from Dulles here in the Washington area to Los Angeles. That is the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. However, American Airlines is not confirming the location of where American Airlines Flight 77 is. In addition, we have United Airlines. That's United Airlines Flight 93 and United Airlines Flight 175. 175 was a Boeing 767. That flight was bound from Boston to Los Angeles, carrying 56 passengers, 2 pilots and 7 flight attendants. We cannot tell you from the airlines where that plane has crashed. And there you see Flight 93, United Airlines. That is the plane that crashed southeast of Pittsburgh. It was en route from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco. And finally, that other flight, American Airlines Flight 11, you see there, that was a Boeing 767, and that is the plane that was en route from Boston to Los Angeles. Now, American and United are not confirming where these particular planes crashed.
And Kathleen, let's look at what the traffic situation is like around the district at this moment. At this moment, all bridges into the district are closed. You cannot come into the city on one of those bridges, Memorial Bridge, Wilson Bridge, Chain Bridge, of course. All roads are open, however, for people who are trying to leave the city to go home. And D.C. government workers have been sent home. All workers in federal buildings have been sent home, so there is traffic on the streets. Union Station is open, but there are no trains operating between Washington Washington and New York City.
Now, especially since one of those flights did originate here at Dulles Airport, we want to give you a telephone number if you have concerns about knowing somebody who might have been on board that flight or any of the other ones that we just showed you. For passenger information, this is the number you can call. It's 1-800-245-0999. 1-800-245-0999. Call that number only if you believe that you do know somebody who was on board and you need to get that information.
And we'll have more on this very tragic situation for you as the afternoon continues. We now rejoin ABC and Peter Jennings.
You make very good points, and you therefore assume that there is a lot of money involved in an operation like this.
I think that's a dangerous assumption, Peter.
Okay.
We always use these phrases, $100 million or $10 million. What it requires is a lot of political commitment, ideological commitment. It isn't something 3 people can do. It is potentially something that perhaps 30 or 40 can do. It is possible that only one major cell of some terrorist organization is involved. But I think we also have to ask another question now, and that is whether some state that hosted this movement knew about it and assisted, because there are elements of sophistication which raise that prospect.
Stay with us for a second, Tony, because Vince Canestraro, who also talks on the subject of terrorism and does more than talk on the subject of terrorism for us, is also here at the moment. Vince, do you want to make some comments about this?
Yeah, Peter, I think that Tony makes some good points about the complexity and the sophistication of the operation. But I think also we have to see what kind of organizations in the past have been willing to do such a coordinated attack. And,
why is that a clue?
Because it's a pattern. We see people who committed suicide in these operations. So that points us away from a secular organization to a religiously oriented group. We've seen a pattern of planning against 5 U.S. airliners in 1993 with Ramzi Youssef when his safe site was inspected in Manila in '93. The FBI found evidence that he had been planning to hijack and blow up in flight 5 United airliners flying out of the Far East. Now, that was a very ambitious operation, and I don't think anyone believed that he could actually have done it. But here we are some 8 years later, and we see a coordinated operation and 3 planes hijacked and blown up against targets, obviously suicide operations, bringing a lot of other people with them. So that tends to point us towards a religiously organized group, perhaps towards Al-Qaeda, but again, with some state support. We've seen these groups evolve in their professionalism over the last several years. We go from...
Vince, can I just interrupt you for one second, just to try to keep you on the straight and narrow here? It may be a reach to blame. It may be a reach to blame a religious organization. I agree that we've come to accept the notion that some members, some people who worship Islam in the Middle East have found a better life giving themselves up as suicide. But aren't you sort of already directing and creating something of a mindset about an investigation that's more complicated than that? Oh,
certainly. And there's no question that this group, whatever it was, had some professional support, perhaps from a military and a state. The explosives, the way you would fly an aircraft. But it does point towards a group that has members who are willing to kill themselves in carrying out a punishing act against the United States. And there are only a few groups like that we know of. Secular radical Palestinian groups traditionally don't do this kind of thing.
Right.
We haven't seen that. The ones that we've seen that carried out suicide bombings tend to be Hamas, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Al-Qaeda, and of course Hezbollah. And so you've got basically a handful of potential suspects. None of this proves anything, of course, but it does tend to focus an investigation.
Let me ask you both, you, Vince, and then Tony Cordesman second. Just on the basis of history and on the basis of your own individual expertise, what do you think the chances are of the United States finding out who did this? First of all, you, Vince.
I think that there's a fairly good chance of finding out who did this, because the people who did this are going to brag, they're going to talk, they're going to try and claim credit in a way that doesn't bring attention directly to them. But they will talk to other people, and some of our intelligence resources will pick this up, and that will lead us in a certain direction. And then they will go back to the database of threat warnings that they've had in the recent past. The U.S. has had a worldwide terrorism alert for some time that was just renewed yesterday, but again, the focus of those threats was abroad, U.S. installations abroad. They'll go back and see whether or not some of their intelligence operations that were picking up these threats may have been the recipient of deception. In other words, the group that may have done this may have been broadcasting deceptive information that we thought was legitimate threat information against a foreign installation, while they were really planning to do this kind of an operation.
Thanks very much, Vince Canestrano. I'll go to Tony Cordesman right away, but I just want to remind people, if you watched the news yesterday, you noticed that you recall that we reported that a man named Ahmad Massoud, who was the last independent militia leader, not member of the Taliban, in Afghanistan, was, we believe, killed. There's still some debate about whether he's dead or not, but certainly was attacked by his enemies, one of them disguised as a television cameraman. And the United States was very open to admit that what the United States lost when Massoud was killed yesterday was access into Afghanistan for U.S. intelligence operatives. And so I turn now to Tony Cordesman for a quick comment on how quickly, how easily, how complicated, how difficult, how impossible might it be to find out who did this?
Peter, let's consider several realities. We never found and punished the people who blew up the Marine Corps barracks.
In Beirut.
That's right. We have never really addressed who led the attack on Al-Khobar, and the people who've been punished were at the lowest possible level.
Those are the civilian and military barracks in Saudi Arabia.
That's right. And when we go back to Libya and what happened to Pan Am 103, one person has been imprisoned. We have never gone beyond attacking low-level people in an incident of this magnitude to attack the leaders and the core of the group with success. But we have never before really encountered things so serious that we are on the edge of war.
And in the case of Pan Am 103, the United States alternated between blaming Syria for supporting the operation and or Libya, which supported the operation. So you're really reaffirming how complicated this is.
More than that, Peter, I think the key element is that if any state is involved in this in any way, if it knew this was going to happen or it shoulders a movement once we identify it, we find ourselves with issues about war and peace which we have never before encountered in terrorism.
Well, you certainly put your finger on one more part. I'd like you to hold that, Tony, for a second, because nothing could be more, in some respects, potentially dangerous at the moment. But let's not lose focus for today. We'll come back to Tony Cordesman and talk about American reaction to the rest of this world. But in the meantime, we have a disaster here in New York City, which is a national disaster, and we have a disaster in Washington because there's been an attack on the nation's military establishment. And we have at least one major plane crash in Pennsylvania today, which we believe is related, but in its own way is a national disaster, as the crash of a major airliner often is. And I want to go to, before we get carried away by theory on terrorism, no offense to my colleagues, let's go back to Lower Manhattan, where Bob Jameson is with George Stephanopoulos. And Bob has been visiting hospitals in the last little while, and so I think the two of you together can bring us up to date on the scene.
George, if I might, I'll start first because I've just returned from St. Vincent's Hospital, which, Peter, is a little more than a mile from the World Trade Center and is a principal destination today for those who were injured in this disaster. And as one measure of how large it is, by midday there were about 200 people, 18 of them critically injured, who were brought to St. Vincent's, which is about 20 more than were injured, than were brought to St. Vincent's after the World Trade Center bombing in 1993. The injuries that the doctors are reporting are not principally respiratory injuries, which was the case in 1993, but these are largely crushing injuries. And Peter, 5 hours after the first plane went into the World Trade Center, ambulances are still arriving regularly at St. Vincent's. They are conducting triage, classifying the degree of injury outside on the sidewalk in front of St. Vincent's. And they don't have a clear idea of how many more injured may go there, as well as the other hospitals in New York, and now we hear some in New Jersey.
And Peter, that's in part because we've just got a report from John McKenzie out in the field who talked to William Hull, the head of the Port Authority, who said that formal search and rescue operations haven't even begun yet. The bulk of the effort right now by the police and the fire department and others is simply to establish the integrity, the safety of the World Trade Center building. Second, what's left on the site of the World Trade Center. Secondly, Peter, they reported that there's a staggering number of firefighters still on the site, up to 200 that they can't account for yet. They were able to talk to one firefighter on the scene, though, who said that their biggest problem now is not having fire hydrants to put out these small pockets of fires that are cropping up all across the site. And secondly, Peter, there's a problem now with broken gas lines, which they fear could ignite further explosions.
George, could
Peter,
I just...
if I might add.
Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
I just add one thing. I was struck by something at St. Vincent's. The Red Cross, as you may know, has put out a plea for blood donors, particularly those with the less common types of blood, such as O. But even before that plea went out, thousands of people spontaneously showed up at St. Vincent's, thousands of people, and many of them told us, this is what we think we can do to help. We can't do anything else. Sitting at home watching on television won't help, but this might.
Well, Bob, you're quite right. And in fact, there's no reason you would have heard us, but we mentioned a short while ago that blood donors in Nebraska, one of their first instincts, or people in Nebraska, one of their first instincts was to go and respond to a request for blood donations because, as you've just pointed out and we've said before, there's a critical shortage of blood in the United States. And we've heard from the Red Cross any number of times in the last year or so that the country needs blood and it's not going to be available. And so it is reassuring to hear in New York City people doing that instinctively. Bob, let me ask you both, and start with you and then George. My sense of the recovery, if that's the word for it, of this phase of what's going on down there is to deal with people who are injured, who are clearly not in or under the World Trade Towers. Am I right?
Yes, I think that's correct, and a large number of them, in one way or another, are some of the emergency and rescue people. And then the next step, as we have seen in other disasters, will be to see who else there is.
And George, we've seen buildings collapsed. It sometimes takes days to discover people under collapsed buildings, and we now have a circumstance. Do we have any idea how many people got out before the building collapsed? We don't, do we?
Not a very good idea, Peter. We do know that there was some warning. As I said earlier, we spoke to some of the security guards who were on the site, and they did have some warning. There was a feeling that the second building was going to collapse, so the evacuation did begin from people as high up as in the 82nd and 86th floors, but we don't know how many were able to get out. And we do know, Peter, from at least one of the security guards, that they were nowhere near complete. They hadn't come even close to completing the evacuation, but we don't have numbers.
And Peter, adding a little bit to the confusion, the collapse of the North Tower may have affected other buildings around there, as well as the collapse of the Millennium Hotel.
Well, thank you both very much, and both of you come back at any time that you want and can or contribute to this. We can tell you that the military. Thank you both very much, Bob Jameson and George Stephanopoulos.
Thank you.
We can tell you that the military. The governor said earlier, the governor of New York, that the National Guard was going to come in, and there's National Guard on station in some parts of the city anyway, is setting up a temporary morgue on the piers in New York City near West 57th Street, which is where people often take off to go and have a tour of New York City from the air, and close by where the famous Circle Line leaves, so people can take a tour around the island of Manhattan and see what it looks like. And none of that traffic is permitted today. The only traffic we have seen on the Hudson River has been, as has been pointed out to us several times, John Miller particularly, pointing out that ferries are taking wounded across the river, across the Hudson River to New Jersey. ABC's Cynthia McFadden is on the phone at the moment. She is from calling us from Bellevue Hospital, which is over on the east side of Manhattan, quite some distance from this. Sylvia, do you hear me? Cynthia, do you hear me?
I do, Peter.
Can you tell us what's going on there?
Yeah, we've been able to get into the Disaster Command Center, which is located here at Bellevue. As you say, it's about 20 or 30 blocks north and east of the actual site of the Twin Towers. But this is where the city puts its resources to prepare for an emergency. They rehearse here, practice here for disasters, and today we were allowed in the first group of journalists to go inside and see where they were running the disaster relief from. Let me paint a picture for you, if I might, of the room. It's about a 30 by 15 room, about 10 people crowded around a conference table, about 15 phone lines coming into the room. The mayor's office, emergency services, police and fire, all of those efforts being coordinated through this room. It was surprisingly calm, surprisingly quiet. It is located in the heart of the emergency room here at Bellevue Hospital, Peter, and the emergency room itself is busy. They've had about 140 to 150 people come through Bellevue so far. We've also had the opportunity to talk to the director of the hospital here and to the man who heads up the emergency room. I can tell you a little bit about the injuries if you'd like.
Please do.
Because this is a hospital further away, they're getting the less seriously injured, although, having said that, of the 140 or 50 people, 40 of them are classified in serious condition. 2 were dead on arrival. They have 1 baby who is being treated. 3 to 5 operating rooms are currently going with what the doctor characterized as extremely serious surgeries. The doctor running the operation here said that they have sent a team of physicians closer to the site, and they're going to be setting up tent hospitals closer to the site to help some of the enormous flow of injuries. Nobody made it here to this hospital until about 2 hours after the blast. And they believe, I've been listening to the coverage, they believe that it's not going to be for many more hours until they feel the full brunt of this over here.
Okay. Thank you, Cynthia, very much. Come back to us, please. When you get even better handle of this. We've talked a little bit about the blood shortage, which, as I said, is a national issue. But in New York City, there are supplies of blood so far. People did respond very quickly and lined up ready to give blood at some of the blood centers here. There is a supply of O-type blood. O negative appears, as best we can understand from the people who are collecting it, is the most important kind of blood needed at the moment because it's the universal donor, meaning anyone can actually get it. Now, there's a slight bit more of information, like all information today, reasonably suspect at the outset, but the Associated Press is reporting that this airliner, this United Airlines jet, which crashed in Pennsylvania, which is a American Airlines, my apologies, United Airlines Flight 93. I don't quite know exactly what aircraft it was, a 767, I think, which we assessed uncertain about, did not know why it had crashed, whether it was part of this overall operation this morning. The AP is now quoting a man who minutes earlier, saying he was a passenger on the plane, told an emergency dispatcher in a cell phone call that we are being hijacked. We are being hijacked. Treat that, as you do all information we give you today, as being preliminary at best, sometimes wrong. I think we've been pretty good about it today, and certainly confused, because listening to the mayor, listening to the governor of the state, both of whom we talked to, listening to the senator in charge of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, listening to all of our analysts, listening to everybody, the country is still very much in the middle of, if not immediate post-event chaos, certainly in terms of trauma, and trying to get a handle on what the hell's been going on here. And as we've said before, when you look at the television pictures of the Trade Center collapsed upon itself, these are buildings 110 stories high, and where thousands and thousands and thousands of people work. And I know on occasion we can run the images of it to the point of offensiveness. I hope we're not there. But this is what it looked like when one of the trade towers just appeared to either peel away or collapse on itself, but from top to bottom, 110 stories to the bottom. First one, the southern tower, Tower 1 or Tower 2, it doesn't matter what, just one tower and then the other, and then the other tower sometime later, which John Miller said the cops picked up very quickly, was looking weak and bending or leaning in one particular direction, indicating that when those two aircraft, one hitting one tower, the other hitting another, had gone straight into those towers with such force that even at the midpoint of the building, or in that case 2/3 up, something had happened to so totally weaken the infrastructure that this was like peeling a banana, except that it was full of people, or had many, many people in it. I think we have Senator John McCain on the phone from Washington. Am I right, Senator?
Yes, Peter, how are you?
I'm well, sir, thank you. I'm not well. None of us are well. You know that.
Yes.
What's on your mind?
Well, I think that this act obviously is one which would constitute an act of war. I believe that the American people should remain calm and rally behind our president, and I am confident that our military and our president will find out the perpetrators of this outrage, and we will not only punish those responsible, but ensure that something like this never happens again. And clearly, we need to look at our intelligence capabilities.
I don't mean for one second, Senator, to belittle the necessary thing you must say today, which is we'll find those who are responsible and we'll punish them, because Tony Cordesman has just pointed out very effectively how often we don't find the people and we don't get to punish them. But you say it an act of war.
Yes.
Do you believe that if another country is somehow the patron of an individual or a group of individuals who has done this, we should go to war with that country?
Absolutely, because they have committed atrocity on a scale that's unprecedented in history that I know of. Everybody's talking about a second Pearl Harbor. At least that was an attack on military targets, not on the civilian community. This is an unspeakable outrage, and clearly we can and must find out who perpetrated it. And Tony Cordesman and I have great respect for him, but I believe that we have the capability to find it out, and we need to improve our intelligence capabilities, particularly in the area of human intelligence. We have wonderful satellite capabilities and technical capabilities. In the late 70s and early 80s, we, for all intents and purposes, dismantled our human intelligence capability, which divines motives, and that's something technical intelligence cannot do.
Well, I think those of us who cover intelligence in any way, Senator, know that human intelligence, or HUMINT as they call it in the trade, has been very difficult, particularly in places like Afghanistan. So just assume for a second, well, no, don't assume anything, but are you desperately frustrated at the moment in some respects because this was sort of, in many ways, this was bound to happen in some measure, and we may not be able to get at the perpetrators?
No, I think that among many other things, obviously sorrow is the overriding emotion, but also I don't think our lives will ever be the same again in some respect, especially those who use airliners with some frequency. There's always been questions and studies and tests of our airport security systems, and they've always found breaches in them. Obviously, that's going to have to be addressed, and that's going to be very inconvenient for Americans. But at the same time, we also have to reevaluate the importance of making sure that anyone who wants to try it is incapable of doing so. But the best way to address it, obviously, is going to the source.
Your Democratic colleague, Senator Biden, said a while ago, the terrorist wins again when it alters American lifestyle. I assume you believe the same thing?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And the things that have been inflicted on the American people is, I mean, it staggers the imagination. And yet I believe that the best thing that we can do as Americans is remain calm, rally behind the President of the United States, and know with confidence that we will take whatever steps are necessary to prevent this from happening again. I don't think that there's any reason for Americans to feel a sense of panic.
Okay. Thank you, Senator McCain, very much indeed. Appreciate your time. Senator John McCain of Arizona, who knows a lot about violence, and many people in the country will think knows a lot about leadership. as well, former presidential candidate, often talking about doing it, or often considered to be doing it again. Claire Shipman is in Washington. Claire, where's Mr. Bush?
Well, Peter, we have a little bit of news on that front. As you know, he is in the air again on his way somewhere from Shreveport, Louisiana. We have been told by sources that he will not be coming to Washington. He is going to make another stop at an undisclosed secure location so that he can talk to people from there on the ground. His security team can assess just how safe it is back here in Washington. As you mentioned earlier, that there must be great political pressure for him to get back to Washington. These sources confirm just that. The political team wants him back home. He wants to come back home. His security team does not feel it is safe right now. They do think, though, and they're guessing right now, that he might be able to get back at some point this evening. But again, he's got at least one more stop. Another interesting point along those lines.
Hold on. One more stop?
One more stop between Shreveport and Washington. He's on his way now, we're told, to another undisclosed location that his security team considers secure. They won't tell us where it is, obviously.
But do we know? So, in other words, this one more stop is another security stop dictated by the Secret Service?
Indeed it is. And we would be guessing if we talked about another Air Force base or something of the kind, but they have a number of stops. And I'm told this one is not anywhere in the direction of Washington, that they have a number of places they can take him.
Let me ask you this. Have you heard any mention whatsoever of the possibility the President will come to New York?
No, there was a rumor to that effect earlier, Peter, but that was shot down, and my sources tell me he is not going anywhere near New York right now. That situation would create chaos that New York just doesn't need at this point.
Absolutely.
They've also told us that their full security plan is in effect. They do have the House and Senate leadership out of town. Condoleezza Rice is the only senior official remaining at the White House, and she will remain at the White House to try to coordinate efforts from there. Mrs. Bush has also been spirited away. She was on Capitol Hill this morning set to address Congress. She's been taken to an undisclosed location, Peter.
Now, there was some mention that but there was some mention of the fact that the United Airlines aircraft that crashed east to southeast of Pittsburgh may have been, in fact, going in the direction of Camp David. Had you heard that?
I heard that, as you did. My security sources don't know anything about that,
okay.
So we haven't been able to confirm anything along those lines.
Then we'll leave it alone. Claire, thanks very much. We'll come back to you as soon as we know where the President is going to go next. Seems a little bit strange. Pierre Thomas, working the phones on the FBI. What have you got, Pierre?
Well, one of the first things that they are focused on, obviously, is the injured, but the next priority is to get to Dulles International Airport, which they are, and Boston Logan. They are going to talk to the Boston United and American airline officials. They're trying to get a sense of who was on the plane. Early on, they're very limited in what they can do. They're trying to assess the situation, but one of the first things they can try to do is try to get a sense of who was on the plane, try to begin to check out aliases, and that might lead them in some investigative direction. But they're very limited in the early stages in terms of what they can do.
Hello, I'm Del Walters in the ABC 7 studios. We're going to rejoin ABC in just a second, but we wanted to bring you up to date on the second prong and what has been now a two-pronged terrorist attack here, and that being the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. You were looking live at a picture there where at this hour the flames still continue to burn.
Joining Dale, I'm Kathleen Matthews, and we want to take you back several hours to about 10 o'clock this morning when a plane crashed into the Pentagon. And as you can see, damage and destruction there caused by that plane. While we are not getting confirmation from American Airlines as to what plane that was, apparently FBI sources have been telling ABC News that the plane that crashed into the Pentagon was American Airlines Flight 77. That was a Boeing 757 that actually took off from Dulles Airport and was en route to Los Angeles. Now, we understand that plane, the airlines are confirming that that plane was carrying 58 passengers, 4 flight attendants, and 2 pilots. Now, again, the airlines will not confirm where that airplane has crashed, but FBI sources have told ABC News that that American Airlines flight is the one that crashed into the Pentagon.
We're going to update you on the injuries in a second, but first we want to bring you up to date on a phone number that we've been given by the Pentagon. If you are a Pentagon employee who evacuated the building, they want to hear from you. They're trying to get an accounting as to who may or may not be inside the building. The number that you can call is there on your screen. It is 1-877-663-6772. Again, that is the number for Pentagon employees, Pentagon personnel who may have evacuated the building this morning so that they can get an idea as just to how many people inside the Pentagon at this hour they still are searching for.
It's been 4.5 hours since that plane crashed into the Pentagon, and the injury list is climbing. Here's the very latest. Virginia Hospital Center is reporting that they have received 30 injured people. Washington Hospital Center is reporting they have received 5 critical patients. A lot of these are burn victims. And George Washington Hospital is confirming that they have 2 from the Pentagon attack who are in their emergency room. Now, we understand that there are at least 75 people who've been injured who are still on the ground at the Pentagon, and because they cannot bring aircraft into that area to medevac them out, they're unable to fly them to local hospitals, and so they're setting up a triage unit there at the Pentagon to be able to treat those patients.
And now on to the situation in the district. A little more than an hour ago at about 1:30 Eastern Time, D.C. Mayor Anthony Williams declared a state of emergency in the district. He said that if you don't have business in the city, please don't come. Emergency personnel are overwhelmed. Here's a little bit of what he said.
We're declaring a state of emergency in order to put everyone on alert, in order to ensure that we have the highest level of preparedness. Obviously, if something were to happen, God forbid, and we pray that it won't, we will be fully prepared to then execute the necessary contingency plans.
And to that extent, the mayor also promised that there will be live news conferences that will take place at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and 5 o'clock. We will let you know the details of those news conferences.
Well, emergency personnel have been dispatched to try to take control of the traffic situation, which has been mayhem in downtown Washington. As a result, a lot of buildings closing. And this is the latest situation out in Virginia. Route 50, 66, 29, and GW Parkway are now closed inbound. So any of those inbound routes are now closed. Medical personnel only allowed on those routes on the inbound roads. Medical personnel only allowed also on Canal Road, which is now one-way outbound. Rock Creek Parkway, all lanes northbound. In other words, they've reverted to a rush hour situation where all of the roads are now outbound to take people out of the city to try to bring control to that chaos downtown.
Again, we are 4.5 hours into what has been a 2-pronged terrorist attack, one taking place in New York, the other here in Washington. ABC is working with us. We are working with them to try and get you as much information as we possibly can. We're going to go back now to ABC's live coverage of the events that are unfolding.
For the national tragedy that has occurred today, all Major League Baseball games for today have been canceled. The PGA Tour has canceled the beginning of tournaments on Thursday, and whether they will be further delayed is uncertain. Major League Soccer postponed all of the games it had scheduled for tomorrow night, and the National Football League says it is mulling over whether to postpone this weekend's schedule. Obviously, the effects of this are going to reverberate for many days, many weeks, many months.
Yep.
And so there are those kinds of cancellations being discussed.
Okay, thanks, Charlie.
Go ahead.
Thanks. I just, as we want to go to try to bring it back together for people who, a lot of people have been not with us all day. The thousands and millions of people may have been glued to their televisions, impossible not to. But ABC's John Donovan has been following the events of the last few hours, and he has managed to put together, I suppose we could call it a chronology or a timeline, if you will. But here is some sense of what happened from the beginning.
We want to tell you what we know as we know it, but we just got a report in that there's been some sort of explosion at
the first thing any television camera saw this morning was this. Just before 9 o'clock, roughly 15 minutes earlier, an American Airlines jet hijacked from Boston had crashed into the South Tower of the World Trade Center. There were 92 people on board.
It does not appear that there's any kind of an effort up there yet. Now remember, oh my God.
Oh my God.
That looks like a second plane.
I did not see a plane go in.
Minutes later, the second plane, the second tower. The fireball ate up the aircraft. It was a United Airlines flight, a 767 from Boston to Los Angeles. There had been 65 people on board.
Some sort of a concerted.
I was happened to look on the first tower, and I actually saw people waving where the first plane crashed through, and then it was unbelievable seeing this second jet come crashing into the second tower. What is going on?
New York City was staggered.
As soon as he got hit, I was thrown to a window. So I was very lucky.
We're going to interrupt this. We'll come back to this, I promise you, to go to a news conference being held by the Mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani.
And then, Governor?
Thank you very, very much for your assistance and your help and your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for your leadership through this crisis. This is a vicious attack upon New York. It's an attack upon America. It's an attack upon the whole concept of freedom and our way of life. And we cannot let these attacks succeed. First step has to be to make sure we do everything in our power to protect the people and to save the lives of those whose lives are still at risk and to help those who have been injured. And I want to commend the mayor, and I want to thank my colleagues from Connecticut, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and the federal government have all offered and made ready support to help us deal with this ongoing crisis. The people of New York are not only the freest and most diverse people in the world, we're also, I believe, the most capable of rising to meet the challenges of this type of attack. And right now, we want New Yorkers to remain calm, to go about their business, to appreciate the fact that everything to provide for their safety is being done, to appreciate that everything that can be done to provide for the health and the needs of the people who are still at risk is being done, and that we will continue to work to make sure that we get through this as strongly and quickly as possible. I want to thank the federal administration. Secretary Thompson has been on the phone with me a number of times, as well as the president, for what they are offering and prepared to do. And we're just confident that, well, this is a horrible attack and one that is despicable and really unthinkable in its magnitude. We will get through this, and we will continue to have a great and free country, state, and society.
Do we know the number of casualties at this point, sir?
I don't think we really want to speculate about that. The number of casualties will be more than any of us can bear ultimately. And I don't think we want to speculate on the number of casualties. The effort now has to be to save as many people as possible. And I don't think we will know the answer to that until sometime tomorrow or the next day.
Were there large numbers of firefighters?
There are a large number of firefighters and police officers who are in harm's way. And we don't know how many we've lost. But there's no doubt we've lost some firefighters and police officers.
Do you know anything about the cause of the explosions that brought the two buildings down yet? Was it caused by the planes or by something else?
We believe that it was caused by the after effects of the planes hitting the buildings. We don't know of an additional explosion after that.
Could you tell us, do you expect any further attacks on New York? Is there anything to indicate that there could be more bombs, more planes out there? I know originally there was a report that 8 planes had been hijacked, 4 have only been accounted for. What about the remaining 4? And is there any possibility that there could be bombs on the ground planted by some?
We have no specific information to that effect. Obviously, the city is now closed. The airspace around the city is closed. And we are on heightened alert. But we have no specific information suggesting any further attack.
Can you tell us where the planes came from? Major warships coming into the port of New York.
I think to give the people of New York confidence, to show that the federal government is standing with us, and to just to make certain that nothing further happens. This has been a very, very difficult and traumatic day for the people of the United States and the people of the city. And I think that it's an act that shows that the federal government is going to do everything they can to support us and help us.
Can you give us an idea of the extent of the rescue effort that's going on right now in Lower Manhattan, the scope of this operation?
There are over 1,000 rescue workers, probably about 2,000 that are deployed, trying to get into the buildings, trying to find people, trying to search for people. The governor and I spoke a couple of hours ago. And the governor has deployed the National Guard to relieve them because our people are going to need reinforcements pretty soon. But right now they don't want to leave because they're searching for innocent citizens, and they're searching for some of their brothers and sisters.
Are you finding survivors?
Yes, we have some numbers that we can give you. We have 1,500 people at Liberty State Park who were evacuated, described as walking wounded. They were evacuated by ferry and other means. There are about 600 as of about 15 minutes ago in local hospitals that we account for, 600 people that are being treated in local hospitals. And there are 150 in particular that were critical, that were moved by EMS. New York City has 170 hospitals. So we have a lot of hospitals, and we're utilizing all of them. Probably the one that was the hardest hit was St. Vincent's Hospital. And I would like to just single them out and commend them, because as I was rushing down there, after the first plane hit, and before the second, they were already deploying people on the street. I could see the doctors and nurses outside getting ready to receive people. And that was before the second plane actually hit the World Trade Center.
What was your experience down there?
Also, blood donations. We have several sites for blood donations. 153 East 53rd Street, 66th in Amsterdam, which is the Red Cross, and 310 East 67th Street. If people want to do something and they can donate blood, that's going to help not just today, but tomorrow and the next day. This relief effort is going to take some time.
Mr. Mayor, you were one of the first people down there. Can you describe the scene in your own words, what you saw down there?
I don't know that I'm really able to describe it. It was the most horrific scene I've ever seen in my whole life. We saw the World Trade Center in flames, a big gaping hole all the way on the top of it. We could see people jumping from the top of the building. And then we went into Barclay Street, 75 Barclay Street, I think it was, and we were there when the building collapsed, and it collapsed in part on 75 Barclay Street. So we were trapped in the building for maybe 10 or 15 minutes, trying to get out different exits. And we finally went through a basement and came out 100 Park Place.
Did you ever fear for your own safety, sir?
Sure, yeah.
What went through your mind?
I don't think anything went through my mind other than making sure that we all remained calm and found an exit and just tried to figure out the most intelligent thing to do. Probably the same thing that went through the minds of 10,000 other New Yorkers who I could see on the streets, and I really have to commend them. If you really want to know what New Yorkers are all about, you just watch the way in which they handle themselves. They didn't panic. They moved deliberately. They moved swiftly. But they didn't hurt each other. They helped each other. I mean, these are just the most wonderful people in the world.
Do we know anything about the composition of that dust that blankets Lower Manhattan? Is there any asbestos or any hazardous material in that dust?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to
Mr.
that.
Mayor, there was a gas explosion related to this as well. Are you aware of that? There was a gas leak or possible explosion?
We don't believe it. We don't believe that's the case.
Mr. Mayor, can you tell us anything about where the planes come from, where the aircraft came from?
Bill Diamond reminds me that we've turned off the gas in the city buildings, just to be certain.
Can you tell us
as a
anything
precaution
about where these aircraft came from? There was a report they may have been hijacked in Boston.
I think we should leave. I think we should leave that up to the federal government to. Yes, we do have some information, but I think we should leave that up to the federal government to release that information. Our focus is on the relief efforts. And
Governor, what about security for the rest of the on the part of the United States for what happened here in this country, both in New York, Washington, and other places?
First step right now, Marcia, is to make sure we do everything to help those people who need our support, and whether they're injured or still trapped in buildings. The second thing is to make sure at the same time we're providing the maximum security against possible additional incidents. But clearly, this is an attack upon America. It's an attack upon our freedom and our way of life, and we must retaliate and go after those who perpetuated this heinous crime against the people of America.
Mayor, this is compared to Pearl Harbor. Do you consider this to be an act of war? This has been compared.
I'll do both. I'll do both.
This has been compared to Pearl Harbor. Do you consider this to
This
be
is
an act of war?
this is a vicious, unprovoked, horrible attack on innocent men, women, and children. It's one of the most heinous acts, certainly in world history. And as the governor said, and I said to the president, we fully and completely support him in any action that he has to take in order to make an example out of the people who are responsible for this.
Is it an act of war in your mind?
I don't know that I want to use those words. I think the president is the one that has to respond, and I think what he has to know is that all of us in New York support him, and support him completely in the efforts that he's going to have to make over the next couple of days, week, and to make a point that people can't do this. You can't attack innocent men, women, and children. And ultimately, I'm totally confident that American democracy and the American rule of law will prevail. And the people of New York are going to help to demonstrate that over the next couple of days.
Anybody take responsibility for this? Any group take responsibility at this time? And what is the city doing to safeguard the citizens now that something like this has happened?
Well, first of all, I don't know of anyone that's taken responsibility for it at this time. And secondly, the New York City Police Department is fully deployed, not just in the rescue effort, but all throughout the city of New York, offering as much protection and as much security as we're capable of for the citizens of the city. And at this point, I believe that the people in New York City can demonstrate our resolve and our support for all of the people that were viciously attacked today by going about their lives and showing everyone that vicious, cowardly terrorists can't stop us from being a free country and a place that functions. And we'll do everything we can to make that point.
Jennifer Steinauer, please. Just a housekeeping thing. Can you tell us what's going to happen to the New York primary?
This morning, I issued an order suspending the primary across the state. There will be no primary today, and we'll reschedule it once we get through this.
Jennifer,
Mayor,
please.
can you please walk us through the municipal services right now? What's going on with the subway and the schools, the courts?
The subway, the schools, the chancellor, I commend the chancellor. He was on the phone a number of times with us. He coordinated very, very carefully what would happen. He thought it out, and he came up with a very good plan, which was essentially to keep the schools open, to keep the children in school, so we didn't have a large number of children in the different boroughs that would be released from school. They're being released, I shouldn't say as normal, but basically on the normal schedule. If parents aren't there to pick up the young children, then the children will be taken to a center, and the parents will be notified to come and pick them up. The children who have Metro cards, who normally travel on the subway, will be able to do that. The subways are functioning in 4 of the 5 boroughs, and can we get an update, Joe, on how the subway is doing in Manhattan?
All the lettered lines are working.
And in Manhattan?
In Manhattan lines, all the lettered lines.
All the lettered lines are working, including in Manhattan. And throughout the rest of the city, public transportation is normal. So the children should be able to return from school in the normal fashion. And if any children don't have parents to pick them up, then we'll hold them, let the parents know, and then the parents can come and pick them up.
Mr. Mayor, you mentioned you were on Barclay Street. What's the radius of damage that's been affected? How many other side streets around the world?
I don't think we know yet. The whole area of Lower Manhattan has been very much affected by it.
How many police and fire are involved? How many police and fire are involved? Like how many all NYPD off-duty officers that they come in? Or like
all NYPD and FDNY officers are on duty now. And we're going to need all of them, and again, thanks to the governor and the way in which the state reacted, we will have 1,600 National Guard to relieve them over a period of time, so we can get some relief for them.
If anybody's looking for someone that may have been in the World Trade Center or in and around that area, what should they do? How can they do it?
We're going to give you numbers so that we can try to help coordinate that. Individual businesses have already done that, but we will as soon as we can find some time from the relief efforts, give you a number in which people can call, and then we can direct them to the right place.
The National Guard loading or anything like that? Any lawlessness?
There have been no reports of lawlessness.
The governor of New York State, Governor George Pataki, the mayor, Mayor Giuliani, between him, the police commissioner just over on the right side of the picture there, the fire commissioner, the police commissioner more than anybody else being almost a restraining influence there, trying to say both to the governor and to the mayor, be careful what you say here. We don't have information on this, that, and the other thing. And on this question of casualties, it is the mayor who is attested to what everybody's got going, rushing around in their minds at the moment. More casualties, more than anyone can bear, but not willing to, makes perfect sense, not willing at this point to put a number on the people who they believe have been killed and or injured. The mayor did say that in one of the parks in the lower part of Manhattan, 1,500 people were regarded as walking wounded. They were aware of 600 people in local hospitals, and New York City has 170 hospitals, and as the mayor said, every one of them is available under these circumstances. And there are 150 critical conditions which were medevaced out or taken out under other circumstances, some of them going across the river to New Jersey, and in one case, according to the Canadian television network, saying had been airlifted as far away as Canada in order to get special medical care. Canada has several very strong centers in burn treatment, so it may be one of the reasons that patients have gone up that far. The mayor returning again to this thing which has clearly moved him, I think, more than anything else today, getting down there and seeing the 2 trade towers before they collapsed on themselves, and seeing the fires burning up high, and he said it every time, and seeing the people jumping from the top of the trade towers, driven to their deaths by the encroaching fire in the rooms in which they no longer felt they were particularly safe. And Governor Pataki, I think the first person today to say in the clearest language, there's got to be retaliation. Lots of people said, you find out who has done this, got to be held accountable. Mayor being reluctant to say whether or not the country was in a state of war, which is a technical thing, I think, for him in many ways. But that's pretty much, I think, the summary of the highlights of their news conference, in which there seems to be a real coordination between the local and the state and the federal. And we have here with us a man who should know whether or not it's working, Jerry Hauer, who's the former head of New York City Mayor's Office of Emergency Management. And the last time I saw you was in that place on the west side of Manhattan, which you had designed for just an event, or maybe an event not just like this.
Yeah, this certainly is an incredible event, Peter. I don't think in our wildest imagination you could think about a day where simultaneous attacks, you know, we all think about it, we plan for it, but to have something like this occur is certainly, I view it as an attack on our nation.
But was it? I understand your emotional state. I'd like
Sure.
everybody's the same. I think we're all the same. Sure. Did you never consider that this was a possibility?
Well, we consider, and as we plan for New York City, we plan for massive events. In point of fact, one of the things that we did when I was still heading up OEM was we put in place memorandums of understanding with New Jersey, with Connecticut, Nassau, Suffolk County, to ensure that there was enough medical care available, that we had ambulances, police, firefighters, because we had to plan for horrific types of events. And as I told you when you were down, we planned for various types of incidents, chemical and biological types of attacks, for explosive types of attacks. You know, this is clearly just a devastating type of an incident here in the city.
The Office of Emergency Management office, that bunker, it's a pretty elegant bunker, and nor is it underground. It was second and third floors, right. I think. That's out of operation at the moment.
Yeah, my understanding
That's
is...
That's something you never planned for.
Yeah, well, in fact, we did. The alternate was to go to police headquarters or to another location in the event that the command center was inactivated for some reason or rendered useless.
Do you know what has happened to it today? Do you know precisely what's happened?
I talked to some folks down there, and my understanding is that a lot of the debris has fallen and has blocked the access to the building. I've heard some reports that they're concerned about the structural stability of the building, but I have not been able to confirm that. But as part of our plan, there were backups. You always have backups in your planning, and that's what the city is doing today.
Now, you've had to walk to get here today, and that's perfectly understandable. We're on the west side of Manhattan, and things are that difficult. But you have a sense of how it's going, and we've heard the mayor's appraisal and accepted as an honest one. Do you have any sense of how the system's working, and do you have any sense of how many people are still trapped or dead?
Well, first of all, I think that things are working as they should. I think that, you know, when you've got the best police and fire department anywhere in the world, they are doing everything to try and rescue people, to try and get near the building. But you've got to also realize the dynamics in a situation like this change a bit when you have a number of police and firefighters injured as well. Sure. And that's what we saw this morning. I was listening to the fire radio this morning when the building collapsed, and they were screaming for help because firefighters were trapped. So the emotion changes a bit, but these are extremely professional people. These are very heroic people. They will do everything they can to try and get in and rescue anybody that could potentially be alive in that building, recognizing that there is a potential for additional collapse.
What about the prospect, as the governor's announced, of the National Guard being called into New York for an act of terrorism? Is this anything you ever envisioned, and what will they do?
Well, in fact, that's the question, John, what they'll do. I would imagine that they will help support the police department, the fire department, provide logistical support, manpower, help with search and rescue. Whether or not they'll be used for law enforcement purposes, traffic control, things like that, I think I've not been privy to those discussions, so I don't know. But that's certainly possible.
Leading up to the millennium, you personally designed a series of exercises where a disaster would unfold and they would respond to it, a tabletop exercise, a field exercise, and then another disaster, and then another, to make it more and more difficult to stretch the resources to the limit. Was that worst-case scenario design that you put together to see if the city could handle such a momentous disaster anything close to this, or have a component like this?
Yeah, you know, as we were planning for the millennium, we were planning for millions of people in Times Square and for the potential of something happening there. And we had to look at where all those resources would come from.
So did you have, in your design, did you have a truck bomb go off and then something else happen?
We had a sequence of events, both explosions, chemicals, biological incidents, and we looked at various types of terrorist events. And, you know, I think that what you're seeing here today is the result of having the New York City Fire Department, New York City Police Department well prepared. But again, I don't care where you are, anywhere in the country, anywhere in the world. An incident like this is difficult and certainly stresses any system anywhere in the world. And then when you have a number of injuries to police and firefighters, it really does change the dynamics.
Did you ever imagine in your various scenarios that a building, not to mention two separate buildings, basically, in case of the trade towers, would collapse on one another?
We did plan for building collapse, for bombings, and that was part of our routine planning.
Is there some hint there of what the operation now faces in terms of what you went through?
Well, what happens from here on out is a very slow process because, first of all, you've got to put the fire out, and my understanding is there's gas lines feeding the fire, and it is not out. So before you can really start doing a search and rescue in the middle of the building or even recovering those victims, you've got to get that fire out.
Yeah. The mayor did just say a moment ago the gas has been turned off in city buildings. That would seem to be to have alleviated one very pressing problem for much of the morning.
Yes, but we still see that it's burning. We see that it continues to burn, and you can do some search and rescue around the periphery of what's burning, but to actually get into the area that's burning, this is going to be a long-term process.
John?
Now, you mentioned something about continuity of government contingency plans. What are we seeing in New York and in Washington where the officials are not, where we're accustomed to seeing them, not in the White House, not operating out of City Hall? Have they gone to ground?
You have to in a situation like this when you view that the country has been attacked. You have to have alternative sites for the mayor, for the governor to operate from, to continue government.
On the assumption that their regular sites are potential targets?
Oh, sure. You have to do that. And I would imagine that's what's happening in Washington as well.
Good afternoon. This is Maureen Bunyan in the ABC 7 newsroom. You are looking at a live picture of the Pentagon, which is still on fire. There apparently is smoke coming out. Obviously is smoke coming out. We assume it is still on fire, with officials trying to get that blaze contained since this morning's terrorist attack on the building.
It has now been 5 hours since that terrorist attack, since a plane slammed into the Pentagon. This was the scene at approximately 10 o'clock this morning when that plane struck the Pentagon. It penetrated the outer wall and then made its way into the inner corridor at the Pentagon. As you might imagine, at that moment, all people were told to evacuate the Pentagon, which they did. The rescue efforts have been underway now since then. We have some video now of the people that are being evacuated, both medically and otherwise. We are not receiving detailed information at this point as to just what the full numbers are, just what the full damage was. We know that the Pentagon itself staffs 20,000 people. No idea at this point just how many people may have been inside at the time.
And Del, here's the situation in the skies over the United States at this moment. The Federal Aviation FAA says that all of commercial aircraft flights have now reached their destinations. No additional takeoffs are being allowed in the aftermath of today's attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. And the FAA also says that no troubles have been reported with any more flights across the United States.
And obviously there are those in our area that are trying to get information about loved ones who may have been on those flights. The American Airlines information number is there on your screen. It is 1-800-245-0999. And also it is believed that 2 of the flights may have been United Airlines flights. 1-800-932-8555 is the number you can call for United Airlines information, and we will keep putting those up for you throughout the afternoon.
And also here in the district has been declared a state of emergency. The mayor made that declaration earlier this afternoon at a press conference. Here's some of what he had to say then.
Again, we're declaring a state of emergency in order to put everyone on alert, in order to ensure that we have the highest level of preparedness. Obviously, if something were to happen, God forbid, and we pray that it won't, we will be fully prepared to then execute the necessary contingency plans.
And the mayor says he will have further news conferences this afternoon at 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock to bring us up to date on the situation in the district.
We also need to update you right now to the extent of the state of emergency in the district as to what you can and you can't do. There are several road closings that we need to tell you about. Route 50, 66, 29, and the GW Parkway are all closed inbound from Virginia. They are open only for medical personnel. Once again, inbound into the district. Routes 50, 66, 29, and the GW Parkway are all closed inbound. Route 1 is also closed outbound from D.C., and Route 395 northbound, we are told, which is outbound, is also closed.
And Del, some more traffic information for you folks. VRE says it now has very limited service this afternoon. MARC train service remains suspended. It is running buses at some of the stations, but and the buses are not on any schedule, but the train service is suspended.
And we want to reiterate that this has been a two-pronged terrorist attack. Of course, the worse and more severe attack happening in New York City, and then there is the attack on the Pentagon itself. We are coordinating our efforts with ABC News to bring you the most information that we possibly can. We're going to return to ABC News and Peter Jennings right now.
Of the White House. John McCarthy, who covers the Pentagon, national security, and a good deal of terrorism and international intelligence issues for us, is at the Pentagon. John, what have you got?
A whole plate full of things, Peter. First of all, we've been talking throughout the day about possible ship movements, American ship movements. It is true that 2 aircraft carriers, 5 other combatants, and a hospital ship are now all heading north along the Atlantic seaboard toward New York. No decision has yet been made about exactly what to do with those ships when they get there, but of course aircraft carriers have a very large hospital capability, so they could be used for that. I think it is a responsive measure. Defense Secretary Rumsfeld, after the attack on the Pentagon, went immediately to the gash that you see behind me here when the very first destruction was detected and helped pull some people out of the rubble. He is now in what is called the National Military Command Center in the Pentagon, and he intends to stay there indefinitely until all forces around the world have been secured. All forces around the globe at this point are at ThreatCon Delta, which is the highest level of threat condition that American troops can be in. One of the difficulties with the fire and the rescue effort here in the Pentagon, Peter, is we have seen continuous outbreaks of fires within the different levels of the Pentagon, and it has been extremely difficult for search and rescue people to get inside the Pentagon. It was 5 hours before the first people were able to get into some of the rubble to try to begin to pull out people who may have been trapped. The fire in the Pentagon was described as an inferno by those people who were in some of the worst areas. The evacuation in parts of the Pentagon was very orderly. Some of it was complete chaos, as you might expect.
Okay, John, thanks very much. John McCarthy at the Pentagon. We just take a quick look at John there. Jackie, you there for a second? I want to put John on camera for a second because earlier today you described, you just turn around and take a look at that gash in the Pentagon there and describe again for us. You think it's what, 200 feet wide, 200 to 300 feet wide?
It is at least 200 or 300 feet wide, Peter. Just imagine a very large commercial aircraft ramming into this space. The Pentagon is built like a blockhouse, as you know, during World War II. It is a very substantial building, and this aircraft, traveling at between 150 and 200 miles an hour, penetrated deeply into the rings of the Pentagon, almost to the center. The destruction on the 5 floors that are above ground is considerable. One of the admirals was briefing us earlier that he felt that the section that was hit was one of the areas that was being repaired. We now believe that is not true. It is an area that was very fully staffed, primarily with Navy and Marine Corps personnel, but also the Defense Intelligence Agency.
Okay, thanks very much, John McWethy at the Pentagon. We'll come back to you. On the phone with us at the moment is the former CIA Director, James Woolsey. Mr. Woolsey, there's so much to ask you about at a moment like this in terms of your experience, but as our political director, or actually that's not true, as a former senior White House official said a short while ago to one of us, there's going to be a hellacious amount of finger-pointing at the moment. What's gone wrong here?
Well, one thing that's gone wrong, Peter, I think, is that for some years now, we have adopted a theory that terrorism first was likely just to be sort of a pickup team, these loose associations of terrorists inspired, say, by the Blind Sheikh in New York. This was the thought in the 2 bombings, one attempted, one real in New York back in the early 90s. And then the Clinton administration veered off into saying everything looked like it might be Osama bin Laden. It's important that we realize there is a real possibility when you have something this devastating and well-coordinated that there could be state action of some sort behind it. Now, I don't know that that's the case, and I won't say that it's the case, but there is at least a plausible case that there was Iraqi government involvement in the World Trade Center bombing back in 1993. This all has to do with the identity, the true identity of Ramzi Youssef, who was the mastermind who's in prison out in Colorado now. At his sentencing, the judge said, we still don't really know who you are. And if there was a chance that there was Iraqi government involvement in that, since Youssef was the mastermind of the World Trade Center and of a bombing plot in the Pacific, which he was working on when he was caught, to have a lot of American airlines in the Pacific blown up. What happened today is a sort of amalgam of the earlier 2 Ramzi Youssef plots. It's at least, I think, interesting that that's the case, and if some of the observers, Laurie Milroy and others, are correct, that there's a reasonable chance that he was, in fact, involved with the Iraqi government, there could also be a chance that the Iraqi government is involved here, even if bin Laden or other terrorist groups are as well.
Can I just ask you just a couple of really elementary questions about intelligence? You've just done something on the air which strikes me as what intelligence officers do when they sit down to try to figure out what the heck is going on. Is that in fact, what you're trying to do at the moment? You called it an amalgam of 2 plots. Is that how it works at the moment?
Well, this is nothing but circumstantial evidence that I've been talking about, but it's interesting circumstantial information anyway. And yes, that's the sort of thing that I think intelligence officers need to do. Part of the problem with the World Trade Center bombing back in '93 is that most of the information about it was under grand jury secrecy until the trial, and after that, not many people paid attention to it. So even most of the federal government had no access to it, except outside the FBI and parts of justice.
Now, you mentioned governments and individual organizations or operations. Don't governments traditionally leak information more than independent or semi-independent terrorist cells? If there were a government involved, is it not inconceivable that the United States didn't pick up something?
I think it's possible that a government could be involved and not be picked up, especially if it was operating very carefully, as the Iraqis or conceivably the Iranians might under these circumstances. It is normally somewhat easier to learn what's going on inside a government than a terrorist group, particularly one that doesn't use many communications and the like, and does everything within just a very small number of people. But it's not impossible that terrorist groups could work together with a government, that the Iraqi government has been quite closely involved with a number of the Sunni terrorist groups, and on some matters has had contact with bin Laden. So,
I'm sorry, Mr. Woolsey, I think I just lost you.
I said on some matters.
Lost at the moment, and I hope we'll get him back on the telephone. The former director of the CIA, James Woolsey, on the phone, agreeing that there's going to be a heck of a lot of finger-pointing at the FBI, at the Department of Defense, and at the CIA. No, I have my FP, thank you very much. I just lost the director of the CIA. Okay, thank you very much. Because, as this former official in the White House points out, people are going to demand massive retaliation. Mr. Woolsey raises two quite fascinating possibilities. One, that there is a terrorist organization or group involved with a government, that there is, as there has been believed in the past, a terrorist operation within the Iranian political establishment, which perhaps even other parts of the Iranian political establishment didn't know about. And similarly true, though much likely, for them to be operating in ignorance of Saddam Hussein inside Iraq as well. But the reason that, and I bring John Miller back briefly in on this again, the reason he suggests an amalgam, Mr. Woolsey does, of two footprints is because of the potential, never perfectly proved, that Ramzi Youssef, who has been on trial and convicted of the first trade tower attack, did seem to have some tenuous connection with Iraq.
And that this is a mixture of the two plots that were his two big capers. One, the plot to blow up numerous airlines on the Pacific route targeting American tourists. The other to blow up the World Trade Center. Here, planes, American carriers have been used to attack the World Trade Center.
Okay, I apologize.
No, as Mr. Woolsey pointed out, the difficulty with Ramzi Youssef and really getting to the bottom of the World Trade Center was, while he escaped as the mastermind and while he was captured in a guest house funded by bin Laden, nobody ever knew who sent him in the first place, or what his real nationality was, or even what his real name was, which set him apart from all the other people connected with those cases. Truly a mystery man, still in prison here in America.
As somebody said a little while ago, too, in terms of everything we're looking at now, suspects, there's no good options on the table in this regard whatsoever. Let's try to keep up with the running developments of the day. Lisa Stark is with us from Seattle. She covers aviation for us. And Lisa, when we last commented on the status of this plane, we have at least one, I beg your pardon, at least two of them in the process of being hijacked.
Right, Peter. Here's the latest information we know right now. We know, obviously, the two American planes were lost. Flight 11 from Boston to L.A. That is one of the planes that went into the World Trade Tower. Flight 77 from Dulles to Los Angeles. We believe that may have been the plane that went into the Pentagon. The two United planes, United 93, that is the plane that crashed south of Johnstown, Pennsylvania. And now United 175, that plane, the plane from Boston to Los Angeles, a government source has confirmed that was the second plane that went into one of the World Trade Towers in New York. I'm also being told by government sources, and again, these things change throughout the day, Peter, and I want to caution people, but this is what we know now. A government source tells me that on American Airlines Flight 11, again, that was the flight from Boston to Los Angeles that went into the Trade Tower, that a flight attendant on that plane was apparently able to call the American Airlines Operations Center to tell them that two flight attendants had been stabbed and that the perpetrators had broken into the flight deck. We've also been told that a passenger aboard one of the United flights, United Flight 93, the one that crashed in Pennsylvania, a passenger on that flight was able to call 911 apparently and let them know that the plane was being hijacked. Again, this information from government sources, and we don't know if it will hold up throughout the day, but that's what we are being told at this time.
I very much appreciate you bringing us up to date. There's one thing that I'm never quite clear on yet, and that may be just because where I'm sitting. Do we know American Airlines Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles was a 767, is that correct?
Yes.
United Airlines 175, which went into the World Trade Center.
That was a 767
as well. The American aircraft plane, which we're a little uncertain about the crashing into the Pentagon, was it Boeing 757?
Correct.
And it was also a 757 that crashed near Johnstown.
Exactly.
So we have two very popular and very widely used and very important aircraft in these two airlines being used. Lisa, thanks very much indeed. On the phone from Washington with us now is the former Secretary of State, James Baker. Are you there, Mr. Baker?
I'm here, Peter.
So what would you do?
Well, it's a pretty tough one, Peter. It's everybody, of course, is in deep sorrow and shock. It seems to me that this is something we've been worried about for a long time. We've been able, fortunately, to foreclose it up to now. We may be entering a bit of a new era. We may have to do a bit more to preempt these types of events. We may need to get some better human intelligence to penetrate some of these groups before acts like this can be carried out. We may need to do even more to beef up. Obviously, I suppose we need to do even more to beef up our airport security. There's a lot along those lines, I think, that needs to be done, and mostly, I think, strengthen our intelligence capabilities.
You are the second person, second senior former government official to say to us today, to imply very clearly that human intelligence in those areas of the world which are to some extent breeding grounds of terrorism are plainly weak.
Well, they are weak, Peter. We went on a real witch hunt with our CIA back in the early mid-'70s. We had hearings. I won't mention the name of the legislator who conducted those hearings, but they, in effect, resulted in our eliminating a lot of our human intelligence capabilities. It's a dirty business. When you have human intelligence, you're doing business with the kinds of people that will commit these acts. Sometimes the first test of a human intelligence agent, the first test they send them out on is to go out and kill somebody. So it's pretty tough for America to get into that, and we got out of it. But it may be that we have to get into that kind of business.
Mr. Secretary, why don't you just name the legislator, because you're just going to cause more trouble for me to go to the file and look it up. Who held these hearings, and what's the point you're trying to make?
Well, they were the church committee hearings, and what I think we did as a consequence of those hearings was to, in effect, unilaterally disarm in terms of our intelligence capabilities. Now, we have the best, technological intelligence gathering operations and capabilities in the world, but we need this human intelligence to penetrate groups like the group that must have carried out these operations.
I have only a vague recollection of this, but I think the point you're making is that there are some forces, political and otherwise, in the United States, who believe that getting down and dirty with potential terrorists around the world is not something we should be doing, that we should do it all technically, therefore not put people at risk?
That's correct. That was the thinking, and that's pretty much the policy we followed since then, and I think we need to get back into the down and dirty business so we can penetrate these groups and hopefully prevent these types of things from happening in the future.
Mr. Baker, I don't want to get ahead of things, and I'm sure you do not either, but if there is, and as somebody said earlier, there are no good options out there at the moment. But do you believe that the United States is, if it finds out that a state is involved, going to have to go to war in an active way against that state?
Well, first of all, I don't believe we're going to find out that a state is involved. I cannot really, frankly, conceive of a state doing this. There could be, I suppose, some indirect assistance from a state or groups within a state, and I don't think that's going to be the case. But if it were the case, I think we need to do whatever we reasonably and responsibly can to protect the American people, whatever that involves.
Now, this is always the toughest question for somebody who has been in office but is not currently. How much easier is it to say what you do now that you're not in government? In other words, were you the Secretary of State in the Bush administration at the moment? Now, would you not feel rather constrained by modern circumstances as to what you could do?
Well, I don't know. I mean, frankly, Peter, we have some laws on our books that we ought to take a look at. One of them is simply a presidential executive order that says the United States doesn't go out and assassinate people. I think there was a very good reason behind that, but I dare say that you would have about 99%, if not 100% public support across the United States today if we found out that one terrorist group was responsible for these incidents. You would have 100% support almost for taking care of the person who leads that group.
One of the difficulties, of course, Mr. Baker, is that in a situation like this, we end up fighting like the terrorists to some extent, right?
Well, that is unfortunately the case. That's true, but it may be that that's the only way we can really take care of the problem. You know, the president said today, he made a statement I think was absolutely the right statement. He said America is under attack, under terrorist attack, and he said we are going to hunt down and punish those we find responsible for this. And that, to my way of thinking, means doing whatever is required.
Mr. Baker, thanks very much for the time.
Thank you.
James Baker, the former Secretary of State, also widely known in the country as the man who did as much as he did to win Florida for George Bush at the last presidential election, but a longtime member of the American political and foreign policy establishment, and who knows how complicated this is, and who makes a very open, you'll hear this a lot in the next few days, not enough human intelligence, and we'll review who that legislator was. Tony Cordesman, our military analyst. Are you listening to Mr. Baker? Is he making sense?
He is, Peter, but I think we need to have an important caution here. Human intelligence isn't as simple as it sounds. The actual agents can take years to develop. Historically, they've often been unreliable, and the more hostile the ideology is, the more uncertain the collection. Human intelligence is also analysis. Our analytic side is weak. The CIA has had hiring freezes. There is so little money for CIA and for DIA that most of the country analysts have never been to the countries they're actually analyzing, much less talked to many of the elements within them. And as Secretary Baker pointed out, if you're going to go into operations, that's different from human intelligence, and our operations capability has been allowed to decline for nearly a decade.
Thank you, Tony. The game has changed a good deal today, so let us get back. Yes, John.
Before Jerry Hauer leaves us, and he's promised to come back, all of the discussions we've had raised the question to me, and I know Jerry's been more fully briefed on these national security agencies than matters than any of us have. How many of these attacks have we known about and been able to prevent? How many that we've heard about? How many that we haven't heard about? And have any of them been on this scale?
That's difficult to answer, John, because a lot of that material is classified. A lot of that is kept classified, but there clearly are a number of threats that occur in this country almost on a daily basis. Some of them are hoaxes. Some of them are credible. Some of them are quite credible. And the spectrum varies. And they've had, and some we've been very fortunate with, as we were right before the millennium with the
intrusion from Canada.
Yeah,
but that was one that was the work of an alert agent. How many have we actually prevented through intelligence, which is kind of what Mr. Woolsey and Mr. Baker have been talking about?
I'm not sure anybody has a good number on that. That's something that I think that would be difficult to put your finger on at this point. You know, and I'd be interesting to get that from the FBI. I'm not sure that I've ever heard a number on how many we've actually thwarted.
Have you ever picked up the phone in your emergency management center and had someone on the other end who said we're going to blow up something?
We actually did receive a number of threats.
What was it like?
We had some letters come in, and we turned them over to the FBI. By and large, we felt that the majority of them were hoaxes, but we relied on the FBI for their intelligence, for their analysis of threats. We relied on the police department intelligence division. And by and large, with the exception of one or two that were a little more credible than others, most of them were pretty lame hoaxes.
I remember two of those that were quite serious. In 94 and 95, when I was with the police department, we received information from the FBI that there was going to be a truck bomb attack within 48 hours on the New York Stock Exchange. We responded by surrounding it literally with sanitation sand trucks and blocking the street, and eventually set up a cordon which has still not come down. The other was a planned attack on the Israeli mission to the United Nations, which has been surrounded by cement blocks, first the sand trucks, and ever since again.
Our thanks to Jerry Hauer, the former head of the New York Mayor's Office of Emergency Management and Operations, and as we said at the beginning, it's an office which is not operating in the place that Jerry Hauer set it up, which was right adjacent to the World Trade Center, and it has been blocked off, put out of commission in one way or another by the horrendous devastation which has occurred in that part of town today. And we don't want to lose sight of it for a second in all this discussion about intelligence and terrorism. So I want to go back to George Stephanopoulos who's closer to the building than anybody else, and then Bill Blakemore. They are both watching the search and rescue operations, and both report now. George?
Well, Peter, we still don't know that it is a search and rescue operation yet. Just a little while ago, one of the volunteers who tried to go down there and help reported back and said when you actually got to the scene, and you see it behind me, that cloud of black smoke, when you actually got to the scene at the World Trade Center, what was most remarkable, what was most amazing, what was most horrifying is that basically nothing was happening. They couldn't go into the building and actually perform any real rescue operations. And he also described the scene very close to the World Trade Center, soot and silt up to his waist. He said it was hell. We have also talked to some firefighters who've gotten fairly close to the scene. They've now set up a special command center over here at Manhattan Borough Community College here on the west side where they're relieving each other. One fireman said that he was buried underneath all the dirt and debris, had to dig himself out, but still didn't know what had happened to his 6 partners who had gone into the building and near the building.
George, can I just interrupt you for a sec? I'll come right back to you. But Ann Compton, who's been with the president all day, is on the phone from Nebraska, and we don't want to lose her if we can have her. Annie, can you hear me?
Yes, Peter, I can.
What are you doing in Nebraska?
Well, we didn't know where we were till we landed. President Bush is here at the home of the Strategic Command. This is the area, this is the base where those big doomsday aircraft are kept. And he has disappeared down the rabbit hole, Peter, down through a red brick small building. He and what skeleton staff are with him down into an underground bunker where Ari Fleischer tells me the president is going to chair a National Security Council meeting by teleconference. We're also told that the president has been on the phone several times with the vice president, who is able to work out of a command center at the White House itself in one of the secure areas below in the White House.
Annie, your description of the president going down the rabbit hole, going into a very secure compound bunker in Nebraska at Offutt Air Force Base, suggests that people in his entourage believe there has been a threat today, or a potential threat to the highest political leadership in the country. Is that correct?
Well, and I asked exactly that question. They say there was no hint of any warning of the attacks that came on the East Coast today. But as you know, they always take the precaution, especially once the Pentagon was hit, that the president might be a target as well. And that is why he has come to as secure a place as he could, where he is trying to marshal the forces. He's also talking to some of the civilian leaders on the ground, including Mayor Giuliani and Governor Pataki. But we were told there was no direct threat to him and no advance warning, and that in itself, Peter, is distressing to the very small number of staff of the president here at Offutt.
So the procedures are in place, and they do what they do, right?
Well, you know, in 27 years of covering presidents and crises, we have never played the kind of hunted game that was played today, where we would take off in the plane and not know where we were going to land, and then once we landed in Louisiana, where we were literally told not to use cell phones so our location couldn't be pinpointed, to take off again and head to the center. It does feel like a cat-and-mouse game. Ari Fleischer, when I asked him if the president feels in jeopardy or hunted, he said the president understands that this is kind of the precaution that is necessary at a time like this, and that he's anxious to get back to Washington.
And for example, when you phoned us just a moment ago, thank goodness you did you have to ask permission to do it?
No, because it is hard to hide a great big airplane like Air Force One. And when we were coming in, I could tell we were over a flat area, a fairly urban area, and I guessed it was Nebraska, knowing that we hadn't been that far out of Louisiana. And indeed, as we came down over the field, I saw a TV satellite truck out on the highway. And sure enough, on our screens inside the plane, we watched ourselves land. The local media was already here, figuring this is where the President of the United States and the Commander-in-Chief would land.
Because it's part of the old Strategic Air Defense Command.
Exactly right. It has the facilities, the secure facilities here, where the President can still be, as what Ari tells me is...
I'm Del Walters, reporting live from the ABC 7 News Studios, where we continue to cut in on every half hour to bring you up to date on the situation unfolding at the Pentagon. We now know a little bit more about the fire. ABC News is reporting that it is literally an inferno inside, and also the District of Columbia Fire Department, we understand, has now sent the equivalent of 3 alarms worth of personnel and equipment to help Arlington and Pentagon firefighters just deal with the fire after the plane crashed into it this morning.
Joining Dell, I'm Kathleen Matthews, and we're also getting confirmation now that the plane that crashed into the Pentagon was actually the flight that took off from Dulles Airport earlier this morning. Now, it's been 5.5 hours since the plane crashed into the Pentagon. As you can see, a scene of tremendous building carnage there. Associated Press is now quoting anonymous law enforcement officials that say the plane that crashed into the Pentagon was American Airlines Flight 77. It had taken off from Dulles Airport and was bound for Los Angeles. That airline was carrying 58 people, 58 passengers, 4 flight attendants, and 2 pilots. ABC 7 News reporter Daryl Carver is live at the Pentagon right now and brings us up to date on everything that's been going on there this morning. Daryl?
Kathleen, want to set the scene for you for just a little bit. If we can take a look at the Pentagon right now, the fire here is still burning at this hour. We have been told that members of the Fairfax County Urban Rescue Team, that elite rescue team, is awaiting entry, but however, they are still waiting for the fire to be put out. We've been told it is a scene of tremendous carnage inside of there. Most of the damage at this point, from what we understand, is in the E-ring, or the outer ring of the Pentagon. As you can see, there are still fire crews being rushed in there. There are still emergency workers all throughout this scene. We're still trying to get a few more details on what the situation is at this point inside. And when we get those details, we will pass them on to you. For now, reporting live from the Pentagon, Daryl Carver, ABC 7 News. Back to you.
Daryl, thank you very much. We want to update you on the injuries and also some more information with regards to the Pentagon plane crash. We now understand that it did not hit a portion of the Pentagon that may have been under construction, and indeed there were people. It was heavily occupied at the time. Now let's take a look at some of the injuries reports that we are receiving. Virginia Hospital Center is reporting at this hour that they have received 30 injured parties. Washington Hospital Center says that they have received 5 people in critical condition. George Washington Hospital says that they have received 2 people, both of whom are in the emergency room. And Alexandria Inova Hospital, this is information that we just received, says it is treating 11 people. 9 people all told, or 9 people are in fair condition. 1 is in critical condition, and 1 person is in good condition.
We will continue to cut into ABC News to bring you the very latest on the local situation. We'll be back again at 4 o'clock. Meanwhile, we join ABC News in progress.
Some small indications that the broader evacuation of the senior staff of the White House that is always planned for in emergencies, as you hinted at, from a relic from the Cold War days, has also gone into effect. I spoke with the spouse of the senior White House.
George, I apologize. I'm only interrupting you because you're so... Okay, you don't have those sirens behind you. Go ahead.
The sirens behind me, sorry. I spoke earlier, just a little while ago, to the spouse of a senior White House official who received a call simply from the Secret Service saying, your spouse is safe, is in a secure location right now. I remember from my early days, Peter, in the White House, several senior White House staff are given cards and have evacuation plans for places to go in cases of national emergency. And as I said, there does seem to be some indication that that may have been put into effect. I would just add one more note. Ann was talking about the possibility of the president doing now a teleconference with his senior national security officials. There are facilities in the White House, not the normal situation room, which everyone has seen in the past, has seen pictures of, but there is a second situation room behind the primary situation room, which has video conferencing capabilities. The director of the Pentagon, the defense chief can speak from the National Military Command Center at the Pentagon. The Secretary of State can speak from the State Department, the president from wherever he is, and they'll have this capability to video conference throughout this crisis. In my time at the White House, it was used in the aftermath of the Oklahoma City bombing, in the aftermath of the TWA Flight 800 bombing, and that would be the way they would stay in contact through the afternoon.
Just a couple of short questions. Given where the president has gone from Florida to Louisiana to Nebraska, and given that we hear from the political staff that they'd like him to come back to Washington, does the president have any say at the moment, basically, if the Secret Service says go left or go right or go here or go there?
Well, the president has the ability to overrule them if he wants, but I think in this situation, Peter, he would follow their directions, obviously pushing them to try to get back as soon as he could, if that was really what his political advisors wanted. But he would take their direction on this one. Sometimes you can fight the Secret Service on, how long you're going to spend in a rope line. I don't think you'd do it on this.
Okie dokie. And the other question is, in terms of Dick Cheney, the vice president, is in the White House now. Just from a purely operational point of view, if you were trying to run things at the moment, would you like to be in the White House or in a bunker in Nebraska? Or would it make any difference?
Well, it doesn't. I think right now, Peter, it doesn't make any difference. Air Force One and this bunker in Nebraska has complete communications all across the board. And as I said, my guess is that Vice President Cheney is in that second situation room. A camera is trained on him. He can see the president can see him. They can see Secretary Rumsfeld, Secretary of State Powell. It's as if they're meeting in one room.
Now tell me, let's return to the immediate business at hand. Every time I check in with you, or we check in with you, I hear sirens virtually right underneath you. What's going on right underneath you?
Well, right underneath, I'm at Canal Street and the Avenue of Americas, which is about 20 blocks away from the World Trade Center there. Every once in a while, right outside my window right now, there are about 4 police vans and a police car. But the police seem to just be stationing there, almost resting right now. The area right around us is quite quiet. About an hour ago, 2 hours ago, there were hordes of people walking uptown. That's pretty much stopped. Now, Peter, I got to tell you, it's very strange. You look down on the sidewalk, and you just have people strolling in their summer clothes up in this neighborhood right here. But again, from what we've heard of that situation down by the World Trade Center, it's horrific. It's kind of eerily silent. The firemen are relieving each other every 15 minutes or so. They come out, they get showered down with fire hoses to get all the soot off, and then they go right back in and get to work.
And just remind me one more time, George, the layman's notion of a bunker is one thing out in Nebraska, and I assume the White House has another notion of bunker. What does it mean down the rabbit hole into the bunker?
Well, in the bunker would just be certainly underground, secure situation room, but the important point, Peter, is that wherever that bunker is, and it's reinforced by guards and concrete and all that, the president is in full communication with his entire national security team, and he can direct them at a moment's notice. And I think the big question that they're going to have to address now as they gather the facts, as they try and figure out who's responsible for this, even though they want to get the president back to Washington as soon as possible, and I'm sure they'll do that, they won't want him to go before the country again until he has more to say, and probably until he can say what actions he's going to take in response to this.
Okay, thanks, George Stephanopoulos, who, as he pointed out, was somewhat isolated from the violence there, because as close as they'll let you broadcast at this point, but you can still see the smoke coming up. It's felt all over the country. A number of newspapers around the country are now putting out special editions of the day. I remember when the Challenger exploded, we were on television for many, many, many hours, and which does, to some extent, isolate you from what is happening. You become a conveyor belt for information. Going back to the hotel and realizing that the New York Times and the Washington Post had then put out 30-some-odd page editions in terms of the Challenger disaster, John, and it just reminds you that you can be isolated from something that is so overwhelming. And George Stephanopoulos acknowledges he is not as close to the violence and tragedy. Like ABC's Bill Blakemore is somewhat closer. Bill, can you hear me? Bill Blakemore? Okay, we'll come back to Bill Blakemore. But Bill Blakemore has, we want to be as close as we can and not get in anybody's way. And I was pointing out that newspapers across the country publishing these special editions. There's not been a special edition of this magnitude probably since the Challenger disaster. Before that, Neil Armstrong walking on the moon, or in some cases, newspapers are putting out the first major special edition they've done since John F. Kennedy was assassinated. Many of the papers will clearly use terror in their banner headlines. Certainly the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel was one that did that with a subheading saying, "Attacks Rip Trade Center, Pentagon, America's Soul." And I think a great many people in the country feel that is precisely what has happened today, that the trade towers, as we've said many times, these absolute symbols of the United States in so many ways, right there on the edge of Manhattan, first city in the New World, the great advertisement to the rest of the world of commerce and success and upward mobility and all that stuff, and those two trade towers are simply no longer there. And then the attack on the Pentagon at the very heart of the establishment, the military government establishment today, and the deep psychological damage that this, or wound, if not long-term damage, this is going to do to the country. And then we learned just a short while ago that United Airlines jet that was carrying 45 people, which crashed near Johnstown in Pennsylvania today, was, at least according to one congressman, James Moran, Democrat from Virginia, who had a Marine Corps briefing in Washington. He believes that that aircraft was intending by its hijackers to go to Camp David, the presidential retreat in the mountains of Maryland, and the crash site actually turns out to be about 85 miles northwest of Camp David. So no one should be surprised, perhaps no one is, at the ripple effect at every level of government, not to mention in everybody's soul today, from this initial attack on the trade towers. One of our reporters, Ellen Davis, reports, by the way, from the American Red Cross in New York City. They've actually had so many volunteers for blood that about 1,200 people showed up at the blood donation center in New York City, and they actually have enough blood for now, except for people with type O and Rh negative blood, because they have a shortage of those. But in terms of all other types of blood, they seem to be in pretty good shape. John Miller, what are you finding on the telephone?
Basically, still that they are just beginning to try and mount a rescue operation in the Trade Center, that they are still trying to assess how many people are trapped inside, that they're still trying to collate the number of people that they removed to so many different hospitals in 2 states. And now, because our burn centers here in New York, of which there are only 3, have been overwhelmed even in Canada. So they're really just beginning what's going to be an operation that's going to take not days, but weeks, more likely months.
Let's go, thank you, John. Let's go to ABC's Bill Blakemore, who I said is in Lower Manhattan and closer even than George Stephanopoulos was able to get. Bill, do you hear me?
I do, Peter.
Go ahead.
There's an enormous search and rescue operation being mounted here for what's clearly going to be many days of grim work. We're just north of the wreckage, and the smoke still coming out on the West Side Highway, right next to the Hudson River. Hundreds of firemen are reassembling and restaging here after their first partial defeat this morning, and they know that many of their colleagues are missing with the civilians in the wreckage. I've talked to several of them who were in one of the towers when the other one was collapsing, who barely got out. They're not quite sure how and can't even begin to talk about it. Tables have been set up in the street here by some of the officers who are helping them figure out who's going to go in when they can. There's a triage center that's been set up in the Manhattan Community College where bodies and people and survivors are going to be brought as they begin to figure out how badly they're injured. And we can tell, because they still can't go in, they're still milling around in the hot sun here, that it's going to take a long time before they can even begin to assess how many people there are who need their help in search and rescue, which is going to go on for some time. The streets just behind us are quite different. There's almost an eerie war scene type of feeling, because much of this part of the West Village has emptied out. On this very clear, hot day, there are occasionally jet fighters circling overhead, so there's even just a touch of the feeling of covering a war. But for the most part, everybody is still looking at this enormous wreckage and just beginning to absorb what it is, and these firemen are eager and ready to get in there as they begin to gather themselves and dust themselves off from their first foray in this morning.
Bill, this is an excellent report. I just have this one question, and it may just simply be my own inability to grasp it visually. Are they actually getting into either of the former towers of the Trade Center, or are they still working on the outside perimeter?
I cannot tell you the exact answer to that. Many of them are still waiting on the outside of the perimeter to figure out how to get into the general area. When the North Tower collapsed, parts of the top of it fell over all the way over here to the river. And so they're still trying to sort out through the smoke just exactly where they can get into. They are not letting the media get anywhere near the actual base of the 2 towers themselves. But there's just a general sense of these accumulating hundreds of firemen, that they're ready to go in. They're waiting to find where an opening will be.
Okay, thanks very much, Bill Blakemore. ABC's Don Daler did manage to get, I think, pretty close to the building at one point earlier today. Don, are you there?
Yes, Peter, I'm here. I'm just back to about 4 blocks away, but I escorted a federal agent through up to the side of the World Trade Center itself, and can tell you it is probably the most horrible thing I've ever seen in my life. There is total devastation, but beyond that, there's no non-gruesome way to describe this, but there are bodies and body parts on top of some buildings next to where the World Trade Center stood in the streets. there is still a number of fires going on in buildings surrounding it, including the There is the Marriott building appears to be on fire. There's a building directly behind the federal office building. I can't identify which building it is, but it's a taller building. The police and the firemen are getting away from that area. They're afraid that that building will collapse as well. There have been a couple building collapses or portions of them collapsing from the flames. So there are some buildings that they are just letting burn to collapse because it's too dangerous for them to fight it right now.
Don, thanks very much, Don. And now here is the, we're going to go to a briefing now on behalf of the political wing of the president's. I'm sorry.
Just have a very brief statement, and I want Chief Jester to talk about the search and rescue efforts underway. No surprise, we have very, very few details. We'll tell you what we can at this stage, but we have very few details. This is a terrible day. It is a tragic day for America. Our thoughts and prayers are with the injured and their families and the casualties. We're taking every appropriate step and precaution to prevent further attacks. We're making every effort to take care of the injured still in the building, and we're taking every appropriate measure to determine who is responsible. The Secretary of Defense...
And at President Bush's direction, we are implementing it. We began to implement it immediately after the first attack in New York this morning. We contacted American forces and embassies throughout the world and placed them on high alert. The United States Secret Service immediately secured the President, the Vice President, and the Speaker of the House, and they are all safe. They have also secured members of the National Security Team, the President's Cabinet, and senior staff. As you know, President Bush was in Sarasota, Florida, when the first attack occurred this morning. Air Force One has now landed at Offutt Air Force Base in Omaha, Nebraska, and the President is in a secure location. He is in continuous communication with the Vice President and key members of his Cabinet and National Security Team. Vice President Cheney and our National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice, are in a secure facility at the White House. I have just come from there. The Secretary of Transportation and other members of our White House senior staff are gathered at a command center there, and we are coordinating with other branches of our federal government. The Secretary of Defense remains at the Pentagon, and the Secretary of State is en route back to Washington from his trip to South America. President Bush is conducting a meeting of the National Security Council as we speak. They are meeting President Bush from his location and other members from different locations in Washington and other locations. As many of you have been reporting, the Federal Aviation Administration ordered all airports closed, and all planes which were in the air were directed to land at the nearest airport. International flights were diverted to alternate locations outside of the United States. Transportation Secretary Mineta has directed the Federal Aviation Administration to suspend operations until at least noon tomorrow. So no airline flights will operate until at least then and until the FAA announces that operations will be resumed. Secretary Mineta has also issued orders controlling the movement of all vessels in United States navigable waters. The Federal Emergency Management Agency has activated 8 urban search and rescue task forces in New York, and 4 of these highly trained teams are at work here in Washington at the Pentagon. Every federal agency has implemented continuity of operations plans to make sure the government continues to function effectively. While the markets closed today because of the situation in Manhattan, the United States financial system has continued to operate. Banks have been open all day. The Federal Reserve has operated regularly and continuously. The Department of Health and Human Services has mobilized medical personnel and supplies to provide help to local authorities who are working so diligently to respond and try to help the victims of these terrible attacks. President Bush has committed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to identify and bring to swift justice those responsible for these despicable attacks. The Department of Justice is setting up a hotline for families who fear that their relatives may have been victims of one of these attacks, and we will be announcing that telephone number shortly. Our fellow citizens and our freedom came under attack today, and no one should doubt America's resolve. President Bush and all our country's leaders thank the many Americans who are helping with rescue and relief efforts. We ask our fellow Americans for your prayers for the victims, for their families, for the rescue workers, and for our country. Thank you all very much, and we will continue to update you as information is available and confirmed.
Karen, how long will the president stay in Nebraska?
Return to the White House?
Will he go to back to Washington, Karen? Will he address the nation? If the vice president can stay in Washington, why can't the president be here?
Karen Hughes, the president's. I must say, John Miller, there's not an enormous amount of news in there if we've been following this event all day.
No, even the White House seems to be having difficulty gleaning the facts which officials in New York City just don't seem to know.
Yeah.
In terms of level of casualties, number of people killed.
And it's enormous. We're going to go to our White House correspondent, Claire Shipman, one of our White House correspondents, Claire Shipman, at the moment, to see what's going on. But I'm very deeply sympathetic with the difficulty it is to get down to street level, either at the Pentagon or certainly in New York City, and understand the chaos and the tragedy that has appeared at ground level. Those of us sitting in newsrooms, bringing in, interpreting, analyzing information at a variety of levels are not doing a good enough job, because probably an impossible job to do, to try to have ourselves and you understand just what happened when that building fell in on each other. Listening to Bill Blakemore a short while ago and Don Daly are very helpful in terms of trying to understand it. But there is a delay in everything. There's a delay in government at the federal, state, and the national level. The airlines, of course, all across the country closed down. And it's true with news coverage as well, as best we can sense from here, that it's hard to get back from the immediate scene of this enough of a sort of texture to help us understand what enormous this is. Maybe you don't need it, maybe you already appreciate that, but that's our sense from here. But there's Karen Hughes making, the President has appeared, remember, twice. Claire Shipman ready? Claire?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay.
I can.
Much better you than me bring us up to date on what's happening in the presidential establishment, both there and elsewhere.
Well, let me tell you what we know so far. You obviously just heard a statement from Karen Hughes that seemed designed to try to express to the country that the government is still up and running. The political advisors, as you've mentioned a couple of times, would very much like to see the president get back to Washington when it's safe so that he can address the country. But in the meantime, they certainly want to give the impression that everything is under control, that the vice president is at the White House, Condoleezza Rice is at the White House, the Federal Reserve is still operating, banks are open, HHS is mobilized, and I think that was the point she is trying to get across. We've been told that the president may be back as early as this evening. The AP was also reporting he's considering some sort of address to the nation this evening, but again, it may be that he will want to have something very specific to be able to tell the public before that happens. Colin Powell, we're told, is on his way back from Peru. It's not clear where he will head. At this moment, what has happened in terms of the Secret Service is that their plan has gone into effect for this sort of emergency. The first time, we're told, that a plan like this has been implemented in recent history, of course. But what it means is they have all of their protectees accounted for. They're satisfied with that now. Now we're told they're in level 2, where they're assessing the threat, and they will then decide things, for example, as to whether Colin Powell can go back and safely work at the State Department and whether the president can come back to Washington. In the meantime, as you probably know, there's been a state of emergency declared in the city of Washington and in the state of Virginia, allowing both of those places to be able to mobilize military and police forces as needed, Peter.
Thanks very much, Claire Shipman from Washington. It is very difficult to keep your hands on the political establishment today, in part because we rely on government so often in cases like this to tell us what is going on in their various departments, and it has been very difficult today to get, for example, the Federal Emergency Management Administration got involved in this today, but it's hard because of the communications problems all across the country to have a real appreciation of what they are participating. The most direct communication we've had has been with New York City on the ground, that is, other than in terms of the president's movements from Florida to Louisiana and now on to Nebraska, where he is going to stay for the indefinite future, though political staff keep saying he'd really like to come back to Washington.
There is something interesting in the laundry list of things that Karen Hughes, counselor to the president, said in the briefing we just looked at, which is, one is that airspace will remain shut down under government control until noon tomorrow, and that the movements of ships around the coast will be regulated by the government. That suggests, I mean, we're talking about not a few hours, we're talking about halfway into the next day. That suggests that there's a real feeling in the intelligence community and in Washington that this may not be over, that they don't want to let go of the assets like air traffic, that they think could unleash even more attacks.
I wonder, John, if there is a real feeling in the intelligence community that may not be over, or, God, we didn't know any of this was going on. Maybe there's something else there that we don't have the vaguest idea about.
Precisely. I mean, it seems to be an abundance of caution and some degree of fear.
Okay. Now, we're joined by ABC's Betsy Stark, who covers business and economics for us. You add to this extraordinary notion of how much the national life has been interrupted today by an act of, or two acts of terrorism anyway. Start first with what businesses were in the World Trade Center. We've talked to people before about the number of people in the Trade Center.
Yeah.
And what else has happened?
Peter, it's astounding how much the Twin Towers are part of the life of the financial district. 10% of all the office space in Lower Manhattan is accounted for in those Twin Towers. 155 businesses, 50,000 workers, as you've said before, including some of the major financial firms. Morgan Stanley, the investment bank, has 50 floors in Tower 1. 50 floors, I believe is right. 12.5% of the space in that tower occupied by Morgan Stanley. Several, the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, which manage bridges and tunnels, the airports, the harbor, a major tenant, 9% of the space there. Several major insurance firms, Empire Blue Cross, Marsh & McLennan, and among the banks, Deutsche Bank, Bank of America, a couple of big trading firms, Credit Suisse, First Boston, and Oppenheimer Funds, which is a firm that manages several mutual funds. So lots of the big names on Wall Street were in those Twin Towers.
And the markets were closed today.
The markets were closed.
Stock
markets throughout the country. Trading was halted in some of the foreign markets.
We interrupt ABC News with this local 4 o'clock news update as you take a live look at the Pentagon 6 hours after what law enforcement sources say was a Boeing 757 American Airlines flight that crashed into this symbol of U.S. military might.
You're looking... Sorry, Kathleen, that was a scene from earlier today. Nearly an hour ago, rescue personnel were still trying to get people out of the building. Flames were still coming out, and we understand that this has gone to a 3-alarm blaze and that fire officials from all over the Washington region have been called in to help fight the blaze. There are people still inside, and rescue attempts are still being made to get some of those people out.
Now, patients have been taken to hospitals throughout the area. Not only has there been tremendous building carnage, but human cost as well. And we want to bring you up to date on where some of those folks have been taken. First of all, Virginia Hospital Center is reporting they've received 30 injured from the Pentagon. Washington Hospital Center, 5 critical injuries. George Washington Hospital, 2 are now in the emergency room. And Alexandria Inova Hospital reports that they have received 5 patients in fair condition, 1 in critical, 1 in good. And again, as Maureen said, these numbers continue to mount as the afternoon progresses.
We also have some more information from Paris Glendenning in Maryland. The governor says that the head of the state police in Maryland got a list of 11 sites across the country that were apparent targets of these terrorism attacks. 2 of those sites were in Maryland, the Baltimore World Trade Center, and the state capitol in Annapolis. Of course, those sites have not been hit, but we're just sharing that information with you. Also, Congressman James Moran in Virginia says he received information today that that plane that crashed in Pennsylvania, here's some video of that, site may have been headed for the presidential retreat at Camp David. Apparently, Mr. Moran says that apparently this hijacked plane went down in western Pennsylvania. It was meant to crash at Camp David, which of course is the presidential retreat.
You know, to understand the magnitude of this, you have to imagine something like the Oklahoma City bombing, where you had a major federal building, such as the Pentagon, combined with a 757 airplane crash. That conveys the magnitude of what we're confronting here in the nation's capital. We'll continue to break in at about 4:30. We'll be back with more news, and meanwhile we want to join ABC News in Progress.
Casualties were like, and he said, more than anyone can bear, more than anyone can bear. And I think that's the clear casualty, the dead and the wounded people that we're going to have today. But as Betsy has just made clear in terms of business and in human beings, including, I had no idea that Morgan Stanley had 50 stories of the World Trade Center. These statistics you see that we put up on television from time to time are just the sort of bare, cold background to life and death stories which have taken place today. But the impact of this has gone so far beyond New York City. And just as you look at, that's a live shot of New York City now, a live picture of what's happening down inside that dreadful little rectangle of violence which is hidden behind the glamour and success stories of the buildings to the right and to the left. The Federal Aviation Administration, as you know, we shut all airports nationwide. The Greyhound bus service canceled all of its, the Greyhound bus company canceled all of its services in the Northeast. Amtrak, the railroad, temporarily suspended train service all along the Northeast corridor between Boston and Washington, and the U.S. section of the St. Lawrence Seaway, which is between northern New York State for the most part and Ontario, between the U.S. and the Canadian borders there, has been closed. The tunnels between Detroit and Windsor on the Canadian side of the Detroit River closed to car traffic, and security just went bang up several levels at all U.S. Canadian border crossings, in large measure because there has been a penetration across the U.S.-Canadian border before. One of the ones they caught when an alert agent, as we've said several times today, picked up a guy on his way what he thought to bomb the Seattle Space Needle. Turned out he was really interested in setting off a bomb inside Los Angeles International Airport. The space shuttle operations were halted today. 12,000 employees of the Kennedy Space Center in Florida were actually sent home. And at the Naval Weapons Station in Goose Creek, South Carolina, workers were evacuated and sent there. Again, evacuations and people being sent home from the very heart of the military establishment. Betsy Stark has just told us that all U.S. financial markets were closed. The United Nations building was evacuated here in New York City. General Motors in Detroit gave all 6,000 employees who work in the Renaissance Center, one of those centers built to try to rejuvenate downtown Detroit, were all told to go home today. And the Ford Motor Company closed its world headquarters in Dearborn in Michigan. The IRS in various places closed. The popular skyscrapers were closed and or evacuated in cities all across the country. I think you probably already heard us say, if you've been with us for much of the day, that the New York primary election was canceled here in New York, and Governor Pataki said they'll simply reschedule it when they get another handle on normal life in the days ahead. And tourist attractions, I have a list of tourist attractions. Knott's Berry Farm in California, the Museum of Tolerance in Los Angeles, and the Library Tower in Los Angeles, the Liberty Bell Independence Hall, the Space Needle, Walt Disney World, they all closed down today. What better way, even though it's just a list of things, or it is a list of things, and understanding that both at home and overseas, embassies overseas were evacuated, embassies were closed. Tony Blair, the British Prime Minister, forbid civilian aircraft from flying around London. So these two attacks on the Trade Tower, and the one in the Pentagon, and the possibility of an attack on Camp David, we now believe, in the aircraft that crashed not far from Johnstown in Pennsylvania, all just had this extraordinary impact all over the world because people feared something else was going to happen, and may still fear that something else is going to happen. Just listen to some of what has happened today.
saw something hit the second tower. And when I saw that, it just was, everything rumbled, and I saw all this fire just shoot out in the sky, and stuff started just falling like it was raining. And I was by myself, and I just ran. I started seeing people just they started jumping out of the window, like at the 96th floor. They just started one at a time from different parts of the building. I just started seeing people just drop and drop.
I saw a man walking up the block, and I asked him, he was just covered in soot, and my first question was, did they get a lot of people out? And the look in his eye, he just shook his head. I mean, he was in a daze.
We lost all visibility, and we assisted people getting out. It was very difficult to get out of the police desk area. And then I went back in, and we were carrying an injured person out, myself and about 4 firemen. And unfortunately, that's when the building 2 collapsed. I happened to dive underneath the ESU vehicle, and I'm not sure what happened to the firemen. The vehicle, I was trapped for about 15 minutes under the truck. It just rained building, okay, and I was buried alive for 15 minutes until I scrambled out.
Guys, we're just putting a microphone on a young man who's joined me here in our newsroom in New York, named Kevin Soutavy, who is a young publisher. And take that visitor's sign probably off your shirt as well. And I don't know much about you except that you're a publisher, and you have been shooting some video today which you have brought with you. Can you give me a sense of what it is?
Well, when you see it, I mean, basically I was right there. I went there. Somebody called me up. I was in Brooklyn. And my photographer last night shot it, and I wanted to see if she was, I tried to call her, but all the phones were jammed. So I went to Manhattan to see her, and then I went straight to the site, and they weren't letting me anybody in, but I had a motorcycle, so I went straight in. And I kept going through all the levels of security, and I just went around, and then next thing I knew, I was like standing right there, like where everybody, the fire people, everybody just sitting there, like there's nothing they can do.
You're talking about the trade tower, are you?
Yeah, and see the footage.
And somebody was photographing at the trade tower last night?
Yeah, she shot probably the last photo ever shot of the Trade Center.
Okay, let's have a look at what you have, and do you mind just taking us through it as we watch it on the air? How much video is there here, do you know?
This is footage.
Oh my goodness me.
That's all that's standing at the Twin Towers right now in the background. That's all that's standing. That's it. That's all that's left.
So you're literally right inside. What time did you actually photograph?
I don't even know. That was actually, I rode my motorcycle right up from there. That was about an hour ago, not even.
And this is right at the center of where the trade towers stood.
You can see, like, when you see the firemen, there's nothing they can do. It's just like amazing.
You must have been frightened at the very least to be there.
I mean, I was just thinking to myself what a powerful act of ignorance it was, really. It's amazing.
And this is the building adjacent to.
That's the Twin Towers. That was the Twin Tower. That was the other tower. And then we went up more into there.
You know, I just thought to myself I can smell it, but in fact what I can do is smell your shirt.
Yeah.
You brought the smell of disaster with you on your T-shirt. Were there other people in there? I don't see anybody sort of. Do you know?
No, I was with one other person I ran into there, who actually is somebody I know, and he was photographing as well. And that was just us two, and then the firemen. It's funny, I ran into my friend right there who's also taking pictures. He should be somewhere. They probably edited him out.
It's absolutely...
Look at that. That's all that's left.
Do you know whether that's the South Tower or the North Tower?
That's the South Tower.
And you saw no sign of life in here whatsoever?
No, I went all the way right there. Like, I don't know if they edited it out yet, but there's a big hole going down to the ground. There's nobody. And then we ran into somebody else and said they haven't seen anybody. Nobody. But the firemen said, you know, that there's been a lot of people dead, like a lot of firemen died.
Because there were firemen in the building at the time trying to help people evacuate from the building.
Yeah, they said 200 people died. I thought the fireman I saw too said 200 people died already.
And this wall here, this is from part of the tower itself?
Yeah, that's the south tower, the lobby. And it's all the smoke and there's still fire going on in there right now.
Are you walking across?
Yeah, see,
you're walking across, and that's your friend also with a photograph. And the building on the right that occasionally appears is a building adjacent?
Yeah, and it's just gouged. Like the parts of the Twin Tower just gouged out the building. See, that's the concourse below. That's going down like 20 feet or so. But that's the part that's crazy. It's just that's all that's left.
Did you hear anything while you were in there?
Just like cracklings and pops and stuff. See, that's the guy who's been looking for his friends, and he didn't find anybody either.
And do we know who this person is?
No, he was speaking Russian.
Really, looking through the devastation. And this now is what?
This is a party actually. So.
Last night?
No, it's a while ago, but.
Where was the party in?
That was in PS1.
Oh, so you just simply decided to go in there to see what you could photograph?
Yeah, I wanted to because it's funny because the name of my magazine is Prophecy, and we had just shot the Twin Towers last night. My photographer Amy had just been shooting it with the 4x5 format last night, and I hadn't spoken to her yet. And then my friend called me this morning and said, "Did you hear what happened?" And I said, "No." And then so I went to, like I said, I went to the city to see Amy because I couldn't reach her. All the phones were down. And so I went right to the site.
Were you doing a feature on the Twin Towers? Were you?
Well, basically, I was photographing the Twin Towers for the power of the Twin Towers, architecturally, and like metaphorically, what they stood for. And then these people wanted to destroy them. I was kind of, I was observing them more. We have been shooting it for over a week.
Really, and it's ended in this vulnerable place.
Yeah.
Can I just get one other thing clear? You managed to get right onto the site itself, right onto the top of one of the two towers.
Right.
But I couldn't see any police, I couldn't see any fire department.
Well, they were all back there. I went right into it. They were all like just around it.
Did you have any sense when you were walking on it that it was too dangerous to be on?
No. Well, they were when we first started walking in, the fire people were like, "No, don't go," but we just went in.
And you
we wanted to see.
And you never heard a sound except the sound of
there was no
fire
people,
cracking.
there was no nothing. There was just glass breaking and stuff like that.
Well, Kevin, thank you for this. Kevin Sudavi, he's a publisher of a magazine called Prophecy. And thanks very much, Kevin, for coming. Anything else you can think of?
I just wanted to say, I think that it's a powerful act of ignorance at the end of the day, because this country is so full with so many different types of people. And I can understand, people and their frustrations with capitalism and other, just capitalism. I can understand people's frustration. But to do that type of destruction to people they don't even know, it's just, like I said, it's powerful. I understand they're trying to get a message across, but it's also powerfully ignorant. In my opinion, that's all I can say. That's all I want to say.
I think it's a thing that I think it's a thing that many people in the country agree with today. That it was an act of terror and an act of ignorance, and which the government has said repeatedly today it'll try to get to the bottom of, but nobody's very hopeful about that.
It's obvious that that there needs to be a better dialogue between, these people and what they need done, and what we're doing, and they're bringing the field to a whole nother level. But like I said, I understand to an extent, but it needs to go further than what they're doing.
Well, we're grateful as a news organization that you decided to bring that video in here. Thanks very much, Kevin Sudavi, because it gives us the closest, the most intimate sense we have seen yet of what it is like at ground zero in terms of the building collapsing in on itself. And I think that George Stephanopoulos can add to the status of the building, and also, George, to the current police activity. Weren't you a bit surprised to see nobody in there besides young Mr. Sudavi?
Nobody at all. It really was surprising, although it did accord with what we had heard earlier, Peter, and now we've just heard from one of our reporters, Lucy Kerrigan, who's gotten quite close, that the police are actually pulling back from the scene right now. The police and other rescue personnel are pulling back from the scene because they're concerned about two things. Number one, all of the asbestos in the air coming out from that smoke from the collapsing building. And secondly, the possibility of other buildings collapsing in the area. So they've actually pulled away now from ground zero, if you will. Secondly, Peter, another grim note. We have now heard that Chelsea Piers, which is a large, several block long athletic complex over here on the west side at 17th Street and 11th Avenue, has now been turned into a temporary hospital and morgue here in Manhattan. It's the first temporary hospital and morgue that's been set up there. Now 30 ambulances operating out of there, and that will be one of the major sites here on the Lower West Side.
Thanks very much, George. Actually, we're now looking at some more footage that Kevin Sotheby's taking. Kevin, just tell us where this is. What is this?
This is the West End Highway, and I can't remember the other street. You can't tell this. You really can't tell, but it's right there where the South Tower was, where the Marriott was.
The Marriott Hotel, yeah. The Marriott Hotel headquarters there, and you're still focused very much on the trade towers itself. Right?
Yeah, and on the rubble, it's just amazing. The cars, the ambulances are all crushed. Lights are still going. Horns are still being, are still blowing.
Did you pick up there was some sense of activity here, that there was some sense of purpose, or just people overwhelmed by what had happened?
You mean the fire department?
Fire department, the police,
There's nothing
the other
they could do. They said that there were already 200 firemen dead. They were just, it was futile. They said it's bigger than there's not enough people. There's just a handful of people there.
Because so many firemen were working to get other people out when this actually happened.
I mean, you need an army of people to
and of course, the city will have an army of people before long because the National Guard is coming in. It's very interesting what the mayor said some time ago. He said people need relief, desperately want relief. At the same time, they don't want relief because they don't want to leave the job they are doing because in many cases they are looking for and or supporting their friends and the colleagues. And that's a bit of a review there of some of the material that Kevin Sotheby shot earlier, and which we're very glad to have. I'm just looking at one more report from our foreign desk here this morning that a KAL plane, Chuck Lustig, the KAL plane, KAL, you mean the Korean Airlines plane? Thanks very much. A Korean Airlines plane was forced down by U.S. and Canadian forces over White Horse Bay in Canada earlier today. The Canadian television reports that forces on the ground stormed the plane, and we have no other details at this time. But there's another aberrant incident today happening in Canada. U.S. military throughout the world, we've said before, are on the highest state of alert. So from what's spread out from here has just been quite extraordinary in terms of putting everybody in the world. Most U.S. military forces on threat condition Delta, which is the highest condition that the highest alert the military can be on. But as any number of people have reported today, any notion that the U.S. was invincible died in this rubble. Listening to some of the politicians talk today, Senator Chuck Hagel of Nebraska, where the president is at the moment, said America is forever changed and America's in for a long fight, which I think people in the fight against terrorism understand and have understood for a very long time. But somebody else said this is a huge wake-up call for the United States. Both former Secretary of State Baker and I think the former director of the CIA said that there was just not enough human intelligence on behalf of the United States in these organizations and cells around the world. John McCarthy, our Pentagon correspondent, has just come from a Pentagon briefing, and so we'll pick you up, John. John, yeah, what are you hearing?
Peter, one of the things they wanted to do and do very publicly is to deal with the rumor that had been circulating for several hours that the fourth civilian jetliner that was hijacked was shot down by American aircraft. They are denying that flatly. They say it is absolutely not true, Peter.
John, I apologize. I was distracted, and so for the benefit of anybody else who was distracted, do you mind repeating that? I'm sorry.
They are denying the rumor that had been circulating for several hours that the U.S. military shot down one of the civilian jetliners. They're saying that is absolutely not true.
Okay, thank you, John. You caught me off balance because, in fact, I'd never heard the rumor in the first place and not heard the report whatsoever. Now, you've been in a briefing. What else did you hear?
Well, they're not saying a whole heck of a lot. What they are saying is that they now have accounted for the presence of all of the Joint Chiefs, the service secretaries, and, of course, the Secretary of Defense. Those are people who have been accounted for. What we are now learning is that a new part of the Pentagon that has just been occupied was one of the areas that was terribly hit. We believe there are going to be quite a few casualties from the Army, the Navy, and the Marine Corps in particular, as well as the Defense Intelligence Agency.
Do you have any idea what quite a number of casualties means?
No idea whatsoever, Peter. You consider the density in the Pentagon. There are 20 to 24,000 people that work there. It took out one huge slice of it. So you have to do your own arithmetic. If you look at the size of the gash over my shoulder, you have to believe that there are many, many hundreds of people who died.
And what have the briefers had to say this afternoon, John, about the state of alert in the world generally, with all U.S. forces on such a state of alert? I'm sorry, before you go to that, we're just looking at a picture which gives us, I think, the best view yet, if this is an accurate drawing, of what the degree of damage or penetration of the plane will have been in the Pentagon. I'm not sure that's absolutely accurate, but by the way, ABC's Ann Compton tells us the president may be on the move again, and ABC's Charlie Gibson has information as well. Charlie?
Well, Peter, there's going to be hundreds, I guess, and we don't know the number of personal stories that are going to come out of this. People who have died in the World Trade Center or at the Pentagon or on the airplanes that were hijacked and crashed in various places. We now understand the wife of Ted Olson. He is the Solicitor General of the United States. America came to know him because he's the man who argued the president's case in front of the Supreme Court, George W. Bush's case in front of the Supreme Court. He was not yet president when the case of the Florida election was being disputed before the Supreme Court. Ted Olson's wife, Barbara, who is a former federal prosecutor herself, she was on the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. We had heard this from friends of the family. Regrettably, it has now been confirmed. She apparently was able to make a phone call to her husband, the Solicitor General, Ted Olson, and tell him they were being hijacked, that all of those on board the plane, that is American Airlines Flight 77, that had taken off from Dulles Airport heading for Los Angeles this morning, a 757, that had 64 people aboard. All of the passengers had been herded into the back of the plane. She was able to get a call out saying they were in the process of being hijacked, and then shortly after that, the plane crashed into the Pentagon. She was herself, as I say, a former federal prosecutor. She had also become familiar, I think, to many in the viewing audience of television as a commentator recently over the situation of Gary Condit. Indeed, I'd had a chance to talk with her a couple of times on Good Morning America just in the past couple of weeks. So we're going to hear hundreds of these stories of people who were killed in the various venues that were affected today. But this one obviously is very painful, the wife of the Solicitor General of the United States. Peter?
Thanks very much, Charlie. And I think in the whole day, this is the first name we've had of anybody who's died. The first name, the first personality, I mean, to hundreds and thousands of families around the country. The names and personalities are all familiar. People they fear are in trouble, who know they're in trouble, who've been confirmed they're in trouble. The desperation of people at at a distance from people in trouble is just a horrendous thing to report. But I believe that's the first name we've had all day of being able to identify somebody, Barbara Olson, who, as Charlie says, was very often on television, the wife of the Solicitor General, Ted Olson, who died in the suicide attack on the Pentagon. John McCarthy, you still there?
It's Peter.
Yeah. John, come back to the briefing, if you would. I'm not sure we've heard everything from you on the briefing itself.
They just are expressing their frustration and at the difficulty of getting rescue workers inside the Pentagon, Peter. Part of the building is still on fire, and the fire is moving to sections of the Pentagon along roofs and along various pipes. so they're having a real difficulty getting in there even to search for bodies at this early time. That is what they are focused on at this point. I will tell you, Peter, that Donald Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense, and most of the chiefs have been in the National Military Command Center all day since this terrorist strike. And you have to leave it up to your own imagination, the kinds of things that they are contemplating in their hours after the strike.
Okay, John, thank you very much indeed. John McCarthy, who's been at the Pentagon all day and was in the other side of the Pentagon when this aircraft was crashed into the Pentagon today. We now know, with all of the passengers on board, at least in this one phone call, herded to the back of the plane, who went from being passengers to hostages in a matter of seconds and minutes. And John, who was working on the other side of the Pentagon, has said a couple of times that just on the other side of the Pentagon, you just felt this huge, just knew exactly that something had gone by. And when he first described the width of the gash and the height of the gash, 6 stories high, 200 feet wide, which you can't appreciate on television, quite frankly, as much as you think you can. And we've had several reports in from Martha Raddatz at the State Department, which I think most of them we've had on the air so far, which was the State Department ordered U.S. embassies around the world to close for the day, but it's up to the individual embassy, given the situation that they think is appropriate in their region. Many have closed for the day. Secretary of State Powell, who's been in Colombia, is on his way home tonight, but we do not know actually where he is at the moment. I told you just a moment ago that Ann Compton, who's been with President Bush all day, believes that he is on the move, or they are on the move again, and one can only believe, I shouldn't say that, didn't think they were going to go to Nebraska. We can only imagine that there's this pressure to get the president back to the nation's capital. And the State Department was evacuated at the time. There's actually been a worldwide caution about terrorist activity out and about universally since the 7th of September. But it had absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with what happened in New York City and in Washington today, and what potentially happened, we're told, at Camp David, based on the information from one passenger who called 911 from the United Airlines that crashed near Johnstown, which said that they were headed in the direction of Camp David. The New York Stock Exchange and the American Stock Exchange have both announced that they will not trade tomorrow, and they will make a decision tomorrow on when trading will resume. The country has, in many ways, come to a halt. Not completely by any means, because every politician has spoken and had a chance to speak today has made the point that if you change too much in the country, you're doing exactly what the terrorists and their allies would like you to do. Linda Douglas on Capitol Hill. Linda.
Good afternoon. This is Maureen Bunyan with Del Walters at ABC 7. We are showing you a live picture of the fire which is still going on at the Pentagon this afternoon. This is in the wake of this terrible terrorist incident early this morning. So far, there have not been accounts of all the personnel in the Pentagon. Rescue efforts of those who are injured and in that building still going on, as you can see. And just a little while ago, there was a briefing outside the Pentagon about the situation there. Let's show you what the Pentagon officials had to say.
Right now, they're still working on the fire. We have smoke throughout the building. We're fortunate in this part of the building in that the part of where the plane hit, one part of it was just beginning to be occupied. Areas had just been renovated. So part of it was occupied, but not all of it.
As I just told you, the Navy and the Marine Corps say that not everyone in the Pentagon has been accounted for so far. If you work in the Pentagon, they want you to call this toll-free number. That's for both civilian and military workers. Please call this number, 1-877-663-6772, and let the Pentagon officials know that you are all right and accounted for. Del?
And Maureen, we just received the special late edition of the Washington Post. The headline reads, "Terror hits Pentagon World Trade Center." We'll get a shot of it on camera 3 here. But that is the way that it is officially being recorded history being recorded as of this day. Undoubtedly, this is one of those days where people will say, I was standing at such and such a place when it happened. We want to bring you up to date also on the number of injuries that are taking place. We have some graphics that we'll bring up on the screen. We are receiving reports that 31 injured parties have been taken to Virginia Hospital Center. Another 5 people are listed in critical condition at the Washington Hospital Center. George Washington Hospital has 2 people still in the emergency room at this point. Alexandria Inova Hospital, we are being told, has 10 people there. Actually, we are being told that is 14 people, 10 of them in fair condition, 1 in critical condition, and 3 in stable. Perhaps if there is any bright side to all of this so far, and I repeat, it is early, but so far we have received no word of any fatalities yet.
Yeah, thank you. We go back to ABC News with Peter Jennings right now, of course, but we'll have more for you on ABC 7 News at 5 o'clock this evening.
Taken out of the city to a secret location. They had just been moved down the street.
Yes, that's right. We have been told that they were taken out of the city. Helicopters came and picked them up on the ground, some of them. We don't know which ones got into the helicopters because it was just too far away for us to see, and took them out of Washington. But
Okay.
It could be to someplace very close.
Thanks very much, Linda Douglas. Going to go to Lynn Sher and talk about the aircraft involved today in just a minute. Before we do, just want to give you some other examples of how this has affected the country as a whole. The Emmys, which were going to be held in Los Angeles, the Latin Grammys, which were scheduled, their award ceremonies for tomorrow night, I think the Latin Grammys, have now canceled or postponed their particular celebrations. We told you earlier about some of the other examples, but aside from looking at that list on the screen itself, think of this. Aside from the work stoppages, this is the first time since D-Day in 1944 that organized baseball has wiped out a whole day of regular season play. First time since D-Day in 1944, the landing of the Allied forces on the beaches at Normandy, which led ultimately to the liberation of Europe from the Germans. It's the first time since 1944 that organized baseball has done that. And there were all of the television shows in New York City, which David Letterman show, and others on CBS, which all get television audiences, popular audiences coming from around the country. They've all canceled their tapings. They'll be either in reruns tonight. This is true of the late night show on NBC. Malls across the country, some of you who live out around about the country, you all know this better than we do, but malls around the country simply locked their doors, and people couldn't go and shop in the malls today. It was this feeling that anywhere there were people gathered, that there was a measure of vulnerability which we had seen in New York City. Now, the mayor of New York City, Rudolph Giuliani, says at the moment that at least 2,100 people have been injured and 600 of them taken to hospitals, and that there are 1,500 walking wounded who have been taken to Liberty State Park, which is on the other side of the New York harbor there, where the Hudson River meets the harbor. It may be live, but I'm not quite sure what you're looking at. Is this from the New Jersey side? This is from Liberty State Park, looking, I assume, across the New York harbor at an earlier point today, because the smoke is not as thick now as it was. That's live. That's a live photograph, and that dark smoke is still coming from the trade tower itself. Thank you. As for the attack on the Pentagon, the Virginia Hospital Center in Arlington, Virginia, reports there have been as many 31 people injured there and admitted to the hospital, including 2 who are in surgery. And most other patients are in intensive care or are being treated for smoke immolation. I'm joined by Tom Humphreys, but I don't know much more about you, Mr. Humphreys, than that. You were in the World Trade Center on the 57th floor.
Yes.
And you walked out.
Yes.
So take us from the beginning, would you?
Well, I was sitting at my desk working on a speech I was supposed to give this afternoon, and the building was rocked by an explosion. And
which tower were you in?
I was in Tower 1.
Right.
And the next thing I knew, I saw flaming debris cascading down the side of the building. And I was in the 93 bombing,
right.
And I knew this one was a lot worse. So we went out on the floor,
and
basically...
You work for a business in the building?
I work for a law firm in the building. Right. And basically went on the floor, tried to figure out what was going on, figure out whether we should evacuate or not. About 5 minutes into that, we decided that it was best to get out.
You were in the south. You were in the south tower.
We were in the north tower.
Sorry, in the north tower.
North tower,
right.
Which is One World Trade.
Right.
Decided that it was time to get out. Our office manager heard that the plane had been, that the building had been hit by an aircraft at the 90th floor. So we assumed that the problem was above us, and that we could evacuate, and that's what folks did.
Did you think at the moment that it was a terrorist attack? Did you think it was an accident? Did you have the vaguest idea?
I had some idea there was a bombing. Having been in the 93 incident, that kind of explosion just doesn't happen normally. I didn't know what it was, but when I heard there was a plane that hit, I thought that made some sense, and I thought that it was very unlikely that any kind of plane would hit the Trade Center accidentally, you know, on a clear day. So
was there how immediate, how deep was the concern in your colleagues and out on the common halls? Was there panic at all?
No, that's the one thing. What I found is no panic. People are concerned. People are a little apprehensive, and they want to know what to do. But both on the floor and then down the stairwell, there was no panic. And in fact, people were helping other people to an incredible degree.
Were the stairwells lighted?
Yes, this time they were. Last time they weren't. This time the stairwells were lighted. There was some smoke, but that was it wasn't nearly as bad.
Was there emergency lighting?
Yeah, there was. There was no other, you know, there were no fire or police personnel. At that point, you're on your own.
Now, you came down from the 57th floor. Were other people coming down from the floors above you and below you?
They were coming down from the floors above. There were some injured people that came down apparently from, you know, floors where this had happened. And so we saw them as well.
And how long did it take you to get out of the building?
You know, I estimate it took me 45 minutes or more to get out of the building.
And in the time that you were coming down, there was another aircraft hit the southern
Yeah,
tower.
I was on the 44th floor trying to get down, and we heard another, you know, explosion. We didn't know what it was. We again saw flaming debris, and I now know that that's, you know, that was the second aircraft that hit.
I think you maybe know where I'm going. You were on the 90th floor. It took you 45 minutes. 57th floor. There were people coming down from floors above you.
Right.
Is it your sense that in at least your tower, before the tower collapsed, everybody or a large number of percentage of people managed to be evacuated?
I think a lot of people got out. First of all, it was 8:45 in the morning, so that's relatively early by New York standards.
Right.
And then secondly, the first plane that hit, there was time to get out. I think even having said that, there were a lot of people still in that building, including the fire and police personnel that were trying to come up. So, but my sense is that I know on our floor a lot of people got out.
And as you came down, were you joined by people on other floors? Is it a common evacuation passage down through the building?
Well, the problem was there was only one stairwell open. The other stairwells were blocked by smoke. And so you had one narrow stairwell, which is what led to the delay in the evacuation. And that's why it took so long to get out.
We've told people in the rest of the country fairly regularly, the 50,000 people who work in the two trade centers, and you say 8:45 in the morning is a little late for New York City.
It's a little early.
Sorry, a little early.
Yeah.
Do you have a feeling that a lot of people hadn't gone into the building at this point today?
I know in our offices, you know, we're a law firm. We start at 9:30, and a lot of people were not there yet. Some of the businesses which operate on an earlier schedule, I'm sure everybody was there.
Right.
But I think that the building wasn't as full as it could have been. If it had been 2 hours later, it would have been much worse.
And did you notice today as you went to work or as you came out that it was more sparsely populated?
It was about the same. I mean, it was about a normal day.
I must confess I'm amazed at how calm you are, having been through not only the 1993 bombing, but this, and walked down by yourself, and you seem perfectly calm.
Well, I'm happy to be here.
Right. And how did people behave as you were evacuating?
People, I mean, that was, I saw it again 8 years ago, and I saw it today. People were incredibly calm, and they were helping other people. I fear that some of the people that were helping other people didn't make it out of that building because, you know, they stayed behind, and fire personnel. But people, there was no panic that I saw. And in that environment, you have a narrow stairwell, a lot of people, you don't know what's going on, It's a recipe for disaster, and the people are very, very calm.
Could you tell at all, from your perspective on the 57th floor, that when the aircraft hits, which we think is about the 90th floor, at least in the very top part of the building, how many floors were actually damaged at the time, or did people talk at all about the degree of damage that had been done just by the plane hitting before the building collapsed?
It was a little hard to tell. You had some people coming down from the higher floors.
So people were able to get from the higher floors down through the damaged part of the building?
Well, that I don't know.
Okay.
My sense is that they came down from floors under 90 and were able to get down above 90. I don't know.
Okay.
I know that in Tower 2, I talked to someone from Tower 2, and they were able to get down from around the 88th floor. They were evacuating. When our tower was hit, they were evacuating, and then their tower was hit. And even so, they were able to get down because they were on the right side of the building.
Right.
So,
and were you there when first Tower 2 and then Tower 1 collapsed?
well, I just had exited the building, and I was out on Church Street, and the way I saw it, Tower 2 came down. The South Tower came down first, and I did see that, yeah.
And then I assume you ran.
I ran like hell.
Yeah, we've seen the video of people just running like hell in every direction to get as far away as possible.
And I think the tragedy is that the police and fire personnel that were trying to help people out of that building were right at ground zero when that happened. So you have to give them a lot of credit.
As somebody said, we've said several times today, when the folks is running one way, the police and the fire department are running the other way, trying to help. Anything else aside from your survival which strikes you at this several hours after you went through this horrible experience?
Well, I mean, I think everybody in this country believes we've got to find the people that did it, and we've got to deal with them. And, I felt this way in 1993, and I think there is no stronger emotion. And, I'm sorry, but this cannot happen in this country.
Many thanks, Tom. Really appreciate you helping us to understand. That's Tom Humphreys, who works in a law firm in the Trade Tower. He was in the North Tower on the 57th floor, and he walked out, and you've heard his story. And ABC's Charlie Gibson has been trying to get a handle on some of the other stories which are similar. Charlie?
Well, Peter, we've been trying to keep track of the injury situation as it exists. Obviously, the numbers of those who have died today, it's going to be some time before we have any estimates, and properly people in New York and in Washington around the Pentagon are not commenting. They shouldn't, because we don't have any concept. But as you reported a few moments ago, Mayor Giuliani did talk about the numbers of injured, saying at least, and these are very rough numbers, at least 2,100 people injured, 600 taken to hospitals, 1,500 walking wounded, he said, many of whom have been evacuated to New Jersey's Liberty State Park, right across the river, the Hudson River, from where the World Trade Centers were. And we have some further reports. ABC's Cynthia McFadden, who has been down in that area all day long, says that a triage center has been set up on the Chelsea Piers in New York City. Now, the Chelsea Piers is not a hospital area at all. It's an area that used to be shipping piers along the Hudson River on Lower Manhattan, and is now used for recreational purposes. There are tennis courts and golf driving ranges and other things there, meeting rooms, that kind of thing. It's a commercial operation, but a triage center has been set up there, and 50 makeshift operating rooms are being prepped, and hundreds of ambulances are there waiting to take injured away from that facility. But they are doing treatment of people right on the site or nearby at Chelsea Piers. Reports from some of the hospitals that are taking the injured. St. Vincent's Hospital here in New York, the numbers again very rough, but an estimate of over 200 that have been taken in there. 3 dead, 18 in critical condition, and the most chilling quote that you can hear, Dr. Stephen Stern there at St. Vincent's Hospital quoted as saying, hundreds of people coming in have been burned from head to toe. Bellevue Hospital reporting more than 100 patients brought in, 2 dead. Beth Israel reporting earlier that 70 patients had been brought in. There are some estimates from hospitals in Virginia near the Pentagon of dozens of people having been brought in there. And I guess the heartening note in all this, hospitals around New York that are not in the immediate vicinity of the World Trade Centers, people saying hundreds of donors are reportedly lined up to give blood outside Beth Israel Medical Center and some others here in New York City. And what I guess is a precursor of what is going to be the kinds of terrible news that we're going to get over the next few days, a spokesman at the medical examiner's office in New York City, the coroner's office, says that for now all of the bodies that are being brought in, dead bodies, will go to the medical examiner's office on First Avenue here in New York. They say they have room for several hundred bodies, and they are making room for more space since they anticipate more bodies will be brought in. One other note to mention, at 4:30 this afternoon Eastern Time, the FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, says that it has activated all 10 of FEMA's regional headquarters around the country, including those on the East Coast and then all the way west as far as San Francisco and the state of Washington. They have activated all of those regional headquarters, activated the Federal Response Plan, which FEMA says brings together 28 federal agencies and the American Red Cross, and 12 urban search and rescue teams are being dispatched. 8 of them are being sent here to New York and 4 to Washington, all deployed to search for victims of what has happened today. And the Health and Human Services Department has activated a national medical emergency system. It's really an unprecedented move, but it could dispatch nearly 7,000 volunteer doctors, nurses, pharmacists, other medical staff to areas that have been affected by today's attacks. So that brings you up somewhat to date on what's being done in terms of those who have been injured and provisions now being made for those who've been killed today. Peter?
Thank you, Charlie, very much. Just to try to keep the sort of sense or the proportion of casualties into some kind of in some kind of perspective. The gentleman with whom we've just been talking, who worked in a law firm in the Northern Tower, said that after the first aircraft hit in that tower, which is 8:48 Eastern Time, this is one of those where were you when moments I'm just utterly convinced will be that way in historical terms. Where were you when the first aircraft and then the second aircraft crashed or were crashed into the Twin Trade Towers in New York City on this day, the 11th of the month. And there's a timeline. If it's 8 hours now since this happened, and where Mayor Giuliani speaks just a few minutes ago, they know of 2,100 people injured. And you see the pictures that the young man brought us from the absolute bottom, ground zero location, where the tower not only crashed on itself, but then crashed down into the ground. There wasn't a sound there except the sound of flames licking up from underground, and there was no sign of any person. And we know, as we've said it many times, that the fire department and the police department were going inwards, not outwards, when all of this happened. It's just absolutely impossible to get a grasp on. I'm very interested in the gentleman we spoke to a little while ago from the law firm, I've probably gotten his last name. Say it out loud. Thank you, Tom Humphreys. Tom Humphreys, who said that it was his impression, at least in his building, in the North Tower, that a lot of people got out of that or had not arrived at work because it was, as he said, by New York standards, just a little earlier than people were accustomed. But when this young man, Mr. Sabi, brought us his video that he'd taken, just got on his motorbike up and then walked in to this scene on the ground, it is to realize that everybody's being kept, as Bill Blakemore subsequently confirmed for us, being kept at a distance from this at the site. And that's what's left on the left of the facade of the North Tower. ABC's Bob Jameson is downtown now. And Bob, we're looking at the pictures that have been brought to us by this young producer of a magazine. Can you just talk in general terms as you like?
Well, generally speaking, Peter, as the smoke blows back and forth and for a moment or two doesn't obscure both of the two World Trade Center buildings, you see so little. It's a tremendously eerie feeling to be in Lower Manhattan, looking down toward the tip of the island and seeing very few people, no traffic, the smoke continuing to billow from these buildings, and nothing where there were once these two landmarks that drew everyone's attention, whether you drove or flew or came to New York by boat. But Peter, there is a new concern, according to authorities at this moment here in Lower Manhattan, and that is the growing fear that another building in the World Trade Center complex, which was not struck by an airplane, is in danger of collapsing. That is number 7 World Trade Center, somewhat shorter, with somewhat fewer stories, than numbers 1 and 2. There is a fire burning vigorously in the lower floors of that building, threatening the foundation. And the building was already damaged some 6 hours ago now when the North Tower collapsed, and part of that process of the building collapsing struck and damaged number 7 World Trade Center. So it was already at some risk before this fire grew as vigorously as it has. The authorities have now moved people several blocks away from that building, and we're just watching and waiting to see what happens.
Bob, is number 7 World Trade Center, and I see you've now managed to come down to the ground, which suggests things loosen up a little bit. Is that where the mayor's emergency headquarters are?
Peter, I honestly don't know, but I will tell you that number 7 is just behind number 2. I'm in Tribeca now, and you're seeing mostly smoke from the remnants of number 1 and number 2, but there somewhere in that smoke is number 7.
I don't know how big number 7, the World Trade Center, is it, but my recollection is a fairly low building, isn't it? Or is...
Yes, I would guess, and I'm sorry to have to make a guess, that it is only about half as tall as number 2.
Okay.
That seems to me what it appeared to be.
We'll find out soon enough. I appreciate it, Bob. Thanks very much. Bob Jameson, who, as this day unveils, manages to get closer and closer. In a minute, we're going to talk to a freelance photographer who got really close today, but he's making a phone call at the moment. Take your time, Evan, and we'll come back to you. I can see where you've been just by the state of your equipment at this moment. But as it has been about 8 hours now, let us try to bring you up to date with the horrendous sights and sounds of this attack on the United States and its citizens today. Here's ABC's John Donvan.
We want to tell you what we know as we know it. We just got a report in that there's been some sort of explosion at
the first thing any television camera saw this morning was this. Just before 9 o'clock, roughly 15 minutes earlier, an American Airlines jet hijacked from Boston had crashed into the South Tower of the World Trade Center. There were 92 people on board.
It does not appear that there's any kind of an effort up there yet. Now remember, oh my God.
My God.
That looks like a second plane.
I did not see a plane go in.
Minutes later, the second plane, the second tower. The fireball ate up the aircraft. It was a United Airlines flight, a 767 from Boston to Los Angeles. There had been 65 people on board.
Like it is some sort of a concerted...
I was happened to look on the first tower, and I actually saw people waving where the first plane crashed through, and then it was unbelievable seeing this second jet come crashing into the second tower. What is going on?
New York City was staggered.
As soon as he got hit, I was thrown to a window. So I was very lucky to get out. There's a lot of people that didn't get out. There's a lot of people coming down the stairs, burnt up. It's bad.
And still it wasn't over. This was the southern tower falling in on itself. It was now roughly an hour since the first attack. Meanwhile, it was beginning here in Washington. Another hijacked plane hits the Pentagon.
U.S. officials are saying there was no warning, no indicators of any kind of a likely terrorist attack. Number 2, they say Pentagon officials within the intelligence and the counterterrorism offices are now looking at this very intensely.
ABC reporters across the city are beginning to hear the word terrorism.
It seems obvious unofficially to people here that it was a terrorist attack, but they obviously can't reach any firm conclusions at this point. So the Pentagon is engaged, and I'm sure law enforcement is, but they say they had no warnings.
Report piles on report.
Okay, there's been an explosion of some kind that shook the ground of the Capitol. We all heard it. Everybody ran for cover. We don't know where it was. We don't see the smoke yet. Everybody's saying, get back. We're running. We're running. We're running. We're running. They're screaming at us to get back.
On television, it looked like it was happening all over. 10:28 a.m., New York City, and in the shadow of the one remaining tower, a snatch of conversation between a reporter and a rescuer.
Why are they pulling us out of here?
Because the tower's leaning.
The north tower is leaning. Fight, march quick. Oh my God, there it goes!
I looked up as soon as we got across the street. I looked up, I saw the tower start to buckle. I just turned and ran, ducked down, put a jacket over my head. 3 or 4 of us huddled together, and it was just black everywhere.
Washington, the White House is evacuated.
The Office of Personnel Management says all federal office buildings in the Washington area have been evacuated and closed. The employees sent home immediately.
The evacuation order creates instant gridlock in downtown Washington. The president was not in the city. He was in Florida visiting a school.
Today, we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country.
Officials at this end are not confirming that the president's plane is going to Andrews. We don't know if it's going to Andrews or some other location. All they've said is that he will convene a National Security Council meeting, and we don't know where that will take place either. Obviously, they want to keep a lot of people guessing as to the president's whereabouts.
Now it was lunchtime, and yet more terrible news is coming in. Another United airliner with 45 people on board has crashed south of Pittsburgh, presumably another victim of terrorism.
We talked to a couple of people who actually witnessed the plane going down and said it was quite devastating. Went right down into the woods. They saw all sorts of debris flying out into the woods and into the trees, and it's quite a devastating scene from what we're told.
At this point, it is hard to believe we're still in the same day that began with this picture. National Guard units are out. Washington is shut down. Airports in the U.S. and Canada are closed. And the death toll, still uncountable, is also unimaginable. John Donvan, ABC News, Washington.
Excellent report from John Donvan, pulling together this day, which has so much immediacy, so much history, such magnitude to it, and touches every American. And as I turn around on occasion to look at the computer screen behind me, I find emails coming in from people in other countries, Canada and Europe included, from friends and from families and colleagues, all expressing this deep empathy and sympathy for people here today who had friends and acquaintances, but just seeming at whatever distance to appreciate what is happening, even though they were not close to it. We're now joined by a young man who was very close to it again. This is Evan Fairbanks. He's a freelance photographer. Interestingly enough, you and I were just talking about journalists' emotions at a time like this, and the last thing journalists can afford to do is to fall prey to their emotions at a time like this, because it's too hard in the middle of a story. But you were very close this morning and photographing on assignment for a church when things began to happen. So we're going to show your videotape, if we may, though. Are you principally a still photographer? Or both?
Still and video.
Okay. Can we just look at what your first video is and explain it to us?
I walked out of Trinity Church after we had a blackout in our studio, and one of the studio managers grabbed one of our cameras when we knew what was happening. And I went out and was shooting aftermath.
Good God.
And I suddenly saw a plane flying into my viewfinder and said, gee, it's kind of close for that to be here now, and then realized what happened.
Yeah.
And
we'll run this again, because I think this is will we run that again, Roger Goodman? It's Roger Goodman, our director, because this is, we've seen footage before of people on the run, and I understand that that's your shadow as you went by a storefront.
Yeah, actually, right? It was. It's the first time I've seen that.
And was there absolute panic immediately?
Instantly. It was just pandemonium. Nobody knew what to do. There was no clear thinking. People were just reacting to kind of save themselves and the people around them.
You're in the same location when the building comes down.
I had been taken downstairs by Port Authority police who knew that I had this videotape. And we were moving, actually, to go back to the Trinity Church to make them a dub of the tape in a format that they could use on a VHS tape. And suddenly I heard one of the guys say, hey, Evan, watch out.
Hang on just a second. If you look in the upper, this now is frozen. This is an angle of this attack that we have not seen before. At the top of the building on your left, out of the left, will come the building. And watch how the aircraft penetrates the building. Go ahead. Completely in one side and out the other.
It just disappeared. It disappeared.
And it just slammed right into it and was completely engulfed.
We felt this kind of this sonic boom as if it were an earthquake.
Today, we've had a national tragedy. Terrorism against our nation will not stand.
And about the time I saw the plane, I watched it come in very low over the trees, and it just dipped down, came down right over 395, right into the Pentagon.
May God bless the victims, their families, and America.
This is a special report from ABC 7 News, America Under Attack.
New York's mayor calls it one of the most heinous acts in the world's history. Good evening, and thank you for joining us. I'm Dale Walters.
And I'm Kathleen Matthews. This is a day that will ultimately change our lives, a horrific sequence of events with a profound effect on the Washington area. And that's what we're going to focus on during this special report. We start with ABC 7 News reporter Carol Costello, who looks at the events of the past 8 hours.
I don't know if you guys really realized what the date is today. It's 9/11, which is 911. Don't know if it means anything, but it's very creepy. But September 11th will now be one of those terrible days when we will always remember where we were, like the day the Challenger exploded or President Kennedy was shot. Let me take you back now to 8:45 this morning.
It was around 8:45, a beautiful, clear day in New York. Then, a horrible accident.
Well, we just got a report in that there's been some sort of explosion at the World Trade Center.
But minutes later, we learned it was no accident.
There's another one. I'm taking a look. Oh! Oh my God! Oh my God!
Take another look. A second plane with people on board flies directly into the South Tower. New York emergency crews watch in vain as people trapped by the flames beg for their help. It couldn't come. By 9:30, the president in Sarasota, Florida, confirms what we already know.
2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. And now, if you join me in a moment of silence.
But it wasn't over. By 9:40, a third plane crashes through the Pentagon. Suddenly, our own city is in crisis as thousands of terrified people flee the district. Government offices are closed. Schools are shut down.
Unless you have specific business, stay off the streets right now.
This is as close as we can get to the base of the World Trade Center. You can see the firemen assembled here, the police officers, FBI agents, and you can see the 2 towers. A huge explosion now raining debris on all of us. We better get out of the way.
20 minutes later, at 10 o'clock, the first tower of the World Trade Center collapses. At the same time, United Flight 93 crashes 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. 38 minutes later, another explosion levels the second tower of the World Trade Center. By 1 o'clock, the president, now in Louisiana, threatens action.
But make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test.
And it will be a test, an emotional, painful one, as New York, Washington, the country mourn thousands of Americans killed by a faceless enemy.
And right now, 2 aircraft carriers out of Norfolk, the John F. Kennedy and the Roosevelt, are headed to New York Harbor. Now, we understand the president has flown into Nebraska now. He will be heading back to Washington. Right now, there are still no claims of responsibility officially, but we have word from 2 different sources that the man behind this attack is Osama bin Laden. Del, Kathleen?
Carol, thank you very much. Ground zero in our area is the Pentagon, where the search for victims continues at this very hour. The plane landed on the northwest side of the Pentagon near the heliport. ABC 7 News reporter Daryl Carver continues our coverage from there. Daryl?
Del, the best thing we can do right now is actually show you some of the damage and some of what else is out here. There's been a lot of heavy equipment moved into the scene for the rescue efforts that are soon to get underway. Also, we've been told that the Fairfax County Elite Search and Rescue Team is also on the scene preparing to work once the fire is put out inside. What they have ahead of them, as well as all these other rescue workers, is a massive recovery effort. Early on, heavy flames and smoke could be seen from Route 27. Fire crews began immediately working on the blaze. We've been told that you can see pieces of the plane in the corridors of the Pentagon's outer E-ring. Military personnel and civilians are said to be on the scene to help remove the injured and dead. We've also been told that the Secretary of Defense is on the scene and working closely with Pentagon officials. One witness describes to us what he heard at 9:30 this morning.
I did not hear the first crash, but I did hear the second explosion that occurred. There was another explosion that occurred, and we could hear it in Crystal City quite profoundly. We were in a meeting there, and we could hear it quite profoundly. We wasn't sure if it was another attack or if it was a gas main that occurred there, but we could see the clouds coming all over and, of course, the odor.
The impact was on the outer ring, which is the E ring. It appears though the plane went in to the E, D, and to the C ring. Not all the way through the C ring.
Now, if you are Navy or Marine Corps personnel assigned to the Pentagon wants to hear from you. The number is 877-663-6772. Number again, 1-877-663-6772. Now, joining me live out here is Jim Clark, our own Jim Clark, who is a veteran of the scene here in Washington. Have you ever seen a day quite like this?
No, Daryl, I have not. I have weathered many a crisis here at the Pentagon in my years as a reporter here, but I've never seen anything quite like this. You know, a short while ago, the Assistant Defense Secretary Victoria Clark called this a terrible day for America. One would be hard put, very hard put, to find a better description. These coordinated terrorist strikes hit the symbols of our economic and military power, and they most likely have killed and wounded hundreds of our fellow Americans. Reminiscent of another terrible day, the attack on Pearl Harbor. President Bush is somewhere in a secure command post conferring with his aides, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld, Vice President Cheney. He promises we will hunt down and punish those responsible for this. It seems likely there will be a swift response. No waiting to sift through all the debris here at the Pentagon. The Colbart Towers attack, the attack on the USS Cole were terrible, but this is far worse. Likely targets will be those known to harbor terrorists like Osama bin Laden, but it could go beyond that to a broad range of the usual suspects. It is important, they say at times like this, to respond, but also important to hit the right targets. And you can bet the CIA, the DIA, and the FBI are busy right at this time working to help do that. Defense Secretary Rumsfeld is here in the Pentagon. He is said to be conferring with top brass. All of the Joint Chiefs have been located. All of the defense secretaries are here, none of them injured. Right now, the number one priority here is to try to find and rescue any survivors who may still be trapped in this burning section of the Pentagon. Good news, it seems to be in the last few minutes they've been able to put down some of the fire here, which appeared to be spreading through the attic. Back to you.
Okay, Jim, thanks very much. Now, as we've reported, the plane that crashed into the Pentagon took off from Dulles Airport. ABC 7 News reporter Susan Roberts joins us live on the telephone from a nearby hotel where the victims' families are gathering. Susan, what's the scene there?
Hi, Kathleen Dell. Well, a command center for the victims' families of American Airlines flight number 77 has been set up here at the Dulles Marriott, just right across the street from the Dulles Airport. American Airlines, as you said, has confirmed to us in a statement that 58 passengers, 4 flight attendants, and 2 pilots were on board the lost plane that crashed at the Pentagon. Those victims' families will be escorted to a private area here at the hotel. So far, we have not seen any of them just yet. Now, at Dulles Airport today, the FBI did do a sweep of the airport looking for any signs or clues as to exactly what might have happened. Throughout the day, we did see F-15 fighter planes flying over the airport as well. Like all of the airports in the country today, Dulles was shut down. A dozen or so airline employees are still scattered throughout the airport this evening. Flags have been lowered at Dulles as they have been all throughout the nation today. Now, the hotel here tonight is at full capacity with people who were trying to fly out of here, as well as those who were rerouted here. You know, it is a very somber scene out here. The Red Cross is set up. They're anticipating having to greet these families tonight. It's going to be a very, very long and emotional night. We are in Fairfax County at the Dulles Marriott. Del, Kathleen.
Susan, thank you very much. We want to update you on another situation that is developing. The large number of injuries means that there is a shortage of blood. And today, as ABC 7 News reporter Don Hudson shows us, people in our area immediately jumped up to try and help.
It's the least we can do.
Betty Pyle is one of hundreds of local citizens who have been moved to action because of this terrorist tragedy.
It's so unbelievable, and it seems so helpless to do nothing. So I have good blood. I'm healthy.
For many, this really is an unfortunate opportunity to try to help in some little way.
There's never enough blood, and you always say to yourself, oh yeah, I need to give blood, I need to give blood, I need to give blood, but you never do it. So today, there's a real need for blood.
And for some, giving blood also means giving up a lot of time. At this point in the line, it might take 3, maybe even 4 hours. But those we talk to say it's worth it.
If we can just do a little bit, just even to help the people who are going to be impacted by the blood that's used today, then we might as well.
In Northwest Washington, Don Hudson, ABC 7 News.
The American Red Cross has extended hours for blood donations at 2 other locations. The Fairfax Donor Center, you can see the information on your screen there, at 2810 Old Lee Highway, Suite 200, and the Rockville Donor Center at 11820 Park Lawn Drive. The donor heart lines, which are being overloaded, we are being told, are 1-800-GIVE-LIFE and 1-888-BLOOD-88. If you call, the Red Cross asks you please to be patient.
Now, the attacks today, especially the attack here at the Pentagon, led to dozens of local school cancellations. ABC 7 News reporter Greta Cruz is in our newsroom right now to update families on what they can expect tomorrow. Greta, what's the latest there?
Well, Kathleen, even our children have been affected by all of this. Now, some of the schools closed early today, none of them directly affected by the attacks, of course, but mirroring the overall anxiety and uncertainty in the Washington area. Here's what we have right now. These colleges and universities have canceled their classes for tonight. American University, Bowie State, Catholic University, College of Southern Maryland, Columbia Union College, Georgetown University, George Mason University, George Washington University and Law Center, Howard University, Johns Hopkins University, which includes the Baltimore and Washington area campuses, Marymount University, Montgomery College, National Louis University, University of Phoenix, Maryland, Potomac College, Southern Maryland Higher Education Center, Southeastern University, Stratford College, Trinity College, and also UDC. No classes tonight. Also, local school districts have also canceled evening activities. You should check with your local district. But at this point, the only schools who have notified us that they will be closed tomorrow are Anne Arundel County Public Schools, closed tomorrow, the schools associated with the National Cathedral, which of course includes St. Albans, NCS, and Beauvoir, Potomac School in McLean, and St. Stephen's and St. Agnes in Alexandria. Now, some of the schools plan to have counselors on hand to help with the kids. A few other cancellations to pass along. The Kennedy Center has canceled evening performances tonight. All Major League Baseball games canceled tonight, including the O's, and DC United soccer game for tomorrow night also canceled. Some of the malls around here were even closed today. Pentagon City, Tyson's, Montgomery Mall, all underscoring just how deeply this tragedy has touched virtually every facet of life here. Back to you.
Greta, thank you very much. And we want to reiterate that the cancellations that Greta just mentioned, you can see at the top of the screen. They will be here throughout the hour. Now, those injured in the Pentagon attack were taken to several area hospitals, including Virginia Hospital Center in Arlington. And that's where ABC 7 News reporter Dale Solly is standing by live now with the details there. Dale?
Del, the numbers have been changing, the numbers of people brought in through the course of the day, and unfortunately those numbers, as one might well expect, continue to go up. Just a few moments ago, 3 more EMS personnel were brought in. That brings to 36 people. 36 people have been brought here. 14 of them have been admitted. A hospital spokesman told us just a few moments ago that 8 of them are currently in intensive care. For everyone here, it has been a harrowing day. This is the Pentagon's official hospital, and the military bombing victims poured in by ambulance and private vehicles alike, stunned survivors of America's day of terror.
Once we saw the plane and I yelled, that's the last time I saw the plane. We were going the other direction, and there was no doubt that it was going to hit the building. Yeah.
What went through your mind at the time?
Fortunately, nothing metallic.
The Pentagon set out a call for blood donors as extra supplies of the stuff arrived. The hospital has implemented its disaster plan, calling in extra medical personnel to handle the crush of new patients.
The folks that ended up in the intensive care unit were patients who had smoke inhalation predominantly. There were also some trauma in their injuries as well. a femur fracture you're already aware of. Several folks were intubated, which means they're placed on respirators or breathing machines. And those patients, that was done because of significant smoke inhalation.
Some of the injuries are life-threatening, others are cuts and bruises and the shock of what they went through. It is much the same at other area hospitals as well. At Washington Hospital Center, at Georgetown, at Inova Fairfax, much the same scene as well. I will also tell you, Del and Kathleen, that in the last few moments we have learned that Arlington County has now declared a state of emergency. And what that does is clear county officials to call for federal assistance. We've not heard any word as far as National Guard's troops, but they have in fact declared a state of emergency here in Arlington County as well. So again, the numbers continue to go up. We will continue to stay here and we will keep you posted. Reporting live in Arlington, Dale Solly, ABC 7 News. Back to you.
Dale, thank you. And Arlington County joins a growing list of counties and states that have done similar things. States of emergency are in effect in the District, Virginia, and in the state of Maryland tonight. Maryland Governor Paris Glendening says that state police there have received some credible threats. Maryland State Police got a list, they say, of 11 sites across the nation that were targets, including the state capitol in Annapolis. The State House, according to the governor, has been evacuated, and 2 of the targeted buildings, we are being told, have been searched. After the Pentagon attack, Virginia Governor Jim Gilmore declared a state of emergency in Virginia, but he says no other Virginia site is known to be threatened. Kathleen?
Well, as Dell said, Mayor Anthony Williams declared a state of emergency in the district following this morning's attacks. ABC 7 News reporter Gail Pennybacher is live at D.C.'s Office of Emergency Management with more on how the city is responding. What's the latest from there, Gail?
The latest is that the mayor is holding a news conference right now inside the Reeves Center. Kathleen, he is giving the public an update about every hour on the status of this state of emergency. He made the announcement shortly after 1 o'clock this afternoon. It includes enlisting the help of the D.C. National Guard, and ABC 7 News has learned that includes F-16s from the D.C. Air National Guard patrolling the city and having orders to shoot down any unauthorized aircraft. In the meantime, the mayor has been calling for calm in the city despite this state of emergency.
Again, we're declaring a state of emergency in order to put everyone on alert, in order to ensure that we have the highest level of preparedness. Obviously, if something were to happen, God forbid, and we pray that it won't, we will be fully prepared to then execute the necessary contingency plans.
And of course, the mayor says he will keep the public updated on the status of this state of emergency. At this point, D.C. public schools will go to school tomorrow, and D.C. public office buildings will be open. They are in a lockdown status here tonight at the Reeves Center. Reporting live from Washington, D.C., Gail Pennybacher, ABC 7 News.
Gail, thanks very much.
In order to get people home, area traffic lights were reprogrammed to afternoon rush, and that happened sometime before noon.
That's right. Many other roads were actually closed except to emergency vehicles. Now, for more on the traffic situation, we turn to Metro Traffic's Kim Alexander. Tell us what's going on, Kim.
A surreal scene on a very surreal day. Apparently, the mayor's office has just reopened the 14th Street Bridge. You can see a few cars starting to travel across. The state of emergency did the effective job of clearing the streets. Really, downtown, there's not a whole lot going on. Go over to the map, and I'll show you some road closures that we've been dealing with all day. We had the area around the White House. Okay, we won't go to the map. We've had the area around the U.S. Capitol exit. There we are. The U.S. Capitol building and the White House. The streets were all closed. Apparently, the mayor is picking up some of those road closures. But as far as we know, the George Washington Parkway southbound heading towards National Airport remains closed. The Memorial Bridge apparently and the Key Bridge have been just opened. The state of emergency is still under effect, and if it's at all possible, they're suggesting that you don't drive around downtown this evening. The roads around the Pentagon and National Airport obviously still are closed, and we have no way of knowing how long that's going to be in effect. Back to you.
Okay. Thank you, Kim.
Well, Metro remained open all day, although several of the stations were actually closed.
And we're joined on the phone right now by Metro spokeswoman Cheryl Johnson. And Cheryl, first of all, how did the evacuation, the people leaving the city, how did that transition take place? Was it orderly?
As far as we know, of course, we did get a lot of extra people returning into our system this morning and very early afternoon because, of course, the federal government and the D.C. governments were shut down. As a matter of fact, we know that we had approximately 90,000 more people entering our system to return home by 12:30 this afternoon, and that's 90,000 more than we would have seen, say, last Tuesday.
What were the stations that were closed, Cheryl, and how did you handle that?
We were sending trains through the Pentagon Metro Station and through the National Airport Station, but we were not stopping at those stations to provide service to those stations. We shut down the Pentagon Station at 9:45 this morning and the National Airport Station at 11:57 a.m.
Will those stations be reopened tomorrow, and will Metro be running on a normal schedule tomorrow?
We plan to have service tomorrow. The level and kind of service we don't know at this time because we will be conferring with other agencies, governmental bodies, and to find out just what is going to happen in terms of federal employees returning to work. I just heard you guys announce that the mayor had said, of course, D.C. government employees will be returning to work. So we know we will have some service. What we don't know is, will the Pentagon Station and the National Airport Station remain closed, or will they be open? But we should know later on this evening.
Cheryl, we'll continue to check in with you. Thanks for the update.
And the nation's air traffic, while we were talking about the rails, let's talk about the skies. The nation's air traffic came to a virtual standstill just minutes after the crashes as all planes nationwide were grounded. And at this hour, the airports remain closed. ABC 7 News reporter Sam Ford is live outside National Airport. He has more on that part of the story. Sam?
Yes, Del. Well, a spokesperson for the FAA said that they knew before the first plane hit the first World Trade Center tower that the plane had been hijacked. And within an hour, they had called for a national ground stop that was imposed at 9:30 this morning, closing off all air traffic around the country. And the FAA says it will remain in effect until at least noon tomorrow. The civilian aircraft in this country are grounded with the exception, the FAA said, of a few international flights that had not yet arrived. And of course, Reagan National is closed.
No flights at all. Within minutes of the crash into the Pentagon, officials ordered the evacuation of nearby Reagan National Airport, where the smoke from the crash was clearly visible. Minutes later, passengers and employees streamed out.
I was watching on the TV in there about the Trade Center and didn't walk out here and see the Pentagon, so I'm sure it's because of terrorist attacks.
Groups gathered at the extremities of the airport away from the main terminal building. One man had arrived earlier from New York, had left by cab and been brought back.
We're driving by the Pentagon when the explosion occurred.
Oh, really?
And, yeah, so...
you were on your way here to the airport?
No, actually in a meeting downtown, and the cab driver turned around and said he wasn't going to go down there. So left me off here. So now I've got to figure out how to get to a motel, like it looks like.
The airport remained closed except for one small VIP jet, which was escorted to National by a jet fighter. Jet fighters occasionally flew over the airport and Pentagon area. On the George Washington National Parkway, pedestrians streamed near the airport like refugees. Some were evacuees from the Pentagon who'd walked 2.5 miles.
Left the Pentagon. We passed most of the kids in the nursery, and they were fine. They were keeping them together. We got on this path, and we were trying to walk down to Old Town, but they just closed the path by National Airport.
And again, a national ground stop, which means that civilian aircraft are grounded in this country until at least noon tomorrow. And I would say that I have some relatives in the Midwest, in Kansas, who they tell me the news there is that a number of the transatlantic flights had to come down right away, and you have lots of airport planes stacked up at places like Wichita and Great Bend. Reporting live from Reagan National Airport, Sam Ford, ABC 7 News.
Sam, thank you very much.
Well, joining us now to help us understand how the government will investigate this and also respond to the attacks is Robert McFarland. He's the National Security Advisor to President Reagan. And Mr. McFarland, this was obviously, the product of a well-planned act of terrorism. You told me earlier you believe Osama bin Laden is behind it. What makes you sure of that?
Well, Kathleen, an attack like this requires an extremely sophisticated network of communications and the financial means and hardware to position people to be able to carry out the coordinated attack that occurred today. There are only 1 or 2 cells with the financial means and the skills and training opportunities to be able to pull something like this off, and bin Laden is one of the key figures.
I asked you earlier on this same topic how long it would take for a terrorist group to plan such an attack? And I was actually amazed at your answer because I thought the time period was short. You told me 6 months.
Something like this must be rehearsed, planned, contingencies considered, and communications in redundant places established, and it is not an easy thing to do.
I want to take you back to 1993 and the first attack on the World Trade Center buildings, in which bin Laden and some of his, people who worked for him around the world claimed responsibility. Do you see this as finishing up that business? Is that how you view this attack today?
Well, I think that bin Laden personally would want to demonstrate a vindication of this earlier attack and a demonstration to the world of what he will allege is the impotence of the American government. Bin Laden has a fanatical zeal to try to discredit our own government and all Western influence from throughout his region, and yet that 93 attack is something that he wanted to finish.
And of course we have to remind ourselves he was also behind the attacks on the embassies in Africa a couple of years ago.
I want to ask a question I think that is on the minds of a lot of our viewers. There are a lot of them, but as we were coming in this morning, it hit us all the same way. One attack, two attack, then in our own backyard. Can we believe with any degree of certainty that with regards to the attacks, we're out of the woods?
We cannot be absolutely certain. It seems likely that the sites that were hit were very purposefully hit to first vindicate the earlier attack and secondly to expose vulnerability of our government here, and that has been done clearly. Bill, for 25 years, the dilemma of American government in trying to preserve freedom of movement for our own people is to deal with this, and the fact is that we cannot. If we're going to cope with this kind of thing in the future, we have to go to the source of where it's planned and to go after those who are planning it.
And briefly, when should we expect to see from the President from a national security standpoint as to the way the plans are planned out when you hold your briefings?
Well, the President has done today what a continuity of government plan requires, and he's done exactly the right thing. But he'll convene the National Security Council, and you can expect that there will be a firm plan of action here within a matter of days.
Mr. McFarland, thank you very much.
Well, as soon as the attack on the Pentagon became known, there was traffic chaos downtown with the mass exodus out of the city. And ABC 7 News reporter Suzanne Kennedy is live from the mall on more with all that, how that proceeded. Suzanne?
Kathleen, it is much like a ghost town down here on the National Mall, as it has been for several hours. For the most part, the only people down here are a few tourists who are trying to salvage what is left of this historic and very sad day. Hours ago, thousands of workers who are employees here in the district fled from the heart of this city. It was a mass exodus, the likes of which Washington, D.C. has never seen before.
It's just chaos. Traffic is just moving at a minimum.
It's been gridlock. It's like a snow day.
Thousands of people fled the district in the hours immediately following the Pentagon attack. Scared residents trying to get to safety.
I'm walking to Chevy Chase to get to a friend's house so then I can get to Rockville. So it's just any way you can get out, basically. Our managers were just saying, go home, get out, be safe.
District police tried its best to control streets clogged with cars. Emergency vehicles screamed through traffic to aid those in danger.
This is scary and it's important, and this is a very devastating kind of attack for everybody.
Pretty numbing kind of thing. You just don't know what to do. You just head home.
And that was the plan for many, who while stuck in gridlock took a moment to contemplate the magnitude of this day.
It felt like we're watching Pearl Harbor. Seeing an attack on America this big, and who knows what we're going to do next.
The question now for all of those workers who left the district barely halfway through this workday is, what will tomorrow be like? Will people be hesitant to return to their offices? We may not have the answer to that question definitively until tomorrow morning's rush hour. Reporting live from the National Mall, Suzanne Kennedy, ABC 7 News. Back to you.
Suzanne, thanks very much.
We were talking throughout the day. This is a story that's tough enough for us to report to you, but those of us that are parents, what are you supposed to tell your children? Well, we're joined now by child psychiatrist Peter Bregan for some help. I know my own children who see so much news because of my job called up, and there was such a tentativeness and nervousness in their voice as they were evacuated from school, because that really brought home for them the impact of this.
In any kind of disaster, the most important thing is the child's relationship with the parents. The feeling the parents are secure, the parents will be there to take care of you, that the parents have some kind of basic answers. It's a time to get closer to your kids, and the most difficult things for children under any kind of stress is to feel separated, to feel the parents are overwhelmed, feel the parents can't talk to them. So this is a very good time, even working as hard as you are, to stay in touch with your children and talk to them on the phone and let them know you're okay and they're okay.
Is there going to be a psychological impact on the parents as well? This is the first generation that has not lived through, you know, people that are in their 20s now don't remember Vietnam. They've heard it talked about. They don't remember Pearl Harbor. They've read about it. This is the Pearl Harbor for the baby boomer generation of post-Vietnam.
Well, and if we think about Pearl Harbor, it gave meaning to this country. It brought the country together. The country was in a depression at the time. And I think one of the ways that parents should approach this event is to bring them together with their children, to tell them about America, to tell them that this is something that we endure because we stand for values, that we stand for freedom. Make it into something positive. You know, the TV was reporting yesterday that a lot of young people don't even know when the Declaration of Independence was signed. Now's the time to talk to your children about what this country stands for, to put it in a context and give it some meaning.
This is a story that's going to be inescapable. Turning on any news channel, you'll see it. Washington Post has just come out with a special edition in which this is the incredible banner headline. We're hearing, I'm going to hold that up just a little bit longer. We're going to hear, we are hearing just now that they are talking about a death toll of at least 100 people at the Pentagon. And should you talk about the story in terms of those kinds of details with children?
Well, I think you should keep your child company with the story in whatever terms the child's beginning to learn about it. So you want to be asking your kid, what have you heard and what do you know? And then respond to that. And keep in mind that what you want to communicate is that we're still in the safest country in the world, that your child's safe and that you're safe and that your relationship is safe, because that's where children ultimately get their security.
Based on your past experience, how long does it take, though, before you feel safe? Parents can tell children that you're safe, but even for those of us that are living through this, how long is it going to be before we feel safe?
Well, I think to feel meaningful maybe is the better answer. I'm glad to be here today. I feel a lot safer here because I'm making a contribution. I'm with people I care about. It's a time for people to connect in every way they can, and in particular with their children.
It's probably why we've seen so many people donating blood, too, because people do want to get involved and feel like they can help. Well, thank you very much for joining us today.
Dr. Peter Bregan. Before we return to ABC's coverage of today's events, we want to look at some very telling pictures from New York City.
Well, it was really a picture-perfect, beautiful morning in Manhattan, with commuters heading for the city as usual, and also the city beginning to go about its business.
Then the skyline there changed forever. Between 8:45 and 9:03 this morning, two planes crashed into the towers of the World Trade Center, setting them both ablaze before both collapsed in clouds of dust and ash.
And then a plane that took off from Dulles would soon crash into the Pentagon. And the death toll here in Washington and New York is still unknown, but New York Mayor Giuliani says his sense is that it is a horrendous number of lives lost.
We will be back for a local update at 6 o'clock and then throughout the evening. You can also get the latest information from our website at WJLA.com. But for now, we're going to go back to ABC News coverage and Peter Jennings. Thank you for joining us.
The possibility that someone who did this had some time in a simulator.
There is a high likelihood that if you were going to plan this again over a period of time, a year or two, that you could, if you were the planning organization, find a way to get your pilots that you wanted trained into a simulator someplace in the world. There are a lot of 757 and 767 training, or a lot of it available. And, you know, our people train air crews from all over the world, our people meaning in the United States. We wouldn't necessarily have any clue of what was in their hearts or what they were planning to do if they came in the door from a legitimate carrier or even a private operator of a 757, because there are some private ones out there.
Thank you, Josh. Anything else you need to add? Please go ahead.
Yeah, just one other thing. This is an unusual situation, and one of the little flags in this, Peter, at this early stage is the fact that we're talking about only 757s and 767s. That is the only combination of big airplanes that have what we call a common type rating. In other words, if you're rated in one, you can fly the other. The cockpits are almost identical. And that may be of no consequence here. It may have simply been coincidental, but it also raises a little flag that maybe we are dealing with somebody who planned this on the basis of having trained for this type of airplane.
Thank you, John. Thank you very much indeed, which certainly speaks to the point that any number of analysts of terrorism, somebody said this morning, nobody wants to be described as an expert on terrorism today, as analysts of terrorism and terrorism activity, and who try to monitor it around the world as effectively as they can, have said this was today a very sophisticated operation. We do know now, we believe, that about 100 people are believed to have been killed or injured in today's attack on the Pentagon. And as John McWethy from the Pentagon has said to us on several occasions, there is no guarantee that that is the final number. But currently, the information from the Pentagon is that 100 people are believed to have been killed or injured in today's attack. And you recall that Mayor Giuliani of New York, the closest he has come to giving casualty figures, which he's very understandably reluctant to do, that 2,100 people were injured, 600 taken to hospital, 1,500 walking wounded taken to Liberty State Park, which is on the other side of the Hudson River, actually in New Jersey, where the Statue of Liberty, all this in full view of the Statue of Liberty, and that various hospitals from New York City all the way to Canada are treating people today who have been somehow injured in this. Now, I want to talk to Lynn Scher, who has been following the aircraft all day. That is the American and United Airlines planes involved in these incidents. Lynn?
As you well know, the only video that we've seen of an actual crash was of that second flight. That was the United flight that crashed into the second World Trade Tower. What we're going to show you now is some very crude animation of the first flight. That was American Airlines 11. That's the flight from Boston to Los Angeles that went into the first World Trade Tower. What this is animation based on the track of the plane, data coming from the FAA. You're going to hear Walter Cross, the programmer, describing it.
The flight took an immediate hard left turn due south. The speed initially decreased by over 100 miles an hour and then increased to over 500. And then as it approached the New York area, it slowed to all the way down to about 300 knots. So and then tragically it impacted in the World Trade Center. American 11 was indeed the first flight. We have confirmed that of the two.
And that, again, that was the voice of Walter Cross, the programmer who put that animation together. What that shows you is this flight on its way to Los Angeles headed due west and then made that very sharp turn. Mr. Cross also told us that there was an indication of some air violence right before that left-hand turn, violent changes in airspeed as the plane went off track to head into the World Trade Towers. On that flight, 92 people, not counting the hijacker. And Peter, I've done some very quick calculations. Of course, all of the planes involved in today's incidents were headed to California. 3 of them to Los Angeles, 1 to San Francisco, 2 had left Boston, 1 from Dulles, 1 from Newark Airport. Total number of passengers and crew, 266 people, not, of course, counting the hijackers. Peter?
Thanks very much, Lynn. And the issue of taking off from Boston and Dulles and all headed for California, John Miller raised the issue before of whether or not, well, lots of reasons, and again, we'd be speculating, but he makes the point that aircraft taking off from Boston and Dulles outside Washington to go to California would have full loads of fuel on them, thereby creating a far greater explosive potential without having had to have explosives on board and getting them past U.S. security, either at Dulles Airport or at Boston. 266 people on the aircraft alone today who have died in this attack on the United States and on the American people. Now, in our control room, somebody says there is a... Let me go first to Bill Blakemore and then perhaps to Joe Torres. of WABC, our affiliate in New York. Bill Blakemore, you there? And I gather you saw number 7 come down.
Yes, I did, Peter. I'm standing right on the West Side Highway. The skyline of the financial district has changed again. Just a few minutes ago, I was talking to some people. I was facing north. I saw shock in their face, heard screams, spun around, and then we just watched the building fall in on itself. I believe we have a little bit of tape here. That's, Peter, it was an astonishing thing because the civilians who were standing around here were all amazed, but things have become so bizarre down here that the hundreds of firemen who were standing around looked at it, felt a bit shocked, but then just said, well, we're going to have even more work to do. Associate producer Lucy Kerrigan had been over near that building just a little bit earlier, and the policeman had told her that they feared the building was going to come down, that they were evacuating people from around it. So that's one little bit of good news, is that there may have been fewer casualties from this latest collapse than there otherwise might have been because they knew of the potential. But it's now still a very hot day here. The search and rescue operation is mounting even larger. There are dozens and dozens of fire trucks backed up on the West Side Highway, police trucks. There are what look like hundreds of volunteers who have showed up, who have been marshaled by the Red Cross, all with masks to avoid breathing in dust, but nobody can go in yet. We're still looking at buildings that are on fire down in the center of the financial district, and it's clearly a great deal of devastation. It's not too strong a word at all. It's going to take a while even to assess how bad it is.
Bill, do you have any idea whether or not other buildings in the immediate area are vulnerable at the moment, whether there's concern about any other building as there was about this additional one after the towers?
Well, from the angle I'm looking at, we can see one other building still on fire, and it seems to be on fire through the length of it. I would estimate that's like about a 30 or 40 story building. The problem for any one of us, of course, is that because of the other buildings down here still standing, which are so tall, you can't get a very clean view of the whole thing from the ground. But there's at least one, and it's clearly going to go on into the night. There's a lot of black smoke pouring out of that building now.
Thank you, Bill. We just stay with this photograph for this graphic for just a second. Well, no, there's number 7 coming down. When you think that part of the component of news coverage around the country every year is the excitement and the fun that people get watching an old building being demolished, and they wire it very carefully for days, and it's a very careful operation in order to make sure that a building comes down safely. I think the last one we saw was when they brought down one of the old casinos in Las Vegas. I mean, this is just stunning to see these things come down inside, in the case of the north and south towers there of the World Trade Center, come down within a couple of hours as a result of the structural damage, weakening that was done when these aircraft hit them. And now number 7, the World Trade Center, which is 47 stories tall. We're talking with the World Trade Center north and south 110 stories tall. An eerie experience to be in them at the best of times. They sway in the wind, and people have long had experiences with them. But those, and as Bill Blakemore said just a moment ago, the landscape of New York City has changed one again. And in this instance, it's not New York City, it's not New Yorkers' cities, it's everybody in the country's city at this moment, because this was an attack on the United States, no question about it. Everybody said it all day, a declaration of war, an act of war against the United States. We've had a number of politicians and commentators, us included, who were reminded that the last time there was an attack like this on the United States was Pearl Harbor, which finally induced the United States to get fully involved in World War II. And we're going to go on all day, and we'll continue throughout the night trying to get some grasp of this. What do we know at the moment? The president is on his way back to Washington, and we're not certain whether he's going to be helicoptered in from Andrews Air Force Base, which is tradition, but the security apparatus is concerned, and so he may come in a motorcade. I can't remember the last time a president went or came from Andrews Air Force Base in a motorcade. Even maybe the last time was Bill Clinton. No, I don't even think Bill Clinton at the end of his inauguration went out. But there's another example. And the president wants to speak to the nation. And Linda Douglas reports from Capitol Hill that the leadership in Congress tonight wants to have. You have who on the telephone? I didn't know that. I did not know that. I apologize. Thank you. First time I've heard about it. Judge Webster?
Peter.
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't know you were on the phone.
No, it's been very interesting, and I'm glad to listen.
Thank you, sir. This is Judge William Webster, the former director of the FBI, on the phone, one of the and the CIA as well, as my friend John Miller points out. Judge Webster, maybe you could help us understand many things, but at the outset, when this happened today, does this overwhelm the FBI and drive the CIA into some kind of turmoil at the same time?
When it happened today, is that your question?
Yes, sir.
It seemed to me that they responded quickly. The FBI's emergency operations centers were in place. CIA, of course, is going back to its intelligence and see what they had, what they didn't have. I think what you usually find in a situation like that is grim determination to do a good job. I don't think it's any kind of frustration or frenzy.
And as you have watched these events unfold today and perhaps even talked to your colleagues, your former colleagues in the FBI and the CIA, what's your appreciation of this as a whole event?
Well, it's an extraordinary event, and it brings home what we've been saying about the change of terrorism in the last 20 years, as it moves from fewer numbers, trying to make a political point, to doing extreme damage, and this reached a high level of capacity to do damage in that way, and it needs to be addressed as such. When you think about what has happened today and the tremendous tragedy and calamity, it didn't involve nuclear weapons, it didn't involve biological weapons, it didn't involve equipment, artillery, Scuds, or anything. It involved the ability to steal 4 or 5 airplanes and to send them on a course of destruction. That's within the capacity of non-governmental organizations such as the kind you've been talking about.
And do you believe, Judge Webster, because there's a lot of armchair observation today, and I don't mean to include you in that, a lot of armchair observation from many of us, do you believe that this in any way, shape, or form could have been prepared for, if not prevented?
You'd like to think that you could prepare for every kind of calamity, but you also like to think that we live in a society that we're very proud of in terms of the freedoms we enjoy, and the freedoms to travel is one of those. Freedom from violence is another one, to the extent that we can know about it. Knowing is the difficult thing. In my years of experience, terrorism was the most difficult because of the cellular nature of decision-making at the top. Even the people who were in the organization would not know until the last minute what was going to take place. I hope we can develop better means of profiling the kinds of people who could do damage, and I'm not talking about highway racial profiling or anything. I'm talking about looking for people that fit profiles of behavior that would be more helpful.
As I listen to you say that, Judge Webster, I think about Timothy McVeigh. Nobody had Timothy McVeigh down as a profile.
No, they didn't. But if they
in Oklahoma City, and many of the profiles we do seem to be the obvious ones. Pick on a member of a developing nation because the nation is antagonistic, or the group because it's antagonistic to the United States. I mean, is this the most efficient way to do it?
No, I think that was just one of the things that we're trying to say, should we tighten up? It's not clear to me that we don't know enough yet to draw any firm conclusions about whether or not people were able to walk on board those airplanes with weapons that passed through the screening devices. We just don't know yet, and we shouldn't draw conclusions about that. But I think we have to be sure that we have done everything we can to know in advance. Getting there before the bomb goes off is the ultimate objective. And it requires a lot of cooperation now internationally. We have to share information with our friends around the world about movements of people who are believed to be bent on violence. It's a very tough assignment, and it's one in which we can see now we're going to have tighten our belts, because I think, again, when the reports of the casualties is finally released, it's going to be a lot more than anybody expected, and probably will be more, or at least approximate the size. We haven't had anything like it since Pearl Harbor.
Judge Webster, I don't mean to make you the target of criticism today. It's not my intention at all. But as I listen to you talk about we got to tighten our belt and our defenses, it's what we hear after almost every incident of terrorism. And I wonder what you think, as you've listened and watched today, what you think more could be done that the United States hasn't been doing up until now that is humanly possible in a free society?
I think we've been very educated and sophisticated in knowing what we needed to do. The counter-terrorist centers that have been formed to be sure that information is properly recognized and passed along to the people. Those are things that can, in an evolutionary way, can be improved. Human intelligence, of course, is what everyone will call for now, and we should have it. But we shouldn't fool ourselves that it's something we can automatically take off the shelf and put in place in terrorist organizations.
At the time that human intelligence, human you call it in your trade, was downgraded as part of the national effort against terrorism, were you supportive of it being downgraded?
Actually, that was before I came on board. It seems to me that we've been trying ever since 1978 to improve, or at least 1980, to improve the quality of human intelligence. And in some cases, we were very successful. I recall the ability, the Armenian terrorist incidents in the late 1970s and 80s, we were able to get there and interdict the bombs, one in San Francisco, one in Los Angeles, one with explosives en route to New York, and the other in Canada. We know what we need to do, and in some cases we can do it, but we're dealing with some very, very powerful and sophisticated competition here.
Judge Webster, I'm very grateful you joined us. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, but I have one more question for you. Whenever there's a debate or a discussion about the freedom of Americans and the freedom of movement Americans should enjoy under these circumstances, the director of the FBI is always right there at the center. And there's always a debate, there's always an inclination to think that you and the FBI, you want to make it tougher for Americans to move about because it's easier for you to do your job under those circumstances. What's your message to the American people today about retaining their freedoms in the face of this kind of enemy?
I think the message is that we can't have a pendulum swinging back and forth from repression to anarchy. And I think we've done a pretty good job of finding that center, which Edmund Burke 300 years ago called ordered liberty. Mm-hmm. We need to have liberty, but it has to be one accompanied by order. And professionals are very willing to do their job under court orders and the appropriate procedures. All that they ask is that they not be unduly burdened by restrictions that in times like this get in the way of finding the culprits and bringing them to justice.
Judge Webster, thank you very much for giving us the time. We'd like to hear from you later on, so we're very grateful to you at the moment. Thank you. Two things the judge said,
Thank you, Peter.
You're welcome, sir. Two things the judge says which just leap off the page, John Miller, to me. Clearly, one is the Edmund Burke quote when he talks about liberty. It has to be ordered liberty. And the other, in terms of talking about the capacity of the terrorists today, said there were no scuds involved. There was just the capacity to steal 4 planes.
And we had talked earlier about airline security. How do you get a gun on an airplane? Unconfirmed reports from these cellular phone calls that were made to 911 from one of the flights saying that a flight attendant had been stabbed. Perhaps they didn't have a gun. Certainly, the GAO and the General Accounting Office of Congress and the FAA and airline securities consultants have demonstrated over and over again that if you're careful enough and you plan it, you can get a weapon onto a plane. And they've demonstrated exactly how, which I won't describe here for obvious reasons. Right. So this is security that's designed to harden the target, the airplane. Certainly, there's no such thing as total security there. And terrorism, I mean, if you look at this most incredible, unprecedented, historic act of terrorism, it still harkens back to what we see in the World Trade Center, Oklahoma City, the embassy bombings. We talk about the level of sophistication in planning, maybe, but the actual act is usually very low tech. A bomb made of fertilizer and fuel oil, things you can look up and buy on the internet, hijacking an airplane, perhaps even with sharpened instruments. Now, the aspect that there may have been people trained to fly these planes, that's a new wrinkle. That is certainly on conventional hijacking. I can give you an update from the scene as things are developing there. If there can be any good news about a day like today, the collapse of 7 World Trade Center, the building they were so worried about injuring rescue workers, has freed up rescue workers to now go into the area, and they are moving in groups of 20 and 50 as their teams are designated.
So the principal danger to the rescue and recovery teams has been eliminated.
The biggest danger has literally removed itself. Right. One of the first teams going in is a team of tow trucks, which is literally going to pull rigs that are fire trucks, police trucks that are buried in rubble out of the way so that they can clear a path and bring in other vehicles. And they've requested a number of dogs. Additionally, 100 doctors...
I'm sorry to keep interrupting.
Sure.
Explain why they want dogs.
They want bloodhounds, cadaver dogs, the kind of dogs that can climb up in the rubble with them and catch the scent of people that they can dig for in such a big pile of rubble.
It is a strange name for a specialty, but there are indeed things called cadaver dogs. Anybody who called it the Condit investigation know that they were used in, and et cetera. Go on,
right.
Please.
100 doctors, 100 nurses are standing by the main police facility that is now the command post for the NYPD, not police headquarters, but an off-site location further up into Midtown, has them standing by waiting for somewhere to send them. And essentially, this long operation, which will be the longest night for New York's rescue workers, has just begun.
And thank you, John. And Cynthia McFadden, I believe, is now at Chelsea Piers, a large sports entertainment complex on the west side of Manhattan, or at least close to it, which, Cynthia, was described earlier as a makeshift morgue. Is that really what it's going to be?
No, it's not, Peter. What they've decided to do here is make this the triage center. We've been told that all victims now who are taken out of the blast site are going to be taken here first. They'll be tagged before they get here, determine what the severity of their condition is, and then once they arrive here, they'll be treated initially and then sent on to other hospitals. I should also tell you that inside this has been described to me, you can see behind me, ambulances. What you can't see probably is that there are probably 200 or 250 ambulances lined up here on the west side highways, waiting. These are empty ambulances waiting to distribute patients or potential victims all over the tri-state area to hospitals. Peter, inside, it's been described, we got a look inside earlier, it really looks like a MASH unit. It's 50 operating suites set up, hundreds of doctors and nurses here to treat the wounded. They have been here, standing here for hours now. There are no patients here yet. The latest estimate is that there won't be any people here for several more hours. What we're told is, and I was just listening to John Miller, part of the problem initially was that when the first rescue workers went in, and we've talked to some of them who have, some of the second wave of rescue workers, the first wave of rescue workers who went in were trapped, many of them killed by the second blast. And so when the second workers came out, many of whom are now here, they wouldn't allow anyone back in the area, which is why there aren't any patients here at the moment.
Well, Cynthia, let me just go a little farther with that. You say 250 ambulances standing around waiting to pull people out. You'd be talking about pulling people out of the rubble at this point. The mayor reminded people across the country there are 170 hospitals in New York City, and aside from St. Vincent's, the principal nearest hospital, which lost, among other things, its emergency power, I think, and lost its gas operating facility at the time, wasn't it, John?
That was Beekman Downtown, or New York Infirmary, that lost its steam power. St. Vincent's then actually had to bear the brunt of this.
And so people have gone directly to hospital. I don't quite understand, Cynthia, the who's going to come to Chelsea Piers until they begin to rescue people, hopefully, from the rubble itself.
Peter, the initial thought, and of course, as you know, we've been to Bellevue today, a couple of other places. There have been hundreds of people at area hospitals, as you note, but they don't believe that anywhere near the full weight of this has yet been uncovered, that there are hundreds and thousands of people who have been injured in this blast, and that's the people that they expect to bring here.
Okay.
St. Vincent's is saturated at this point. They're intending, now whether this happens, but the emergency medical services that's running this medical operation intends to bring no more patients directly to hospitals. They will all be brought here first for medical attention and for triage out to other hospitals.
I have declared a state of emergency in the District of Columbia. I ask your cooperation and full support during this critical period.
America Under Attack, a special report from ABC 7 News.
This has been a day of epic tragedy for the United States. Good evening and thanks for joining us. I'm Kathleen Matthews.
And I'm Maureen Bunyan. Tonight, there is still no telling how many hundreds or thousands of people have been killed in what is no doubt the worst act of terrorism on American soil. It began just before 9 o'clock this morning in New York City when two planes crashed into the World Trade Center. Around 10 o'clock, another plane hit the Pentagon, killing about 100 people. And a fourth plane crashed in Pennsylvania. ABC 7 News reporter Carol Costello takes a look at the terrible chain of events today.
Barbaric acts of terrorism against America begin at 8:54 this morning. Hijackers commandeer an American Airlines jetliner from Boston to Los Angeles, crashing it into one of the World Trade Center's twin towers. Chaos in Lower Manhattan. Moments later, a second passenger jet, also hijacked, slams into the second twin tower. Thousands believed to be dead from the fiery crashes. 9:40 a.m. The coordinated series of attacks continues. Terror strikes the heart of America's military, its headquarters. American Airlines Flight 77, a Boeing 757, en route from Dulles Airport to Los Angeles, crashes into the Pentagon. Dozens of Pentagon workers are rushed to hospitals.
This is as close as we can get to the base of the World Trade Center. You can see the firemen assembled here, the police officers, FBI agents, and you can see the two towers. A huge explosion now raining debris on all of us. We better get out of the way.
9:50 a.m. One of the twin towers collapses.
So I was real lucky. I don't know what happened to the people behind me when that blast occurred.
10 a.m. A United Airlines flight from Newark to San Francisco crashes 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh in western Pennsylvania. A chilling call from a passenger on board to emergency dispatchers saying, "We're being hijacked and the plane is going down." The White House now saying Camp David may have been the target. 10:30 a.m. The second tower collapses in New York. Some American leaders call the attacks an act of war. President Bush, reading to a group of second graders in Florida, tapes a message from Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended.
The president's security team takes him into hiding to an Air Force base in Omaha. The U.S. military and aviation authorities go on the highest alert from coast to coast. All air traffic halts until noon tomorrow.
And tonight, United States officials say they do suspect Osama bin Laden in the terrorist attack. So we want to take some live pictures now from Kabul, Afghanistan. Of course, Afghanistan has been accused of harboring terrorist Osama bin Laden. We understand there have been several explosions there. We understand the explosions were caused by missiles. Of course, not necessarily U.S. missiles. We do not know that now, but there have been a number of explosions there. Taliban officials, by the way, came out earlier today and denied any involvement in the terrorist attacks here in the United States. Again, Afghanistan officials, the Taliban, have been accused of sheltering Osama bin Laden, and right now U.S. officials suspect he is responsible for the terrorist attacks here in the United States. Also, we should tell you that another building at the World Trade Center has now collapsed. This happened just a short time ago. This is the number 7 World Trade Center, a much smaller building near the complex. As for President Bush, he is said to be on his way back to Washington. We don't know where he's going to land, and of course we wouldn't tell you that anyway. One more note, the U.S. financial markets came to a halt today after the two crashes at the World Trade Center. All U.S. exchanges and markets will remain closed tomorrow. We're going to hand it back to Kathleen and Maureen. Hopefully you guys will have more information about what's happening in Afghanistan right now.
Thank you so much, Carol. We will try to get more information for you about that situation in Afghanistan. As for President Bush, as Carol told you, he is on his way back to Washington. We are told he's expected to speak to the nation tonight at 9 o'clock. You can see his presidential address right here on ABC 7. Kathleen?
Needless to say, security has been tightened at all U.S. military installations, including the Norfolk Naval Station, which is the largest in the world, and also at the massive ports in Hampton Roads, Virginia, one of the nation's major shipping gateways. Andrews Air Force Base was closed after the attack on the Pentagon. And tonight, rescue crews from Montgomery County and Fairfax County are at the Pentagon as part of that operation. That's where ABC 7 News reporter Jim Clark is live tonight. Jim, bring us up to date on what's been going on there.
Kathleen, as incredible as it may seem, somewhere beyond that gaping hole in the background and the smoking rubble, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld has been meeting with the Joint Chiefs of Staff, discussing options for the President of the United States to unleash America's awesome military power. What is likely to be the world's worst terrorist attack has all the earmarks of a world-class operation headed by someone with big-ticket resources, intelligence, and communications, able to coordinate attacks like this against the world's lone superpower, to orchestrate the hijacking of several jetliners, cross-country flights loaded with fuel, and then crash them into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center and here at the Pentagon, able to do all that without advance warning. Someone like the leading suspect, wealthy Saudi Osama bin Laden, believed responsible for the attack on the USS Cole, among others. President Bush might order multiple strikes on Osama bin Laden's known protectors in Afghanistan, which may be occurring right now. Intelligence intercepts may help him pick other targets in terrorist nations. It is all speculation, but it is very much in the realm of possibility. Meanwhile, we are told that the majority of the dead and wounded here at the Pentagon are Army personnel. Some 35 to 40 naval personnel are still unaccounted for, friends and our neighbors. And by the way, that extraordinary videotape that you saw of the Pentagon moments after the crash here was taken by my longtime pal and buddy, cameraman Mike Fercucci. I was to meet him here this morning, was late in traffic. He arrived before me and passed just in front of the helipad and that crash scene less than a minute before the explosion of the jetliner into the Pentagon. Kathleen, back to you.
Powerful, Jim. Thanks very much. You know, and the Pentagon is more than a building. It's an enduring international symbol of American might. Of course, it's the headquarters for our entire military defense, virtually a city within a city with nearly 30,000 people, both military and civilian, working on site. Construction on the Mammoth building began back in 1941, and it sits on 34 acres of land, including a 5-acre center court that covers an area large enough to accommodate 5 Capitol buildings.
At this moment, of course, there is no way to tell how many people were injured or killed in today's attacks. Here in the Washington area, hospitals have been busy treating those who were in the Pentagon at the time. ABC 7 News reporter Dale Solly is live at Virginia Medical Center in Arlington, where many people have been taken. Dale, what's the latest from there tonight?
Well, Maureen, this, as you well know, is the Pentagon's official hospital. And at this hour, in this building behind me, 50 doctors and as many as 100 nurses continue on the highest possible state of alert, and they have all they can handle inside right now. The injuries are varied: burns, cuts, smoke inhalation, and with them, the stunning realization that the unthinkable today became real. 36 Pentagon workers and EMS personnel have been treated here so far. Of that number, 14 have been admitted. 6 at this hour are currently in intensive care. No blood donations are being asked for by this hospital. Those must go through the American Red Cross. The lucky survivors of today's incident at the Pentagon have now gone home, taking with them their bruises and their bandages and their memories of America's day of terror.
There was debris falling down from everywhere, and at that point we began to try and take charge of what was going on and do what we could to help anybody else.
And the scene very much the same, I dare say, at other area hospitals as well. A short time ago, we got word that Arlington County, Kathleen and Maureen, has declared a state of emergency. That clears the way for federal help, but also, Maureen, for help to come in from Montgomery County. That's on its way, and help coming from as far away as Virginia Beach as well. But watching those pictures in Jim Clark's report just a second ago, the real fear here is that we all wonder if we've really seen the end of the terrorism that we saw today. Reporting live in Arlington, Dale Solly, ABC 7 News. Maureen, back to you.
Dale, thank you. And because of all the injuries today, the American Red Cross has extended its hours for blood donations at 2 local locations. The Fairfax Donor Center at 2810 Old Lee Highway, Suite 200, and also at the Rockville Donor Center at 11820 Park Lawn Drive. The donor hotlines for the Red Cross are being overloaded. Those numbers are 1-800-GIVE-LIFE and 1-888-BLOOD 888. So please be patient if you're calling those hotlines. Kathleen?
Because of the attacks, there is a heightened state of alert in Washington, D.C. And ABC 7 News reporter Gail Pennybacher is live at the district's Emergency Management Center. And Gail, the mayor's declared a state of emergency. What exactly does that entail?
That entails the fact that the city is in a state of readiness. Kathleen, of course, nothing has happened here, but Mayor Williams wants to be prepared. Within the past few minutes, you can see behind me, a mobile command bus has pulled up here at the Reeves Center. This is basically the nerve center for what is happening in the district. The mayor has been giving updates. This is what he said a little while ago.
Pretty much what I'm saying is, unless you have an emergency, unless you have specific business, picking up your children from school, stay off the streets right now. We don't know what's going to happen, what's unfolding. We should be prepared right now. What happened?
And basically, they are looking at this as an hour-by-hour situation, Kathleen and Maureen, determining whether or not D.C. Public Schools will have school tomorrow, whether or not the district government will be operating. They're in close contact with the White House. The mayor's office says they are also in close contact with the Office of Personnel Management to make those determinations. And we, of course, will keep you updated as those developments become apparent to us. Reporting live from Northwest Washington, Gail Pennybacher, ABC 7 News.
Thank you, Gail. Maryland and Virginia have been declared a state of emergency as well. In Maryland, officials closed all but vital state and local offices and clamped down on security statewide. Governor Paris Glendening and top staff evacuated the State House complex and traveled to the Reisterstown headquarters of the Maryland Emergency Management Agency. Governor Glendening said state officials received from the federal agency several days ago a threat list of targeted sites, which included the State House in Annapolis. And in Virginia, Governor Jim Gilmore put 300 Virginia Guard troops on active duty and put the entire Virginia National Guard on heightened alert. Also, in reaction to the attacks today, I-395 had been closed for most of the day, but it's now been reopened in both directions. Several other roads in Northern Virginia are also reopening, including the George Washington Parkway.
It's not just the roads that are shut down. The FAA has grounded all flights across this country until at least noon tomorrow. Here in the Washington area, Dulles Airport is closed indefinitely, as is Reagan National Airport. BWI says it is following the recommendations of the FAA, meaning it will be closed until at least noon tomorrow. No one is allowed into BWI Airport right now unless you are picking up a stranded passenger or your baggage. Of course, a key priority tonight is to find out who was responsible for these attacks today. The Federal Bureau of Investigation is among the many agencies working on this, and ABC 7 News reporter Andrea McCarran has more on that angle of the story. Andrea?
Maureen, the FBI is the lead investigative agency in this case. It is working with a host of other law enforcement and intelligence agencies, including the CIA and the National Security Agency. The FBI has dispatched teams of investigators to each of the crime scenes at the Pentagon in Washington, the World Trade Center in New York, and the crash site in western Pennsylvania. Career investigators describe this horrific act as exquisitely well planned. Law enforcement sources say their strongest suspicion tonight lies with Islamic extremist Osama bin Laden. Sources say 3 weeks ago he made a specific threat to attack American interests in an unprecedented way. Sources also say bin Laden is the only person with the infrastructure and resources they believe capable of doing this. A bin Laden associate was set to be sentenced tomorrow for his role in the 1998 bombing of the U.S. Embassy in Tanzania that killed 213 people. His sentencing was to take place in a federal courthouse in New York City near the World Trade Center. Tonight, the hub of investigative operations is here in Washington at the FBI's Strategic Information Operations Center. It serves as the clearinghouse for all the federal agencies who are working at this hour to solve this case. Sources say it will likely take months to gather evidence.
Thank you, Andrea. And here's a look back at some of the other recent devastating acts of terrorism against this country. Nearly 1 year ago, last October, 17 American sailors were killed when the USS Cole was bombed off of Yemen. 12 Americans were among the 224 people killed when terrorists bombed U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania in 1998. 19 Americans were killed in the attack on the Khobar Towers in Saudi Arabia in 1996. On April 19, 1995, a bomb killed 168 people and injured more than 500 when the Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City was attacked. In February 1993, 6 people were killed and 1,000 injured when a bomb exploded 2 stories beneath the World Trade Center. Kathleen?
From Waco to Oklahoma City, former Deputy Attorney General Eric Holder is no stranger to dealing with deadly terrorist attacks. And Mr. Holder joins our Del Walters now in the studio to talk more about today's tragic events. Del?
Mr. Holder, we are now receiving reports from CNN that Kabul, Afghanistan may be being bombed, which would mean that there's some sort of U.S. retaliation underway. It has long been a belief that this nation will not assassinate a foreign leader or a target. Is there a different set of circumstances that come into play as a result of today's terrorist attacks?
Federal law prohibits the assassination of individuals or leaders of countries, but federal law does permit us to go after people for defensive purposes. And a person like bin Laden, given what has happened today and what he has done to this country in the past, I think certainly would fall outside that prohibition of assassination.
So if President Bush gives the order, Osama bin Laden can be assassinated legally within the parameters of United States law.
Yeah, I wouldn't use the term assassination, but I would say that if the determination is made that bin Laden is behind this attack, and we certainly know that he was behind other attacks, there would be a basis to go after him specifically within American law.
There are going to be people that are going to wonder, how could this happen in this country? During your watch, which just ended, was there any indication that an attack of this magnitude could be pulled off or was even in the works?
Now, even for bin Laden, this sounds like something that is pretty extraordinary. I mean, he's probably the most closely monitored terrorist in the world. We have all kinds of intelligence capabilities, and we would certainly see things about him through the course of time. But something along these lines, something this coordinated, something this extensive, is fairly extraordinary.
You told me that this is not the first time that there has been a terrorist attack planned using airliners. Brief our audience on what that was.
Yeah, in the early 90s in the Philippines, there was an attempt, a plan was made to bring down, I think, about 11 747s. That plan was foiled, however, and the person who was responsible for it, or at least for the planning of that attack, was actually tried and convicted in New York City.
There were fears in this country around the time of Y2K that we were going to see something like this then. Were there serious concerns among the FBI and Justice Department officials that airport security just was not what it should have been?
That's always been a concern. Terrorists always, one of the favorite targets of terrorists are airplanes and airports, and that's a place that we always try to give special attention. But there's always been concern that there has not been adequate security around airports, and that's certainly one of the questions we're going to have to ask once we get through this. How did these people get on these planes, I presume with some kind of weapons, or at least with an ability to overcome pilots and get into the cockpit?
And briefly, before I toss back to Maureen and Kathleen, this is a personal note for you. You grew up in New York City. The school that is now being used as a triage center for the World Trade Centers was your school.
Yeah, I went to high school there. Stuyvesant High School is right next to the World Trade Center. It's now being used as a triage center for people injured in the blast. And so for me, it's something that's very personal. I saw the World Trade Center's towers constructed when I was about the age of 20 in New York City. So this, for me, has been a pretty horrific day.
Eric Holder, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kathleen and Maureen, back to you.
Del, thanks very much.
We want to point out to you that at the top of your TV screen, you're going to see closings that could affect your schedule tonight or tomorrow.
As for closings, the U.S. Capitol Police hope that Capitol Hill can get back to business as usual, they say, as soon as possible. But no word yet on whether they will return to work tomorrow. All Capitol Hill buildings were evacuated early today, and members of the congressional leadership were taken to a secure location where they could coordinate with their members and keep in contact with the president. Despite some reports, no incidents have occurred on or around the Capitol Hill grounds today, but extra security measures will remain in place for the foreseeable future.
Because of today's incidents, thousands of local and federal government and private industry workers were sent home from their jobs this morning. ABC 7 News reporter John Harder saw the gridlock develop as thousands tried to leave the city. John is live on the Mall tonight. John?
Maureen, at this hour, there's hardly anybody on the streets but guards, as you see. in downtown Washington. But as you said this morning, a different picture. Fear and panic gripped much of the Washington area because no one was certain if there were going to be more tragic attacks yet to come. This morning, emergency vehicles tried to get through a major traffic jam as workers fled the city.
And we were sitting there, and all of a sudden we heard about the bombing at the Pentagon. So the president said it's best to leave.
Got into work, and everyone was looking out their windows. You could see the smoke coming from the Pentagon, and then someone said there was a fire on the mall, and so we went and looked at that. You could see the smoke everywhere. So I just had to go home.
Folks, let the bus come through, please.
When traffic became paralyzed at Connecticut and K, this citizen pitched in, effectively directed it.
That way, please. Thank you. We're just working it out, trying to get the traffic going.
Hey, do you have any experience doing this?
No. Thank you.
Workers also left jobs in the suburbs. Here they're streaming out of the Census Bureau in Suitland. Many downtown had fear in their eyes as they rushed to get home. Getting an open cell phone or landline was tough because of jammed circuits. Metro stations filled quickly. Station signs urged people to call a taxi or a relative if they needed a ride. All Metro rail stops but the Pentagon station were open. By mid-morning, many retail businesses in the downtown area closed their doors.
Just to let you know, this is not going to reopen anytime soon. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but it's for your own safety.
Streets around the White House, State Department, and several other government buildings were closed off, and by early afternoon, most people had left the downtown area. Many streets were empty. Tourists Ruth and George Canvas are on a week-long visit to Washington from Las Vegas.
Our pleasure has been diminished by the events that have happened in our country today.
So what are you going to do with the rest of your visit to Washington?
Well, good question. We hope that the city will reopen tomorrow.
Traffic was gridlocked until early afternoon. Later this afternoon, we talked to former Defense Secretary Robert McNamara, leaving his office. He called for retaliation and said he was going to give blood at the Washington Hospital Center.
Give blood because on TV they say there's a blood shortage in both New York City and Washington, D.C. today.
Your reaction to this?
It's very sad for the world. We, the U.S., are going to have to determine who was responsible and then retaliate.
Former Defense Secretary McNamara worked most of the day in his office on 17th Street before leaving to give blood. No word yet on whether or not federal workers will have a full day of work tomorrow. That decision should be made in the next couple of hours. It's been a frightening and frustrating day for Washingtonians, but we should all be impressed with the public safety, the fire, police workers, and the impressive job they did today. Maureen?
And we are very impressed with that. Thank you so much, John.
Well, the attacks really disrupted most every aspect of our lives here, from schools to transportation to sporting events that had been scheduled. ABC 7 News reporter Greta Cruz is in our newsroom right now to run down what continues to be closed. Greta?
Kathleen, it is a long list, so bear with me. We have been informed, John started to talk about it, all federal agencies will be open for business tomorrow. Unscheduled leave policy is in effect. Now let's get to the schools right now. Some of them closed early today, but most at this point are planning to be open tomorrow. D.C. public schools are reassessing at this point. But a long list of colleges and universities have canceled their classes tonight. American University, Bowie State, Catholic University, College of Southern Maryland, Columbia Union College, Georgetown University, George Mason University, George Washington University and Law Center, Howard University, Johns Hopkins University, which includes the Baltimore and Washington area campuses, Marymount University, Montgomery College, National Louis University, University of Phoenix, Maryland, Potomac College, Southern Maryland Higher Education Center, Southeastern University, Stratford College, and Trinity College, also UDC and University of Maryland University campus. Now, many local school districts and governments have also canceled evening activities. But at this point, the only schools that have notified us they will in fact be closed tomorrow are Anne Arundel County Public Schools, closed tomorrow. In Northwest D.C., St. Albans, NCS, and Beauvoir, all closed tomorrow. Potomac School in McLean and St. Stephen's and St. Agnes in Alexandria. Also Calverton School in Maryland. Now on to the rail transportation. Metro is open, but the Pentagon and national airport stations are closed. They will reevaluate everything tonight. Amtrak running again now with hourly service out of Union Station to New York and on to Boston. VRE has limited service on the Fredericksburg line. They were supposed to run the final train out of Union Station tonight at 6. And on the Manassas line, a final shuttle train will be leaving Alexandria at 7 tonight. Now, tomorrow, only trains with an S next to the train number will be running. MARC trains are once again running on the Penn, Camden, and Brunswick lines, but the Brunswick trains are running only to the Brunswick station, with buses making the rest of the stops to Martinsburg. Tomorrow, MARC will be on holiday service. Now, a few other announcements. All the monuments in Washington remain closed until further notice. For Meade, except for emergency personnel. Only emergency personnel are to report to work tomorrow. And you may have not gotten mail today. Delivery was suspended in downtown and northwest Washington and New York City. The post offices in the district will remain closed until the state of emergency here in the city is lifted. The Postal Service tells us Virginia and Maryland mail delivery is not affected. All U.S. Red Cross workers are asked to please report to work tomorrow. Kennedy Center has canceled evening performances. All Major League Baseball games canceled tonight, including the O's. And D.C. United soccer game tomorrow night is canceled. Some malls were even closed today. Pentagon City, Tyson's, Montgomery Mall. Both a mix of mourning and security concerns. It's definitely not business as usual tonight or tomorrow. Back to you.
Really brings home the magnitude of today's events. Thanks very much,
A lot of people
Greta.
extremely upset by these incidents. That's it for our special edition of ABC 7 News at 6 o'clock.
ABC 7 News will have continuous coverage of this American tragedy throughout the evening, as well as President Bush's address at 9 o'clock. We send you back now to ABC News in progress as we take a look at the flags flying at half-staff here at the Washington Monument.
This is not like the black boxes necessarily, which keep automatic records of the plane's systems. The cockpit tape is more vulnerable.
The cockpit, the in-flight recorder will be invaluable here. I think the best shot, obviously, is the one that went down in Pennsylvania because they can search for that within the wreckage of an airplane. It is an uphill struggle to find a cockpit voice recorder in the wreckage of the two twin towers on top of the wreckage of an airplane. So perhaps some of the earliest clear answers may come from the plane that crashed in a field.
People will remember around the country the painstaking effort to reconstruct and find what actually occurred on board TWA 800, which 10 years ago exploded. Am I right? 10 years ago? 10 years ago
TWA Flight 800 was, I think, 97.
97, beg your pardon. 5 years ago.
The cockpit flight recorders and the black boxes were found in a remarkably short time, given that they were under the sea, and yielded very little useful information. In this case, I think you're going to hear a lot more dialogue. If you recall the crash of Egypt Air Flight 990, you know, the cockpit voice recorders were very telling as to what unfolded, or at least many people believe they were. So in this case, I think you'll probably see your first answers about what occurred on the aircraft in Pennsylvania. We do have an advantage here that people with cellular phones, other than Mrs. Olson, did call out to 911, to emergency numbers, because they were low over land, and started to report these things. And the National Security Agency, which records everything, a variety of signals in the air, is backtracking and looking for cellular signals that they have on tape to see if they can capture more of those calls, and they have.
Just to review New York City itself, because it's New York City at which we are currently looking. The mayor and the governor have just held a news conference. Most of the news forthcoming from the mayor, of course. He says it's difficult to move in the city. The city will be open tomorrow. There are 2,000 people in terms of walking wounded, and he's been very careful from the outset not to guess at casualties and suggest that there's a real urgency in the press corps or in the news media to know about them. I don't think there is. I just think that people want to get some sense of the magnitude of this, and it's for families and friends around the country who want to know on a personal basis what's happened to their friends and their relatives. So he's not going to give his account. He's urged people in New York City tonight not to feel any hate and anger. He said that prejudice actually caused this. And he went on to say the United States government will find out what happened, but now it is up to the people of New York City to put the best face on, behave like New Yorkers. There was nothing that actually full. And Governor Pataki then said that, you know, they were seeking help from a lot of people, and we'll come back to that in a long time, but for many people around the country, it is time for world news.
This is an ABC News special report.
Hello again, everybody, and for those of you joining us now who I cannot imagine under any circumstances expected to see a normal World News Tonight broadcast at this time, we've been on the air for the last 10 hours as the country has endured or is trying to get through, as one official here in New York said, this horrendous attack on the United States today in both New York City and outside Washington at the Pentagon, and an attack that may or may not have gone wrong on Camp David in Maryland, the president's country retreat, but certainly resulted in the deaths of some people on yet another airliner today. So this is going to be a very different broadcast, and try to deal in the next half hour, as we have dealt with today, in a comprehensive way exactly what the United States has been through today. It began a little more than 10 hours, a little less than 10 hours ago, when first one aircraft, we'll take you through the video scenes of the day, when first one aircraft and then another hit and ultimately destroyed the twin trade towers, 110 stories high, on the west side of Manhattan. We didn't see the first one happen, even though television was on. And that is the astonishing second one, as seen by a freelance cameraman who joined us a short while ago. And he then stayed on to record this extraordinary, which we've seen from many angles, collapse to first one of the trade towers and then of the other. And the attack brought down these two towers upon themselves ultimately, and has left this extraordinary pile of rubble. Video brought to us from yet another person. Meanwhile, we have this crash at the Pentagon, 200 feet wide, concern at the White House. Obviously, the president was in Florida early today, but then, particularly when word that a fourth plane had been hijacked, which ultimately crashed in the Pennsylvania countryside outside Johnstown, Pennsylvania, not far from Pittsburgh. The President of the United States has spent part of this day in an underground bunker in Nebraska. He's on his way back to Washington now. He's going to speak to the nation tonight. The Navy's Atlantic Fleet was at one point diverted to come and bring aircraft carriers to New York Harbor so that they could assist. There's help and assistance descending on New York and Washington from a variety of places. And it's probably not at all unfair to say that the entire country is, in some measure, in shock as to what has happened to the United States in a psychological, symbolic, and very physical way on this particular day. In this half hour, we're going to try to put together just some of the more cogent reporting of our reporters who've been watching this throughout the day. And I want to go first to ABC's Diane Sawyer, who's been in Midtown Manhattan all day, gathering what she can. Diane.
All right, Peter, forgive me if I don't respond to you carefully because it's still very noisy down here, and I'm going to kind of tell you what happened to me. We're now about 4 blocks from the scene, and as you can see, even at this hour, it's like being on the edge of the crater of a volcano. The smoke is still pouring out. The air is still acrid with fumes. Everywhere around me, I see haggard firefighters, exhausted policemen. And then in this eerie disconnect in New York, occasionally you see people just succumbing to the everyday and walking by. But still, when you look at this, it is clear it is not over, because as we know, within the last hour, another building came down, number 47, a 47-story building. And also they're saying they're evacuating now the Millennium Hotel. So this may not be over in a number of ways. As I said, when you walk around the streets of New York, and it's too easy probably to say that it's like one of those techno future thrillers where everything seems wrong, and yet people are carrying packages. They've been shopping while firefighters are still streaking their way down here. I also want to bring in, if I can, Don Daler, Peter, because Don has been down here all day. He was with us this morning as well. And about an hour ago, you made your way up to the scene, and you've had those pictures from the private photographer, Peter. But I want Don to tell us what he saw when he went to the scene himself.
Right. Well, about an hour ago, we made our way down Broadway past where there were a large number of firemen gathered, very frustrated, very exhausted, because they were not being allowed to put out these fires in a number of the buildings around the site of the World Trade Center itself. There was too much danger for them to be going there. They wanted to go and work We made our way past the firemen and got about half a block away from where this building on this side would have been standing. And there was billowing smoke. It was hard to see everything, but I clearly saw something worse than what Dante would have imagined. There was rubble, there was twisted metal, and I clearly saw bodies and what appeared to be body parts strewn on the street, on the rubble itself.
And people still working on the evacuations.
Working on evacuation, yes, but they were forcing, at the point I was there, the police were forcing everyone from emergency workers to the firemen away because there was such a fear, as you saw later, of a building collapse.
Well, I want to give you a sense again, Peter, of what it is like here when one of the buildings collapsed. We have here Jeff Rosen, who's from WABC, our affiliate, which has done great work today on this story. And Jeff, we have footage, and I hope we can cue it up, because we see this wall, this thunderous wall of smoke streaking down the street, and you were just ahead of it. And for all of you who were trying to escape it, what was that like?
Well, what happened was we saw this big cloud coming at us. It was dust and it was smoke, and we knew the people inside of it couldn't see anything because we saw them running at us. So our job was to just get out of the way. What happened was we couldn't get out of the way fast enough, and it caught up with us. We have people crying. They were creating a human chain, literally walking around like this because they couldn't see anything. At one point, we were stuck. We were at a store with a glass front, and we couldn't get in. There was no way to go. We couldn't breathe. We didn't have masks. So an officer, a police officer from New York, came in with an axe and literally just bashed in the window and let us into that store. If it wasn't for that, I'm not sure what we would have done, and that's been a huge problem all day. Couldn't just see anything, and that was the problem.
What was the heat like, and how suffocating was it for those trying to escape?
It was hot, but luckily we were a couple of blocks away, and the bigger problem was all the dust, and it got into your lungs, and you just kept coughing, and you couldn't speak, and you couldn't see. That, I mean, people were walking at the polls, people were crying and screaming. It was a nightmare. It was a nightmare.
Well, again, these are just a couple of people who have been on the scene all day, Peter. And as we said, we have watched this footage. We have seen people both heroic, terrified, and mystified. And the scene out here tonight is really just one of complete, almost wounded numbness. And there's no other phrase I can summon at this moment to convey it to you.
Thank you very much, Diane. Diane Sawyer, who's been in Midtown Manhattan all day trying to get a grasp of the city and very effectively what's going on around her. Don Dahler from ABC News Good Morning America has been down with a couple of freelance photographers. It's freelance photographers who brought us the most intimate, the closest up video of what actually happened at the Twin Trade Towers today. It's a reminder of the world we live in. There's a camera pointed by somebody almost everywhere. Catch you up very quickly on a story to say again what we said before World News Tonight came on, which that U.S. officials speaking for some reasons on the conditions of anonymity say the United States is not involved in any of the violence going on in Kabul, the Afghanistan capital tonight. This appears to be an intra-Afghan affair, that the supporters of a leading anti-Taliban leader who was killed the other day have been rocketing the city tonight, so it has nothing, as best we can tell, to do with this. And then, of course, there was the Pentagon, and it just, think back 10 hours, it just began to pile up on us, one thing after the other. One was horrible, the next was third horrible. By the time the Pentagon attacked, shortly after the attack on the Twin Trade Towers, it was amazing. And here's ABC's John McCarthy, who's been there all day. John?
Peter, it was at 9:38 this morning. I was innocently sitting in my office at the Pentagon when there was a jolting blast on the other side of the building. You can see it over my shoulder. A large aircraft came down 395, which is a major highway. It clipped off the tops of many of the light poles on the way in, and it slammed into the building. You can see on the one side of the huge gash that windows, 25 windows down along the Pentagon were destroyed. The building, the section of the building that was hit by the fuselage of the aircraft collapsed several minutes after the aircraft hit it. I was able to get an exclusive walk up to the damaged site with some officials who got me through police lines. The area is surrounded with police evidence markings all over. There was a huge area for medical triage that is quiet now. And now they are continuing to fight fires inside the building, Peter, so they can go ahead and try and get anyone who may be still trapped in the rubble. It took them 5 hours before they were able to get into the building initially and begin to look for people who might be trapped and injured.
John, we heard a while ago, and there's some chaos here too, as you can understand, about a preliminary casualty figure at the Pentagon. Do you feel you have a good handle on that?
I do not have a good handle on it, Peter. There have been wild rumors from several hundred to over 1,000. It's impossible to know at this point, and I will not speculate.
And you may have said this most recently, and we would never want you to speculate, John. We believe, I believe you said now what you said earlier before, that the senior military officials of the Pentagon, none of them have been hurt to the best of your knowledge.
Don Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense, is in just a few minutes going to hold a briefing inside the Pentagon for a very few number of reporters that are over there. And all of the military chiefs have been accounted for, and they have been spending the day in the National Military Command Center. Presumably, they have initially been looking at rescue options, but we also believe they are looking at retaliation options. But before that can happen, of course, the United States has to determine who they believe is responsible for this attack. I'll tell you, Peter, there is a pervasive sense of anger among the military officers I've talked to today. They have mentioned again and again Pearl Harbor, saying that it is going to be dwarfed. The number of people killed in Pearl Harbor so many years ago, just about 2,600. They say the casualties from this one are going to be so much worse. They are ready to go to war. There is a sense of war here at the Pentagon.
And thank you very much, John McWethy at the Pentagon. We'll be coming back to you many times in the course of the evening. The question is, go to war with whom? Because from the FBI, from the CIA, from the Pentagon today, no warning of this whatsoever, no knowledge of who's involved, no clues yet as to who's involved that we have heard about in any respect today. It has been interesting today to try to focus on the president, too, because the country does so clearly focus, I can't read that, I'm sorry, does focus on the president in a moment like this for leadership. And I believe that Ann Compton, who's been with the president all day, in a very tight group of people with the president, is on Air Force One and can talk to us at the moment. Annie, can you hear me?
Yes, Peter, I can. We're just getting off of Air Force One. He has arrived back in Washington with a dramatic flight with F-16s and F-15s on either wing as he came into Andrews Air Force Base. And the president feels it's important to address the nation tonight. Later this evening, he will give what we are told is a message of reassurance to Americans that the United States has been tested before and has always passed those tests. And when we saw him briefly toward the back of the plane, he was resolute.
Annie, thank you very much. And the president will take a helicopter, I gather, from Andrews Air Force Base downtown, or do we know that?
Well, we do know that, but it's one of the things we aren't going to talk about until he's safely at home.
We just did, inadvertently, and as we had not been told not to talk about it, but there was some question. The president does traditionally come from Andrews Air Force Base down, and one assumes, given the extraordinary security that's surrounded the president today and how the Secret Service has moved him first from Florida and then out to Nebraska and now to Louisiana, first of all, and then to Nebraska and back to Washington, president all over the country. Here's the Secretary of Defense, Don Rumsfeld, who's been in the Pentagon all day. And we're having difficulty hearing him, and one should not be surprised if there isn't some kind of, if there's some kind of hookup that didn't work today. Very, very rarely today have we had a problem. So we'll have our reporter on the scene listen to this, and the moment that we can hear him, we will go back to him. But in the meantime, Claire Shipman is just outside the White House across Lafayette Square. Claire, I want to check in quickly with you, if I may, to know that if we know anything about the president's plans for this evening that we, in some respects, haven't had on the air today, or go beyond what Ann's reporting is.
Well, what we do know is that we're told by sources who've been with the president today that he is extremely upset, of course, about what has happened, but agitated and angry. Somebody told us that the language he will use tonight will be retaliatory. He will express his impatience. In other words, he will say there won't be a long time spent thinking about how to act once
Claire,
the U.S. is confident.
I apologize. I wouldn't interrupt you if
Sure.
we couldn't go back to Mr. Rumsfeld, Secretary of Defense. Well, the best laid plans. First of all, here we are.
Kind enough to come down and has been with us. We've very recently had a discussion with the President of the United States. Chairman Hugh Shelton has just landed from Europe. Secretary of the Army, Tom White, who has a responsibility for incidents like this, as executive agent for the Department of Defense, is also joining me. It's an indication that the United States government is functioning in the face of this terrible act. against our country. I should add that the briefing here is taking place in the Pentagon. The Pentagon's functioning. It'll be in business tomorrow. I know the interest in casualty figures, and all I can say is it's not possible to have solid casualty figures at this time. And the various components are doing roster checks, and we'll have information at some point in the future, and as quickly as it's possible to have it, it will certainly be made available to each of you. I'll be happy to take a few questions after asking First General Shelton if he would like to say anything, and then we will allow the others to make a remark or two.
General Shelton, outgoing
Secretary.
Chairman of the Joint Chiefs.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the Secretary just said, today we have watched the tragedy of an outrageous act of barbaric terrorism carried out by fanatics against both civilians and military people. Acts that have killed and maimed many innocent and decent citizens of our country. I extend my condolences to the entire Department of Defense families, military and civilian, and to the families of all those throughout our nation who lost loved ones. I think this is indeed a reminder of the tragedy and the tragic dangers that we face day in and day out, both here at home as well as abroad. I would tell you up front, I have no intentions of discussing today what comes next, but make no mistake about it, your armed forces are ready.
Mr. Chairman. Chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, Carl Levin.
Our intense focus on recovery and helping the injured and the families of those who were killed is matched only by our determination to prevent more attacks and matched only by our unity to track down, root out, and relentlessly pursue terrorists, states that support them, and harbor them. They are the common enemy of the civilized world. Our institutions are strong, and our unity is palpable.
Senator John Warner.
Thank you. As a past chairman preceding Carl Levin, I can assure you that the Congress stands behind our president, and the president speaks with one voice for this entire nation. This is indeed the most tragic hour in America's history, and yet I think it can be its finest hour, as our president and those with him, most notably our Secretary of Defense, our chairman, and the men and women of the armed forces all over this world stand ready not only to defend this nation and our allies against further attack, but to take such actions as are directed in the future in retaliation for this terrorist act, a series of terrorist acts unprecedented in world history. We call upon the entire world to step up and help, because terrorism is a common enemy to all, and we're in this together. The United States has borne the brunt, but who can be next? Step forward and let us hold accountable and punish those that have perpetrated this attack. Again, I commend the Secretary, the Chairman, and how proud we are. We spoke with our President here moments ago. He's got a firm grip on this situation, and the Secretary and the General have a firm grip on our armed forces and in communication of the world over.
The Secretary of Defense, Carl Levin, Senator, Democratic Senator Carl. They're going to take questions. Let's stay here with this and see if anything is revealed.
Mr. Secretary, did you have any inkling at all, in any way, that something of this nature and something of this scope might be planned?
Charlie, we don't discuss intelligence matters.
I see. And how would you respond if you find out who did this?
Obviously, the President of the United States has spoken on that subject, and those are issues that he will address in good time.
Mr. Secretary, we are getting reports from CNN and others that there are bombs
exploding in Kabul, Afghanistan. Are we at the moment striking back, and if so, is the target Osama bin Laden and his organization?
I've seen those reports. They, in no way is the United States government connected to those explosions.
What about Osama bin Laden? Do you suspect him as the prime suspect in this?
It's not the time for discussions like that.
Mr. Secretary, you said you could not be specific about casualties. Can you give us some characterization of whether it's dozens or hundreds in the building?
Well, we know there were large number, many dozens in the aircraft that flew at full power, steering directly into between, I think, the first and second floor of the, opposite the helipad. You've seen it. There cannot be any survivors. It just would be beyond comprehension. There are a number of people that they've not identified by name, but identified as being dead, and there are a number of casualties. But the FBI has secured the site, and the information takes time to come. People have been lifted out and taken away in ambulances, and the numbers will be calculated, and it will not be a few.
Secretary, could you tell us what you saw?
Mr. Secretary, do you consider what happened today, both in New York and here, an act of war?
There is no question but that the attack against the United States of America today was a vicious, well-coordinated, a massive attack against the United States of America. What words the lawyers will use to characterize it is for them.
Does that mean Secretary of Defense Don Rumsfeld being asked all the obvious questions, and let's just quickly review them before we move. Did they have any inkling of this in advance? The answer is they don't discuss this. Every single piece of evidence we have seen all day says the United States in no way had any inkling of what was going to happen, and if they did, boy, somebody missed something somewhere. Secretary, reaffirming what we reported to you already, the U.S. has no, or saying again what we've said already, that the U.S. has no involvement in Afghanistan, the violence occurring in Kabul tonight. This is not a time to discuss whether or not the United States suspects Osama bin Laden, but he's been at the top of the list of American suspects for international acts of international terrorism for so long now, it's impossible not to imagine he wouldn't be at the top. Casualties in the building, he says there are many. And then he goes on to make the point that we sometimes forget in covering New York and the Pentagon today, and that is the people who died on the aircraft. 266 people died on 3 aircraft today, 4 aircraft today. The 2 that crashed into the trade towers, the 1 that crashed into the Pentagon, and the 1 that crashed in Pennsylvania today, whether or not it was on a mission or not. Was this an act of war? Secretary of Defense and everybody else in the government today, you can expect to be very careful about using the phrase an act of war, because it imposes on the United States certain requirements to respond in certain ways if they find themselves involved in a war, especially with another country. We believe this is now the president coming from Andrews Air Force Base to the White House, but it was Senator John Warner, one of the most senior politicians involved with the military for many, many years now, and a man with a real sense of history and knowledge of history, surely, who describes this as the most tragic hour in America's history. I think there will be people, not least of whom are historians throughout the country, will argue with the senator about that today, given the attack on Pearl Harbor, given the invasion of Normandy, and heavens knows, given the first and most tragic days of the Civil War in 1861, who will argue with that characterization. But it does give you some real sense at the moment of how intense the feeling is, not only in the political establishment in the country as a whole as well, and all sorts of other countries. I'm getting messages from countries all day today, people deeply, profoundly shaken by the experience that the United States has had today. I want to go to Washington now because Claire Shipman is there right opposite the White House. We'll come back to Charlie Gibson and casualties in just a moment, but as we think, Claire, that the president may indeed be arriving, are those helicopters, Air Force or Marine One as it's called, the President's helicopter coming from Andrews Air Force Base?
Yes, that's right, Peter. And in fact, we're told the only reason that his security team felt comfortable letting him chopper back to the White House was because there is substantial air cover in the area keeping him protected. But it has been a long day for him, as you noted, and he has, we're told from people who were with him, wanted to get back to the White House all day, but again was listening very closely to his security team, who wanted to be absolutely certain that that was going to be all right. We were talking earlier, the president is very eager to make plain tonight that his mood is retaliatory, to express impatience. We got a little bit of a hint of that from a statement from Ari Fleischer, his press secretary today, who said not so long ago, "We will find these people and they will suffer the consequences of taking on this nation." I wouldn't be surprised to hear something like that from the president tonight. Equally eager to get back, Peter, just as the president is back, congressional leaders, they're planning to make a public statement tonight at 7:30 p.m. Again, everybody wanting to show this is business as usual in Washington, certainly not usual in the way we would ever define it, but they want to show a government that is up and functioning, because they think that the PR element here, in terms of sending a message around the world, is every bit as important as security measures.
As we wait, I'm just bringing in the voice of Charlie Gibson at the moment, because I do not want to go away from this scene on what I assume is the south lawn of the White House. We'll just stay with this and watch the president come out. But Charlie, you've been trying to get some kind of handle on casualties throughout the day. Have had any success?
Well, no, Peter. People want a number, and as if it were some way to quantify these most horrific of acts, and properly no one has been willing to speculate on what that number may be. Obviously, any low number would have to be ratcheted up at some point, and to give upper-end estimates are probably too horrible to imagine. As the mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani, said, when we get the final number, it will be more than we can bear. The concern, obviously, is that there were emergency workers inside the World Trade Centers when they collapsed, when the Twin Towers came down, and the evacuations had not been completed. And as the Secretary of Defense said a moment ago, when we get the totals from the Pentagon, it will be a lot more than a few. We do have some estimates on injured, but again, these are highly unreliable. The mayor, again, saying at least 2,100 injured in New York, 1,500 taken to Liberty State Park across the Hudson River in New Jersey, 600 taken to hospitals, and the